Chapter 161 Misty Forest. Marriage Ceremony? Xianling Sect? The time for the wedding ceremony has been set? There was an elder from the Luojingjiang family in the Xianling Sect, and he was also involved in what happened that year. He was even responsible for the fact that the Luojingjiang family was able to hide Jiang Yan's existence from those in the clan. Well, it's settled. We'll set off after the engagement in 5 months. It'll be about the time of the wedding ceremony when we arrive. Okay. Senior sister, are you going? Xianling Sect is closer to Luojing. I hope she can refine her brother's antidote during this period and take him away from the Jiang family. Go! Because Xiao Miao is the master's disciple, and the sect takes it quite seriously. Each peak will send some people to participate, and I happen to be on the list of people. Before, she was worried that her junior sister would not want to participate because of the original conflict with Xiao Miao. If you go, I will hand in the list for you. It can be changed at any time. Thank you, senior sister. I will definitely go. I just want to go out for a walk. She did not tell her senior sister the purpose of her trip. She could just take care of the Jiang family's feud by herself, and she didn't want to involve anyone else. Okay. Be careful when you go out. Jiang Lian hugged Yin 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 and left to return to Wanyan Peak. She didn't tell them about going to Wanghai. She just said she wanted to go out to practice nearby. Su Yeshuan was still holding him, and he walked directly through the void. Soon he arrived at a forest, with a cliff and the sea not far away. The towering cliffs on both sides made the surrounding light somewhat dim. From time to time, there were shouts of collapse from the top of the cliff, which echoed at the bottom of the cliff for a long time. The forest in the distance was filled with thick fog, and the sounds of giant beasts fighting could be heard from time to time. Listening to the sound, Jiang Lian could tell that the level of the ferocious beast was definitely not low. How do we get into the sea? Because of the darkness, the seawater ahead looked a little dark, and the dangerous atmosphere was constantly revealed. Don't worry. You can go down there after you get used to fighting. There are a lot of things suitable for your training. Looking at Jiang Lian, Su Yeshuan added in particular, the meat is more delicious than the meat of outside spiritual beasts. Jiang Lian's heart, which had been a little heavy due to many things during this period, suddenly had some waves. Eating when you're feeling down is a great way to deal with it. His eyes were shining and he said, Let's go then. There was fog all around, but there was still a certain degree of visibility. Su Yeshuan even taught her how to fight and observe in the fog. Her current consciousness is comparable to that of a divine being, so the range she can see in the misty forest is still quite large. I have been busy refining elixirs recently, and the last time I planned to find a speed-increasing exercise. I haven't implemented it yet. The technique to increase speed actually exists in your dimension. The system's reminder made Jiang Lian very confused. She was aware of everything in the space, and there was no such thing. Of course, she didn't know anything except what was in the inaccessible palace. An inaccessible palace? Yes, there is. The system's answer did not arouse much excitement in Jiang Lian. I can't even get it. Yes, the authority in that area has been opened. As your consciousness improves, it will gradually be opened. It's open. She didn't feel it, nor was she reminded of anything. She wouldn't have known about it if the system hadn't told her. We have entered the misty forest in front of us, and not far ahead is the location of the ferocious beast. It is obviously not a good time to enter the space. Su Yeshuan still followed her, hiding the pressure inherent in his cultivation and body. Because the foggy forest is at the bottom of Wuwang Cliff, it is impossible for ordinary disciples to enter, and those with strength will not enter easily. In addition to the ferocious beasts, the fog inside is probably due to the special abnormality of Su Yeshuan's 2 people. After all, the fog inside is not just fog. I saw a white background with black spots in front of me. A ferocious beast that looked like a leopard was eating freshly caught food. The ferocious beast that looked a bit like a wild boar was struggling hard at its feet, and its voice was extremely shrill. A large mouthful of flesh had been bitten off by the leopard beast on his back, revealing the dense white bones and blood flowing continuously. The more desperate the wild boar beast's cry became, the more excited the leopard beast's expression became. Even when the wild boar beast's voice weakened, the leopard beast took another bite of meat and chewed it with enjoyment. Such a scene was very cruel. But Su Yeshuan had no intention of telling Jiang Lian not to look at it. He even stood behind him calmly, telling her to hide and watch first, waiting for a good opportunity before hunting the leopard beast. He realized something after the little girl's hesitation towards the Luojingjiang family last time. The little girl was still soft-hearted and lacked ruthlessness. In this cruel world, The weakest are the worst. The little girl is still growing up, so he can't just keep her by his side. There will definitely be a lot of time going out alone in the future. There was still a lot to face, and he was worried that being too soft-hearted would hurt her. So when the little girl said she wanted to experience it, he immediately chose this place. At this time, the leopard beast seemed to have noticed Jiang Lian's presence and looked up, his eyes glowing with a faint green light. Unusually cold. Obviously, it was a little surprised to see humans arriving here. The sharp fang showed a cold light, as if it had seen fresh prey. The leopard beast looked at Jiang Lian, but seemed not to notice Su Yesuan not far away. Abandoning the ferocious wild boar beast that was already breathing less than it was breathing in, it walked slowly towards Jiang Lian, swooped down, and came directly towards Jiang Lian's position at such a fast speed that it was too fast for anyone to guard against. Jiang Lian was a little surprised that the leopard beast was so fast, and he waved the Feiyu sword in his hand. Although the previous sword spirit has entered the sword, it is still asleep, but it does not affect the use of Feiyu's sword itself. Jiang Lian could not hurt the leopard beast much during the opening and closing of his sword moves. Speed, the instant noodle, is indeed her shortcoming. After she can deal with the leopard beast, she will definitely learn the speed technique first. At this time, Jiang Lian's speed became faster, following the pace of the leopard beast, and slowly getting better. From the beginning, he could make a few slight sword marks to the leopard beast's skin and flesh. The ferocious beasts in the misty forest are indeed not to be underestimated. The same 5th level ferocious beasts can probably be used as 6th and 7th level spiritual beasts. The leopard beast's patience was obviously worn out by Jiang Lian. It bared its teeth, and a bolt of lightning flew out from its forehead and headed towards Jiang Lian's face. The sudden lightning attack made Jiang Lian unable to react in time. He hurriedly dodged, but was still hit in the arm. The wound wasn't big, but it was a little burnt. Su Yesuan stood behind him and watched, clenching his hands unconsciously, trying hard to control himself not to take action. He could not take action until it was really dangerous. He came here to train the little girl's ability in this area. In 2 years, there will be the Xianling competition and the Xianming battlefield. Originally, he just wanted the little girl to be around, and no one could be harmed by his protection. But Su Chang's incident reminded him that the little girl needs to grow up. The Xianming battlefield was a good place, but there were demons on it, all of them much more ferocious than this. He couldn't follow him, so he had to work hard to let the little girl learn to adapt. Chapter 162. Can I change it to another one? This time Jiang Lian was really angry. Damn it. She was most afraid of thunder, but there were always people who wanted to hit her with lightning. Her anger suddenly exploded. The only thought at this time is to use thousands of swords to pierce the opponent into a sieve. The sword in his hand instantly formed 3 phantoms, suspended in midair. The power was a bit scary. Even the ferocious leopard beast looked nervously at the 3 spiritual phantoms suspended in midair. Su Yesuan was a little surprised from behind. The little girl actually made sword clones invisibly, and there were 3 of them at once. The phantom was ready to go, and in a flash it flew towards the leopard beast at great speed. The leopard beast, who was originally on the advantageous side, looked at the flying spiritual flying sword and suddenly felt a little scared and wanted to run away. Unfortunately, the flying sword was so fast that the leopard beast couldn't dodge it, so it could only activate its defense. But even though the maximum defense had been activated, the power of the flying sword was still underestimated. The shadow of the sword arrived first, followed by the flying feather sword body, directly nailing the leopard beast to the ground. It happened to be strung together with a wild boar beast that had been tortured to death by the leopard beast before. Together, the leopard beast regretted not provoking this human until his death. Jiang Lian stared blankly at the dead leopard beast on the ground. Is it dead now? I originally thought it would be a hard fight. He took back the Feiyu sword and recalled the feeling when he used the sword move before. All he could think about at first was to turn the sword into mini swords and kill the leopard beast. Unexpectedly, he unexpectedly activated a new skill on his own. Sword clone is another method of sword cultivation. At this time, Su Yesuan came over and tapped her head gently. His voice was cold and caring. What are you doing standing there stupidly? Doesn't your hand hurt? After being reminded, the pain in his hand suddenly struck. Jiang Lian grimaced in pain and hurriedly tried to cover the wound on his arm. But Su Yesuan grabbed him. Don't move. I'll help you apply the medicine. He took out the wound medicine from the space and tore the tear in Jiang Lian's clothes even wider. His tense expression and eyes were filled with distress. When the wound medicine fell on the wound, the bright spots had a special healing effect. In just a moment, the wound on the hand healed and disappeared without even a trace of scar. Jiang Lian looked at the injured arm magically, looked at it, and couldn't help but said, "Are you ready?" In the past, she thought it was magical when she saw others using it. She could also refine the elixir herself and understood its principles. However, in the previous world, she still had the conventional wisdom that it would take 100 days to break the muscles and bones, and it would take several days to heal even if the skin was broken. It feels like a country bumpkin entering the city. But after being surprised, he quickly calmed down. After all, knowing the medicinal properties inside was just a temporary novelty. Okay. Sit down and rest for a while. Be careful later. Looking into the distance, because of the pressure of his spiritual power, the ferocious beasts within 100 miles did not dare to approach. Thank you, sir. Jiang Lian sat down and began to adjust her breathing. Because Su Yeshuan was next to her, she didn't have too much protection. Only then did Jiang Lian really feel the difference in the spiritual power in the misty forest, which was more ferocious than outside. She was already used to Wan Yanfeng's aura with sharp sword aura, but she still had to adapt to it before the ferocious aura stopped flowing around her body. No wonder ordinary cultivators in the misty forest dare not enter at will, and it has become a natural barrier near Wuwang Cliff. After resting for a while, the newly lost spiritual energy was quickly restored. Looking up at Su Yeshuan, Jiang Lian felt embarrassed for his carelessness when he saw him looking over worriedly. Mr. Sir, I will definitely pay attention next time. She knew that Su Yeshuan cared about her. Yeah. After using his spiritual power, the fur of the leopard beast's corpse on the ground fell off and was broken down into pieces of meat. Su Yeshuan put it into a special storage bag with a wave of his hand. Su Yeshuan was doing all these things in Thunder Forest before, and he would only give her the packed meat when she got out. Her heart felt warm. Su Yeshuan had done everything for her, and she understood this kind of pampering. There are more ahead. When dealing with ferocious beasts of any level, Su Yeshuan usually helps her to explore and tell her the direction. Later, when she gets used to it, she will go there by herself. What she saw this time was a big lizard. The giant lizard looked a bit scary. Jiang Lian followed the principle of hunting for food. Looking at the lizard, she felt that she couldn't stop talking. Miss Sir, can you change it to another one? Su Yeshuan asked strangely. What? She had nothing to hide from Su Yeshuan, so she expressed her concerns directly, which made Su Yeshuan smile in his eyes. Okay. After checking again, Su Yeshuan asked, Can the flame ox beast be eaten? The meat quality is okay. Cow beast. Jiang Lian's eyes lit up. This is good. Okay. Jiang Lian was a little confused when he saw the so-called bull beast, and turned to look at Su Yeshuan. 7th level? Her current cultivation level is close to the great perfection in the late nascent soul stage. According to the normal nascent soul cultivation level, it corresponds to a 4th level spiritual beast. Her strength can transcend levels, and she can deal with 5th level ones without any problem. In addition, she is now the cultivation level is in the late nascent soul stage, and the 6th level can also be fought. But the 7th level is still a 7th level ferocious beast, which is comparable to the strength of the 8th level spiritual beast. Jiang Lian tried her best to hide her breath and looked at the flaming bull beast resting in front of her. Is it too late for her to regret now? Go! I'll watch here. If it doesn't work, I'll take you away. Okay. Jiang Lian gritted his teeth. The flaming bull beast didn't need to think about it to know that it had fire attributes. Her current star map only has the attributes of Qinglong Wood and Suzaku Fire, neither of which can restrain fire. Wood won't work. If it's fire, which one is stronger? Is it possible to win? He put away the Feiyu sword, and the Yin-Yang Tai Chi array appeared again in his hand, with the Luofu pen floating beside it. She has never used star maps to attach to Luofu pens and Tai Chi arrays before, so she will try it this time. Maybe she can get unexpected results. The spiritual power floated, and the moment, the Suzaku star chart appeared behind him. The Yin-Yang spin Tai Chi formation also completed a formation with the Luofu brush, and covered the sleeping flaming bull beast. The flame bull beast sensed the fluctuation of spiritual power, stood up suddenly, and dodged away. The huge bull's eyes glared angrily, and the flames on his body soared out. Jiang Lian was secretly frightened, and the formations in his hand started again, and each one moved faster. Her current spiritual consciousness has been upgraded through her cultivation level, And her spiritual consciousness has also been upgraded to a certain extent. And the movements of her hands are faster than before. Under the cover of each magic circle, it was overwhelming, although so many of them were dodged by the flaming bull beast. But the formation lit up after it landed on the ground. As more and more formations were used, the flame ox beast was able to dodge effortlessly, and even had time to look at Jiang Lian with ridicule, as if to say that she was overestimating her capabilities. Chapter 163 On-Site Baking. Jiang Lian ignored the flaming bull beast's ridicule. Suddenly, the last formation directly covered the center of the flaming bull beast, instantly trapping the flaming bull beast in the center. At this time, Jiang Lian did not stop. The Luofu pen in his hand moved, and lines of spiritual power floated over. The original separate formation on the ground was suddenly linked to the formation with the flaming bull beast in the center, forming a giant formation. The flame bull beast was startled at this time, and tried to break away. The strength of the 7th level ferocious beast cannot be underestimated. The formation became unstable if not careful, and was on the verge of collapse. The star map floated, and Suzaku looked at the flaming bull beast with disdain. The pressure of the divine beast was invisible, and it crushed towards the position of the flaming bull beast. Although it has now become a star map and follows its owner, it cannot be violated by others. Before you want to hurt your owner, you have to ask if it agrees. Fortunately, the place where it was sealed was different from Qinglong's, and its strength was preserved more than Qinglong's. After finding the owner, it had seen it. The Qinglong was far less powerful in the owner's body. In that case, the true god had not yet awakened. When they return to their own bodies, these little Luoluo don't need to be beaten. They will be reduced to scum in seconds. With the help of the Suzaku flame, the flames in the entire formation became extremely hot, as if they were different. The flame bull beast struggled uncomfortably, and the flames on its body became more intense. However, it did not expect that it could not resist the flames in the formation. The burning sensation made it scream in agony. One day it will also be burned by the flames. This is really incredible. But it really happened. The flame bull beast looked at Jiang Lian in shock at this time, his eyes full of fighting intent. Jiang Lian looked back without fear. When she decided to use this superposition formation, she never thought that she could really trap the flaming bull beast. But he didn't expect Suzaku's flame to be so powerful. With the blessing of the flame, the power of the formation became even more powerful, even giving Jiang Lian a chance to win. System, do you think if I add strange fire to it, will the flame ox beast be directly burned to charcoal? I really have the urge to try it. Suzaku only has the role of auxiliary enhancement, and she still controls the types of flames in the formation. If the flames formed by ordinary talisman formations were replaced by strange fires, the strength would probably be improved by 1 level. You can try it, and cook it as meat like making elixirs. Maybe you can also eat barbecue after killing the cow. The system's reminder made Jiang Lian's eyes light up. But will it be dirty if the meat is not washed? Her originally enthusiastic thoughts were put to rest by her momentary thoughts. It's a shameful waste. At this time, Jiang Lian has already regarded the flame ox beast as his meal. If this was really done, it would be hard to keep silent. Then try the fire element and the water element. It's not impossible to use 2 elements in the formation. It's not impossible to wash and bake them again. Dual element formation. She has not tried this yet. There were such formations in Yu Xianji's inheritance, and even 5-element formations. However, these are relatively high-level formations, and she has not practiced them yet. The tips for using the dual element formation came to mind. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Lian seemed to be looking at the meat on the baking pan. With the rover floating and the yin and yang spinning rapidly, the formation also began to change at this time. Originally feeling that the flame offensive was weakening, the flame ox beast felt that his opportunity had come and was about to escape from the magic circle. Unexpectedly, the surrounding water elements suddenly turned into water and spewed towards it. The flames on his body were instantly extinguished with a squeaking sound, and the flaming bull beast let out a loud roar, which chilled his heart and made him unable to react at all. Feeling that it was almost washed away, the flames in the formation changed again. Ice blue flames surrounded the fiery red flames and rushed towards the flame bull beast. At this moment, the flame bull beast screamed, and this time the flames made it feel threatened. It regretted seeing that the other party was a young monk in the nascent soul stage of human beings at the beginning. It even failed to capture it correctly with so many formations. So it didn't care at all. Now I regret it, but it's too late. It's a bloody lesson and the price of life. Suzaku flew behind Jiang Lian. The flames in the formation excited it this time. Its eyes lit up, and its heart was filled with excitement. Unexpectedly, the master has now taken back his natal flame, which is really great. It just feels like something is missing. Subconsciously look towards the sky. The flame core probably needs to be broken through the barrier before it can be found. Connected with his master's mind and knowing his master's plan, Suzaku worked hard to help control the flames in the formation. Jianglian was a little surprised. He didn't expect that after using the star map, he could control the flames more easily than before. Finally, the flame bull beast let out a final wail and then died. Jianglian couldn't bear to look at it. Is this too cruel? This idea was thrown out of her mind just for a moment, and the smell of meat wafted over, making her greedy. The spiritual power floated, directly dissecting the flame bull beast, and the flames directly turned the extra things inside into nothingness. She understood that if she offended this ferocious beast, it would either die or she would be killed. She had just seen how the leopard beast ate, and Su Yeshuan had said that this situation was normal in this misty forest. The entire flaming bull beast was almost processed. Jianglian controlled yin yang and netherworld fire to begin to remove the dregs. He even took out seasonings from the space and threw them into the formation, wrapping the flame ox beast's meat with flames. Season. Su Yeshuan couldn't help but laugh silently after seeing the little girl's intention, and his handsome face looked more beautiful than before. It's a pity that Jianglian was seriously grilling meat at this time, and didn't see it at all. When the roasting was almost done, Jianglian took out a special large plate, disassembled the entire flaming cow beast, and put it on the plate. Obviously, the plate could not hold the huge flaming cow beast at all. Jianglian could only helplessly put the remaining collected into space and preserve it, holding a piece of fragrant meat in his hand. Jianglian came to Su Yeshuan with a smile. "Mr. Sir, do you want to eat it? It's very delicious." After saying this, a powerful wave of spiritual energy came quickly towards their location. Jianglian hurriedly put the whole plate of meat into the space, and the look of protecting the food was a bit funny. He frowned and looked in that direction. Jianglian knew that this breath was definitely not something she could handle. "Miss Sir, shall we go?" "No need." As he spoke, a fiery red figure appeared within 100 meters. The person who came was a middle-aged man with a strong appearance. Jianglian was very sure from the aura on his body that he was also the form of a ferocious beast in the forest. This person is not as violent as the ferocious beasts he saw before, but the ferocious aura of the ferocious beast itself is very powerful. Looking at Su Yeshuan, his attitude was very respectful. "I want to know the purpose of your trip. Does the original agreement still stand?" Chapter 164 Advanced. "Oh, it's nothing. I'm bringing my wife here for some exercise today. I won't take action." Su Yeshuan's words made the visitor instantly relax. His attitude became more respectful. "Then the monthly payment will still be as usual?" "Yes." A clear and cold voice answered the visitor's question. "I won't disturb you too and leave first. Please give me instructions if necessary." After saying that, the man bowed to Su Yeshuan and left. But Jianglian could tell that this ferocious beast was afraid of Su Yeshuan. It looked cautious, as if he was worried that Su Yeshuan would go on a killing spree. And he was also afraid that his words would anger Su Yeshuan. Seeing his dilemma, Jianglian was a little curious about what was going on. Facing the little girl's gossipy gaze, Su Yeshuan explained, "I came here to get the ingredients from the misty forest before. The person just now was a beast king-like being in this forest. He knew that I came here for the ingredients, and he was probably afraid that I would destroy him. The entire misty forest made a promise with me. There is a fixed supply of food every month, and I usually come to pick it up every once in a while. And I no longer attack the creatures in the misty forest." Jianglian suddenly realized. "Did your husband come here often?" No wonder he was so familiar with this place. He was so scared of the beasts that he directly reached an agreement to make sacrifices at a fixed time. What a great person. "Well, I used to come here many years ago. Now if I need it, I will let him prepare it first and then come to pick it up." Speaking of food, Jianglian took out the freshly roasted flame beef meat from the space, gave it to Su Yeshuan, and couldn't help but start eating. This smell. It was included in the food Su Yeshuan made for her, and it was very delicious. She thought it was spirit animal meat before, but after beating the spirit animal and roasting it herself, she felt something was wrong. It turned out that the source was different. The meat is definitely more delicious. He took Su Yeshuan and sat down on the crooked tree beside him, and ate the barbecue seriously. The aroma of the meat spread, and the ferocious beasts around him smelled it. But they were afraid of Su Yesuan's power, and did not dare to disturb him at all, not even daring to get close. The legendary ruthless man in the misty forest has appeared again. It turns out that the man who has been standing behind him is the legendary one. The ferocious beasts in the misty forest suddenly put away their sharp edges, and hid for the sake of their own lives, for fear that they would become the meal of that ruthless man in the next moment. During the break, Jiang Lian entered the space. According to the system, he did find the skill to increase speed. The feather technique. Each stage is like a different bird and beast. It seems to be quite suitable for him. It can be advanced, compared with before. She went to the library to find something more suitable for her. After withdrawing, Su Yeshuan understood when he saw Yu Jian holding the technique in her hand. You practice first. I'll wait for you. Thank you, sir. Feather technique was also very fast to learn and was not difficult. After mastering the trick, Jiang Lian began to practice. It was not smooth at first, but slowly Jiang Lian found that his speed became very fast. Much faster than before. Several times. After becoming proficient, Jiang Lian practiced while looking for prey. After wandering around in the misty forest for a while, Jiang Lian was stunned and couldn't find a single killable beast. This is very magical. However, there were quite a lot of rare elixirs found. Jiang Lian didn't kill them all, so he took the seeds and a few rare ones. Don't you feel lonely when your husband can't find a match? Jiang Lian amused herself. It was incredible that they were walking on flat ground in this dangerous place that everyone was afraid of. It's okay. I'm used to it. Looking at the medicine shovel in the little girl's hand, Su Yeshuan asked warmly, Is there anything else you need? Jiang Lian shook his head. He had almost visited the misty forest in the past few days, and hit all the ferocious beasts he could fight. Although it's a pity that I can't practice anymore. It's not a worthwhile trip. Well, then I will take you into the Wuang Sea. Jiang Lian couldn't help but get interested. The Wuang Sea was definitely more dangerous than this misty forest. Moreover, although the time that a cultivator can persist under the sea is longer than that of ordinary people, it is also limited, let alone fighting on the bottom of the sea. Still being held by Su Yeshuan, he walked through the void and came to the seaside. The endless black sea water, with different lights and colors faintly visible in the distance. After you advance here, I will take you into the Wu Sea. Now the little girl's cultivation is at the late stage of nascent soul. After advancing to Dzogchen, she went to the bottom of the sea for a period of time to accumulate a stable cultivation. Entering the next stage of the nascent soul stage is a big hurdle. So more spiritual energy needs to be accumulated. With their special physiques, the more accumulated, the better. Looking at the sky, I heard that the little girl wanted to attend the marriage ceremony between the Kunlun disciples and the Xianling sect disciples. It was estimated that this time she would come from the Wu Sea. Girl, let's also hold a wedding ceremony. Looking at Jiang Lian, her eyes were full of tenderness. Jiang Lian was stunned and looked at Su Yeshuan. Are you waiting for the Jiang family's great revenge to be avenged? You don't have to wait until then. I can protect you. So there is no need to worry about those people hiding in the dark. Does your husband wish to hold a wedding ceremony earlier? The understanding of the marriage ceremony in my heart is the same as the wedding ceremony in the previous life. It is a process. And the jade pendant is like a marriage certificate. It's just that the red jade pendant is more valid than the marriage certificate. If you betray, there will be backlash. Therefore, Jiang Lian was not so anxious. You also need to be willing. When you are willing, we will do it. He actually hoped that the marriage ceremony could be held earlier, but he still followed the little girl's wishes. How about waiting for 2 years? Give her 2 years. If she fails to find the murderer and take revenge, then she will hold a marriage ceremony first. She wanted her parents and clan members to attend her wedding ceremony. Without their participation, she felt that there would be a shortcoming. Su Yeshuan touched her hair. Okay. The two were affectionate for a while, and Jiang Lian calmed down and began to advance to nascent soul Dzogchen. The spiritual power in the Dantian is getting stronger and stronger. A cloud of spiritual power is forming around him, and more spiritual power is gathering in the air, because he had already adapted to the ferocious aura in the misty forest before. Jiang Lian didn't feel any discomfort at all when he advanced. Time passed day by day, and when Jiang Lian opened her eyes again, abundant spiritual energy flashed through her eyes. With eyes full of excitement, she advanced again. How long ago she was a young monk who had just introduced qi into her body, and could not make any progress. But now she is also a person of nascent soul Dzogchen. Go one step further. She is confident that she can become better and stronger. Su Yeshuan nodded, and the aroma of the ingredients being cooked beside him made Jian Lian, who was brewing ambitions in his heart, run over. Mr. Sir, is this edible? Okay. Jian Lian found that Su Yeshuan's whole person became very soft when he was with her, although his expression did not change much. She could feel it. Curious about the way Su Yeshuan smiled. She had never seen it before. Chapter 165 Slowly Adapt. After eating, Su Yeshuan cleaned it up, and a water blue bead appeared in his hand. He handed it to Jian Lian. Eat this. Let her eat the fist-sized beads. She tried to grind her teeth, but she didn't know if she could bite the bead. After discovering the little girl's intention, Su Yeshuan burst into laughter. Sweep it with spiritual power, and it will spread out and float into your body. Miss Sir, what is this? The method is different from other treasures. In the past, the owner was identified by dripping blood. This one is eaten directly. I don't know what the difference is. If you take the inner elixir of the deep-sea monsters, you can move freely in the deep sea like undersea creatures. So magical. But why haven't I heard of it before? Are there many such monsters? Knowing what the little girl was asking, Su Yeshuan began to explain. There were many monsters in the past. Due to the turmoil, the monster clan was sealed away. There are not many such inner elixirs left in the world today. Su Yeshuan continued to explain. Not all deep-sea monsters can condense this kind of monster elixir. It depends on the situation. Jian Lian didn't think much about it, and just thought it was rare. But why was the demon clan sealed? When I asked Su Yeshuan what was the reason for the turmoil, he shook his head and couldn't tell. Many years later, when she recovers her memory about the demon clan, she will reveal all the secrets. She will also know that only the demon pill that the big demon voluntarily donated before his death can be used. So this one is rare in the world. What about you, husband? There was only one in front of her. If she ate it, Su Yeshuan would be gone. Don't worry. I have already taken one before. As long as you take it, the demon pill will remain in your body and will be effective for life. Valid for life. This is very powerful. You don't have to worry about not being able to swim or choking when you go into the water. Following Su Yeshuan's method, Jian Lian ate the demon pill. She saw that there was an aqua blue bead in her body, glowing brightly and integrating with her body. The seawater of Wuang Sea is cold and cool, and it looks like flowing water, but its temperature is even colder than ice water. The first step he stepped on, without any preparation, made Jian Lian shiver from the cold. Su Yeshuan hurriedly opened the barrier and wrapped her in it. As the spiritual power circulated, the coldness on his body gradually dissipated. Don't be anxious. Get used to it slowly, and we'll go down when you can bear it. The seawater here has a bodybuilding effect and is good for you. He supported Jian Lian with one hand and explained. It also has the function of refining the body. Jian Lian stretched her foot in again, and the bone-chilling chill hit her again. Jian Lian trembled and tried to stretch it back. Su Yeshuan's words came to mind, and he held back for a moment. Invisible blue light points flew towards her muscles and bones one by one. Jian Lian was surprised to find that her body seemed to become stronger after those blue light points were absorbed by the muscles and bones. After enduring it for a while, Jian Lian felt that she could do it, and put her other foot in. In this way, I adapted step by step, until the whole person was immersed in the seabed. The chill finally disappeared, but it still existed vaguely, and that bead is really easy to use. When the whole person is immersed in the seabed, it is completely like land. There is no difference except that it is surrounded by sea water. Mr. Sir, are you training your body at all times as long as you are in this sea water? This is her current state. Yes. When your body reaches a certain strength, you will stop training. At that time, the sea water will be like ordinary water to you. Because Jian Lian was still in the adaptation stage, Su Yeshuan only took her to walk in a safe area. There were fish and shrimps swimming around, all of which were ordinary seafood. Carrying some aura, Jian Lian hung up his cigarette holder as he walked. Although the seawater was cold, as long as he moved a little bigger, his body would shiver instinctively, making him feel even colder. But who makes her greedy? In so many years since she came to this world, she has only eaten seafood a few times. She used to be a lover of seafood. Although it was cold, Jian Lian gradually found that the bigger his movements were, the more uncomfortable he would be. But he would adapt faster. Su Yeshuan followed dotingly. This area was the safest area. Even if there were ferocious beasts near the bottom of the sea, they would be scared away by his aura that surpassed his strength. In addition to seafood, Jiang Lian also picked a lot of sea vegetables and seafood. Unknowingly, Jiang Lian found that he could adapt to the underwater world. The next step is to face the ferocious beasts at the bottom of the sea, and to find what the system calls the heart of the abyss. The system had helped her so much, although she didn't know why. But it had been a request for so long, and it would have been okay to just help find her. After activating Shinji and Yu Qiongyin, when she asked Su Yeshuan where the location was, she knew clearly that she wanted to obtain the heart of the abyss this time. And even with Su Yeshuan here, she was worried that he would be injured. So there has to be some benefit to this, the system cried, originally thinking that it could save a fortune. But the host still discovered it. The feeling of not being able to trick a host every time is really too uncomfortable. I don't know whether it is because its heart is too soft, or because someone's original body posed too great a threat to it, and it has not yet recovered. It is so ingrained that it is still this way of thinking even after so many years. Compensation can only be made to you, not to Su Yeshuan. However, I can issue tasks that are beneficial to Su Yeshuan. It just depends on whether you are willing. What mission? Jiang Lian didn't react for a moment. From the beginning, whenever the system released a mission about Su Yeshuan, it seemed that he was benefiting. Unfortunately, when Jiang Lian thought of harvesting the system's wool, she happily agreed. Okay, you have to wait until you get back to carry out these tasks. After getting the heart of the abyss, it will be more convenient to start the tasks. The two reached an agreement in this way, and the system even stated that in order to help it obtain the heart of the abyss, Jiang Lian was also lucky, and decided to reward her with 2 growth gift packages after the success. This was like pie in the sky. Jiang Lian was only excited for a moment, but he quickly reacted and asked the system suspiciously, "Can you give rewards at will? Didn't it say before that it even has restrictions on releasing tasks? How come you can be so generous now?" Jiang Lian, who was suspicious in his heart, did not know that he was about to be tricked by the system again, and that he would love and hate him. No, no, no. The special ability of the heart of the abyss. This time, the only condition is to obtain the heart of the abyss, the system explained sincerely. Jiang Lian was dubious, but chose to believe in the system. Soon Jiang Lian was taken to a location with a vicious beast. This big-headed fish monster is a second-level ferocious beast. Jiang Lian did not dislike the low level, but obediently took out his weapon and hit the big-headed fish. There is water resistance at the bottom of the sea, so even if the strength is very high, it will still encounter a certain resistance. Chapter 166 Shared Punishment. The control of spiritual power at the bottom of the sea is still poor. Jiang Lian failed to hit the big head fish for the first time, and was swung by its tail. Fortunately, her current physical strength is stronger than those of the same level, and her cultivation is at the nascent soul stage. She is not afraid of the extremely ferocious second-level big-headed fish. After a few rounds, Jiang Lian finally mastered the secret of fighting on the bottom of the sea. As expected, the big-headed fish became a member of her food storage bag. The pressure of the water makes fighting on the bottom of the sea feel like fighting in gravity space. After practicing with a few second-level monsters, Jiang Lian slowly transitioned to other levels. In addition to the Feiyu sword, the only thing that can be practiced at the bottom of the sea is the water element. The Luofu pen and array disc will be more difficult, although the whip that Su Yeshuan specially made for her can be used. She does not have any related skills yet. The method is still not as powerful as other methods when used. System, are there any skills like whips in my space? Although she knows a lot now. In addition to the feather skill, she just learned to increase her speed. She has also made some progress in swordsmanship. Dual element control can be used as a precaution, like now on the seabed. The dual element control of the Luofu pen and the array disc has flaws. There was a sudden sense of crisis in my heart. This is the situation now. What if we encounter other situations next time, and one of them cannot be used? Being restrained, she had nothing to do. It would be better to learn some other skills. The system complained in its heart. Why did the host let the host take advantage of it in the first place? I actually prepared so many things, and put them in the secret realm for the Kuifeng Lich to guard. Fortunately, it was locked very promptly. Otherwise the originally planned tasks would not have to be completed, and the final desired result would not be achieved. Then this time it doesn't mean much. After searching among the sealed things, the system actually found out about the whip skills. These skills are all from Tian Weishan and can be grown, because the host has a strong sense of pretentiousness. It does not. I am worried that if these things are given out, others will discover them and cause disaster. Yes, The same method as before. Jiang Lian was suspicious. You said before that I couldn't check the things in the space because of level restrictions. But now I can? You have been quite effective in practicing your spiritual consciousness during this period. It is okay to take out certain things from it. But the permission to view them all has not yet been reached. Please keep up your efforts. Host. The level restriction you are talking about refers to spiritual consciousness? She thought it was spiritual power before. And she was still quite curious about what was in that building. Yes. It has something to do with divine consciousness. When he stopped to rest, Jiang Lian took out a jade slip of related skills from the space according to the method taught by the system before, and read it directly in the space before coming out. There were no other ferocious beasts around. After their ferocious hunting in the past few days, the low-level creatures around him were trembling, and did not dare to approach. The more powerful ones were even more afraid of Su Yeshuan, and did not dare to approach. The spiritual power is condensed on the whip, and the jade-colored handle emits a mysterious light. With the input of spiritual power, and the operation of the technique, the whip moves with the mind. At first, it was not very controllable, but gradually it became as it pleased. Stand up. She rolled up the ordinary fish and shrimps nearby that were ignorant. And soon, she had a large basin of seafood. Fortunately, there is a river in the space. This time, everything is caught alive, so I can eat it slowly. I no longer have to worry about the inconvenience of finding ingredients temporarily. After a period of training and adaptation, Jiang Lian gradually became more comfortable on the seabed, which is equivalent to the gravity space. Are you looking for the heart of the abyss? Su Yeshuan asked when he saw that the little girl was almost done practicing. Yeah, because they had activated Shinji and Yu Qiongyin before. They roughly knew where the heart of the abyss was. During this period, they were subconsciously walking in that direction during training. Now they should not be far away from the heart of the abyss. It will be very far. Turning on Shinji and Yu Qiongyin again, Jiang Lian checked and found that they were indeed not far away. But why were they underground? The location displayed by Yu Qiongyin generally only reflects the specific terrain when you are close. And you can only know it when you are closer. She led the way, and Su Yeshuan followed. The light around her became darker and darker as she went deeper. Perhaps because of the inner elixir of the monster in her body. Jiang Lian found that her vision was completely unobstructed when she was at the bottom of the sea. At this moment, she realized how extraordinary the demonic beast's inner elixir was. There is no such thing in the well-known treasure records in the world. Items that can only walk in the sea have been sold for sky-high prices, which is enough to prove the rarity of this thing. Gradually, the bottom of a dark abyss appeared in front of me. This is the position displayed on Yu Qiongyin. Looking at the bottomless abyss, Jiang Lian felt a little timid. Are we here? Su Yeshuan's steady voice did not waver, and he looked at the abyss as if he had nothing to worry about. Well, down there. Jiang Lian pointed to the specific location. Su Yeshuan understood, nodded, and placed a protective barrier on her body. Just wait inside and don't move. I'll be right back. Mister, where are you going? Jiang Lian asked nervously. She already knew what Su Yeshuan was going to do, and she was worried. At this time, she wanted to say no. No, she didn't want the heart of the abyss. She didn't want him to get hurt. She originally wanted to follow up and help. But she did understand that in a battle of Su Yeshuan's level, her presence would only be a burden. Sensing the host's intention to give up, the system quickly dissuaded him. Don't worry, host. The ferocious beasts here can't hurt him. She had never seen Su Yeshuan do anything. Even every time she saw Su Yeshuan, he always looked weak. He often even coughed as if a bad person was about to be coughed up. The system said that Su Yeshuan, no matter how powerful he is, she is still worried. The system became confused when it saw her concern, and in the end had no choice but to use the task to force. Okay. The heart of the abyss must be obtained. This is something that is crucial to them even in the future. It is afraid that time will be delayed. And when the heart of the abyss is found by someone who is interested, all the painstaking efforts will be in vain. Ding! In one thought, you can become an immortal or a demon. Ask the host to obtain the heart of the abyss. Success will reward you with a growth gift pack. Failure will result in a lightning strike, and your partner will suffer the same penalty. A different task than before, Jiang Lian said with some confusion. What does it mean for partners to suffer together? She only paid attention to the word companion related to Su Yeshuan, and did not notice the name of the previous task at all. What happened to becoming an immortal and a demon in one thought? Literally, this mission chain is quite special, so the punishments are also quite different. As long as you fail the mission and are struck by lightning, Su Yeshuan will also suffer the same punishment. After saying that, the system reminded again. Remind the host that Su Yeshuan's current cultivation level can only be suppressed once a thunder disaster is caused. He is likely to die. Jiang Lian was in disbelief. Why would he be involved? Hasn't the mission always been hers alone? Chapter 167 Enchanting Woman. Obviously the system did not clearly answer her question. It just said, this is the original setting. He has to bear certain obligations while enjoying the benefits. There is no more talk about the rest of the system. But Jiang Lian thought that the tasks at the beginning seemed to be set according to Su Yeshuan. If the first ones were welfare, then the second ones were obligations? Unable to understand. And the system didn't explain it clearly. Jiang Lian sighed. Then how can I help? What the system just said was that the level of the guardian beast was not something she could handle. She actually understood it in her heart. And caring about it would make her confused. You just need to stay well and find a safe place to hide. Okay. She understood. And could only say to Su Yeshuan, be careful. Facing the little girl's worried eyes, Su Yeshuan smiled for the first time when Su Yeshuan could see him. His handsome face was full of elegance. And Jiang Lian was stunned. Beauty can cause trouble. And honesty can't be deceived. People. Her mind went blank for a moment. And she forgot what she had been worrying about. He touched the little girl's head and said, don't worry. I'll come back as soon as I go. You stay in the barrier and don't come out. Okay? Jiang Lian nodded. And finally watched Su Yeshuan disappear under the abyss. Here, Su Yeshuan teleported directly to the ground where the little girl couldn't see him. Feeling the dangerous aura, an enchanting woman raised her eyes slightly and looked towards the source of the aura. The round fan in her hand was fanning slowly. She was still lying on her side on the natural stone bed formed by the cliff, with no intention of getting up. Master Yu Yan is really a rare visitor. That tone, if the surrounding environment were not unusual, would have been mistaken for a girl from a courtyard on land receiving guests. Teasing the guests, who are rare in thousands of years. Su Yeshuan was obviously displeased, and the expression on his face was particularly cold. I want that thing underneath. The purpose is very clear. The enchanting woman was afraid of Su Yeshuan, but she obviously pretended to be stupid and said, I really don't know what Yu Yanjun is talking about. His spiritual consciousness swept over the location where the little girl said it was. And finally he actually captured the breath of that thing. It's so well hidden. No wonder so many people haven't found it. Without any intention of talking nonsense to the other party, a jade-colored bamboo sword appeared in his hand. And purple spiritual power filled the entire jade bamboo sword into a purple jade color. The appearance of the jade bamboo sword made the eyes of the woman opposite flicker. And she was secretly shocked that she hadn't been to the bottom of Wuxi in just a few decades. So why was her cultivation even more terrifying? Shouldn't this level of cultivation automatically ascend? The world is closed. And this situation means that he either becomes a loose immortal, or his time has come to dissipate into the world. But this person seems to have no worries. Although his level has not changed at all. His cultivation is getting more and more terrifying. I'm only going to say it once. I want that thing under the ground. Su Yeshuan's meaning is very clear. You can give it, or you have to give it. In the face of absolute strength. The woman opposite gritted her teeth unwillingly, and said firmly, there is nothing underneath. Did you Yanjun see it wrong? The last struggle in her heart. That thing was so secretive. She just hoped that the person in front of her didn't really notice it, and was just blowing her up. After all, many people had blown her up like this before. But it's obvious that Su Yeshuan doesn't have a good temper when facing others. And his patience is extremely poor. The spiritual power surged and spread out from the jade bamboo sword, causing a turbulence at the bottom of the abyss cliff. The seawater instantly formed a vortex and surged upward, forming a tornado in the sea that spiraled upwards, miraculously avoiding Jiang Lian's position. Jiang Lian was dumbfounded when he saw such a big movement. Is this a fight? Little did he know that this was just because her Su Yeshuan was impatient. And it was just a side dish before the war. The woman could no longer lie down. She no longer looked as leisurely as she did. She was suspended in the sea water at the bottom of the abyss. Her fiery red robe instantly turned black, hiding in the dark bottom of the abyss, as if she was about to merge into one body. At this time, the woman's face looked very bad, and the fan in her hand became extremely sharp. She knew in her heart that she would not be his opponent at all if they really faced him. Concerned about the little girl waiting above, Su Yeshuan was no longer polite. The jade bamboo sword in his hand pointed at the heart of the abyss. and the spiritual power surged directly towards it. Simple and rough. The woman was shocked. The black spiritual power flowed, and the fan in her hand became huge, forming a huge shield. However, when it encountered the powerful purple spiritual power, the fan was directly opened and her body was knocked away. Some distance away, seeing that Su Yeshuan wanted to continue attacking the position of the heart of the abyss, the woman no longer dared to deceive herself into thinking that the other party was just blowing up her. He shouted hurriedly, "Wait! I'll take it out! Don't hit it again! Otherwise the thing will be destroyed. Destroy her and she will die. I originally thought that I had the power to stop him, but I didn't expect that the gap was so big. I thought she had reached her limit, and she was still the strongest among the ferocious beasts. I didn't expect to be so vulnerable. This person was really terrifying. She was sure that if she continued to struggle, she would probably fall directly here, and sooner or later the heart of the abyss would be his. She had fought once decades ago, and had experienced his strength. Now she was very sensible and gave in. At least she would not die this way." Su Yeshuan withdrew his spiritual power, and put away the jade bamboo sword in his hand. This was a sign of trust for her, that she would keep her promise. Of course, if the other party is playing tricks, he can kill her even without weapons. After seeing Su Yeshuan put away the jade bamboo sword, the woman breathed a sigh of relief and walked towards the location where Su Yeshuan had just made a hole, and then disappeared there. After only waiting for a while, the woman reappeared holding a jade box with ancient and complex patterns engraved on it. He raised his hands with an unusually respectful attitude. The spiritual energy rolled over smoothly. Su Yeshuan felt the breath inside, checked that there was no danger, then put it away, turned around and left. The enchanting woman sat slumped on the rock, her face full of happiness after the disaster. Mr. Yuyin is the most ruthless person, but he is also a gentleman. 1 is 1, and 2 is 2. If she had gone back on her word just now, the person waiting for her would probably die a very miserable death. Above the cliff, Jiang Lian waited anxiously, observing the movements of Yu Qiangyin's heart at the bottom of the abyss at any time, hoping that the position would change in the next moment. Finally, when the red dot moved, Jiang Lian looked at the edge of the cliff expectantly. As expected, Su Yeshuan's figure soon appeared not far from her. Jiang Lian's eyes lit up, and she watched Su Yeshuan dash away. Su Yeshuan had already reached her side and caught her in a flash. Looking at Su Yeshuan seriously, Jiang Lian asked worriedly, "Mr. Sir, are you not injured?" Even though she knew in her heart that Su Yeshuan was very strong, she was still worried until she confirmed it. Did Su Yeshuan feel the same way when she couldn't get out of the secret realm before? The thought of him actually using that formation made me cringe. But fortunately, there were no adverse sequelae. Chapter 168. The road to immortality will be easier. "It's okay. Don't worry." Su Yeshuan hugged the person in his arms, full of comfort, and his voice was gentle and pleasant. With the gentleness that belonged to Jiang Lian, the two returned directly to Wan Yanfeng. Su Yeshuan turned on the formation and then handed the box containing the heart of the abyss to Jiang Lian. "Thank you, sir." Jiang Lian didn't show any pretense. She held the jade box in her hand and asked directly how to use the system. "It's very simple. After dripping blood, it will be wrapped with spiritual power, and it will enter the body. I will deal with it then." The heart of the abyss stores the innate immortal energy, which is also an important aura that will open up the outer world in the future. One of the conditions for opening the heaven and beyond is to nurture the innate immortal energy of the heart of the abyss. As for other conditions, we can only find them after the host slowly grows. What's the use of this thing? Even though the system paid so much attention to it, it even hesitated to issue the task directly. The system was not prepared to hide it, and explained directly, "Host, you are an immortal demon body. As long as you use this heart of the abyss, the probability of becoming a demon in the future will be very small, and the path to immortality will be easier." Jiang Lian became cautious when it came to her immortal and demon body. But wasn't Su Yeshuan also an immortal and demon body? Can Su Yeshuan, the heart of the abyss, also be used? Hearing Jiang Lian's words, the system alarm sounded, reminding, "Let me put it this way. This heart of the abyss has been tailor-made for you from the beginning. Su Yeshuan can also use it, but the effect is not as good as yours, and will even lose its greatest role. The heart of the abyss in this world can be said to be something that everyone is vying for. Not only is it good for Su Yeshuan's physique, but even if it is used by others, it will also be good for their cultivation. It helps a lot." Seeing that Jiang Lian was hesitant and even had the idea of giving the heart of the abyss to Su Yeshuan. The system hurriedly reminded, "Your physique is the heart of the abyss, and there are others targeting Su Yeshuan. This will definitely be included in future tasks. There will be, but whether I let you search for it or turn it into a reward depends on the future situation." Jiang Lian breathed a sigh of relief at the systematic explanation and opened the jade box. The golden mass inside was like a beating heart. It turned out to be gold. She thought it was black. He looked up at Su Yeshuan. Su Yeshuan seemed to understand what she was thinking, and said with a smile, "Don't worry. My current cultivation level is of little use to me. Then what is useful to you?" Jiang Lian asked subconsciously. Su Yeshuan thought for a moment, and then said, "Things in the Holy Land. But even if they are obtained, they are not of great use to me. The time limit agreed with Kunlun has not yet come, and I cannot leave Kunlun. And my current cultivation level does not allow it. I will make further progress." If he continues to make further progress, he will probably ascend. Since the sky is closed, perhaps the only way is to become a loose immortal, and finally use up his lifespan to disappear directly between heaven and earth. Hearing what Su Yeshuan said, Jiang Lian's heart skipped a beat, and he asked worriedly, "Is it okay if my husband keeps doing this now? And how long is the agreement with Kunlun?" "Yes, this is the best state now." Seeing that the little girl still had doubts, Su Yeshuan saw her thoughts and explained, "The time limit agreed with the sect depends on whether the Su family has a new bloodline. The one who appears. Once he appears, I can be free. But maybe this time, I don't need to wait for the one with full bloodline to appear." In name, it is said to protect the sword tomb, but in fact it is the sealing formation under the sword tomb. He could vaguely sense the opportunities between heaven and earth, and there might be changes in the near future. "Okay." Although Su Yeshuan said this, the system said that in the near future, something that could help him might become a task or a reward for a task. So there must be a way to solve it. Holy Land? System, do you know where the Holy Land is? I know. But that is not a place that you can reach with your current strength. I suggest that the host improves his strength so that he will have the strength to deal with it after he really opens the Holy Land in the future. Jiang Lian buried this thought deeply in her heart. Her current cultivation level was still too weak, and she still had to work hard to improve it. Even her combat effectiveness was a big problem. After figuring it out, Jiang Lian didn't struggle anymore. The blood dripped directly into the heart of the abyss. The light suddenly appeared, and the spiritual power enveloped the heart of the abyss. Only a little golden element was seen entering the body along with the spiritual power. In the end, the jade box was empty, and Jiang Lian felt that his spiritual power seemed to have changed. The originally silver-white spiritual veins turned into gold. The silver dragon on the left side of his dantian turned into gold, and the spiritual power in his dantian also instantly turned into gold. Where she couldn't see it, the sapling grew a lot instantly when bathed in the golden light. The sacred light made the jade-colored array in Jiang Lian's body let out a soft cry of joy. The golden dragon and Suzaku stretched their bodies comfortably, and swam and flew under the light. Yin Yang Xian greedily immersed himself in the light element, sighing in his heart. "I knew before that the identity of the host must be extraordinary, but I didn't expect it to be so extraordinary." After the light passed, Jiang Lian felt comfortable all over, and her body became lighter. Seeing that the spiritual veins had turned into golden, Jiang Lian couldn't help but ask, "Have I become the best physique now?" The system had said at the beginning that the best constitution for cultivating immortals in the world was not purple veins, but purple with silver and gold on top. There is still one level left, but judging from your current situation, you can only make further progress when your strength reaches the top in the world. Is that just like Su Yeshuan? She didn't quite understand what Su Yeshuan said, but now that the system said this, she remembered it. Right. After digesting the heart of the abyss, the system's reward has also arrived. Beep! The mission is successful, and you will be rewarded with a growth gift pack. The system will also reward you with 2 growth gift packs. The cumulative reward is 3 growth gift packs. Should the host continue to accumulate or not? Redeem directly? Jiang Lian was shocked. Her eyes were bright, and she became excited instantly. Can all the previous items be redeemed? Yes. What does the host need to exchange for? My heart was full of excitement, and I clenched my fist unconsciously. Exchange Jiang Yan's amnesia antidote for the prescription. Exchange for the universe mirror. And exchange for the analysis of the prescription. 1 growth gift package is exchanged for 2 lottery opportunities. And the prescription is successfully exchanged. 1 growth gift package is exchanged for a universe mirror. and the exchange is successful. One growth gift package is exchanged for the amnesia antidote prescription, and the exchange is successful. The remaining times of the growth gift package are 0. Please keep up the host's efforts. 2 jade slips suddenly appeared in the space, as well as a simple mirror with patterns on it glowing with light. Jiang Lian couldn't wait to take out the mirror from the space. System. How to use this universe mirror? Those 2 prescriptions had to be found for medicinal materials before they could be refined. Now she couldn't wait to know who was responsible for destroying the Jiang family. Chapter 169 Never Innocent. After the host recognizes his master by dripping blood, he only needs to silently think about what he wants to know, and it will be displayed on it. However, this is very spiritually intensive. Su Yeshuan was very surprised when Jiang Lian took out the universe mirror. The little girl actually had such a thing. I saw Jiang Lian dripping blood on the Qingquan mirror, and the whole mirror seemed to be brand new after a burst of golden light. Holding the universe mirror in his hand, Jiang Lian was full of excitement, thinking about finding the murderer who framed the Jiang family. The scene appeared in a magnificent building. A middle-aged man stood respectfully in front of an old man in the study. Father! News has been sent over there. As long as we help them, they can get the inheritance from the clan. Think about it. The reason why our Jiang family can climb onto the Su family's boat and become one of the 8 major families today is probably because there are always people with full bloodline in our clan. It has been very strange for so many years. For a clan as big as the Jiang clan with so many branches, only those with full bloodline appear in the clan. The middle-aged man's face darkened. If there is no clan with full bloodline, those with full bloodline will be born elsewhere. In so many years, the only people in our branch who are close to full bloodline are from the clan. I don't believe we can't produce one. Those with full bloodline. There is a big difference between having a direct relationship with the Su family and being just a branch of the Jiang family. And the interest relationships are very different. What if we can't get out? At least we still have someone to rely on. If it's destroyed, it will be gone. The old man still disagreed. In fact, their lineage has considered this issue for many years, and even generations of ancestors have considered it. Work hard for this. But slowly when I got to my son, I changed my mind. This idea has been cultivated for many years. He once tried to persuade him, but he still failed to dispel his son's idea. Now, they have come together with others to destroy the clan. No, it will definitely be ours. As long as we have that thing. Don't think that I don't know. The thing guarded in the clan is the key. After saying that, the middle-aged man's face was full of viciousness. There is no turning back. There is the mastermind over there. Now if we give up, we will not be able to survive. Together with him, we can more or less stop the loss. I am doing this all for our Jiang family. I am protecting the Jiang family. I am not wrong. Facing the man's madness, the old man knew that it was irreversible and could only sigh. Now that you have decided to do it, you must avoid any future troubles, and don't leave any tail behind. You should be more careful over there. Otherwise the alliance will be ruined afterwards. It must not happen to us. The middle-aged man was very proud at this time, as if everything was under his control. Don't worry. I have arranged these. They can't hurt us, and they won't have a chance in the future. Okay, just make arrangements. As soon as the scene turned, it became a little hazy. I could only see who the middle-aged man was talking to, but I couldn't see the other person's appearance or the specific surroundings at all. Jiang Lian was a little anxious, thinking angrily in her mind about what she wanted to know. But no matter what she thought, it had no effect. Her spiritual power was still very abundant, but she couldn't see the specific picture in the universe mirror. Is it broken? No. The host's cultivation level is not enough. Maybe what you want to know is beyond your current cultivation level. The systematic explanation made Jiang Lian panic. The truth was right in front of her, but she couldn't know it because of her insufficient cultivation, and her mood instantly became very uncomfortable. At this moment, Jiang Lian felt that her eyes were sore and extremely uncomfortable. She even blamed herself for why she was so useless. If she were stronger, she would have no fear and no hatred from her clan members. I can repay it for them. In fact, the time it took for Jiang Lian's own cultivation from the early stage of qi refining to the present nascent soul Dzogchen was very short, which can be called a miracle in this world. But now she was overwhelmed by hatred and began to blame herself. Su Yeshuan saw what was going on now. He knew about the universe mirror and comforted him. Don't be sad. We will find out when our strength increases. Then you will be able to take revenge directly. Right. As he spoke, Su Yeshuan hugged his little girl in his arms and said warmly, "Don't you want to take revenge yourself?" In fact, he can also directly know who the enemy is and then destroy him. But this incident has a great impact on the little girl. If she cannot solve it herself, she may bring about inner demons in the future. Some inner demons are easy to solve, and some may even cause a strong person to fall directly. "I think," Jiang Lian said firmly, "can I cancel the contract and make it for you? So that you can know who the other party is? Unless the owner of this ancient divine object dies, it will be impossible to find another owner." Jiang Lian felt a little depressed for a moment. Did he let Su Yeshuan make a contract immediately after knowing the situation inside? This would have prevented such a situation. Now all I can do is wait anxiously. Suddenly Jiang Lian regretted his eagerness just now. So he would have just asked Su Yeshuan at first. Don't be sad. It won't be too late to find out when your cultivation is up. Besides, isn't part of it already shown in the universe mirror? It's better to deal with the ones you know first. Su Yeshuan's reminder instantly made Jiang Lian energetic again, with hatred flashing in his eyes. Although I didn't know the middle-aged man and the old man, I knew from the conversation and the facts that they were definitely members of the Luo Jingjiang family. Those white-eyed wolves have been enjoying the benefits brought to them by their clan for so many years, but full of wolfish ambition. Now that their crimes have been confirmed, there will be no mercy for them. Is it from the Luo Jingjiang family? Su Yeshuan's nod confirmed all Jiang Lian's suspicions. Jiang Lian suddenly regretted letting Jiang Shuyu and others go so easily. The fact that Jiang Shuyu was able to offer a plan to harm her brother Jiang Yin was enough to show that she was definitely not innocent. Does Mr. Xian know what is happening to those people from the Luo Jingjiang family who came to Kunlun some time ago? Hearing the little girl ask this, Su Yeshuan knew what she was thinking. Do you regret it? It's still too late to regret it. Jiang Lian was a little surprised. After such a long time, those people have probably returned to Luojing. Is there still time? She knew that Su Yeshuan's original attitude would never make those people feel better. But she never thought about how Su Yeshuan would deal with those people. Is it too late? Have you not been escorted to Luojing yet? Su Yeshuan shook his head, not hiding anything. No. They can't go back. Dead? Jiang Lian was a little surprised. Will it bring trouble to Kunlun? No. They want to enter the secret realm on their own. What happens has nothing to do with Kunlun. If you regret it and want to do it yourself, I will take you there. Su Yeshuan said in a deep voice. In this world, what do you want to do? There are so many ways for them to live and actually die. So, don't worry. Chapter 170 Encirclement and Suppression. These words were a bit cruel. Looking at Jiang Lian's confused look, Su Yeshuan continued, those people will die. But there will also be people who perfectly disguise themselves as them and enter the Luo Jingjiang family to investigate something. Won't he be discovered? Jiang Lian didn't think Su Yeshuan was cruel at this time. She might have been worried at first that she was killing innocent people indiscriminately. The most important thing was that she was worried that the other party was one of her own tribe. Now that she knows what she really wants, she will not feel any soft-heartedness. No, they have a special method. Knowing that the little girl was curious, Su Yeshuan smiled and said, I'll teach you another day. The little girl will go out a lot in the future, so it is better for her to understand some secret things clearly, so that she can know the specific situation if she accidentally encounters them. Good. If you regret it, I will take you there. At this time, Su Yeshuan seemed to have made a decision and touched Jiang Lian's face. He was willing to let her see the other side, but he didn't know if the little girl could accept it. Okay. Jiang Lian had a hunch that she might be asked to kill those people with her own hands next. But she was not afraid. It would not be excessive to skin and Deb won them in order to annihilate the clan. Her tribesmen were trapped under the ancient tree, their souls unable to reincarnate, and their bodies were forced to become the nourishment of the ancient tree, consuming their vitality all the time, until they turned into nothingness at the moment when their vitality was gone. But those people are living happily outside, not to mention how nourishing they are. Well, let's go. Seeing the determination on the little girl's face, Su Yeshuan didn't say anything more, but directly picked her up and walked away through the void. The Kunlun Mountain Guard formation sent out slight fluctuations, but had no effect. The giant dragon under the abyss lazily raised its eyes, looked at the direction Su Yeshuan left, and sighed. It's better now. It's much more energetic than before. Jiang Lian nestled in Su Yeshuan's arms, looking at the fleeting environment around him and wondering where Su Yeshuan had trapped those people. Logically speaking, the distance that Su Yeshuan can leave is not too far. But is there any place nearby that can trap someone for so long without knowing it? Su Yeshuan didn't stop and took her directly through a barrier. When he stopped, Jiang Lian looked at a group of people in black outside. And the people surrounded in the middle were clearly Jiang Shuyu and others. At this time, they seemed to have lost their former grace and were very embarrassed. And the elder of the Jiang family was sitting there with scars, looking at their position when Jiang Lian and the others arrived. When the people in black saw Su Yeshuan approaching, they all saluted silently. Jiang Shuyu, Jiang Shuxian and others saw this and looked towards Jiang Lian's position. After discovering that it was Jiang Lian, their expressions changed one after another, full of disbelief. We have no grievances. Fellow Taoist, have you misunderstood? Although the elder Jiang family was injured, his voice showed no sign of weakness. The meaning was very obvious, and he wanted Su Yeshuan to give an explanation. Su Yeshuan didn't mean to talk nonsense to them. Jiang Shuxian couldn't bear it anymore and yelled at Jiang Lian. You are avenging your personal revenge. Let me go quickly. Otherwise my Jiang family will not make it easy for you. Jiang Lian sneered. Is the Jiang family very powerful? Then he said to himself. Yes. If you are not powerful, how can you do such things? You are really thick-skinned, which is admirable. Jiang Shuxian was about to collapse. The torture in recent days had almost worn away her temper, and she was filled with fear. But when something happened, she suddenly realized that her dear sister seemed unreliable. At this time, Jiang Shuxian seemed to have a sudden enlightenment in her head and begged. Please let me go. I apologize for everything I did to you before. Can you please let me go? She knew in her heart that if these two people had not appeared, they would have died. However, when these two people appeared, the man in black paused all his movements, which was enough to prove that these people were sent by them. The only reason Jiang Shuxian could think of for being treated like this was what happened in the secret realm of the wasteland. If she had to choose between death and lying in bed for the rest of her life, she wanted to live. If I let you go, what will happen to your sister and the others? Jiang Lian asked expressionlessly. At this time, the hatred for these people in her heart was endless. My sister and the others are at your disposal. If you let me go, I won't ask for anything else. I won't make any other excessive demands. As long as you let me go. Okay, let me go at your disposal. Jiang Shuxian even used the screaming voice shouted out as if the only life-saving straw was in front of him. Unfortunately, she knew in her heart that this was completely impossible. Jiang Shuyu on the side couldn't stand it and shouted sternly. Jiang Shuxian, shut up! She looked very dignified and virtuous like a fairy before. But now she looks a bit like Jiang Shuxian. They are indeed sisters. But relatively speaking, Jiang Shuyu is relatively calm and not always hysterical. I want to know why. When she exposed them from Kunlun, she felt that they were deliberately targeted. She originally thought that it was the younger sister who provoked them. But now it seems that it is not the case. It's just a provocation. It can't be such a big battle. Jiang Lian had a straight face and could not tell her thoughts at all. At this time, she was thinking about the possibility of a large formation to torture them to death, or to kill them individually. You can kill each other and accumulate experience. If you don't want to be too tired, you can come together. Su Yeshuan did not look at the Jiang family, but stood behind Jiang Lian, always observing her mood. Seeing that she was sad, he felt extremely reluctant to let go. They were Taoist lovers, and they were still in the red jade pendant. So under normal circumstances they had the same mind. And he easily understood the little girl's thoughts. If he wanted to kill each one, he would control the others first and kill which one he wanted first. Jiang Lian didn't think too much about why Su Yeshuan knew her thoughts accurately every time, and smiled for the first time since then. Then come one by one. After saying that, Jiang Lian pointed in the direction of Jiang Shuyu. Let her go first. Jiang Shuyu was obviously taken aback when she was spotted, and looked at the man next to Jiang Lian. With his outstanding appearance and strong aura, he would have been the target of many girls vying for him in normal times. Now looking at his cold face, but showing concern for the woman next to him, coldness burst out of her heart for some reason, and a sense of fear instantly enveloped her. She had a premonition that even if she agreed to the woman in front of her, she would definitely die in the hands of this man. Suddenly Jiang Shuyu had a crazy idea. If she killed Jiang Lian and someone was buried with him, she would not lose. The elder on the side had a stubborn face and shouted, Come to me if anything happens. Let them go. Chapter 171 Killing Jiang Shuyu. The elder Jiang family also wanted to threaten them with the Jiang family. But he was also panicking. For some reason, none of the distress calls he sent out during this period had received a reply for so many days. These people were obviously from Kunlun, and he only hoped to use the Jiang family to intimidate them. Otherwise he would probably be killed here. Jiang Shusan, who was standing near Jiang Shuyu, was obviously relieved when Jiang Le lit the cigarette at Jiang Shuyu, hoping that she would not be lit later. The people in black obeyed the orders. But Jiang Shuyu was directly pulled out of the encirclement by spiritual power and stood in front of Jiang Lian, while the others were still surrounded by the people in black. Looking at the two people in front of her, Jiang Shuyu smiled miserably. Her life weapon, Yu Qin, appeared in her hands, and she looked at Jiang Lian defensively. She couldn't see the other person's cultivation level at all. One possibility was that he was pretending to be a cultivation base, and the other was that this person's cultivation level was completely above hers. Either way is bad for her. Qin Gong? Although Jiang Shuyu's current cultivation level is at the early stage of nascent soul, this is the first time she has encountered Qin. Based on the idea of making the best use of everything, since you want to destroy the opponent anyway, then use it as your own stepping stone to squeeze out the final effect. At this time, Jiang Shuyu still looked at Jiang Lian insistently. I want to know why. I must die to understand. In her heart, she was actually expecting the elders of the clan to come and save them. She had already sent out a distress talisman before, hoping that the elders would arrive in time, and knowing the other party's purpose. Even if she dies, the recording stone hidden in her arms will send the message back to the clan in time, so that if they want to avenge themselves, they will not be misled and let go of the real enemy. Jiang Lian looked at her clearly. Miss Sir, the news here can't be spread. Can it? No. No one will know if he dies. Su Yeshuan looked at the people of Luo Jing's Jiang family clearly. The spiritual power in his hand moved slightly, and he saw a light emitting from Jiang Shuyu's arms, and the recording stone floated out directly, turn into powder, and dissipate in the air. Recording stones and other things also floated out of the arms of the surrounded people, and they were all destroyed by Su Yeshuan. The people of the Luojing Jiang family all looked miserable after the recording stone was destroyed, and looked at Su Yeshuan's position with fear. What kind of existence is this person? It just seemed like it came through the void. Jiang Lian raised her eyebrows and looked at Jiang Shuyu. Want to know why? She looks a little like a villain, but she is extremely cute. Facing these enemies of the Luojing Jiang family, she is now very patient and tortures them slowly. Everyone looked at Jiang Lian, knowing that they would die clearly, but in their hearts, they were more thinking about how to win a glimmer of hope. Because Jiang Lian is my brother. Do you think I should treat you like this? Jiang Lian said with a trace of ridicule on his lips. It is not unfair to die today. Jiang Yan's sister? Not many people present knew about the Suchong Jiang family. Jiang Shuyu, the elders of the Jiang family, and others all changed their expressions when they found out about the situation. Although Jiang Shuxian didn't know, she was the one who bullied Jiang Yan the most. He worked hard and said bad words constantly. But at this time, she had no consciousness or regret at all, and looked at Jiang Lian with excitement. Then you are also a member of my Jiang family, so you shouldn't treat us like this. Let bygones be bygones. You can still do it. Recognize your ancestors and return to your clan just like your brother. Looking at Jiang Shuxian, Jiang Lian looked like she was getting a huge advantage by saying this, and her expression told Jiang Lian to be content. Jiang Shuyu couldn't bear it and turned to Jiang Shuxian and shouted, Shut up! If you don't succeed all day long, you will fail more than you can accomplish. Jiang Lian laughed angrily. Recognize your ancestors and return to your clan? I don't dare to recognize your Luo Jing Jiang family. Jiang Shuyu knew that no matter how hard she struggled, it was useless. Since this person said that Jiang Yan was her brother, and she still looked like this, it proved that the Jiang girl in front of her must be the orphan of the Suchong Jiang family. But at this time, Jiang Shuyu did not associate Jiang Lian with the Jiang daughter who was engaged to be married to the Su family, but only thought of the people from the Jiang family in Xucheng, the great vengeance of genocide. She knew in her heart that this matter was not over. The spiritual power instantly merged into the Yu Qin in his hand, and the whole body of the Qin was glowing with light, and the sharp piano sound surged towards Jiang Lian from the fluctuations of his fingers. The Feiyu sword in Jiang Lian's hand turned in a circle and directly resolved the sound waves. The next attacks were easily resolved by Jiang Lian. Apparently Jiang Shuyue's strength disappointed Jiang Lian. As everyone knows, Jiang Shuyue's strength is considered good for her age. But Jiang Lian's current spiritual pressure, the difference in cultivation, and her almost inexhaustible spiritual power. No matter what point, Jiang Shuyu is strong. An absolute victory. In the end, Jiang Lian didn't have the time to waste time with her. The Feiyu sword in his hand gathered spiritual power, and the sword instantly turned into 3 spiritual lightsabers, and flew towards Jiang Shuyue's position in a flash. The strong pressure made Jiang Shuyu despair. She took out the teleportation talisman from the space, which was one of her means to save her life. Unexpectedly, the talisman was ignited, but she was still in place, and there was no movement at all. No! In a panic, she tried her best to find a life-saving magic weapon in the space. But the more panicked she became, the less she could find it. In just an instant, the attack of the spiritual energy sword had arrived. Jiang Shuyu activated the spiritual power protection. Unfortunately, facing an attack that was much stronger than her, the protective spiritual power shield shattered into powdery light spots, and her whole body was pinned by the spiritual energy sword. After flying far away, Feiyu's sword followed, and finally Jiang Shuyu was nailed to the ground, unable to move. Her dantian shattered in response. And at this moment Jiang Shuyu felt her life passing by. He couldn't move, but he couldn't die immediately. The fragmentation of dantian left her with no chance to destroy her dantian and die together. She didn't understand why this person could do this. You must know that it is not easy to destroy a person's dantian. Otherwise, there would not be so many casualties due to the explosion of dantian. But this Jiang girl actually destroyed her with one move. Blood continued to overflow from the mouth, and the feeling of gradual death was particularly terrifying. Jiang Shuyu screamed, "Give me a good time! Quickly! Kill me! Kill me!" Everyone present in Luo Jing's Jiang family watched all this in silence. And the elders of the Jiang family were suppressed to death, and could not even move. He could only keep shouting, "The Jiang family will never let you go! Absolutely not!" Jiang Shuxian looked at the miserable condition of her sister, and then saw Jiang Lian looking towards her position. Fear arose spontaneously. "Let me go! Let me go! You can do whatever you want!" In Jiang Shuxian's mind, she only had conflicts with Jiang Lian in the secret realm. But Jiang Lian had already destroyed her once, so she should be let go this time. Jiang Lian was too lazy to talk nonsense to them. And the Luofu pen and the yin-yang spiral array appeared directly in his hands. The vermilion bird star chart shone brightly behind her, looking at the ants in front of her with disdain. Chapter 172 The Remnants. Originally, the guards who followed the Luojing Jiang family did not take Jiang Lian seriously. What worried them most was Su Yeshuan and the people in black standing nearby. When Jiang Lian pinned Jiang Shuyu to the ground with one move, everyone's views on her changed again. At this time, she took out another weapon and looked at them, and everyone had an uneasy feeling. Normally, Jiang Shuyu could escape from being nailed there, but no matter how hard she struggled, it was in vain. She subconsciously looked at the man not far away, and the fear in her heart became even worse. She knew this must be the work of that man. The blood in her body was almost exhausted, and her spiritual power was dissipating bit by bit. The feeling of facing death, bit by bit, stimulated her mind until it drove her crazy. Jiang Lian no longer cared about Jiang Shuyu, looked at the remaining Jiang family members in Luojing, and smiled evilly. "I will let you taste the fear that the tribesmen faced back then. Don't worry. You will all have it." Jiang Shuxian didn't know what she was talking about. Seeing Jiang Lian already drawing formation patterns, she shouted anxiously, "Your surname is Jiang, and you are also a member of the Jiang family. You shouldn't treat me like this. You shouldn't treat me like this." Suddenly thinking that this person was Jiang Yan's sister, Jiang Shuxian became even more crazy. "Aren't you a lowly person afraid of bloodline suppression? If you let us go, I won't suppress your bloodline. I order you to let me go." Jiang Lian looked at her as if she were an idiot. There must be something wrong with this person's mind. He could only threaten people after he reached this level. "Bloodline suppression? I'm not afraid. Why don't you try it?" She was also curious about how to achieve bloodline suppression. She had been living a very stable life in the clan. Moreover, she was still young when the accident happened and had not yet reached the age of enlightenment. She did not know many things within the clan. Jiang Shuxian saw that the other party was not getting enough, and nervously looked at the spiritual energy emanating from Jiang Lian's hand. If it succeeded, the energy would really be exhausted. He muttered words, made a cut on his hand. Blood dripped from his hand, and a small formation suddenly appeared in midair. The blood merged with the formation, and the entire formation turned red. The guards of the Jiang family in Luojing, when the formation appeared, their breath suddenly became unstable, and their bodies glowed with red light. The guards who were ready to go seemed to have lost their fighting ability. Although they were standing there intact, they were somewhat powerless. Jiang Shuxian did whatever she wanted, and the elders of the Jiang family were really pissed off by her. So they shouted sternly, "Jiang Shuxian, what are you doing? Stop it immediately!" Because the elder of the Jiang family was considered an elder in Jiang Shuxian's direct bloodline. Bloodline suppression was completely useless to him, but he was suppressed to death by Su Yeshuan's spiritual power, and was unable to move. Looking at Jiang Lian standing there intact, Jiang Shuxian's face was not only ferocious, but also in disbelief. "How could this happen? How could this happen? It shouldn't be like this." As if thinking of the possibility, Jiang Shuxian shouted, "You are not from the Jiang family. You lied to us. Who are you?" Jiang Lian looked at her, as if she were an idiot. The Luofu pen in his hand floated, and the yin and yang spiral array emitted bursts of powerful pressure. Suddenly, the array was formed and enveloped the Luojing Jiang family and others. Originally, it was a bit difficult for her to catch them all in one go. She even wanted to deal with them in batches. But she didn't expect Jiang Shuxian to assist. The guards of Luojing Jiang's family were hit hard by her, and their spiritual power was greatly damaged. They tried to resist when the spiritual power circle enveloped them, but it was of no use. The formation emits a strong light, and the fire element sprints through the formation. This time Jiang Lian did not use strange fire directly, but ordinary flames. She wanted to slowly consume them to death. Her heart bleeds when she thinks of her tribesmen slowly draining their lives under the ancient tree that protects the tribe. Suzaku understood what his master meant, and suddenly flew towards the formation, swimming around in the formation, and the flame was instantly controlled by it. Those from the Luojing Jiang family screamed and tried to break through the magic circle, but to no avail. Seeing that Jiang Shuxian was already being burned and still wanted to insult her, Jiang Lian sneered, "Want bloodline suppression? Great! How about I let you try the real bloodline suppression?" She had seen relevant information in Wan Yethong library before about this kind of bloodline suppression, and it purely made the opponent unable to move. The greater the bloodline difference, the more obvious the suppression will be. You can even cross the level and kill the opponent without any ability to resist. Originally, Jiang Lian didn't know how to do this. Some big families had bloodline suppression, but she didn't expect that the Jiang family also had it. At this time, Jiang Lian imitated Gang Jiang Shuxian's method and completed the formation with one hand. The Luofu pen was floating around, and the formation seemed to be more powerful than what Jiang Shuxian had just started. The blood-red formation emitted supreme light, and all the Jiang family members on the opposite side instantly fell to their knees, unable to get up even if they tried. Jiang Shuxian and the guards of the Jiang family in Luojing were shocked by the purity of Jiang Lian's bloodline. You must know that only people with extremely high bloodline purity can suppress him like this. And the higher the purity of the bloodline, the person must be a member of the direct lineage. He calls Jiang Yin his brother, but Jiang Yin is from a small branch. Everyone was puzzled. Only the elders of the Jiang family understood all this. They even couldn't help but exclaim, "You are the remnant of the Jiang family in Xuchang. The remaining sins." Jiang Lian was in a very bad mood for a moment, and his whole aura became very terrifying. "What crime did I, the Xuchang Jiang family, have to do? Let you treat me like this?" The suppression of the formation in her hand has become even more powerful. She is a formation master herself, and now she can be said to be self-taught in the use of formations, even more skillful than Jiang Shuxian. The elders of the Jiang family were directly suppressed by her magic circle. "Luojing Jiang family! Damn it!" The flame surged and shot directly into the sky. The people of the Luojing Jiang family screamed in surprise. The properties of the flames increased by more than one level under the control of Suzaku. The trapped people used their own special skills one after another. The power of the formation and the suppression of blood made them unable to do what they wanted. Some even thought about using the elixir talismans to escape. But it was a pity that they could escape with Jiang Lian's formation. The magic circle that can consume so much of her energy is not a simple magic circle. The current one is more powerful than it was in the foggy forest. Even if the 8th level spiritual beast appears here, she can destroy it. Someone threw the last magic weapon, hoping to destroy Dantian and create a big explosion, with the idea that even if he died, He would take his enemy to H.L. Unfortunately, it was impossible for Jiang Lian to be injured where Su Yeshuan was present. As his spiritual power circulated, all the magic weapons and other objects on the opposite side were turned into powder. Those who wanted to self-destruct their Dantian were suppressed. A sense of despair struck everyone in the Luo Jingjiang family, and each one of them let out endless wails. Chapter 173 Chance Encounter. The spiritual energy consumed in her body was huge, and Jiang Lian knew that she could not consume it any longer. Although she felt that it was not enough, she would never do anything that would harm others or benefit herself. It is absolutely impossible for her to kill 100 enemies and lose 3,000 to herself. Her ultimate goal is to let them die. The Luofu pen in his hand floated again, and the flames in the formation instantly turned into Yangyang and Netherworld fires. The ice blue wrapped in fiery red flames gave the final verdict like the fire of H.L. Suzaku swam in the formation, as if falling into a sea of flames, sweeping the entire formation with supreme coercion. At this time, even the elders of the Jiang family couldn't hold back and screamed, and everything the strange fire passed was covered in dust. Everyone in the Luojing Jiang family was instantly reduced to nothing. The fire dispersed. The formations disappeared, and the field was empty, with nothing left. The wind blew gently, picking up a few fallen leaves. The man in black who was guarding nearby had a great change in his view of the woman in front of him. He became cold and solemn, and his attitude towards Jiang Lian became even more respectful. Jiang Shuyu, who was still alive on the ground, watched all this with her own eyes. No matter what she thought in her heart, she was completely unable to express what she was thinking. She only hated why she was controlled like this, making it so painful for her to die quickly. Jiang Lian stood there unable to recover. This was the first time in this world that she had solved so many people. In this world where people's lives are worth nothing, and they can die at any time just because they offend anyone, it is not unusual for these people to be alone. The hatred that had been accumulated in my heart seemed to have found an outlet, and the gate was opened, and it was no longer so blocked. The death of Luo Jing, Jiang family, and others was well deserved in her heart. Glancing at Jiang Shuyu, who was still nailed by the Feiyu sword, Jiang Lian's spiritual power flowed in her hands, and the Feiyu sword flew out quickly, blood dripping all over the ground. Jiang Shuyu also fell to the ground violently at this moment, and more blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. Kill me! Kill me! I wanted to die quickly in my heart, but I wanted to say it out. But no sound came out, and I had no strength at all. Jiang Lian slowly walked to her side, stood there, and leaned over to look at Jiang Shuyu. Do you really want to know why? It doesn't hurt to tell you. Jiang Lian smiled sweetly. Jiang Lian, am the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family in Xuchang, and the biological sister of Jiang Yan. I will repay the hatred of genocide and substitution on your people bit by bit. For hurting my brother, if you want to take revenge, you have to wash your neck and wait patiently. Jiang Lian said, as if he had made an awkward decision. Let's start with your dear family members. Who should we start with? Your dear brother? Or your most respected father? Or your poisonous mother? Her brother Jiang Yan is now like this, and no one in the Luojing Jiang family can escape his involvement. Jiang Shuyu looked at Jiang Lian in shock. In the end, the person she really wanted to destroy was not destroyed. She thought about informing her father, or even leaving some clues. Nothing could be done, and by this time, she was taking in less air than she was going out. His vision had begun to blur, and he felt pain and coldness. He felt as if he had been in H.L., and hallucinations began to appear in his mind. You have to die. At this time, Jiang Shu didn't know where she got the strength, and her face was unusually ferocious. Jiang Lian laughed out loud. You really can't wait until I die, because you are about to die. The Feiyu sword flew in midair and struck straight at Jiang Shuyu, because her dantian was broken and she had no strength left to resist. Jiang Shuyu's throat was directly sealed by a sword, and she could no longer die. He put away the Feiyu sword and shook it slightly. The sword vibrated, and the blood stained on it was shaken off. Jiang Shuyu's body was finally burned to death by a strange fire from Jiang Lian. After looking around, his mood seemed to be completely different, but Jiang Lian couldn't tell what was different. Ms. Gong, I want to go back. Jiang Lian approached Su Yeshuan. His voice was not very high, but Su Yeshuan heard it very clearly. Okay. Then he picked up Jiang Lian and said to the group of men in black, act as planned. After saying that, Su Yeshuan took Jiang Lian and left. Although he spent more time away from Wang Yefeng recently, The seal no longer fluctuated every 3 days, since the last time the little girl accidentally entered another world. Looking at the sky. I don't know whether this change is good or bad. Jiang Lian looked at the bustling streets around her, a little surprised that Su Yeshuan actually brought her here. At the foot of Kunlun Mountain. Most of the people here are Kunlun's disciples, as well as nearby monks and residents. Miss Sir, is there anything you need to buy? Ever since she met Su Yeshuan, he seemed to rarely go to crowded places. She suspected that this person had social phobia and didn't like to go out. But in the end, she thought too much. I'll take you for a walk. Is there anything you want to buy? Su Yeshuan's voice was always gentle, and his eyes looking at Jiang Lian were very gentle, and his heart was full of her. Jiang Lian knew in her heart that Su Yeshuan wanted to take her out to relax, so she happily accepted it. Thinking of the noodle restaurant where Wang Yiran was going to take her to eat, she suddenly wanted to give it a try. So she said happily, How about, Sir, let's go eat noodles. Good. It seemed that no matter what Jiang Lian said, Su Yeshuan agreed unconditionally. Su Yeshuan didn't know when he fell in love with this little girl. Perhaps it was because he had been suffering day and night from the beginning, and the little girl's recording stone was the only thing that accompanied him. Or perhaps it was because of the connection with the red jade pendant that his feelings for the little girl from the bottom of his heart were special to the Taoist monk. Or perhaps his love for the little girl became deeper and deeper while he was getting along with her. Maybe it's all there, and he himself can't figure it out. But his love for the little girl is deep-rooted. As if it was like this in his previous life. Or maybe it was like this in his previous life. It is a feeling engraved in the bones. The little girl led her towards the noodle shop. Today's noodle shop is also overcrowded. Most of them are Kunlun disciples who come down from the mountain to perform the Tu ceremony. Most ordinary disciples are mainly engaged in fasting. So being able to eat spiritual food once or twice is considered a good improvement. Jiang Lian has always had spiritual food to eat since he was a child. And now Su Yeshuan cooks high-end spiritual food every time. Jiang Lian feels that he is still happier than most of his disciples. She has a master, brother and sister who love her, and a Taoist companion who treats her very well. There is hope for her brother's antidote, and she believes that the chance to save her people will come sooner or later. Little junior sister, come and eat noodles too. An excited voice came. Jiang Lian looked for the voice, and saw Lin Yu looking towards her excitedly. She did not forget to say to Yan Yin beside her, Senior sister, he said that he would bring his junior sister here some other day. And he saw someone just after saying this. It's really amazing. Chapter 174, Looking for Uncle Yun to settle matters. The moment Jiang Lian saw Yin, her mood instantly became better. Senior sister. She wanted to run over and have sex with her senior sister for a while. But she forgot that she was holding Su Yeshuan's hand. Obviously Su Yeshuan had no intention of letting go. Jiang Lian sent a message into the secret and asked, Aren't you afraid that the senior sisters will surround you and ask questions? She had hidden their engagement before because she was afraid that people in the dark would know about it. But now she was not afraid anymore. It was better to come. The senior sisters are also trustworthy. As long as you're happy. Before, he was mainly worried that it would be unsafe for the little girl to go out alone in the future. Today, after passing the Luo Jingjiang family's group, he was somewhat relieved. Although he suppressed the elders of the Jiang family throughout the whole process, the little girl's performance satisfied him very much. After preparing a few means for the little girl to escape and save her life, as well as the little white tiger that is hatched, it is time to take it to Thunder Goosen to receive the inheritance. Lin Yu also saw the hands held by the two at this time, raised her eyebrows slightly, and looked at Jiang Lian ambiguously. The world of cultivation has always been relatively open, so such a situation would not be said to be immoral. And it is also a very common scene. Yin looked at Su Yeshuan very calmly and said, Elder brother is so cheerful today. The sadness in Jiang Lian's eyes was obvious. The little girl's high-profile confession to her senior brother that day on the snow-hidden peak spread throughout Kunlun, and it was impossible for her not to know. Now seeing the two of them shopping together so intimately, the previous suspicion was instantly confirmed. I felt a little embarrassed to be seen by my senior sister. Su Yeshuan squeezed the little girl's hand with an indifferent expression. Although his expression was still very cold and repulsive, it was still somewhat different from a stranger. He will not be disrespectful to anyone who treats the little girl sincerely. Nodding towards Yin. Su Yeshuan didn't say anything. Jiang Lian asked with a smile, Senior sister, are you here to eat noodles too? Do you want to come together? Yin and the two saw too many people when they went in, so they thought of going somewhere else first. After all, they didn't have to eat. After looking at Jiang Lian and then Su Yeshuan, Yin Yin finally nodded. I always feel a little uncomfortable when I see the little girl who has grown up about to be snatched away by a wolf. Lin Yu followed and was very surprised. This was actually the senior brother. Is it the senior brother she knows? When she thought about it, her junior sisters were all living in Wanyetfeng recently, and she no longer felt strange. Lin Yu always had a carefree temperament, so she didn't think much about it. She just looked at Jiang Lian curiously, but she also understood the situation at this time and said with a smile, "Senior sister, junior sister, I'll go back first." Yin Yin stopped Lin Yu, who was about to leave. "Let's go together. There are no outsiders. It seems that my master knows about the matter between the junior sister and this senior brother. Otherwise, he would not let the junior sister live in Wanyetfeng all the time. The master has no objection. So the two of them are probably a done deal." Lin Yu was a little embarrassed. Jiang Lian smiled and said, "Sister Lin, let's come together." She didn't mind senior sister Duolin tagging along. Senior sister Lin was reliable and kind to her. Although she was sometimes gossipy, she didn't talk nonsense. Besides, she and Su Yeshuan had nothing to be ashamed of, so they didn't care. Su Yeshuan is even less likely to care. He will support his little girl unconditionally no matter what she wants. One of the melon-eating people followed, and there was no difference between the two. The original date between the two turned into a lunch for four, and Jiang Lian still felt a little apologetic towards Su Yeshuan. The waiter quickly brought them a large bowl of noodles and some side dishes for each person. There are screens all around, so privacy is great. Jiang Lian tasted it and found that the taste was somewhat unique and it contained a lot of spiritual energy. However, I still feel that it is not as delicious as the one cooked by her Su Yeshuan, and it is good to try it occasionally. There was no communication during the whole process, but Yin Yin watched the exchange between the junior sister and the senior brother, and then recalled the comments that the sect had always made about the senior brother, who was cold and inviolable. Although he was still aloof, he was kind to the junior sister. It can be felt invisibly. Yin Yin's mentality at this time was like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. She had to choose a good one for her girl no matter what, so that she could not suffer a loss. "Will you hold a wedding ceremony with your junior sister?" Jiang Lian was a little bit dumbfounded by the disguised forced marriage by her senior sister. She wanted to tell her senior sister that they had signed a jade pendant for marriage, but was stopped by Yin Yin's stern eyes. The little junior sister looked like a girl looking out to defend her senior brother. She probably just said no when she opened her mouth. As a family member, this kind of thing is absolutely not allowed. The little girl who has grown up must be protected and cannot stop letting her suffer. Jiang Lian felt warm and helpless. And Su Yeshuan replied, "Yes. Okay. Wait until my master calculates the time, and we will do it according to the calculated time." Yin looked at Su Yeshuan, and he couldn't refuse his intention. The little girl lives directly on Wanyetfeng, and the two of them went shopping hand in hand. It's already like this. If they are not married yet, then they are acting like hooligans. Su Yeshuan did not reply to her in time. Instead, he sent a secret message and asked Jiang Lian first, "What do you think, madam?" Because he had previously promised the little girl to hold a wedding ceremony 2 years later. Now that the little girl's senior sister asked him this, he still wanted to see the little girl's opinion. Jiang Lian felt that it was okay if the master calculated it, so he agreed. It would be better if relatives could watch the ceremony, but I still feel a little disappointed for no reason. Su Yeshuan quickly sensed what the little girl was thinking and understood what she meant. Over there, Yin happened to be looking at Su Yeshuan leisurely. In fact, he was a little worried that Su Yeshuan would not agree. Looking at the eldest brother's unchanged face, I suddenly felt a little uneasy. Did she do something bad with good intentions? Su Yeshuan simply did not disappoint her. "Okay, I will discuss the details with Master Yun." It turns out that the two of them are already engaged. Yun Chongzi can choose the date. If possible, he can choose a date 2 years later. Master Yun knows the little girl's life experience, and if he talks to him, the choice of date will also be made. Relatively appropriate. After receiving the answer from the senior brother, Yin breathed a sigh of relief. With the master here, he would definitely not let the junior sister suffer. After the meal, the four of them separated. Jiang Lian watched her leave in Yin Yin's sad eyes. At this time, the bad mood in her heart caused by the Luo Jingjiang family's incident instantly improved. The two of them walked around for a while, but there wasn't much to see. but it felt really good to walk on the road together. From time to time, Kunlun's disciples looked at them curiously. Jiang Lian is now considered a celebrity in Kunlun because of his affair with the heroine Xiaomiao, and many people know her. Along the way, there was no bloody scene in the original work where you would meet the male and female protagonists when you go out. Now Jiang Lian breathed a sigh of relief. Little did they know that in the pavilion not far away, Gao Lingshuang watched them pass by quietly, his eyes not too focused. The follower next to him couldn't help but ask, "Junior sister Jiang came out of the secret realm safely. How can we still cooperate in our plan?" Execute? Chapter 175 Connected Minds. Execute. If you don't execute it, it won't be easy for junior sister Jiang on Snow Hidden Peak to make the arrogant and domineering Jiang family suffer. Looking at the man next to junior sister Jiang, it seems that he is definitely not a good person. Moreover, the ability to come out of the secret realm intact is definitely not weak. How could we miss such an excellent partner? Then I'll have a good talk with my junior sister another day. Gao Lingshuang looked into the distance and smiled. No, I will go there myself. This is sincerity enough. Yes. The follower reminded him, as if he had thought of something. I heard that junior sister Jiang will follow the Kunlun delegation to attend Xia Miao's marriage ceremony in the next 2 days. Gao Lingshuang sneered. That's just what I want. She would not give up until she ruined Xia Miao's wedding ceremony. When Gao Lingshuang thought about getting along in a cave in the secret realm, her teeth itched with hatred. Xia Miao, just wait for me. The figure of senior brother Su of Xianling sect could not help but appear in her mind. And the memory that was deeply imprinted on her mind could not be shaken off no matter how hard she tried. She has talent and family background, and is no worse than Xia Miao. I don't believe she can't compare to Xia Miao. Jiang Lian, who was in a better mood, didn't know that he was being targeted by another female supporting villain in the original work. At this time, he was leisurely letting Su Yeshuan accompany him towards Kunlun. Looking at Su Yeshuan, who had no complaints, Jiang Lian couldn't help but laugh. Won't your husband find it boring? After all, it's a few steps through the void. But it's a bit silly to have to walk forward step by step like a mortal. It's not boring. Looking at the little girl who looked more natural, Su Yeshuan felt relieved and squeezed Jiang Lian's hand. Climbing up this ladder is also a kind of exercise. When you enter the mountain gate, you haven't walked through it. Have you? No. Jiang Lian shook her head. When she was taken up the mountain by Master Yin Chongzi, she entered Chongyan Peak directly. Because of the special nature of Chongyan Peak, only the mind and spiritual veins were tested. Is it still effective to leave now? It seems that they are all used for testing by new disciples. She has now reached nascent soul Dzogchen. So there should be a difference. Right? Knowing what the little girl wanted to know, Su Yeshuan said warmly. It has an effect, but it's not very useful. This climbing ladder can also become a road to the sky. When your cultivation encounters a bottleneck, you can walk here. It has a certain effect on sorting out the cultivation and dispersing the evil spirit. Jiang Lian looked around curiously and saw that there were not many people around, and some of them seemed to have nothing strange. Walking all the way, as if taking a walk. It doesn't seem to be any different. It's so good. Shouldn't there normally be a lot of people? How wonderful it would be to come here for a walk every day to understand the great truth and relieve the inner demons. How come there are so few people? The little girl's soliloquy made Su Yeshuan laugh silently. Not everyone can gain the benefits of the road to heaven after enlightenment. Destined person? Jiang Lian couldn't help but ask after a flash of inspiration. Yes. Su Yeshuan touched Jiang Lian's hair. You should be able to relax and take a walk as usual. Because of the Gangluo Jingjiang family, the little girl's breath was a little unstable, and her mood had calmed down to a certain extent. Now she just happened to take a walk on the stairway to heaven. Yes. Jiang Lian nodded, and looked at Su Yeshuan as if something suddenly occurred to him. Mister, can you read minds? It seemed that Su Yeshuan knew exactly what she was thinking about every time. In the past, I thought that he just guessed more accurately. And since he was a big boss with strong cultivation, many details must be different. As the number of times increased, Jiang Lian felt more and more that something was wrong. Could he have the ability to read minds? The little girl finally found out. Su Yeshuan looked at her with a smile, and Jiang Lian was stunned. This was the first time she saw Su Yeshuan smile so brightly, and she didn't even bother to react to what he said next. The moment we become Taoist couples, we can connect with each other. Jiang Lian waited for a long time before asking, Then why don't you know I'm in Kunlun? When she was affected by the plot, her mind was all about Xiaomiao. If she could be connected, Su Yeshuan should have discovered her existence in the first place. Our connection started from the first time you drank my blood. Now Jiang Lian understood that there were predetermined conditions. But why can't I feel what you were thinking? Su Yeshuan smiled even more happily. Because your mind is relatively simple. This was so weird. Jiang Lian felt like he was being understood. Holding the little girl's cheeks with both hands, he pressed his forehead against hers. A trace of purple light floated from his forehead towards Jiang Lian's forehead. With his mind clear, Jiang Lian suddenly felt the connection between himself and Su Yeshuan. Perceive it? Jiang Lian looked at Su Yeshuan, who had not moved his mouth at all in surprise. Can I feel your thoughts now? This is very convenient. In the future, you don't need to transmit the voice into the secret. You can just think about what you want to say to the other party. Very convenient. Yes, but it can be detected within a certain range. It cannot be detected if it is too far away. Jiang Lian is still used to saying it directly. It's not a secret anyway. How far is the distance? I feel that there must be limitations to this. Otherwise there would be no communication jade pendant. It's okay in Kunlun. This distance still surprised Jiang Lian. Can every Taoist couple be like this? This was not introduced before when searching for relevant information. Su Yeshuan shook his head. No. Only the red jade pendant is acceptable. Because he knew what the little girl was thinking. Su Yeshuan explained. There are not many people in this world who sign the red jade pendant. And those who know it will not tell them. So there is no record in the data. When Jiang Lian heard this, he immediately understood that this was a unique benefit of the red jade pendant. Right. But now I still can't sense your thoughts. From the beginning until now. Except for what Su Yeshuan said specifically. She had not sensed any of his thoughts. Cultivating immortals also cultivates the mind. If there are no emotional fluctuations, you cannot feel it. The little girl is relatively simple and has many thoughts. So he can always sense her thoughts. Touching Jiang Lian's hair. When your cultivation level improves, you will be able to block your thoughts. Then I won't even be able to know. It's quite interesting to listen to the little girl's thoughts every day. At least the days are not so boring. Because the other party was Su Yeshuan. Jiang Lian felt that he didn't seem to care. And he didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Signing a red jade pendant means putting your life completely in the other person's hands. It can even be said that sharing one life is almost the same. Thinking of this, Jiang Lian couldn't help but said noddly, I was only a few months old when we signed the contract for the jade pendant. Aren't you afraid that my husband would tie his life to a baby? Chapter 176. Is there a shortcut? I was afraid, but I accepted my fate. Then Su Yeshuan smiled and said, I didn't accept my fate later. His fate was doomed from the moment he was born. He could only be trapped in Kunlun and guard the sword tomb for the rest of his life. Taoist couples are also destined to be good. The two energies of immortality and demon collided with each other in his body. When he was exhausted physically and mentally, the recording stone with the little girl beside him all year round was his only comfort. Later, when the little girl appeared, his heart seemed to be at peace. As he got along with her, his feelings gradually changed. Jiang Lian's face turned red. But she still asked, What is it? You guess. This naughty little girl. The two of them walked up hand in hand. With every step Jiang Lian took, he felt that the spiritual energy around him was flowing faster. And his body became lighter and lighter. With every step he took, the mysterious feeling became stronger and stronger. Looking at the steps in front of me, I suddenly feel like I am blending with the sky. I can't see the horizon, but it makes people yearn for it. Su Yeshuan had been with her from the beginning. At this moment, a picture suddenly appeared in Jiang Lian's mind. The sky in the picture was filled with glow. She and Su Yeshuan walked up to a very magnificent high platform. The surrounding aura was rich. Colorful sparrows were flying. Rows of auspicious birds. And flowers at the bottom of the steps. It exuded bursts of fragrance. And she had never seen that noble and aura-filled appearance in this world. Jiang Lian looked at Su Yeshuan subconsciously, and was surprised to find that Su Yeshuan was tall at this time. The clothes on his body were no longer the ones he wore just now. The golden hair crown changed Su Yeshuan's whole temperament. Be even more sacred and inviolable. Although his face was still cold at this time, it was a little more solemn. The white-backed gold-patterned robe embroidered with ancient totems makes people look down at it for fear of insulting its sanctity. When they stood on the stage, Jiang Lian saw people flying in to congratulate them. With a panoramic view of thousands of worlds and a faint spiritual mist, Jiang Lian's mood suddenly felt different at this time. And she subconsciously looked at her robe. The style of clothing is surprisingly similar to that of Su Yeshuan. Couple outfit? All the creatures below saluted them. This scene was so shocking. Jiang Lian was stunned on the spot. Madam, let's go! Jiang Lian finally came back to her senses when Su Yeshuan's voice came. Looking at Su Yeshuan, who was still wearing the black jade crown with gold patterns on a black background, Jiang Lian didn't come back to her senses for a moment. Is that an illusion? But it feels very real. Seeing that she didn't respond, Su Yeshuan touched her head and said again, Go back? Yeah. Jiang Lian nodded stupidly. And then he felt a little calmer. Returned to Wanyan Peak. Jiang Lian didn't pay attention. He just thought that the scene was caused by the ladder to the sky. He didn't take it to heart and then put it behind him. After resting for a while, Jiang Lian took out the analysis and Brother Jiang Yan's antidote that the system had exchanged before. He couldn't help but think of what the system reminded him. The most important point in refining his Brother Jiang Yan's antidote was to become a 9th level alchemist. Now she needs to search for medicinal materials while improving her alchemy skills. She is now very proficient in the 6th level alchemy. She still has the entire process of refining the 8th level elixir from Master Zhang Butao in her memory, as well as the small stove that Master Gu Yu helped her with from time to time some time ago. Coupled with the fact that the spiritual consciousness is now different from ordinary people. It is only a matter of time to refine 7th level elixirs and 8th level elixirs. But now the 9th level is a hurdle. Master Gu Yu has been researching methods for so many years. Even the master of Shuazeng Peak has been obsessed with studying alchemy for many years. But still to no avail. At this moment, Jiang Lian suddenly felt that her brother's antidote was not that easy. But she must do it. Looking up at Su Yeshuan sitting beside him, Jiang Lian couldn't help but ask, Miss Sir, do you know the fastest way to become a 9th level alchemist? Su Yeshuan seemed to be omnipotent every time, and the trust in her whole body made her think of Su Yeshuan first. One of the ways to become a 9th level alchemy master is to study the 9th level elixir recipe. Another is to watch other people refining the 9th level elixir and get insights from it. And the other is to get inheritance. Currently reading a book, Su Yeshuan raised his head and looked at Jiang Lian. There are 9th level elixir recipes in the library, and Gu Yu and the 3rd elder probably also have them. You can take a look. In fact, with the constitution of the immortal demon body, watching the 9th level elixir refining master alchemy is the fastest way. Is there really no 9th level alchemy master in this world? She didn't need the other person's professor. As long as she could refine it once, her chances of refining the 9th level elixir would be even greater. The behavior of peeping is immoral. But in order to refine her brother's antidote as soon as possible, she will not hesitate to do anything. Moreover, some alchemists would not mind if they were just watching the alchemy being made. The Xiantian competition was a direct and open competition. It was not a taboo for all the alchemists to make alchemy publicly in the open air. Yes, but that person has been dormant all year round, and his end is probably not far away. There really is. Jiang Lian was a little surprised, but also a little regretful. As for inheritance, you might want to go to the Dan sect to have a look, but it's unlikely that outsiders will enter the Dan sect. As one of several sects, the Dan sect has extremely strict internal systems, and it is even more impossible for outsiders to enter the Dan sect and obtain the inheritance. In addition to inheritance, there are several enlightenment tablets in the alchemy sect. If you can look at them, you may gain something. The rest is the inheritance in a secret realm. There are thousands of secret realms in the world, but now the real 9th level alchemy, the inheritance of the art, has not yet appeared. Monument of Enlightenment? Miss Sir, you said before that you could have people disguise themselves as Jiang Shuyu and the others and return to the Jiang family. Do you think it would be possible to use the same method to enter Danzong to see those enlightenment monuments? I'm afraid this won't work. Compared with other family sects, Dan sect security is stricter. They have special methods to identify their disciples. There is no problem in entering and exiting the sect. However, entering the inheritance place and enlightenment monument is not feasible. The little girl has a special physique. When she realizes it, her identity will be impossible to hide. Then let me take a look at the 9th level elixir recipe in the library first. Maybe I can realize it directly without so much trouble. Su Yeshuan nodded, and began to search in his mind to see if there was anything suitable for a little girl in the secret realm he knew. Just when Su Yeshuan was thinking about something, Jiang Lian looked at the pill recipe on the table. Fortunately, she had most of the things in her space. But the Buddha rock in it was only available from the 10,000 Buddha sect, so it might not be easy to get it. In my mind, I couldn't help but think of Master Ufa who died after entering the Jiang family in Xucheng. And Master Yuzeng who lost his mind. He was filled with guilt because the Jiang family had missed them. Chapter 177. Stop by and have a look. Looking at the analysis of the master's prescription beside her, Jiang Lian was instantly petrified. She also wondered why there were so many medicinal materials that she had never seen or heard of. Even after searching so many ancient books, there was still no whereabouts. It turned out that they were all in the Devil World. This world is divided into the Xianling continent and the Netherworld continent. The Xianling continent is mainly about immortal cultivation, and the Netherworld continent is mainly about demon cultivation. The demon world is in the Netherworld continent. It actually requires so many materials that are only available in the demon world. When I think about it, it seems that the place where the master was injured was the result of a conspiracy on the battlefield between immortals and demons. Is it possible that master's injury is related to the demon world? Jiang Lian sighed. She had a certain reason to go to the demon world. But with her current cultivation level, it would definitely not be possible to enter the demon world. She probably burnt before she even found everything. Besides, if Su Yeshuan really goes deep into the demonic land, will Su Yeshuan agree? Subconsciously looking at Su Yeshuan, it was obvious that her cultivation was not enough to block the thoughts in her heart. Su Yeshuan said disapprovingly, "Give me the prescription, and I'll let someone find it. This silly girl shouldn't run to the land of demons by herself." Right? Thinking of this possibility, Su Yeshuan said with a straight face, "You are not allowed to go to the Netherworld alone. That place is not suitable for you." Afraid that the little girl would think he was too powerful, she explained, "Once the immortal and demonic physique absorbs the demonic energy, it is easy to transform into a demonic body. So don't you know?" Jiang Lian looked at Su Yeshuan fiercely. "Is it true that with the devil's energy, I can't return to Xianling continent?" In Xianling continent, anyone found to possess demonic energy will be destroyed, let alone humans who may cause disasters. There are many people in this world who have been burdened by demonic energy and disappeared from the world. Jiang Lian felt a chill in his heart. Wouldn't it be impossible for the demon clan to steal the body of the former demon king in the forbidden area? Yes! There is a barrier to isolate the demonic energy in the Tontian Sea. People from the Xianling Road cannot pass through, and people from the Netherworld continent cannot enter. The only path is to the battlefield of immortals and demons. But there are people guarding their day and night. Once one is infected with demonic energy, it will be impossible to enter Xianling continent again. Then how can Xianggong find the things on the elixir prescription? Jiang Lian was so confused that he temporarily forgot that it was okay for ordinary monks to enter the Netherworld. As long as they could come back safely, it would be fine. She and Su Yeshuan were mainly afraid that the demonic energy would affect their physiques and directly transform into demonic bodies. There are connections in Jubao Pavilion, so it's quite reliable to let their people search for it. Jiang Lian was a little surprised at the vast magical power of Jubao Pavilion. He originally thought that it was very powerful to open it all over the Xianling continent, but he didn't expect that it was also related to the Netherworld continent. Is there a treasure-gathering pavilion in Netherworld continent? Su Yeshuan nodded. So Jubao Pavilion is between the immortals and demons. As long as it doesn't violate the bottom line, no one will mind. Very awesome. I just hope that the Jubao Pavilion can find those things as soon as possible, and her alchemy skills must be improved as soon as possible. Otherwise, if she finds all the things but she cannot refine them, it will be bad. Looking at the other pill recipe, Su Yeshuan asked, "Do they need to search for these together?" Jiang Lian shook her head hurriedly. "The only thing missing is the Buddha rock inside." As he spoke, Jiang Lian looked at Su Yeshuan subconsciously. "Won't my husband ask me what this elixir is used for?" Maybe he was hiding something in his heart. Otherwise it could be considered as being used for practicing alchemy. After all, high-level elixirs require special materials. "Do you want to say it?" "It doesn't matter if you don't want to." He won't mind it. The little girl also needs her own space. Although he also has a deep desire for control. He knows how to adjust. He understands what should not be overdone, and what needs his timely action. And Jiang Lian didn't mind that Su Yeshuan knew about it. The system had said that its existence couldn't be known to others. So except for system matters, she didn't mind about Su Yeshuan knowing about other things. "System, since Su Yeshuan can sense my thoughts, wouldn't he know about my conversation with you?" If he could, then they agreed not to let Su Yeshuan know its existence. Wouldn't it be impossible to hide it? It shouldn't be her fault. Right? But Su Yeshuan didn't seem to know. Does she need to avoid Su Yeshuan when talking to the system in the future? If she really had to avoid him like this, Jiang Lian felt that she would feel guilty towards Su Yeshuan, always feeling that she had done something to feel sorry for him. Don't worry, host. Even if you talk to me in front of him right now, Su Yeshuan won't know about it. Fortunately, the connection between the host and Su Yeshuan's Taoist companions will change in the future as his cultivation level increases. Otherwise, from now on its existence cannot be concealed. It is still unknown when Tian Weishan will be able to settle down. After hearing the system's explanation, Jiang Lian seemed to feel more at ease. But she still subconsciously looked at Su Yeshuan. Seeing that he was waiting for her answer, she quickly said, "This is my brother's prescription to restore his memory." Su Yeshuan was relatively surprised, but he didn't ask any more questions. From the beginning, the little girl gave him the feeling that she had a secret. He had checked her body and found nothing that could threaten his own safety. So he didn't care. He didn't mind the little girl hiding it from him. "Are you going to Xieling sect this time?" "Yeah." Jiang Lian nodded. He was probably going to leave in the next 2 days. He didn't know how long it would take before he would come back after leaving this time. And the feeling of parting that was hard to say suddenly came back to his heart. Even though he had already gone out once, he couldn't bear to leave Su Yeshuan even more. "Then when you come back, you can stop by the 10,000 Buddha's gate. You might get something unexpected." In this case, the time to go out would be extended. But thinking that his brother was still waiting at Zhang's house in Luojing, Jiang Lian still said, "Okay." Su Yeshuan touched the little girl's hair in a funny way. "Although she has a fairy and demon body, she still needs experience. Protect yourself." No matter how much reluctance there is, the separation is still necessary. He is more or less reassured by the little girl's current cultivation and abilities. Because Jiang Lian is now very proficient in refining 6th level elixirs, she will try to refining 7th level elixirs. She has to admire the difference between the immortal and demon body, and how quickly she can learn everything. If it were anyone else, she might not be able to reach a state in her lifetime. But she actually learned it quickly in such a short period of time, relying on her insights and daily study. What a magical configuration this is. In 2 days, Su Yeshuan once again stuffed her with a lot of things. Not to mention defensive things. And there was a lot of food, including a bunch of beautiful clothes and jewelry. Anyway, Jiang Lian's heart was filled to the brim. And Su Yeshuan had helped her think about every detail in her life, and even made preparations for it. "The tokens from Jubao Pavilion can be used anywhere, and you can go find them when you encounter trouble. But remember to inform me as soon as possible." "Okay." The Jade Pendant of Fate can be used no matter what the situation is. Chapter 178. The second senior sister must be happy. Under Su Yeshuan's instructions, Jiang Lian followed his senior sister Yin 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 on the Kunlun spaceship to Xieling sect. There were 50 or 60 people who went together this time, all of whom were representative disciples sent by the major peaks. In addition to escorting Xia Miao to the Xieling sect, they held a marriage ceremony, and they also had the intention of getting married. This time, the leader of Kunlun, Gu Huahai, and several other elders also went together, which shows that Kunlun attaches great importance to this marriage. When they saw Jiang Lian, Xia Miao, and others felt as depressed as if they had eaten flies. Xia Miao could only designate a few wedding companions, and the rest were arranged by the sect. At first, they did not expect that this perennial enemy would also go with them. Facing the changeable expressions of Xia Miao and others, Jiang Lian greeted with a smile. "Congratulations, second senior sister. I wish you a happy marriage forever." I originally wanted to say that 100 years would be a good match. But for a cultivator, 100 years really passes by in a blink of an eye. Fortunately, the words were not spoken quickly, and the brakes were hurriedly applied. They didn't do anything to them. So Xia Miao tried her best to suppress the discomfort in her heart and said with a smile, "Thank you, junior sister Jiang." To say who Xia Miao was most afraid of in Kunlun, it was Jiang Lian. After so many years of smooth sailing, Jiang Lian suddenly appeared again and was always compared. I think that at the beginning of the year, the sect compared their 2 purple spiritual veins, until Jiang Lian had problems with his cultivation, and he just stayed drawing qi into his body for so many years. "Junior sister Jiang is here too. Our second senior sister must be very happy." Gao Lingshuang came in style, looking elegant and noble, showing off the style of a noble lady. Good guy. Most of the people invited to Xia Miao's wedding ceremony were sworn enemies or people with bad intentions, but not many were really friendly to her. Wouldn't this wedding be too frustrating? Wang Qian on the side looked at Gao Ling Shuang with a cold face. Her meaning was very clear. If she wants to cause trouble, be careful to kill you. Xiao Shengsheng followed Xia Miao silently, without saying a word. If she had exploded before, she would have started a direct confrontation. The kind that would make you doubt your life. The bright and confident beauty has now become an ordinary and quiet woman who dare not speak casually. She was still wearing the same aqua blue uniform. But Xiao Shengsheng felt completely different. Jiang Lian looked at Xiao Shengsheng today and felt that she was very distorted. She looked better when she was bright and confident, even though Xiao Shengsheng looked domineering and bad. Jiang Lian smiled and said, "Senior sister Gao is here, and second senior sister will also be happy." Yin 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 nodded to everyone and left with his junior sister. It was a battlefield without smoke. "Senior sister, why do the peaks have to choose the people who will watch the wedding ceremony? Didn't Xia Miao decide it herself?" She made the decision on her own wedding. This time, Xia Miao made people feel like she was at the mercy of others. And the plot has always been with a specific constitution that invites trouble. Several supporting characters will come out and jump around if something good happens. Think about it. Although Xia Miao has many benefits under the influence of the plot, this matter is also quite sad. But what does it have to do with her? Anyway, she is only responsible for watching the show and taking pleasure in the misfortune. Xia Miao's marriage ceremony this time is regarded as a marriage between two major sections. The superiors attach great importance to it and order all the major peaks to send promising disciples to get married. This is also to take care of my face. Kunlun. Those who give weddings are crooked melons and cracked dates. In the past, they would be laughed at. In addition to Kunlun and Xianling sect, there will also be people from other sects and immortal cultivating families who will come to watch and congratulate this wedding ceremony. So the appearance must be taken into account. Jiang Lian understood instantly. He didn't know that Xia Miao and Su Heng would become Taoist couples so soon this time. In the original book, the marriage ceremony was only held later, when it was a matter of course. He also didn't know whether the two weddings would be the same, or what color they would sign. Where is the jade pendant? Xianling sect is still quite far away from Kunlun. And it takes about half a month. Although the system says that she has completely broken away from the constraints of the original plot, it is better for her to go out less often. After all, the heroines are all prone to trouble. If you don't provoke the other party may provoke you. Sitting in the room, Jiang Lian planted spiritual plants in space every day to improve the level of his spiritual consciousness. The rest of the time was spent practicing talisman formations and elixirs. She had burned the 9th level elixir prescriptions in Wang Yanfeng's library. Every time she looked at them, she must have turned on the protective array to prevent anyone from using her spiritual sense to detect them. Su Yeshuan was the only one who was willing to let her engrave such an important thing. You must know that 9th level elixir recipes are very rare in this world. Therefore, with Wang Yanfeng's elixir recipe in hand, she didn't look for two of her own. Master took it. Now she can refine the 7th level elixirs as she pleases, leaving only the 8th level elixirs. The 8th level elixirs are the most difficult. But because she had watched the whole process of Master Zhang Buitao's enlightenment, and because she had concerns Jiang Lian already had a certain idea in mind due to Master Yu's explanation. After resting for 2 days, Jiang Lian opened the protective array and took out the ingredients for the 8th level elixir that had been prepared. Because there is a planting function in the space. And Su Yeshuan ordered people to find various seeds for her when he learned that she was collecting seeds. Now she does not lack spiritual plants when refining alchemy. And Su Yeshuan has more other things. It was because she prepared a lot of things that were needed every time that she didn't need them. So she even had a lot of materials for 8th level elixirs. If outsiders knew about it, they would definitely be envious. After all, when others refine high-level elixirs, it is very difficult to gather all the ingredients for the elixirs. And sometimes it takes a long time. Just like her brother Jiang Yan's antidote this time. You must go to the 10,000 Buddha's gate to find it. When thinking of his brother, Jiang Lian couldn't help but look into the distance. He heard that someone from Luojing's Jiang family would also attend the ceremony this time. And his brother didn't know if he would be there. Jiang Shuyu and others died. But Su Yeshuan sent someone to pretend to be them and return to the Luojing Jiang family. Therefore, apart from the failure of the mission, there was not much turmoil in the Luojing Jiang family. Calmly, Jiang Lian summoned the golden year alchemy furnace. The petite golden pink alchemy furnace exuded a scorching light in the sun. And the ancient patterns on his body were even more awe-inspiring. The strange fire moves according to the heart, surging in the alchemy furnace. Divine consciousness wraps the medicinal materials, decomposes in the alchemy furnace, and finally turns into a liquid, which is constantly changing in every refining step of Jianlian. When the elixir condensed into a ball and was about to shrink, Jianlian's eyes narrowed, and he watched the changes in the elixir furnace attentively. The power of the elixir slowly gathered, and with a buzz sound, the originally rounded elixir suddenly exploded. The surroundings were trembling, but fortunately a special array was turned on, and it did not have any impact on the outside world. The surrounding air was instantly filled with smoke from the explosion of the pill. Jianlian was dumbfounded, and his vision was already a little blurred. Chapter 179 Unhappy. Master, please let me out. I can solve these problems. The little white tiger's voice sounded at this time. Although Jianlian was confused, he still let the little white tiger out. I saw the little white tiger open its mouth and inhale, and the remaining medicinal pill mist around it was directly sucked in. Gradually, the surrounding mist became less and less, and in the end, the air even became fresher. Jianlian looked at the burping little white tiger and asked nervously, "Do you feel uncomfortable? You must know that these are all unfinished residual pills. If it weren't for the formation, it would probably have blown up everything around it." The 8th level residual medicine Danwu is no joke. The little white tiger burped and looked at Jianlian with some embarrassment. "Master, I'm not feeling uncomfortable." Looking at the silly look of the little white tiger, Jianlian couldn't help but smile. The little white tiger also laughed with this smile, and it looked even cuter. Jianlian couldn't help but rub its big head. "Master, don't worry. These will not have any impact on me, but will be of great help to my cultivation." Following Xiao Baihu's explanation, Jianlian realized that although it was the residual medicinal pill mist, the medicinal effect and spiritual power in it still existed. The 8th level elixir refined this time is helpful for cultivation, so it has a greater effect on the little white tiger. Are there different types of elixirs? If that's the case, can she practice more elixirs to help her cultivation in the future, so that even if the elixirs explode, she won't have to worry about wasting them? "Master, regardless, any elixir will do." Jianlian was a little surprised. Originally, she was thinking of modern pet food. Could she also refine the little white tiger's food into elixirs, so that it could eat it directly if it got hungry when going out, and it could also improve its cultivation? But later I rejected this idea. She herself has the big appeal, but doesn't like to eat it. It's better to eat food. And besides, it's only 3 parts of the medicine and poison, unless it's all the best pills. With her current level of cultivation, it is impossible to control the level of high-level elixirs as she pleases. As long as it doesn't affect you. Do you want to eat other delicious food? She prepared a lot of food for the little white tiger when she went out this time. "No, Master, I'm a little sleepy. Let's go back to the pet space and rest first. This residual medicine pill mist has a lot of energy. I need time to consume it." Although it is a residual elixir, the medicinal power has been refined, so the energy in it is not small. After the little white tiger returned to the pet space, Jianlian put away the alchemy furnace and sat in a daze on his seat. What went wrong? Jianlian tried hard to recall the process of his refining, and compared it with the time when his master refined it. Slowly, Jianlian entered a mysterious state. There was a knock on the door suddenly, and Jianlian was affected by this, and instantly retreated from that state. He frowned and looked at the door. His consciousness looked through the door, and found Gao Lingshuang and others. Judging from the conflict between Gao Lingshuang and Xiao Miao and her expression during this period, experience told her that this person had evil intentions. Seeing that the followers who were with Gao Lingshuang were getting impatient, she knew that the other party was going to change the relationship between them. Status is not placed on equal footing. "Junior sister Jiang is here." "Right. Can I come in?" Jianlian's current cultivation level and spiritual consciousness are absolutely incomprehensible to Gao Lingshuang, who is the perfect golden elixir. Obviously, this person will not give up until he sees her. After putting away the formation disc, Jianlian waved his hand, and the door opened. Apparently seeing Jianlian sitting there leisurely, Gao Lingshuang's attendant muttered dissatisfiedly, but a look from Gao Lingshuang made the attendant stop talking, obediently closed the door, and stood behind. "Senior sister Gao, what are you doing?" From the beginning, everything Gao Lingshuang and her followers did was on the line of her distaste, which made her very unhappy. Therefore, the tone of speaking is not very good. "Junior sister Jiang, I don't want to talk nonsense. You and I are from the same sect, and we had no grievances in the past. Now! Second senior sister is so domineering in the sect that she even bullies you and me. I want to cooperate with junior sister Jiang. What do you think? Jiang Lian sneered in her heart. This was a high-sounding statement. Xiao Miao was actually doing well in the sect. But the original work was evil, and there were many who disagreed with her. In the end, they were all severely slapped in the face. In all, she didn't have any big grudges against the original heroine. But she was jealous in the past. She felt that with the same purple spiritual vein. Why couldn't she achieve even a little bit of cultivation? Yet the second senior sister became the focus of the sect, the object of everyone's pursuit. Later, Xiao Miao also started to fight back, because she had done too much. Of course, Xiao Miao and his party were not so kind. But she didn't have the time to trouble them now. Not at all. Jiang Lian refused directly. Xiao Miao and his party had bad intentions later. But they didn't do anything now. And Gao Lingshuang was not a good bird. Anyway, now she doesn't have the leisure to care about other people's affairs. The most important thing for her is to upgrade to the 9th level alchemist as soon as possible. Rescue her brother. Refine the master's antidote as soon as possible. And rescue her clan members. Junior sister just let go of such a good opportunity? Are you not afraid of being bullied to death by second senior sister and her group again in the future? Seeing Gao Lingshuang's vow, Jiang Lian became a little impatient. Xiao Miao doesn't dare. And I don't have the leisure. Senior sister Gao should please come back. At this time, the follower couldn't stand it anymore and looked at Jiang Lian with disdain. Junior sister Jiang, if you miss this village, you won't have such a good opportunity. The strength of my Gao family is obvious to all, and we are here to help you. That angry yet condescending expression made it clear that Jiang Lian couldn't tell the difference between good and evil. Jiang Lian laughed angrily when she thought of being interrupted. If she had not been interrupted, she would have taken a step further to become an 8th level alchemist. Now she has to take her time again, and the time to save her brother may be delayed. I feel very unhappy. Is the Gao family very powerful? There was indifference in the voice. No matter how powerful the Gao family was, they still had to rely on Kunlun from time to time. When it came to being powerful, no one was as powerful as her Su Yeshuan. You're a clown. You're embarrassing yourself here, and you don't even know it. The follower was also angered by Jiang Lian's attitude, and looked at Jiang Lian with even more contempt. The power of the Gao family is not something that a poor and humble person like you with unknown origins can understand. With a snap, Gao Lingshuang's follower was slapped against the wall by Jiang Lian. Family affairs are the most important thing in her heart. Even if she mentions them with disdain, she cannot tolerate them, let alone others belittling them. Gao Lingshuang actually looked very bad, and was about to get angry, but found that she and the little follower were both pushed out of the door by Jiang Lian's spiritual power and fell directly to the ground. That coercion instantly made them realize whether they had offended someone they shouldn't. There was a panic in my heart, but I thought that there was no family power behind Jiang Lian, and I felt relieved in an instant, and walked away with my followers. Chapter 180, Unhappy. Jiang Lian was still sitting in the chair, not very happy, and the sky was thundering, being disturbed by Gao Lingshuang, who was about to enter sedation. I felt particularly unhappy at this time, looking at the alchemy furnace in front of him. Jiang Lian suddenly had no intention to continue refining. After tidying up, Jiang Lian decided to enter the space to sort out the spiritual plants first. Entering the space again, it was much more prosperous than at the beginning, and different medicinal fields were divided into pieces. There was a gentle breeze, and fish and shrimps swam by on the river. Looking at everything around me makes me feel relaxed and happy. There is a slight medicinal fragrance in the air, and my mind becomes calmer under the washing of spiritual energy. Jiang Lian stood by the river in a daze. These were the ones she and Su Yeshuan had caught at the bottom of Wu Sea. Unexpectedly, they grew better after entering here. She almost wanted to eat them. As his mind moved, the fishing net in the space appeared directly in Jiang Lian's hands. After thinking about it, although my eyes and mouth were greedy, I was not in a hurry to eat. The fishing net in my hand instantly turned into a fishing rod. After putting on the bait, the same type of recliner that Su Yeshuan had specially made for her suddenly appeared behind her, lying leisurely on the chair. Jiang Lian fished at his hand while reading a book, and he instantly relaxed. She wasn't that unhappy after being disturbed by Gao Lingshuang. She didn't want to be angry with someone who didn't matter. It wouldn't be worth it to make herself angry to death. Time passed slowly like this. The fish on the hook ran away again after being hooked, and ran away again after being hooked again. However, The fisherman had no time to care, and was fascinated by the book, because he had already planned to enter the space to change his mood. Jiang Lian's body was lying on the bed at this time, as if he was asleep. The room was very comfortable, but the world outside seemed to have changed. There were constant conflicts between Gao Lingshuang and second senior sister and others. However, because of the presence of the leader, Gao Lingshuang and others did not dare to go too far. But they could not bear the tone. Every day, I look for Xiao Shengsheng, the softest persimmon today. Xiao Shengsheng looked at Gao Lingshuang with hatred. Look at whatever you're looking at. And if you look again, I'll pluck out your eyeballs. Although Gao Lingshuang didn't look as domineering as Xiao Shengsheng on the surface, she couldn't help but have domineering and bullying followers around her. Huh! It's up to you. Xiao Shengsheng looked at Gao Lingshuang's follower with contempt. His appearance was still as charming as before, and even slightly more sinister. The follower couldn't help but tremble in his heart. But he quickly calmed down. The Xiao family has disappeared. Why? Do you still think you are the eldest daughter of the Xiao family? Yes. The Xiao family has been besieged by the outside world recently for unknown reasons, and enemies have appeared all of a sudden. The Xiao family, one of the 8 great families in the past, was now being hunted down by their enemies until they were reduced to nothing more than an empty SHL, and they withdrew from one of the 8 great families. In the eyes of the little follower, there are so many enemies of the Xiao family who are eyeing them, and there is no concept that a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. In her eyes, the current Xiao family is inferior to her status as a member of the Gao family. What's more, her best friend is still the most popular daughter of the direct line of the Gao family. Xiao Shengsheng is like a piece of shit, and she still wants to talk shamelessly here. Xiao Shengsheng's face was full of gloom. When had she, Miss Xiao, been treated like this? It all started because of Jiang Lian, and Xiao Shengsheng's hatred for Jiang Lian became even stronger at this time. But she didn't dare to do anything. She couldn't help but think of everything in the discipline hall. Those days when she was severely punished and warned for offending Jiang Lian made her feel afraid. His face instantly became extremely pale. When Gao Lingshuang's followers saw Xiao Shengsheng acting like this, they thought she was afraid, and couldn't help but become even more arrogant, looking at each other like a winner. I never thought that Xiao Shengsheng would become like this one day. I sighed in my heart, feeling bored and left with my followers. Wang Qian came out and happened to see Gao Lingshuang and Xiao Shengsheng leaving, as well as Xiao Shengsheng, who was pale. Those people bullied you again, didn't they? Wang Qian, who always had a cold appearance, looked at Gao Lingshuang leaving with a sinister look in her eyes. Don't worry. They will make it easier. Xiao Shengsheng stood there. Her face was still pale, but Wang Qian looked at her with that look, and understood at this moment that Xiao Shengsheng had not remained silent because of this, and no one could bully her. Okay. Let me know when you need it. My sisters, don't be so polite as to be polite to me. Won't. Xiao Shengsheng smiled brightly, and her face instantly gained color. Xianling's sect arrived soon, and Jiang Lian did not even leave the door, adhering to the principle of not wanting to cause more trouble. I don't know if she is really out of the troubles in the original work, or if everything is really calm. Little did they know that it was because the leader was there. Xiao Miao's big backer was there, and the people present were all disciples of Kunlun, so they didn't dare to act too wantonly. If anything, they did it secretly. But it was just a small fight. The styles of Xianling sect and Kunlun are completely different. Kunlun has 5 major peaks, and the entire sect is built on the peaks, while Xianling sect has 7 courtyards. Once you enter the protective formation, the entire Xianling sect is like it's in the plains. The styles are different, but they also show the grand style. As soon as Kunlun's wedding party arrived, they were arranged in the guest courtyard, which was a very high-end courtyard. Overall, it was enough to show that Xianling sect attached great importance to Kunlun's trip. There was no separate room this time. The one who simply shared a room with Jiang Lian was his senior sister Yin Yin Yin. In a strange place, it is good to have a familiar person around you, in order to avoid any delays on the way. Kunlun and others came here in advance. It would be some time before the wedding ceremony would be held. Other sects watching the ceremony also arrived one after another. Jiang Lian, who had been staying in the guest house a few days ago, was a little confused. From time to time, he asked the disciples in charge here to see which sects and families were coming. Yin 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 was a little curious as to why the junior sister, who had never been very curious about the outside world, was so uneasy and restless now. Is something wrong? Yin 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 couldn't help but ask. The junior sister had never been like this before. Something must be wrong if something went wrong. She couldn't help but feel a little worried at this time. Senior sister. It's okay. But then he looked at his senior sister's concerned eyes. Jiang Lian was not prepared to hide anything from her. He paused and didn't know how to start. Finally, he just said, Senior sister, I may have found my relatives. When she first went up the mountain, her master said that she was lost and could not find her relatives. Seeing that she was good enough, he took her up the mountain and took her as his disciple. The first two apprentices were in the same situation, and no one from the outside world doubted them. He even lamented how Yin Chengzi always met such a poor person with such excellent bones. Sizu Luyun did not come this time. Yun Chongfeng was led by Yan Yanyan. Looking at the junior sister, Yan Yanyan was full of concern. Chapter 181 Goodbye Su Ranran. Has it been confirmed? Although he was happy that the little junior sister could find the news about her family, she was also worried that the little junior sister would be deceived by someone who was inexperienced in the world. Yeah, but he doesn't remember. I might not be able to recognize him right away. Facing his senior sister's confused eyes, Jiang Lian explained. He was given amnesia medicine and forgot that his family existed. Now Yan Yanyan was shocked. Who could be so cruel? Jiang Lian smiled but did not say anything. Senior sister, I remember that I asked you before whether colorful Linglong Bridge helped you recall everything. Did something appear that you didn't know about? Yan Yanyan understood what the junior sister said. Jiang Lian nodded. Well, some memories from childhood appeared. And then I determined the identity of that person. Knowing that the junior sister was not deceived, Yan Yanyan said with a smile. This is a good thing. Even if he doesn't remember, we can still let him slowly recall it and tell the senior sister which sect he is from. I will accompany you to find it. During this time, the junior sister kept asking which people from the sects and families were coming. And Yan Yanyan understood that that person must be one of the guests attending this time. It's not the sect. It's Jiang Yan from the Jiang family. He is my brother. I'm not sure whether he will come this time. Jiang Yan still has some impressions of Yan Yanyan, and his extraordinary temperament cannot be ignored. When she was in the secret realm, she thought about what kind of good temper she could tolerate being treated like Jiang Shuxian. However, from what Jiang Shuxian yelled at Jiang Yan, Yan Yanyan realized that Jiang Yan was a member of the Jiang family, or a low-status side branch, who came to seek refuge. Considering the virtues of those in the Jiang family, and the fact that the Jiang family pretended to be the elder brother's fiancé some time ago, Yan Yanyan couldn't help but think about all the tragic situations that would happen if the younger junior sister recognized her relatives. The expression on his face was indescribable. Looking at Jiang Lian, Yan Yanyan couldn't help but ask, So, junior sister is also a member of the Luojing Jiang family? If this was the case, she didn't really want her junior sister to recognize her as her ancestor and return to the clan. Her brother could, but she didn't really want her to return to this family. If the junior sister really goes back, she won't be bullied to death by Jiang Shuxian and the others. What's more, Jiang Lian once defeated Jiang Shuxian in the secret realm, and even ruined the Jiang family's plan in Kunlun. After two enemies, it would be strange if he could be better off if he entered the Jiang family. Facing the worried expression of his senior sister, Jiang Lian was a little surprised as to why the senior sister looked like this. No, neither does my brother. He was caused to lose his memory by those people, and then was left in Luojing's Jiang family to treat him inappropriately. It's just that his brother's qualifications are good. The clan and his former loyal servants secretly protected each other so that he could grow up safely. It's a pity that those loyal servants are dead. This is the information that Su Yeshuan helped investigate before. Don't worry if you are not from the Jiang family in Luojing. Yan Yanyan touched the little junior sister's head, just like she did when she was a child, and comforted her. Junior sister, don't worry. If he doesn't come this time, senior sister will accompany you to Luojing to look for him. Okay. Jiang Lian did not say that Su Yeshuan told her that his people entered the Jiang family disguised as Jiang Shuxian. Jiang Yan will definitely come to watch the ceremony this time. Jiang Shu still has a certain say in the Jiang family. Those people now the disguise was very successful. So bringing along a Jiang Yan was no problem. A few days later, no one from the Jiang family was waiting, but a group of people from the Su family were waiting. Aunt 7. We have arrived at Xianling sect. Are you here? As soon as Su Ranran arrived at Xianling sect, she excitedly sent the communication jade token to Jiang Lian. Aunt 7's temperament suited her very well. Although they are elders, it definitely does not affect them from becoming best friends. The last time the matter with the Su family was limited to 3 months. They all understood that Su Lao's plan was to hold Su Heng's engagement ceremony before holding his daughter Su Lingyao's engagement ceremony. And the wedding ceremony was also scheduled to be after Su Heng's wedding ceremony. I didn't expect that after the engagement banquet. The people of the Su family disagreed, or even had nothing to do with it. The farce in the Su family continues, which can be described as wonderful. Although Su Ranran had already told her seventh aunt Jiang Lian about the follow-up of the matter in the communication jade pendant, Su Ranran still wanted to show her Su Lingyao's angry face. No matter how she looked at it, it was fun. Well, I'm at Xieling sect. I'll come and look for you after you have rested. Because there were so many people talking this time, Jiang Lian still agreed with the Su family to conceal her identity and just call her by her name. Good. From Su Ranran's words, Jiang Lian learned that Luo Jing's family had come over. When Jiang Lian learned the news, he hurriedly ran out, grabbed a Xieling sect disciple, and asked, "Which families from Luo Jing have already come over?" The disciple of the Xieling sect was responsible for entertaining the guests here. Fortunately, Jiang Lian had caught him and asked her many times recently. He smiled as usual and told her which family members had come over. After learning that everyone from the Jiang family was here, Jiang Lian hurriedly asked, "Which guest house are you in?" At this moment, Yan, who noticed something was wrong with his junior sister, hurriedly followed her. Knowing that it was someone from the Jiang family who came over, she felt relieved. The Xiening sect disciple was responsible for the reception of the guests and could not lead directly. He called a handyman disciple and said he could take them there. After his senior sister came over, Jiang Lian realized that he had just lost his composure. After smiling and thanking him, he walked towards the location of the Jiang family under the leadership of the Xiening sect handyman disciple. It was also a coincidence that the Luojing Jiang family's residence was next door to the Su family. Jiang Lian's arrival happened to be seen by Su Ranran, who came out. She ran over happily and hugged Jiang Lian. Yan, we finally meet. I miss you so much. Yan looked at Su Ranran with a confused expression. Ran, don't overdo it. Su Fengying, the third wife of the Su family, looked at Su Ranran with a funny look. Although her mouth was serious, her eyes were doting. Fellow Taoist Yan, you are well. Yan also nodded towards Su Fengying. Su Ranran had let go of Jiang Lian at this time, and the two of them looked curiously at Yan and then at Su Fengying. Su Fengying smiled and said, "The process of how we two met is a long story. I didn't expect that fellow Taoist Yin Xiao was Yan's senior sister. We met very late." Regarding the third sister-in-law's words, Jiang Lian instantly understood that she knew about their relationship. Although Su Ranran was standing aside calmly, her curiosity remained undiminished. Jiang Lian introduced with a smile. "This is my senior sister, and this is Su Ranran, my new friend, Mrs. Su San and senior sister. You are all old acquaintances, so I don't need to introduce you further." Su Ranran suddenly realized that the two got to know each other. Su Ranran originally wanted to take Jiang Lian to chat with each other about recent experiences, but she felt that she had something on her mind. So she stopped pestering her and just stood aside silently. Chapter 182. Can I also call you brother? The people from the Luo Jing Jiang family who came to Xieling sect this time turned out to be the same people who went to Kunlun before, plus a few more. Jiang Lian was really surprised at the importance of these people in the Luo Jing Jiang family. She got the news from Su Yeshuan that this time the Luo Jing Jiang family was planning to let Jiang Shuyu take the opportunity to find a true disciple in the Xieling sect, or something like that. Kunlun is impossible, but Xieling sect has a faint tendency to surpass Kunlun in recent years, and the marriage will definitely not be much worse. Jiang Lian almost laughed to death when he got the news. Is the Luo Jing Jiang family preparing to bring nepotism to the end? Standing at the entrance of the courtyard, Jiang Lian suddenly didn't dare to go in. She knew that her brother Jiang Yin could not remember the Jiang family and could not recognize her at all. She could only imagine what would happen if she rashly stepped forward. "Why don't you go in?" Yan looked strangely at the little junior sister who stood there for a long time without moving. She had been excitedly asking when the person would arrive, but now she was timid in front of her. Jiang Lian smiled, took a deep breath, and walked towards the courtyard door. As soon as they entered, the elders of the Jiang family who followed this time could sense it. The third elder and the fifth elder of the Jiang family looked at each other, and the fifth elder got up and walked out. When he saw Jiang Lian, the fifth elder couldn't help but tremble in his heart. He recalled the scene where he killed those people from Luo Jing's Jiang family. This person was also a ruthless person, and she was also the wife of the Lord. so she couldn't be messed with. Fortunately, he was pretending to be the fifth elder of the Luo Jingjiang family. This man looked a bit serious but not rigid. It turns out to be little friend Jiang. You're fine. Faced with the friendly attitude of the fifth elder of the Jiang family in Luojing, Yin and others were a little surprised. They once wondered whether the fifth elder had been kicked in the head by a spiritual beast. Otherwise, there seemed to be something wrong with his attitude. Just Jiang Lian's plan to destroy the Luojing Jiang family on Kunlun Mountain shouldn't be like this. It would be nice if I didn't have the urge to tear my junior sister apart when we met. Ha ha! You're welcome. I'm here to see Jiang Yan. I wonder if he's here. Jiang Lian had known for a long time that this fifth elder was disguised by someone sent by Su Yeshuan. Even the powerful fifth elder of the Jiang family in Luojing could disguise himself without being recognized by others. This was a bit exaggerated. She was a little curious about how it was done. The fifth elder ordered the people below to call Jiang Yan over. At first, I didn't know what the reason was for asking Jiang Yan to follow him. After all, it was usually not Jiang Yan's turn to attend a ceremony. The marriage ceremonies in sects and big families are generally different. I don't know when, but when the final ceremony is held, they will receive blessings from heaven. Of course, the higher the level of the jade pendant, the more blessings they will receive. Those who watch the ceremony will also get some benefits. I heard that the jade pendant that Xia Miao and Su Hung are going to tie this time is cyan. After everyone knew about it, they became accustomed to it. The green jade pendant was the most common in their circle, and the red jade pendant was not something most people dared to form a contract with easily. Jiang Yan came out soon, with a cold appearance and alienation from outsiders. But his behavior was measured. If this had not happened to him back then, my brother Jiang Yan would have been a gentle person who treated others impeccably. The special treatment given by Luo Jing's Jiang family made him become as cold as he is now. Jiang Lian couldn't help but picture the smile on the little boy's face when he turned around after practicing his swordsmanship that day, looking at her with even more joy. Damn the Luojing Jiang family. Wait for her. Jiang Yan bowed to the fifth elder and said, I wonder why the fifth elder called the boy over. No flattery. Still cold. The Jiang family attendant standing aside couldn't help but show contempt. He deserved to be treated inappropriately. With such a temperament that was neither humble nor arrogant and didn't know how to please, he also deserved to be bullied. This little friend Jiang has something to do with you. Just let her be. Jiang Yan looked at Jiang Lian, a little surprised. He had seen this person before. Subconsciously, he looked at the location of Jiang Shuxian and others' room, but without raising any objection. He bowed and said, Yes. The fifth elder nodded towards Jiang Lian, turned around and left. The third elder looked at the fifth elder strangely. When did you become so kind? You must know that the fifth elder was very hard-hearted before, and he would not meddle in such nosy matters. But as long as he took over the business, it would be profitable. Oh, this little friend Jiang is extraordinary. When he was pretending to be the fifth elder, he had a very thorough understanding of his temperament and thinking patterns. Even in front of the third elder, who was similar to him in cultivation, he had no flaws. Obviously, the third elder didn't think too much, thinking that the fifth elder was planning something again this time. So he didn't say anything else. After the fifth elder left, Jiang Yan gave a pure salute to Jiang Lian. I don't know what's going on. Regarding Jiang Yan's alienation, Jiang Lian felt somewhat uncomfortable. Do you still remember me? Remember. Jiang Lian was a little excited when she heard this answer. But when she met his eyes, her heart was instantly poured with cold water. And her heart felt cold. Yes, they had already met once in the secret realm. And even more so when Luo Jing was on the street, even though she was disguised at the time. That's okay. Let's go. It's okay anyway. She can take her time. Where to go? Although she promised the fifth elder that this Miss Jiang had something to say, it was impossible to go somewhere for no reason. Go shopping. In fact, she didn't have any good ideas right now. She wanted to go shopping first. Maybe some fragments deep in her memory might emerge after more exposure? Acquaintances are easy to work with. Even if no memory fragments are recalled, she still wants to rescue her brother as soon as possible. Jiang Yan actually wanted to refuse. But when he saw Jiang Lian's clear eyes, Jiang Yan didn't want to refuse in his heart for some reason. These eyes looked very familiar in my heart. But it was impossible to think about it. After all, they were not familiar with each other. Okay. Following his heart for the first time, Jiang Lian was in front. Yin was behind. And Su Ran, who was shocked, hurried to follow. At this time, Su Ranran was completely shocked. Is Aunt Seven so awesome? Do you know that Uncle Chi knows about dating a man in public? Several people walked out of Xianling Sect's sect. They, the guests who were watching the ceremony, were not restricted in their behavior. Everyone was registered and jade tokens were distributed. This made it easy to get in and out. But it was only between the guest house and the sect. There will be specialized personnel responsible for entertaining them. But this is actually surveillance in disguise. After all, it is definitely impossible to let them mess around in other people's territory. There were a lot of people coming to watch the ceremony this time. People were coming and going on the street. And a few people were walking aimlessly on the street. Fellow Taoist Jiang looks a bit like my brother. Can I also call you brother? Su Ranran was even more shocked by Jiang Lian's words. Her God. Is Aunt Seven teasing my little brother so blatantly? Does she want to help hide it? Looking around subconsciously, Uncle Chi secretly wondered if he had sent anyone to follow him. If he did, Aunt Chi would be doomed. And she would be doomed too. Chapter 183 Pretending to be Stupid? Su Ranran was thinking all kinds of things. And she was extremely nervous in her heart. She was afraid that she would be skinned by Uncle Chi. The image of Uncle Chi in her heart was unshakable. With his tall and ruthless character. If Aunt Chi really dared to give him what will happen if you are a cuckold? It seems that nothing like this has ever happened in the history of their Su family. At this time, Su Ranran was just dumbfounded and didn't know what to do. Jiang Yan frowned and looked at Jiang Lian without saying a word. To say that this behavior was a bit arrogant. But Jiang Lian's expression and attitude made it impossible to feel her malice. Even the eyes he looked at her could clearly feel her. It's sincere. Seeing that the atmosphere was tense, Yan hurriedly smiled and said, That's good. Our junior sister has lost her family since childhood. And it is rare to find someone who is the same as her brother. Since you are so destined. Dao Jiang, why don't you recognize our junior sister as your sister? Lost a loved one since childhood? Jiang Yan couldn't help but think of his own life experience. He has never known where his relatives are since he was a child. And his life in the Jiang family has left him with no feeling of any relatives at all. As a child, he had imagined what it would be like to have relatives around. Seeing Jiang Yan standing there without expressing any thoughts, Yan said anxiously, You will definitely not lose money by recognizing our junior sister. After listening to their explanations, Su Ranran stopped thinking. She had heard about Aunt Seven's tragic life experience. She felt guilty for what she had just imagined, and hurriedly tried to persuade her. Yes. With such a good fate, Dao Jiang will definitely not be disadvantaged by having another sister. There is no loss in being the brother of her seventh aunt. Nor is there any loss in being a relative of their Su family. Thinking of this, Su Ranran suddenly thought that Jiang Yan was a member of the Luojing Jiang family. If he and Jiang Yan became relatives, then the Luojing Jiang family would also be their relatives. She couldn't help but think of the arrogant faces of Jiang Shuxian and others. She seemed to be naturally at odds with those in the Jiang family. They always had a fight every time they met. Unlike Su Lingyao, who was disgusting. The Jiang family, those people were the kind that made her not want to interact with them. Jiang Yan stood there, ignoring Yan and Su Ranran's support. He looked at Jiang Lian seriously and asked, Why do you want to recognize me as your brother? After experiencing the harshness of the world, he knew that he was the most lonely person, facing those eyes that were somewhat familiar to him. Jiang Yan suddenly couldn't bear to refuse for some reason. This wasn't like his usual self. Because you are very similar to my lost brother. I feel very friendly when I see you. I have calculated that you and I are destined. Jiang Lian called out the Yin and Yang Tai Chi array. If you don't believe me, I will test again. Show it to you once. It is a fact recognized by everyone that the disciples of Kunlun Chongyan Peak are good at Tianyan magic. When Jiang Yan learned Jiang Lian's identity, he was not surprised when she took out the Tai Chi array disc. Yun Chengzi's true disciples would not be surprised if they could calculate this. If we think of them as brothers and sisters, everything about Luo Jing's Jiang family has nothing to do with you. The meaning is very clear. If we think of them as brothers and sisters, everything about Luo Jing's Jiang family has nothing to do with her. The Jiang and Su families lived together in Luojing, and Su Ranran knew Jiang Yan to some extent, and was often bullied by the Jiang family. Su Ranran said disdainfully, Who cares about your Luo Jing Jiang family? Her seventh aunt is with their Su family, and her seventh uncle is here. The seventh uncle of the Luojing Jiang family really looked down upon him. Jiang Lian did not misunderstand, but responded with a smile. Okay, Does this mean that you are willing to be my brother? Jiang Yin nodded, not showing much expression on his face. But he was inexplicably happy in his heart. It seems like they are really destined. Brother. Jiang Lian shouted happily. This belated brother had been separated by decades. I couldn't help but have the image of the little boy reappear in my mind. This time, the image was completely different from before. She saw her grandfather and father and mother all looking serious and reluctant. The little boy who stood in front of the hall to say goodbye was full of stubbornness and even comforted him. Grandpa. Parents. Don't worry. The child will protect himself and wait for you to pick me up. Be careful when you go. Daddy will bring you back soon. John's father felt reluctant to give up and was full of regrets about his incompetence. The Jiang family in Luojing was even more bullying. Father. I know. Then the little boy touched her young hand and smiled brightly. Sister. Don't forgive me when I come back. In this way, the little boy went to Luojing together with the elders of the Jiang family in Luojing. The separation lasted for 10 or 20 years. And the boy even forgot about the past and suffered a lot. Brother. I'm sorry. I forgot about you for so many years, and now I remember you. I'm sorry. There are thousands of words to say, but they are not suitable to be said in this situation. Then you made your promise, and you can't go back on it. Just as Jiang Lian finished joking, the contract between heaven and earth lit up, and Jiang Yin was seen standing in the middle of the formation, with an unusually firm voice. I, Jiang Yin, regard Jiang Lian as my own sister and will never regret it. Even Jiang Lian was a little stunned by his determination and unwillingness to go back on his words. After the formation, Jiang Lian looked at the extra contract pattern on his hand, feeling happy and sad at the same time. What kind of environment caused his brother Jiang Yin's character to become like this? I won't regret it. Although I don't know what I am doing today. Maybe it is because I have just been touched by Jiang Lian's life experience. Or maybe it is the thoughts in my heart that are causing trouble. I feel that I should also have a sister. He didn't respond with rejection based on the situation. After all, he was just a stranger he had met. For the first time, I went with my heart. Jiang Lian's heart was full of bitterness and distress. But she looked at Jiang Yin with a smile on her face, and then said to Yan Yin Yin and Su Ran Ran, I am happy today and treat you to something delicious. Come on, brother. You must try my craftsmanship. Otherwise you will regret it. Okay. Jiang Yin smiled for the first time, although it was still different from the smile he had when he was a child. Jiang Lian knew that this was not easy. At this time, his brother Jiang Yin was also happy in his heart. At this moment, a wooden box appeared in Jiang Yin's hand. This is for you. Jiang Lian took it over curiously. Thank you, brother. Inside is a wooden statue of a little doll, which looks very cute. There is also a line of words below, which is engraved with, For my sister. That little baby looks just like her when she was a child. Even Yan Yin Yin on the side was a little surprised and said, Where did fellow Taoist Jiang come from? He looks so much like our little junior sister when she was a child. Don't say it looks like it. I feel like the model is the junior sister herself. He looked at Jiang Yin with some suspicion in his heart. Could it be that this man did not really have amnesia, but was living in the environment of the Jiang family in Luojing, and he could only pretend to be dumbfounded? Chapter 184. Are you interested in joining the sect? Yin Yin Yin's words made Jiang Lian unable to react while holding the statue in his hand. I carved it before. Maybe my sister's appearance is the same as the one in the painting. I also carved it according to the appearance in the painting. Yin Yin Yin's words had a greater impact on no one than him. Although he said this, he knew the origin of this carving most clearly in his heart. He remembered that he had found such a little doll in his luggage since he lost his memory. At that time, he doubted that it had something to do with his family, or even whether he really had a sister. As his cultivation level increased, he would carve out a little doll like this again when he was bullied by his tribe and felt depressed. Therefore, there were many such dolls in his space, and they became more and more lifelike. However, Jiang Lian was still different when he was a child than when he grew up. So when they first met, they didn't contact her in this regard. I don't know why I thought of giving Jiang Li cigarettes. I recalled in my mind that Jiang Lian said that she came to him only after calculating that the two of them were destined. Thinking of this, Jiang Yin couldn't help but feel excited. Could it be that the sister he recognized in front of him was his real sister? Jiang Yin didn't dare to talk about his suspicions, so he just found an excuse to stop it. Jiang Lian and others knew that there must be some moisture in this sentence, and the drawing that looked like an engraving might have been drawn by him before he lost his memory. That's such a coincidence. It shows that your fate is very close. This fate cannot be escaped. Yin Yin smiled to smooth things over. And Jiang Lian smiled accordingly. Several people found a restaurant together, because more people have come to Xianling sect recently. And now the restaurants and inns are full. How about we go back to the guest house? Can I cook something for you? He said and looked at Su Ranran. Will Su Chengche and Su Chengyan come here this time? Call them here too. They will be in for a treat. It's a pity that the second senior brother couldn't come over because of something else. Her skills were recognized by Su Yeshuan, and he said she could start training. Su Ranran had long heard that Aunt Seventh had excellent cooking skills, and she actually had the opportunity to taste it. What a joy. Thinking of Su Chengyan and Su Chengche, they were really advantaged. The few of them returned to Xianling sect and went back to the guest house of the Su family together. Since they were all on their own, there was no need to worry about other people waiting to come over and randomly check their presence. Yin Yin was still a little surprised as to why the younger junior sister was so close to the people of the Su family. Jiang Lian smiled and said, Elder brother comes from the Su family. I know the eldest brother's surname is Su. Wait, from the Su family? Yin Yin looked at Jiang Lian in surprise. Little junior sister, have you already met your parents? Judging from the way the junior sister gets along with the Su family, it can be seen that they are very familiar with each other. It must be that they are not just acquaintances. We all know each other. It does feel a bit like meeting parents. But Su Yeshuan's parents are said to have traveled to the secret realm many years ago, but failed to come out. The boss of the Su family is now in charge of the Su family. Yin Yin was a little surprised by the little junior sister's speed. Has the eldest brother told you about the marriage ceremony? Although the eldest brother is not that kind of person, there are many people who cheat in marriage in this world. She was also worried that her junior sister would be deceived and end up with nothing. This kind of thing does not happen in Kunlun. It is a matter of mutual consent, so others will not interfere. But this was the junior sister she had brought up since she was a child. She didn't know what her senior brother's character was like. At least there hadn't been any scandals over the years. But she had to be just in case. Yes, senior sister. Jiang Lian was a little curious about her senior sister's persistence, but she was moved in her heart. Senior sister, don't worry. In fact, we have tied the knot before under the witness of our elders. Now Yin Yin was surprised. Wasn't the little junior sister picked up by her master when she was a child? You can't lie about getting married with a jade pendant. And it's impossible for your junior sister to lie. It's a bit scary to think of this. Under the witness of the elders. It can only be that the little junior sister was a child. So young. Are you the elder brother's child bride? There are such things in the world of immortality. But not many. She actually met him today. Jiang Lian smiled and said, You can say that. In this case, I feel relieved. If the jade pendant is tied under the witness of the elders, it will definitely not be a white jade pendant. The function of the white jade pendant is probably only possible when it is used as a concubine. Have junior sister found the whereabouts of her family? Although she knew that her family was gone before, she didn't know the specific situation of junior sister's family. Now that she can think of her biological brother, she also knows that her elder brother, the child adopted if the husband recognizes each other, then the matter of family members is probably the same. Yeah, but they encountered some difficulties and can't come out for the time being. Jiang Lian couldn't help but feel a little sad when she mentioned the relatives in the clan. This made her senior sister worry, but she didn't show it on her face. It's okay. We have been waiting for so many years, and it will get better gradually. If you need any help, you must tell senior sister. Yes. With Yin Yin, a senior sister, Jiang Lian would not be polite to her, and it would be bad to be too cautious. Yin Yin was also happy for her junior sister. Very nice. What a blessing to have found my family. Looking at the sky, she wondered, would it be possible for her to find her relatives one day in the future? Jiang Lian took out a prepared spirit animal meat, skewered it on the rack and started grilling it. An oven also appeared on the table next to it, filled with various seafood, plus some fruits and vegetables grown in the space. Everyone looked at Jiang Lian. She was indeed the junior sister who was rumored to like to eat the most. There was really everything in this space. Yin Yin looked at his little junior sister amusedly but dotingly while helping to prepare things. Her little junior sister is fine no matter what. Jiang Yin also started to help, after being manipulated by members of the Luojing Jiang family for many years. He still has very strong hands-on skills. Although Su Ranran didn't understand much, he also helped with a little help. Several people were cooking enthusiastically, and the atmosphere was very friendly. The other Su family members in the house could not help but come out after smelling the fragrance, and happened to meet Su Chengche and Su Chengyin, who had just returned from outside. There were only about 20 people from the Su family who came to Xianling sect to participate in the marriage ceremony this time, and they were all invited. There were not many people, but the etiquette was acceptable. There were not many people left in the room. Only 5. And Su Fengying happened to be one of them. The third eldest son of the Su family knew the elders of the Xianling sect. They just arrived today and went to a party together. Are Yanyan ready to show off her skills today? After saying this, Su Fengying winked at Jiang Lian and then approached Jiang Lian and asked, Brothers and sisters, can I join your party? When she smelled it, she was so fragrant that she couldn't walk. In addition, the last time the second brother came back and boasted about it. She was so greedy. I never thought that the second child would be like that. Chapter 185, Not Enough. Okay, third sister-in-law. Let's come together too. There are so many people, and it's so lively. Although today is the day when she recognizes her brother, it would make her brother Jiangyan embarrassed. So this is the best way. The spirit beast meat was almost done. Jiang Lian took out a piece of meat and handed it to Jiang Yan, who was helping at the side. Brother, try it and see if it's done. The sweet voice of brother made Jiang Yan's heart, which he thought had been cold for many years, instantly melt and feel warm. Taking the barbecue from Jiang Lian's hand, Jiang Yan ate it seriously, then nodded and said, It's cooked. It's delicious. Okay. Jiang Lian smiled and asked everyone to come over and eat quickly, not forgetting to feed Jiang Yan from time to time. The other Su family members on the side were confused. Su Fengying was eating elegantly while looking at this and that. This little brother from the Jiang family is the brother Wei Yanyan now recognizes. Right. Jiang Lian smiled brightly and replied, Yes, this is my new brother. After saying that, Jiang Lian stood next to Jiang Yan and said in a hearty voice, Look, do we look similar? I calculated this fate. People who were also in Luojing, the Su family, and others knew about Jiang Yan's affairs to some extent. Some people feel that Jiang Yan is about to change his fortune this time. He is the brother of the 7th madam. With their energy, Jiang Yan will definitely be lucky next. Boy Jiang, I think you have good qualifications. Why haven't you joined a big sect? In this world, families are very powerful. But if you really want to become a strong person, you still need to join a big sect. Of course, except for their Su family. Those with full bloodline of the Su family are destined to enter Kunlun, and others will never be allowed to enter other sects. In exchange, the Su family has a lot of resources. Over the years, the Su family's character has always been good. Kunlun is even more relieved about the Su family, and there will definitely be no shortage of help. Coupled with the presence of Su Yeshuan, the Su family's situation is definitely not inferior to that of other major sects. Jiang Yan was slightly startled after hearing Su Fengying's words, but soon calmed down again. He had thought about joining a large sect before, but he had given up the idea under the impact of reality. The people in the clan seemed to be on guard against him. Every time he was about to take action, he was interrupted, and what followed was even greater punishment and pain. Now he no longer had that idea. Seniors Yesu, I have no plans in this regard now. Jiang Lian seemed to understand his brother Jiang Yan's concerns. During this period, Su Yeshuan has already investigated what kind of life Jiang Yan lived in the Jiang family in Luojing. She was filled with resentment and committed even more crimes against those in the Luojing Jiang family. Third sister-in-law, do you have any good recommendations? Jiang Lian asked Su Fengying through a secret message. She did not ask in public. She planned to talk to Jiang Yan another day. Kunlun, it's absolutely no problem to have the 7th brother here. Besides, this guy's qualifications are really good. In the past 2 years, he was able to successfully reach the golden elixir perfection under the pressure of those in the Jiang family. I even heard that he got the golden elixir some time ago. He has obtained a place in the secret realm of the wasteland. If he is cultivated well, his future achievements will definitely be extraordinary. If the Su family hadn't allowed him to accept another apprentice, she would have had the urge to accept him as an apprentice. Jiang Lian was a little hesitant. Generally, when accepting disciples, they start from an early age, so that both the skills and the training can be supervised from the beginning. Now that Jiang Yan has attained the golden elixir Dzogchen, there is no point in accepting more disciples. However, The skills can still be adjusted. It just depends on which powerful person is willing to accept my brother as his disciple. But there is no rush now. She will discuss it with Su Yeshu some other time. And she will also need Jiang Yan's consent. Everyone had a great time at this party. Before leaving, Jiang Lian gave Jiang Yan a space storage bag with a lot of things in it. My sister doesn't have anything to give to her brother. These are all made by my little sister through daily practice. I hope my brother won't dislike them. Because this kind of storage bag that is usually used for packaging does not require the trouble of bleeding to identify the owner. Jiang Yan easily knows what is inside. Jiang Yan was shocked for a moment when he looked at those things. Whether it is talismans or elixirs, they are all precious existences. Jiang Yan quickly pushed it back to Jiang Lian. These are too valuable. I can't accept them. This was the first time his sister had given him a gift, and he shouldn't have refused. But both the quantity and the items inside were quite valuable. These are all really what I practiced. Brother, please don't feel stressed. After saying this, Jiang Lian was even more afraid that he wouldn't believe it. He took out 2 identical storage bags from the space and handed them to Jiang Yan to see. There are also. So these are just for my practice. Brother can use them as he pleases. If you don't have enough, ask me to get them. I have a lot. It still doesn't work. You can exchange these for the spiritual stone flowers. I can use them. Seeing that Jiang Yan still refused and was unwilling to take advantage of her, the invisible concern made Jiang Lian feel warm in her heart. I really have a lot, and I have no shortage of spiritual stones. The gift I specially prepared for you is not ready yet, so I will replace it with this first, and I will give it to you when it is ready later. In her opinion, refining the antidote is the best gift today. Jiang Yan had no choice but to accept it under Jiang Lian's persuasion. The two parted ways, and made an appointment for Jiang Yan to accompany her to go shopping and buy some things in 2 days. After Jiang Lian went back, he went into seclusion again, perhaps because his mood had improved. He took out the golden year alchemy furnace again, and his understanding of the 8th level alchemist seemed to become clear instantly. The specially made array disc opens a new type of protection in the room. Yin 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 went to see the Chongyan Peak disciples who had followed him this time. Knowing that the junior sister needed to retreat for a while, Yin 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 took the opportunity to deal with other matters. However, as soon as the matter was settled, she hurried back and sat outside the door to protect her junior sister. Jiang Lian refining elixirs 1 to 7. The scene when Master Zhang Buitao was refining the 8th level elixir reappeared in his mind. Gradually, Jiang Lian felt that the trance that had been interrupted by Gaoling Shuang was back again. Or even worse, the movements in his hands began to move unconsciously. As time passed by, the fragrance of the elixir wafted out. The spiritual energy contained in it became even more powerful. Ning! Jiang Lian was very nervous at this time. Not long after, the scattered spiritual energy was instantly restrained. Slowly, the elixir in the center of the alchemy furnace condensed into a ball, and the elixir formation was completed. Jiang Lian held the 8th level elixir in the jade bottle, and couldn't believe that she had refined it in one go. But wouldn't there be strange phenomena after successfully refining the 8th level? Why doesn't hers have one? The system came out promptly and explained. Because the host has a special system. It somewhat regretted how it had so happily agreed to these two people's special physiques after they entered reincarnation. Chapter 186 just closed. The system regretted it. But there was nothing it could do. Is it because there will be no thunder catastrophe when you advance in cultivation? And even alchemy won't show strange phenomena? Jiang Lian looked at the elixir in his hand in surprise. Although there is no vision from the sky, the elixir in his hand seems to be in good condition. And it is probably the same as the elixir that has experienced the vision. Does it mean that no matter what I refine, there will be no visions or thunder disasters? Will there be any problems with the elixir refined in this way? No problem. After receiving the confirmation from the system, Jiang Lian was instantly delighted. This is great. Make a fortune in silence. And if you refine something good, you don't have to worry about being discovered by others. As long as she doesn't expose it, no one will know. The marriage ceremony between Xiao Miao and Su Heng, the senior brother of the Xinling sect, was scheduled for 10 days. The headmaster Ge Huahai and the elders who came with him were very busy these days. Xiao Miao and others were even missing. The next day Jiang Lian came to the guest house of the Jiang family in Luojing again. In fact, the Jiang family is not only in Luojing and Xucheng, but also in other places. But these two are more representative and, relatively speaking, more powerful. Jiang Lian was a little strange. Logically speaking, The Jiang family usually had contacts with people from the outside world. If something happened suddenly, no one would be curious. This time I unexpectedly met Jiang Shuxian, who still had her nostrils turned upward, looked very disdainful, and even spoke in a way that she wanted to be beaten, and wanted to kill her. Very stupid. This is very magical. It can be disguised so much that it is even the same as the person. It's okay to pretend to be one person. She remembers that there were quite a few people from Luo Jing's Jiang family that time. How did they do it? Jiang Lian was so impressed by Su Yeshuan's ability. What are you doing here? Jiang Shuxian looked at her angrily. Even so, she did not dare to do those suicidal behaviors again. In fact, the person pretending to be Jiang Shuxian has 10,000 prayers in his heart. Lord, please forgive her for being so rude to Madam because of the need of the plot. She didn't mean it. Oh, look for my brother. Jiang Lian was not as aggressive as when Kunlun was still in the secret realm. He had time to look at Jiang Shuxian with curiosity in his eyes. That scrutinizing gaze almost prevented the other party from breaking through. Humph! I don't know the same as you. Fortunately, the Kunlun marriage incident failed as a premise, and outsiders could explain to outsiders that her original supporter sister could not marry the Kunlun senior brother. So she shrank. After saying that, Jiang Shuxian left directly. The third elder of the Jiang family in the room couldn't help but sigh. This girl used to act recklessly because her sister wanted to marry that boy from the Su family. Now that the failure of the marriage can actually make her restrain herself. It's true that not easy. The fifth elder nodded in agreement. It is indeed not easy. With that kind of temperament, it's not easy to pretend to be her. What do you think about that kid Jiang Yan? They all know the true identity of Jiang Yan. And since he is related to Kunlun, it is somewhat wrong to suppress him in the future. Jiang Yan's cultivation has improved rapidly in the past 2 years, and he doesn't know what opportunities he will encounter. If you can't control it in the future, you will be in trouble. They all know how capable the younger members of their clan are, and Jiang Yan is definitely the most outstanding among his peers in the Jiang family. I don't have any ideas. Things are no longer the same over there. Besides, it's impossible for that kid to remember the past. He's just an orphan, so there's nothing to be afraid of. The third elder nodded and smiled in agreement. No matter what he said, Lao Wu knew best that there was no solution for that medicine in this world. He has believed since he was a child that he was an orphan from a side clan who came to seek refuge with him. With his character, if his master treats him well, will he really become an enemy in the long run? It's just that those in the clan can't see clearly. Jiang Lian didn't wait long before Jiang Yan came out. Elder brother. Facing the smile of his newly recognized sister, Jiang Yan couldn't help but smile too. Well, my brother agreed to go shopping with me today. Okay. Jiang Yan nodded, and the two of them headed towards the market outside Xianling sect. If my brother is worried about being embarrassed by those from Luo Jingjiang's family when he enters the big sect, it doesn't matter. I can help you solve all these problems. Jiang Yan shook his head and looked at the girl who he couldn't help but want to get close to. He felt as if they were really brothers and sisters. Sister, don't worry. In fact, I have a master who is no worse than the big sections. Somehow Jiang Yan revealed his secret to this new sister, but he didn't regret it. Jiang Lian was a little surprised that Su Yeshuan's people didn't find out about this. Su Yeshuan's people can't be that weak. So another situation is that the master whom his brother Jiang Yan worships is very powerful. So powerful that he can hide it from Su Yeshuan's people's investigation. Looking at Jiang Yan seriously, Jiang Lian smiled and said, That's good. She did not give her brother Jiang Yan a chance to introduce his master to her, since she would meet him sooner or later anyway. Brother, does he know about the Su Chongjiang family? Jiang Lian couldn't help but ask while the two were sitting in the tea house. Still feeling nervous, there was no fluctuation on Jiang Yan's calm face. At this time, he could also see that Jiang Lian's nervousness was too obvious for him to ignore. I know. It's the Jiang family's clan, but I heard it has been closed for many years. It has been sealed for many years? Yes. Everyone in Xuchang City knows that the entire Jiang family has been sealed, and no one dares to enter now. Well, I heard that the tribe had been closed off due to some things, and was not allowed to interact with the outside world. Jiang Yan's words shocked Jiang Lian. It's just closed off from the outside world. Where did my brother get the news? Jiang Lian's face looked a little ugly at this time. In fact, at this time she already knew in her heart who had released the news. And who else besides the Luo Jingjiang family? That's what everyone in the clan said. I don't know what happened back then. The clan area informed all the major sects and families, and they have been closed to each other since then. People who went to the clan area also said that they couldn't get in. I can't contact you. After speaking, Jiang Yan looked at Jiang Lian worriedly. Is my sister okay? Jiang Lian shook his head. Since you can't contact others, don't you think it's strange? You know that you can't be contacted for no reason. Not to mention the entire clan. If you can't contact them all, doesn't anyone doubt you? No. It seems that the reason reported by the tribe was quite convincing. It was said that the retreat was to repair the ancient tree that protects the tribe. It will not be possible to escape from the tribe, and will be reopened after 100 years. Seeing his sister's reaction, Jiang Yan couldn't help but start to wonder if she had something to do with the tribe. Jiang Lian sneered in his heart. What a Luojing Jiang family. He gave a reason that everyone had to believe. Even if he found out many years later that the clan was completely wiped out, he would probably blame all the blame on the ancient tree that protects the clan. If someone really destroyed the ancient tree that protects the clan, the bones lying all over the place would probably prove everything even more. Jiang Yan hesitated to speak, unable to help but feel that the thoughts in his mind were a bit ridiculous. What does brother want to say? Chapter 187 Scream. Looking at Jiang Yan, Jiang Lian noticed that he seemed to have some questions, but he hesitated to ask. Then she smiled and said, It doesn't matter what brother wants to ask. We are not outsiders. Although it's very offensive to ask this, I still want to know. Are you related to the Jiang family? This thought has been lingering in his mind, making him unable to get rid of it. He even doubted whether he had something to do with the clan. But if this is the case, there is no reason for those in the Luojing Jiang family to treat him like that over the years. The tribe's side was on par with Luojing. According to what he later learned, the tribe's side was even better. His identity is just that of a side branch who came to seek refuge. He lost all his memories of the past due to an accident, so he didn't know which branch he was from. However, those in the Jiang family in Luojing strangely did not say which branch his family was from. Everyone said he comes from a weak family and is a very inconspicuous existence. Jiang Lian paused for a while and looked at Jiang Yan. His face became serious for a moment. The formation disc in his hand was turned on. What they were saying could not be heard at all. What if I say yes? After his idea was verified, Jiang Yan felt incredible for a moment, and subconsciously asked again, Then am I also related to the Suchong Jiang family? Although this matter was a bit exaggerated, he wanted to know for some reason. Jiang Lian paused again, and finally said slowly, Yes. Looking at Jiang Yan's expression seriously, it was the surprise after his assumption was confirmed. The specific things may need to be explained to you more clearly in the future after I help you recover your memory. Jiang Yan couldn't describe his surprise now. He knew that even his master couldn't help him cure it. It was just because of his physical condition and various limitations that the master couldn't refine the antidote. There is also a shortage of medicinal materials. Somehow Jiang Yan didn't feel that his sister was deceiving him, and he seemed to see hope in his heart. Jiang Lian said with some embarrassment, I may have to find a 9th level alchemist to watch him refining the elixir, or find the corresponding inheritance. She was bound to get the Buddha rock. She would not know the details until she arrived at the 10,000 Buddhas sect. The biggest problem now is the refining of the 9th level elixir. She has been observing the elixir recipe for so long but can't see anything and has no clue. Is it enough to just watch for a moment? Jiang Yan was a little confused, wondering if there was any way his little sister could help him recover his memory. Watching a 9th level alchemist refining elixirs is very important to you, right? Although he didn't understand why his brother Jiang Yan asked this question, Jiang Lian still nodded. What's more important is the refining of the 9th level elixir. You must know that ordinary people's refining of 9th level elixirs will bring about thunder and disaster. Faced with the attack of thunder and calamity, many people will not easily refine it. Although it is a small thunder disaster, it is still terrifying. Wait for my news. When things here are over, will my sister have time to go to a place with me? Maybe Master can help, but he may not be able to. Jiang Lian nodded without thinking and said, Okay, I need to go to the 10,000 Buddhas gate this time. I have plenty of time. I will just tell my senior sister then. She hasn't gone out alone to practice, so her senior sister may be worried. But if her brother Jiang Yan is here, maybe her senior sister won't stop her. After all, experience is indispensable for those who cultivate immortality. Okay, I'll accompany you to the 10,000 Buddhas gate then. I'll wait for you to finish your work before we go together. Although Jiang Yan didn't say where it was, Even if Jiang Yin sold her at this time, Jiang Lian probably wouldn't have any objections. The two strolled outside for a while, and Jiang Lian had a great time. When he returned to Xianling sect, his heart seemed to be much more peaceful. That night, Jiang Lian had already fallen asleep, but a voice kept calling her. Even though she fell asleep, she was not completely asleep. Wei Wei put on her clothes and scanned the outside with her consciousness, only to see a paper crane parked beside her door. After a while, the paper crane actually flew up and flew outside, hiding one's head and showing one's tail. There is definitely no good in this situation. But Jiang Lian was bored now, so he went to see who did it and what the conspiracy was. She specially changed into black and inconspicuous clothes, and used Yu Qiong-yin to transform her appearance into an ordinary one. She estimated that this look would not be something people would think of if she was thrown into a crowd. Open the door and walk towards where the paper crane is flying, because her consciousness is now stronger, and she can use it to follow the paper crane. She hides in the dark. In one place, the paper crane spontaneously ignited and turned into ashes. Jiang Lian was surprised that there seemed to be nothing nearby. So why did he disappear in this place? As a result, a burst of exclamations and screams came from not far away. There is a situation. Scanning his consciousness, he suddenly discovered that Xiao Shengsheng and Gao Lingshuang were lying on the ground miserably dead. Xiao Shengsheng even had a demonic aura on her body. In addition to these two people, there were two other disciples from other sects nearby. Such movement inevitably attracts the upper-class bosses, Go Huahai and Shangwan Wuzhong, the leader of Xianling sect. Both came. Shangwan Wuzhong quickly sealed off the area and did not spread the news. Because my cultivation level is not enough to be able to hide from the two big guys, it will still be very troublesome if I am discovered. So Jiang Lian left in time. Who wanted to lure her out? And who killed them? Are you planning to kill her altogether, or are you planning to let her take the blame? Does it have something to do with the demonic energy in Xiao Xingxing's body in such a short period of time? After returning to the room, Jiang Lian stayed behind closed doors and decided not to go out for the rest of the days. He even told the Su family and Jiang Yan. Kunlun was given a death order by the leader, and he must not run around before leaving Xianling sect. System, who do you think will kill them? You can use the universe mirror to take a look, but this will cost you a lot. If it's not necessary, it's not recommended to overuse it. Although the universe mirror is good, it is not omnipotent, and things must be reversed at their extremes. Will it hurt me if it happens too often? Yes. It has caused some damage to your consciousness. Although it is reparable, it is not recommended to use it if you plan to refine 9th level elixirs in the near future. Jiang Lian thought for a moment. As long as it didn't involve her, then she didn't need to use the universe mirror. It wouldn't be good if this affected my brother's refining of the antidote. Remind the host to be careful about Xiao Shengsheng in the future. There is demonic energy in this person. He has probably turned into a demon. His soul was not found at the scene. Either he was too resentful and was sucked into the netherworld, or he is being hidden by someone with intentions. Become a demon. This is the first time she has heard about it in real life. She has seen relevant information before when she was reading the information in the library. The conditions for becoming a demon are not harsh. As long as the person has a crooked character and encounters the demons, there will be great dangers possible. Chapter 188 Bridesmaid. Jiang Lian kept a close eye on Xiao Xingxing's matter. After all, she and Xiao Shengsheng had some issues. This man was narrow-minded when he was alive, and as a ghost, he was possessed by a demon. So his narrow-mindedness was probably amplified. Yin Yin also felt the difference in the surrounding atmosphere. That night, he happened to have something to do with a few disciples of the Xianling sect and went to a nearby place for a wedding. He was not in the Xianling sect, so he didn't know what happened. Junior sister, do you know what happened? He became more strict, and his control over the disciples became stricter. But no one knew why. The wedding matters were carried out in an orderly manner, and there was no unexpected incident. Jiang Lian also shook his head. I don't know. I've been studying the pills in the house recently, and I don't know what happened. She didn't mean not to say it. When something like that happened, she felt a few auras monitoring the surroundings intentionally or unintentionally. She was not the only one being monitored. The juniors who were foreign guests were probably all being monitored. In fact, the most important thing is probably to worry about something like that happening again. Su Yeshuan helped her analyze it. The monster that night was not found. Why did such a thing happen? It is said that the culprit has not been found yet, and everything is dangerous. In this case, Even if there is a protective array to hide it, it may not be able to isolate it from detection. It would be bad if it was accidentally exposed and she saw it that night. Besides, if the senior sister knew about it, it would increase unnecessary risks for her. So it was better not to say anything. That's right. Junior sister, please stay in your room these days and don't run around. It is definitely right to follow the orders from above. Just hope nothing happens. Okay. Senior sister, do you still have to be busy these days? Recently, senior sister has been leaving early and coming back late every day. And sometimes she even doesn't come back for several days. She was actually quite curious about what she had to help prepare. Yes. I'll probably wait until the wedding ceremony is over. No way. Coming here this time is not purely about benefits. As a bride-to-be team, you have to help with a lot of things. However, most of the things were prepared by the Xia family and Xia Miao themselves. And the sect must have expressed their opinions. This is thanks to the second senior sister Kunlun. If it were anyone else, they would definitely not be treated like this. Jiang Lian asked curiously. Senior sister, what do you need to prepare? This is the first time she has participated in someone else's marriage ceremony since she came to this world. And it is still between the male and female protagonists of the original novel. The male and female protagonists have always had many disputes. But now she is not afraid. So she is still waiting for that day to come with full expectation. What? I want to know more about it so that I can prepare mentally in advance for the wedding ceremony with my senior brother. Faced with the teasing of his senior sister, Jiang Lian did not hesitate and said with a smile. Yes, I also understand. So that I won't panic when the time comes. Yin Yin also laughed. Why are you panicking? Be your bride properly. We will help you prepare everything by then. It's just trivial things. Nothing more. After listening to senior sister's explanation, Jiang Lian nodded. It was indeed trivial matters. The only important thing was to help entertain guests who were friends with Kunlun. Although it is the home court of Xianling sect, they are all together. So you can choose one of them to handle the matter. Kunlun leader Gehuahai didn't care about where to go. His eldest disciple's fiancée had been found, and they were now living together in Wanyanfeng. The wedding ceremony was probably coming soon. By then, their reputation in Kunlun will definitely be greater than that of the Xianling sect. And the degree of preference that the old guys in the sect have for the great disciple is definitely beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Time flies very quickly, and the day of the couple's wedding ceremony has arrived. On this day, the sky was clear, and the sky was filled with rays of light. The entire Xianling sect was filled with joy. Everyone's face was beaming with joy, no matter who had a problem with whom, to give face to the two major sects, Kunlun and Xianling sect. Everyone knew in their hearts that they would not do anything outrageous to anger these two major sections. Giant. Jiang Lian followed her senior sisters to where Xia Miao was. Wedding clothes in this world also have red as the main color. And when paired with gold, they don't look ugly. Today's Xia Miao can be said to be stunning in the world. She wears a wedding dress with a red background and golden lines. The tassels on the phoenix crown move automatically without wind. In addition to being ethereal, she looks more solemn and holy than usual. She is worthy of the existence of a heroine. And her appearance definitely daunts most of the world of immortality. People are in high spirits during happy events. Jiang Lian looked at Xia Miao, who finally smiled today. Although it was not obvious, it made people feel much more comfortable than before. Today, their task is to act as bridesmaids. Their clothes are uniform in champagne color, and the style is more onerous than the usual ceremonial uniforms. Jiang Lian thinks it's pretty good looking, but it is definitely incomparable to the clothes Su Yeshuan prepared for her. Their only task was to accompany Xia Miao to the ceremony until the wedding was over. A golden pole hangs from a delicate golden chain, and a small golden stove is linked below. All the bridesmaids were assigned a small golden stove like this, which contained unknown spices that contained a strong aura. Wait for everyone's position according to the position I taught you before. Don't make any mistakes. You know? The Kunlun female elder, who was responsible for part of the wedding, looked at the green female disciples with stern expressions. This matter is absolutely related to their Kunlun face. We need to be very careful and not lose face and leave it outside. Yes! A group of female disciples, who were bridesmaids, arrived one after another with their luggage. The beauty of Ishui looks really good looking. Each one's cultivation level is at least in the early stage of Jindan. They are good looking and capable of fighting. They are definitely good enough in the entire Xianling continent. Under the leadership of the female elder, Xia Miao walked slowly. When she arrived at the door, a colorful phoenix flew over and settled in front of Xiao Miao. The disciples around were a little surprised. This Kaifeng must be at the 8th level. He was actually willing to come here to carry Xiao Miao. The 8th level colorful phoenix spirit beast is rare in the world, and its temperament has always been arrogant. At this time, the smile on Xiao Miao's face became more obvious. The colorful phoenix carried the bride, and they, the bridesmaids, stepped on pink flying flowers and headed towards the square of the ceremony. These flying flowers are all specially made and even disposable. Everywhere you pass, pink petals are flying, which looks very festive and beautiful, and it really has a fairyland mood. It is said that this thing is not cheap. When several people landed, the flying flowers dissipated instantly, and Xiao Miao was helped down. Everyone followed Xiao Miao towards the groom Su Heng's position, and several bridesmaids stood at their original positions. Gao Lingshuang and Xiao Shengsheng were originally in the position, but they were soon replaced by others. No one even knew why these two people disappeared. The people above just said that they had something to do and couldn't catch up. The flying auspicious birds, the blooming spiritual grass and flowers, and the congratulatory people under the high platform. Standing on the high platform, Jiang Lian couldn't help but think of the previous scene on the Kunlun stairway to heaven. Chapter 189. It almost turned into a funeral. The picture was so different from the one in front of him that even Jiang Lian suspected that the picture was just an illusion. Otherwise, it would be impossible to show all those pictures in this world. Xiao Miao's marriage ceremony in front of her can be regarded as a luxurious existence in the entire Xianling continent. Without thinking any more, I looked at the wedding of Xiao Miao and Su Heng in front of me. Not to mention, the two handsome men and beauties looked quite good standing together. However, when it comes to men's looks, Jiang Lian prefers her Su Yeshuan's. Every aspect of her looks is what she likes, and she really enjoys it no matter how she looks at it. After praying to heaven and earth, after the whole process was completed, light fell from the sky when the blood contract was formed. It seemed that a hole was opened in the sky, and the aura from above rushed down. The aura of the whole scene of the marriage ceremony instantly became extremely rich. Many people have benefited, and there is even a faint trend of breakthrough. And the position where they stood actually formed a formation, and the spiritual energy gathered towards the high platform where they were. The two protagonists in the field directly lit up with advanced light. Jiang Lian was surprised to find that there were no dark clouds in the sky, and the sky was still clear and densely covered with rays of light. The two of them advanced to the nascent soul stage at the same time, and there was no thunder disaster in the sky. This is a very surprising thing. Even many people present have advanced one after another, and no calamity has appeared at all. System, what's going on? It turns out that the lack of thunder tribulation is not unique to immortal and demonic bodies, like her and Su Yeshuan. Regarding everything that happened in the sky, the system did not give a detailed answer. It just said, thunder disaster will still happen, but it will be postponed for a few days. Even if you get the benefits, you still have time to prepare for the thunder disaster. So the higher the level of the pairing ceremony, the more benefits it will have. Just look at the surrounding formations, and you'll know it's unusual. However, the thunder tribulation was delayed, and the spiritual energy was filled and flowing down. This was also the loophole in the original seal of Tien Weishan. But it was also the only chance of life left. I hope that this chance of hope will be useful. Seeing everyone being promoted, the spiritual power in Jiang Lian's body was running even crazier. Fortunately, Su Yeshuan taught her how to control the advancement of her cultivation and compress it more concisely. So Jiang Lian stood there leisurely, and the people around her lit up with advanced lights. But she didn't make any movement at all. The people from Kunlun Lingxian Peak who followed couldn't help but jeer. They originally thought that this person had turned over, but he didn't expect that he was still like this. Xiao Miao saw all this, and the depression in her heart instantly dissipated, as if the thread had disappeared again. The promotion light on his body became brighter. Jiang Lian stood there, looking at Xiao Miao, who had a faint tendency to advance to the middle stage of nascent soul. It's a pity that he was not promoted. The surrounding spiritual energy slowly dissipated and returned to its original state. The light of the cyan jade pendant disappeared, and Xiao Miao and Su Heng were together. The handsome man and the beautiful woman looked at each other and smiled, and the guests around them all expressed their blessings with satisfaction. Suddenly, a black energy attacked Su Heng's position. Su Heng reacted quickly and quickly put away the jade pendant. The natal sword appeared in his hand and quickly resisted the black energy. Xiao Miao also hurriedly took out the green sword to help protect. It's a pity that the black energy around him was too strong and directly slandered Su Heng. Many guests in the audience were injured. Jiang Lian held the yin and yang spiral array disc in her hand, and the protective light enveloped her whole body, and no black energy could harm her. A sinister gaze kept staring at Xiao Miao and Su Heng on the stage, as if they were going to die in the next second. It was only because Jiang Lian's consciousness was stronger that she could notice it. But she quickly looked away. That person was dressed in the attire of a Xianling sect disciple, a female monk. One look in her eyes showed that she had both love and hatred for Su Heng. Now that the two have become Taoist lovers, they can tell at a glance that Xiao Miao's love rival is here to seek revenge, and he will destroy what he doesn't get. But this blatant use of demonic energy in front of so many big bosses is going to make you want to live. Su Heng was seriously injured, and Xiao Miao behind was not much better. At the critical moment, Xiao Miao took a fatal blow for Su Heng and was seriously injured. However, from the perspective of Jiang Lian, an 8th level alchemist, Xiao Miao is still alive. Seeing Su Heng's fierce look, the woman was quickly discovered and killed by Su Heng without any need for the big guys around her to take action. It was a pity that Su Heng was seriously injured and could not destroy the woman's soul immediately. And this person seemed to be fully prepared before doing this. And he actually escaped the pursuit of all the powerful people present and escaped directly through the void. It could be said that it looked more like it had been sucked away by something. The scene was chaotic for a while. The alchemist from Xianling sect rushed over and couldn't help but shake his head when he saw Xiao Miao's appearance. It's very difficult for the demonic energy to enter the body and hurt the lungs, he sighed. I'm afraid this situation requires ask the ancestors to take action. Another person helped Su Heng heal his injuries. The situation was not optimistic, but it was slightly better. The alchemist of Xianling sect finally managed to get out of danger after spending some effort. However, this situation still requires a period of rest before he can fully recover. As soon as Su Heng was ready, he hurriedly walked towards Xiao Miao, his face full of guilt, picked up Xiao Miao, and flew away with his sword. That location was obviously the back hill of Xianling sect, where lived the old antiques of Xianling sect, who had never been born before. The people around me couldn't help but sigh. The happy event almost turned into a funeral. It's true that life is unpredictable. Many of the guests present were injured, and several sects held a meeting with family representatives to have a heated discussion about the increasingly arrogant demon clan. The Empire sends countless soldiers to the battlefield of immortals and demons every year, but it cannot stop the demons from sneaking across privately, having been harmed by demons all year round. Everyone present was extremely angry. Finally, he decided to go to the Empire and apply for the Xiantian competition to start early, so as to increase the number of soldiers on the battlefield of immortals and demons and deal a major blow to the demons. Jiang Lian finally got the news from Su Yeshuan. The Xiantian competition was still more than a year away, because it was a competition for major sects and families to send talents to the Empire. If you want to advance, you must apply to the Empire, and it will be possible only if it is approved. Mr. Sir, will the Empire really agree to the early competition? This demonic attack was entirely caused by personal grudges, and the situation on the battlefield of immortals and demons was relatively stable. There is absolutely no good reason to advance. No, it's almost time. It doesn't make much sense to advance now. After listening to Su Yeshuan's analysis, Jiang Lian instantly felt relieved. If the Xiantian competition was brought forward, her plan to go to Wanfo Gate to get the Buddha rock would probably be ruined. Get ready and get your ranking in the Xiantian competition another day. Don't worry. Go over to the 10,000 Buddha sect, and I will make arrangements. Jiang Lian felt warm in her heart about Su Yeshuan's detailed affairs. But didn't she say before that she had an immortal and demonic body, and was afraid of being contaminated by demonic energy? Mr. Sir, is it okay if the immortal and demon body goes to the battlefield of heaven and demon? It won't be directly assimilated by the demonic energy, right? Chapter 190. There are some signs. It doesn't matter. Although there is demonic energy and fairy energy there, the two gases are balanced, as long as it does not enter the netherworld continent. That's it. What's the benefit of going to the battlefield of immortals and demons? Her top priority now is to rescue her people and find out who is behind this. She didn't think much about hunting down demon cultivators. You can get military merit. After a pause, Su Yeshuan continued. Maybe it can be used when solving the mastermind behind the destruction of the Jiang family. Jiang Lian was startled. Did Mr. Master find anything? The other way to gain access to the immortal and demonic battlefield is to get the chance to enter by winning the Xiantian competition. In addition to being directly selected by military family inheritance to join the army, there are quotas for military families. But they also have to start from the bottom and pass the test before they can advance. Xiantian Dabi could be sent on missions directly in the past, and he would be upgraded quickly if he had military merit. The more military achievements you have, the higher your position will be, and you will have a certain amount of power within the empire. There are some signs, but I'm not sure yet. I'll tell you after I find out. Practice well during this period, and when I get back, I will take you to Thunder Ancient Forest again. Okay.
Jiang Lian didn't ask what she was doing in Thunder Gusen. Anyway, Su Yeshuan would never harm her, so he just made arrangements. Although the marriage between Kunlun and Xianling sect was successfully completed, it was also sabotaged by the demons. After discussing with the family, each sect returned to their own territory to discuss countermeasures, waiting for the results of the joint appeal to advance the Xiantian competition, because Xiao Miao was seriously injured. Although the ancestor of the Xianling sect took action, he still needed to recover for a while. The leader took a group of elders and disciples back to Kunlun first. After all, the marriage has been completed and the marriage matters have ended. Jiang Lian applied to return alone. Faced with this protected existence, Gu Huahai was still uneasy at first and said that he would send an elder to follow him for protection. Later, he agreed after learning that it was the experience arranged by Su Yeshuan.
Yin Yanyan said a little worriedly. How about I go with you? I'm really worried about you being alone.
Although the junior sister's cultivation is now higher than hers, she still has the heart of an old mother and can't let go.
Don't worry. Senior sister, brother will accompany me. You go and do your business first, and I will tell you when I get back. I will definitely report that it is safe on the way.
After Jiang Lian's repeated assurances, Yin Yanyan no longer insisted on following. She reflected on herself. Maybe it was because the junior sister had changed so much in the past year, and she didn't realize it for a while. It's time to change your mindset. Otherwise it won't be good to do this again in the future. He made an appointment with Jiang Yin to wait outside the sect. Jiang Yin is actually now well settled in the Jiang family, and can move quite freely. Those from the Jiang family and Luojing won't even interfere. It's just that if you meet him, you will want to bully him. Jiang Lian sat on the agreed tree trunk in the suburbs. The Su family originally wanted to go with her, but Jiang Lian did not agree. After waiting for a while, I finally saw Jiang Yin. But a group of people from the Jiang family and Luojing were also there. This time, in addition to those who went to Kunlun, there were many other members of the Jiang family and Luojing who did not go to Kunlun with them. When Jiang Yin bid farewell to the third elder and the fifth elder, those people showed disdain. But because there were the elders were there. But those people didn't dare to say anything. Some people are curious why Jiang Shuyu and Jiang Shuxian didn't show much performance. In the past, these two people were the ones who suppressed Jiang Yin the most.
Go!
The third elder just nodded. The fifth elder had a pretty good attitude and looked at Jiang Lian with a smile. The Jiang family disciples below were all curious about who was in the forest, which made the fifth elder behave like this. Only the pretender felt like a mirror in his heart. This treacherous villain actually gained impression points in front of the lady in advance. You must know that the Lord looks at his wife like a ball in his eye. Last time, Chunxian Pavilion claimed that Ruili was the best person to scare the monkeys. Not to mention how miserable Zhang Ruili was now. At least, he was much worse than before. But they know it best. So Zhang Ruili knows his fault, and is willing to be punished without any resentment. The Luojing Jiang family's team continued to move forward. Because it was not very far from Luojing, they took the land route and rode directly. Jiang Yin stood there for a while. And after the Jiang family's team had gone far, he walked towards Jiang Lian's position.
Little sister, I kept you waiting for a long time.
Jiang Lian smiled and said,
No, I just arrived not long ago.
Because she was in a hurry to go to the 10,000 Buddha's gate this time. She summoned the spaceship Su Yeshuan had given her. It is a very delicate spaceship. Its size is somewhat similar to Su Yinhui's gourd. But when Su Yeshuan takes action, the protection and sophistication are absolutely unparalleled.
Brother, let's go!
Originally Jiang Yin wanted to be responsible for taking it. But Jiang Lian insisted.
It's okay. I made this specially for your brother-in-law. It saves spiritual energy. Even if you are tired, you can use the spiritual stone. Then if you are tired, remember to stop and rest. I will do it instead.
Faced with Jiang Yan's concern, Jiang Lian was quite happy.
Okay.
After speaking, Jiang Lian looked at Jiang Yan seriously.
Brother, aren't you curious about who your brother-in-law is?
Jiang Yin was stunned and said with a smile, I'm curious, but I still hope that you can introduce me to me when I meet her in person in the future. Let's see which boy is so lucky to marry my girl. As far as he knew, the newly acquainted girl was not married yet, and he was indeed a little curious, but they had just become acquainted, so it would be inappropriate to interfere in these matters. Okay, I'll introduce you to him another day. I wonder how Su Yeshuan would feel if he knew that his brother Jiang Yin called him boy. She was very curious, but she didn't dare to act on the tiger's head. Last time, she said that Su Yeshuan was older, but Jiang was still hot because of his age. As a result, his face became dark for several days. Although she still talked to her and was kind to her, she knew very well that her Su Yeshuan was concerned. The spaceship flew towards Henia State, where the 10,000 Buddhas sect was located. Henia State is on the other side of the mainland, and it can be said that Kunlun and Wanthaman are in two different directions on the mainland, and beyond that is the location of the Tontian Sea. No one in this world can fly across the Tontian Sea to reach the other side of the sea. No one knows whether the other side is directly the other end of the continent or something else. After flying for about half a month, Jiang Lian stopped in the Henia prefecture area. Even Jiang Yin was a little surprised that this newly recognized little girl had so much spiritual power. You must know that it takes a lot of spiritual power to fly this kind of spaceship so far. He was surprised but also happy for her. It's good for the little sister to have the ability to protect herself. Even if she doesn't, he will try his best to protect her. Is there something urgent about coming to Henia Prefecture so eagerly? Little sister? If there is anything I need help with, just let me know. Looking in the other direction of Henia Prefecture, Jiang Yin continued, I'm quite familiar with this place. Is chapter 191 important? Jiang Yin didn't have any hidden intentions for Jiang Yin, and even directly said that he was familiar with it, which made Jiang Lian feel even happier. You must know that when your brother Jiang Yin lived in the Jiang family in Luojing, he was bullied and even guarded at any time. People who grow up in such an environment cannot be so defenseless. Jiang Yan's ability to do this proves that he treats each other sincerely. I want to get the Buddha rock from the 10,000 Buddha's gate and visit Master Yuzheng. These two things gave Jiang Yin a huge impact. Looking at Jiang Lian, he asked seriously again, Isn't the Buddha rock very important to you? Master Yuzheng had a way to bring his sister to see him, but the Buddha rock happened to be one of the medicines that Master used to treat him. Even now, there are not many Buddha rocks left. Jiang Lian looked at Jiang Yin with serious eyes. Yes, it's very important. Something that can make her brother completely good is very important to her. How much do you need? Jiang Lian pondered for a while and asked the system in his mind. System, is it possible for the Buddha rock to grow when it enters the space? She recently discovered that the quality of herbs replanted in the space will become even better. It would be better if the Buddha rock could also grow and enhance its qualities. In this way, she only needs a few Buddha rocks, and even more if there are seeds. The growth cycle in her space is quite fast. If not, she may need to find more Buddha rocks. According to the information she found, the Buddha rock is an elixir that looks a bit like a stone Buddha. It needs to be bathed in the light of the Buddha every day to grow. The 10,000 Buddhas sect is a holy place for Buddhist practice. In addition, they chant sutras every day to practice, so there will be no shortage of Buddha's light. Such conditions could not be met in her space. So she just asked, maybe it could be done. The system is the system, and it has never let her down. Yes, but you need to chant sutras to them every day. Otherwise, even if they grow, they will not be real Buddha rocks. In this way, does it take a long time? Is it too late? As for the Buddhist scriptures, it doesn't matter. Buddhism is the most compassionate. Their basic Buddhist scriptures are all preached from outside to help the world. You'd better prepare more. I'm not sure about this. After getting the systematic answer, Jiang Lian asked Jiang Yin, Does my brother know the number of Buddha rocks in Wanthaman? If there were very few, then she could only look forward to looking at the space. But there was no way she would be able to do so in time. There used to be quite a few. But in recent years the 10,000 Buddhas sect has spent a lot of money to control Master Yuzheng's injuries. Now there are not many left, and new ones have not yet grown. Even though there are dedicated disciples facing those Buddhas, everyday rock chanting is still a drop in the bucket. When it comes to Master Yuzheng, Jiang Lian feels very uncomfortable. Master Ufa is probably dead now because of the Jiang family's affairs, and Master Yuzheng's mind has been damaged even more because of the Jiang family's affairs. How is Master Yuzheng's injury? This time, I came here to see for myself. She was responsible for the tragedy caused by the Jiang family. She hoped that her current ability as an 8th level alchemist could help him.
It is not optimistic. It is very difficult to refine Buddha rocks. My master has been in seclusion all year round. My sister is not capable enough to completely remove the impurities from the Buddha rocks. Therefore, although the master's injuries are under control, the Buddha rocks have certain toxins that are harmful to the master's body.
It also caused some damage.
Facing the little sister's curiosity, Jiang Yin said with a smile,
My master is the 9th level alchemy master you want to find.
Master,
he has been sleeping all year round because his life is approaching. I'm afraid the 9th level alchemy master you want to watch is being refined.
Unlikely. Although he was a little regretful, Jiang Lian didn't say anything.
It doesn't matter. I can find other ways. Master has promised to meet you. I will take you there then. Maybe Master will be helpful to you.
He was actually very surprised that Master would agree.
But thinking that Master's end was approaching, he felt uncomfortable in his heart.
Thank you, brother.
Jiang Lian hesitated for a moment, but did not ask. Instead, he asked Su Yeshuan,
Miss Sir, is it possible that the 9th level alchemist you mentioned is about to change?
There are 2 types of people who are approaching their end. One is those who cannot make any progress in their cultivation and have reached the end of their life. The other is those who may have suffered irreparable injuries, and their bodies cannot bear the wear and tear, and are slowly getting closer and closer to their end. Su Yeshuan came back quickly.
I'm afraid this will be difficult unless we find the Thunder Ing Chao and refine the 8th level Dan Laying Wei Dan.
Jiang Lian lamented his good luck. Although Laying Chao is hard to find in the world, it does exist in her dimension. The bag of seeds that was sold at the auction at the Jubao Pavilion in Luojing City last time was among the seeds, and she planted them. But she was most afraid of thunder, and thunder spots appeared inexplicably every day in the area where the thunder grass was planted. She was very respectful and decided to let it grow freely and ignore it. Now that she can save her brother's master, she has hope of refining the 9th level elixir, and she will not hesitate even if she is struck by lightning.
Is my brother's master also in Henia Prefecture?
The 18 cities of Henia Prefecture cover a very vast area. There are many clans and sects in this land, and the 2 largest sects number tens of thousands, the Buddhist sect and the Dan sect. The existence of the 9th level alchemy master is most likely from the alchemy sect. But he is not sure. After all, there are many capable people in this world, and some people do not want to enter the big sects.
Yes, but not in Jianglisheng. I will take you to the 10,000 Buddha's gate first, and then go to find the master. I will take you to meet my senior sister. Can we go see Master Yuzheng first?
Even if I feel uneasy, I have to face it. This is what the Jiang family owes. Grandfather and her tribe had lived an upright life, but now they had harmed other people. If they knew about it, they would definitely agree with her actions. The 10,000 Buddha's gate is located in the east of Jiangli City, where the Buddha's light is shrouded. Even outside the city, you can clearly see the location of the 10,000 Buddha's gate. Under the leadership of Jiang Yin, Jiang Lian followed him into the streets of the city. Jiang Lian was a little strange.
Brother, are you looking for something? Although Master Yuzheng is mentally impaired, he loves to eat. He often goes down the mountain to look for something to eat. Let's look for it first. If we can't find it, we'll go back to the 10,000 Buddha's gate.
Thinking of the news he got in Su Changzhong, Jiang Lian asked,
Didn't I hear that the 10,000 Buddhist sect locked up Master Yuzheng because he was worried that he would hurt someone?
Jiang Yin nodded while searching and said,
Yes, it was like this at the beginning. In the past 2 years, the master's injury has stabilized and he has been allowed to come out. But only within Jiangli City, and there are usually dedicated people watching.
Jiang Lian felt even more uncomfortable when the once famous master ended up in such a predicament. She is not a compassionate person, but she is not unkind either. Due to the reasons, she will do her best to help if she can. Chapter 192 Lingxi Diagnosis.
Does Master Yuzheng have good food?
If so, then she can come in handy.
Well, Master Yuzheng used to like delicious food, and it hasn't changed since he was injured.
Jiang Yin nodded, stopped at a street corner, and then walked straight inside. Jiang Lian looked at that place as if feeling something, and saw a monk in gray robes sitting on the ground, holding a roast chicken in his hand and eating with gusto. That roast chicken is made of very ordinary chicken. Seeing Jiang Yin leaning over to talk to him, the other party looked confused and had no other reaction. He even asked blankly,
Is there anything delicious?
Jiang Lian confirmed the identity of this person as Master Yuzheng, and hurriedly stepped forward and said with a smile,
Of course, there is delicious food. I will give you delicious food. Can you let me check it?
When Jiang Lian said this, a middle-aged monk with white eyebrows appeared next to him, wearing the same gray monk robe, blocking Yuzheng behind him.
Is there something wrong with this donor?
Looking at her expression, she could tell that the other party was worried that she would be harmful to Yuzheng. It was obvious that the other party knew Jiang Yan. He looked at Jiang Yan and said in a serious voice,
Donor Jiang knows the rules of my 10,000 Buddha sect.
Jiang Yan saluted the white-browed monk and said,
Master Yuzhou, it's the boy's fault. This is my younger sister who wants to visit Master Yuzheng.
But it was obvious that Yuzhou had no intention of getting out of the way, and even got a little angry.
My senior brother will not see guests today, so please leave.
Faced with Yuzhou's tough attitude, Jiang Lian understood that if he couldn't convince him today, it would probably be difficult to see Master Yuzheng again next time. Looking at the surrounding environment, Jiang Lian could only say vaguely,
Master, please give me a chance to atone for my sins.
Although Yuzhou looked rigid and arrogant, he was also a Buddhist. Seeing that Jiang Lian had no ill intentions, he stood there and waited for Jiang Lian to finish.
Can we move?
Jiang Lian was afraid of encountering people with malicious intentions in the surrounding streets and alleys. Although her consciousness was powerful, there were times when she was unable to guard against it. Seeing that Yuzhou didn't move, Jiang Lian bowed respectfully again.
Master recognizes my brother. My little girl's cultivation level is lower than that of Master. And now she is in Jiangli City. If Master is still not at ease, you can move to wherever you feel like it's okay. I mean no harm.
In the end, Yuzhou nodded and said to Jiang Yan,
Take this female benefactor to meet her at her old place. I will take my senior brother there later. Thank you, Master.
Jiang Lian bowed to Jiang Yan and was taken away by Jiang Yan first. Jiang Lian asked on the way,
Brother, I wonder what level your senior brother and sister's alchemy skills are. Senior sister is taller. She is now a 6th level alchemist. Master is not available on weekdays. Master Yuzheng's medicine is made with the help of senior sister. Second senior brother is a 4th level alchemist and usually stays with the master.
In this world, with the strength of her peers, his senior sister Yao Hui's alchemy level is quite modest to say the least. In fact, in this world, the number of people her age can exceed can probably be counted on the palm of a hand. Jiang Lian felt a lot more at ease after hearing the alchemy level of her brother Jiang Yan's senior brother and sister, so that she could have the capital to negotiate later. With Yuzhou's attitude, it would be difficult for him to agree if he really wanted to check Yuzheng's condition. Looking at her brother Jiang Yan aside, Jiang Lian was glad that her brother was here this time. Otherwise she would have rashly gone directly to Wanfo Gate. I am also glad that my brother has such an opportunity. Otherwise how gloomy would his life be?
What's your level, brother?
Facing the little girl's casual question, Jiang Yan smiled and said,
2nd level. I am learning Kung Fu. Among these apprentices, I am the worst at elixir training, but I am more interested in fighting. So my choice is biased.
Only then did Jiang Lian think. Yes, alchemy master's disciples may not necessarily specialize in alchemy. Some can also fight. The 10,000 Buddhas sect arrived soon, and Jiang Yan took her in from the back mountain, passing through a vegetable field full of spiritual vegetables. They came to a courtyard. The surroundings are simple and quiet, which is indeed a good place to talk.
This is the residence of Master Yuzheng.
Jiang Lian took a look and saw that Yuzhou hadn't come back with Yuzheng yet, and the surroundings were unusually quiet. In order to prevent unnecessary trouble later, Jiang Lian still asked,
Brother, is your senior sister here?
Because Brother Gang said that his senior sister comes to help with examinations and refining medicine on weekdays. Some alchemists are very resistant to others touching their patients. She is afraid that her brother's senior sister will do the same. So she still errs on the side of caution.
No, I just went back to Master in the past 2 days.
Jiang Lian breathed a sigh of relief and decided whether he was angry or not. If possible, she would try her best to make up for the Jiang family's sins. After waiting for a while, Yuzhou came back with Yuzheng. Yuzheng looked stupid, but he listened to Yuzhou's words. The two of them came together. The evil look on Yuzhou's face remained the same, but he still opened a barrier on his hand to prevent outsiders from hearing.
Say it!
Facing Yuzhou's protective barrier, Jiang Lian knew that there was still a chance. This guy probably has a cold face and a warm heart. Jiang Lian knelt down directly and bowed to Yuzheng and Yuzhou.
The daughter of the Jiang family would like to apologize to the master, and also ask the master to give me a chance to make amends next time.
Hearing the daughter of the Jiang family, Yu Zhou's face softened a little.
Xucheng Jiang family?
Jiang Lian nodded and said,
Yes.
Okay.
Get up. I don't blame you for your reckless behavior just now. I don't blame you for what happened to my senior brother. You are lucky to have escaped that disaster. Be good.
As Yu Zhou comforted her, Jiang Lian suddenly felt her nose was sore. But she still managed to stay calm and prayed again.
Can you let me see Master Yu Zheng's condition? Maybe I can cure him?
Even if not, she can at least help with the refining of the Buddha rock. Afraid of being rejected again, Jiang Lian hurriedly explained.
I am now an 8th level alchemist. I know that my brother's master has already seen it. It is me who is doing it again. But I won't worry if he doesn't see it. After all, the master suffered because of the Jiang family.
Hurt.
Yu Zhou had no doubts about Jiang Lian's claim that she was an 8th level alchemist. He was just a little surprised that this girl had such qualifications despite her age. Jiang Yan on the side was also surprised that he was not surprised, but had the feeling that his younger sister is the best. And his younger sister is the most powerful. Okay,
take a look.
I don't know how Yu Zhou did it, but Yu Zheng actually stood there quietly, watching Jiang Lian, a stranger, not resisting as usual. Jiang Lian's spiritual power diagnosed the end of the silk thread, connecting Yu Zheng's wrist and forehead. This diagnostic technique was learned from the miscellaneous books passed down by Yu Xianji. Although I have practiced it very skillfully, now it is my first time to use it. Yu Zhou and Jiang Yan on the side were both a little surprised that Jiang Lian could diagnose the long-lost spiritual thread. Chapter 193 The Best. The more he looked at it, the more Jiang Lian frowned, hurting his consciousness and accumulating a lot of erysipelas inside. It is indeed possible that there is no cure in this world. But fortunately, she has the elixir she obtained systematically, which is suitable for her brother's amnesia. And Master Yu Zheng's method of repairing the incomplete consciousness is also suitable. Putting away the spiritual silk, Jiang Lian looked at Yu Zhou.
I have a way to treat Master Yu Zheng's injury, but it may take some time.
When he heard that there was a way, Yu Zhou's originally hopeless heart was instantly shaken. Just after Jiang Lianlu's pulse diagnosis, he was willing to believe that what she said was not a lie.
As long as it can be cured. It doesn't matter. I wonder what we need to prepare. I may need to get some Buddha rocks for pre-processing. If everything goes well, I will know if I can refine it after I meet my brother's master.
When it came to the Buddha rock, Yu Zhou hesitated.
To be honest, there are not many Buddha rocks left in our sect now. If I give them to the donor, I'm afraid that something will happen to my senior brother again during the waiting time.
The elixir refined by Yao Hui is almost used up. If there is no Buddha rock to restrain it temporarily, he is afraid that his senior brother will lose control and go crazy again, which will not only hurt others, but also himself.
Master, don't worry. I will help refine some for you to keep for later use. Can the Buddha rock be taken away in advance for me to develop and wait until I finish refining it before making a decision? The master will know the elixir I have refined at a glance. Yu Zhou nodded in agreement. Since he was an 8th level alchemist, the erysipelas contained in the refined Buddha's rock elixir would definitely be less, and the senior brother would suffer less. In addition, with the elixir, there is less need to worry during the waiting period, and one can even know the depth of Jiang Lian's true strength. It is better for the Buddha rock to be bathed in the Buddha's light all year round, so it is only used temporarily when needed. Yu Zhou asked his disciples to help deliver it. In fact, there are quite a few inside the Buddha rock gate, but they cannot bear the loss during refining. Not long after, a disciple flew over, bowed respectfully to Yu Zhou, gave him a jade box, and then left at Yu Zhou's signal.
This is the Buddha rock.
Jiang Lian took the Buddha rock and was a little surprised when he opened the box. He originally thought there were only 1 or 2 plants, but he didn't expect that Yu Zhou was not stingy this time. As everyone knows, Yao Hui needs so much every time he refines it. The main reason is that the level of elixir refining is not high enough, and the rate of elixir formation is extremely low. Inside are 5 spiritual plants that are as colored as stone statues, because they have been bathed in the light of Buddha all year round. The things contained inside are very different from ordinary spiritual beads. No wonder it has a certain ability to repair spiritual consciousness. In this world, the alchemy sect makes elixirs to save people, and the 10,000 Buddha sects save all sentient beings. They have a unique skill that the Buddha's light shines everywhere, which has a certain ability to repair people's spiritual power.
I'll refine it now.
She refined one of the 5 Buddha rocks first to see what the maximum rate of elixir formation was. Jiang Lian retreated to the open space aside and took out the protective array plate specially used for alchemy. The golden year alchemy furnace also appeared. Yu Zhou on the side looked at Jiang Yan with some surprise.
Is your sister planning to refine it on site?
The biggest fear when refining on site is to be disturbed. If this is the case, all previous efforts will be wasted. But they felt more relieved after seeing her refining. This time Jiang Lian did not hide her strength, because it was a life-saving medicine. She took it very seriously. The golden year streamer rotated, and the Buddha rock flew towards the alchemy furnace under her control. Yin Yang and Netherworld's strange fire appeared, and the surrounding temperatures suddenly rose. Yu Zhou and Jiang Yan were even more surprised. The icy blue flame wrapped in red could be identified as a strange fire at a glance. But they could not tell what kind of fire it was. Neither of them had anything to say. They just stood there waiting calmly. The Buddha rock was surrounded by flames and slowly removed impurities, turned into liquid, and then slowly condensed. When the elixir was about to be completed, the red bird suddenly appeared. The phoenix flew by, and the elixir was completed. Jiang Lian himself was a little surprised when he took the elixir in the porcelain bottle, because he had never thought about controlling the quantity of elixirs before. The more he could produce, the better. As a result, one bottle could not fit in it. The big bottle she prepared can hold 50 pills each, so it is estimated that she has 60 or 70 pills. After thinking about it, my brother's master should also be in Henia Prefecture, in the time required to go back and forth. If he is successfully promoted to the 9th level alchemist, he can directly refine the antidote. If his promotion is not successful, he will have time to refine the Buddha rock again to stabilize his cultivation. 4. After calculating the time, Jiang Lian refined one more, and a total of 3 porcelain bottles were filled. After putting away the alchemy furnace and array plate, Jiang Lian gave the 3 porcelain bottles and the remaining 3 Buddha rocks to Yu Zhou. Yu Zhou looked at the porcelain bottles excitedly. When he was refining, he could feel the extraordinary quality of the elixir from a distance. After taking out one and observing it, Yu Zhou was shocked. A jade box appeared in his hand, and all the elixirs in the bottle were poured out, which shocked him even more. The grains are full, and the aura contained is restrained. There is a faint phoenix totem on each of the elixirs above, and they are all top-grade elixirs. He believed that Jiang Lian in front of him was a 9th level alchemist. Out of curiosity, he wanted to pour out the other 2 bottles of elixir to have a look. Jiang Lian reminded,
Master, don't worry. I guarantee that the quality of the other 2 bottles is the same as this one. But I won't open it again when needed in the future.
Late. You must know that sealing the elixir in a porcelain bottle is the best way to preserve it. Not to mention that her porcelain bottles are specially made and have a better preservation effect. Yu Zhou's face was slightly red, but he was in a very good mood.
I'm confused. The donor said before that he needed to get the Buddha rocks to prepare. Do you think these 3 are enough? If not, I will order someone to get them for you.
In the past, not only were the quantities produced from these 5 Buddha rocks not as large as those produced by Jiang Lian, but the quality was not as good. Jiang Lian asked bluntly,
These 3 are enough. But I wonder if Master has the seeds of the Buddha rock. I may need more seeds.
Yu Zhou was a little surprised. You must know that the Buddha rock can only be effective if it is bathed in the Buddha's light. The little donor could not use it even if he only took away the seeds.
There are seeds. Donors, don't worry about not having enough Buddha rocks. I still have a few ready here, and the next batch will probably grow soon. In the past, it was because the elixir yield rate was low, so more medicinal materials were needed. Now that the donor is helping, the medicinal materials should be enough. Sister, don't worry about not having enough. I also got a few before the 10,000 Buddhas sect, and they are still stored here. If they are not enough, they can be used later.
Jiang Yan knew in his heart that he wanted to help his master refine it due to his current situation. The antidote will probably cost you your life. Since meeting his sister, he suddenly felt calmer, as if it didn't matter whether he had an antidote or not. Now that my little sister needs it, there is no harm in giving it to her. To be honest, he was amazed by his little sister's alchemy skills. He knew before that he needed to find a 9th level alchemist, but he didn't expect that he was an 8th level alchemist, and his strength was even more astonishing. Thinking back to the meeting gifts that my little sister had given him before, she seemed to say that she had gained them from daily practice, and she still had many. Jiang Yan couldn't help but ask,
Is my little sister also a talisman master?
Chapter 194 Vegetarian.
Yes,
Jiang Lian said with a smile.
No, 3 is really enough. The seeds are also of great use to me. If it can be used, the effect of the medicine will be even better. Okay, I'll ask someone to get the seeds. If there are other needs, just ask the donor. And I will definitely do it if I can.
After being injured for so many years, the senior brother finally had good hope. And he felt extremely happy in his heart. Joy. This time he instantly saw hope.
Master, don't worry,
Jiang Lian said, looking at Master Yuzheng, who was standing aside with dull eyes, and took out 2 porcelain bottles from the space again.
I think the master's body is full of toxins. This is the Qingyan pill, which can be combined with the Buddha taking Yandan together, may have a certain effect on removing toxins from the body.
The Qingyan pill was refined when she was practicing 8th level elixirs before. Although it was not the best, there were still top grade ones. This elixir has a certain effect on removing toxins from the body. This is a unique secret recipe developed by Master Gu Yu to treat Master Yin Chengzi's injury. But the effect is excellent. In addition, I don't know if it was due to her strange fire. It was as if erysipelas didn't exist. And it was all removed under the strange fire. However, Master Zhang Buitao's unique method of removing impurities also has a certain effect. After hearing Qing Yundan, Yu Zhou's expression softened slightly, and a smile appeared on his calm face.
I wonder if the donor knows Gu Yu.
Qing Yundan is Gu Yu's original creation. As long as Qing Yundan is mentioned, everyone will think of Gu Yu immediately.
Gu Yu is the master.
Looking at the very different expressions on Yu Zhou's face, and the different names, Jiang Lian couldn't help but wonder if Yu Zhou knew Master Gu Yu.
Okay. I haven't seen her for a few years, but I didn't expect that she would accept a disciple with such good qualifications.
Seeing Jiang Lian's confused look, she smiled and said,
Gu Yu is my cousin when I was a layman.
After all, it was still a bit of a kinship. So Jiang Lian saluted to Yu Zhou again. Yu Zhou used his spiritual power to help Jiang Lian up.
That girl didn't even notify her when she accepted her apprentice. She would have gone over to watch the ceremony no matter what.
After speaking, he took out a Buddhist bead bracelet from the space. Looking at the brilliance flowing on it, Jiang Lian knew that it was extraordinary.
This is a meeting gift. If you need help in the future, please come to me.
Jiang Lian did not accept it immediately, but explained,
Actually, I am not the true successor of the master, but just the master who taught me the skills. What do you think Yu thinks? You have such qualifications, and you are so disgusting.
Yu Zhou disagreed a little, and his voice was slightly louder. With his serious face, he looked very angry. Jiang Lian hurriedly explained,
Master has misunderstood. I am under Master Yin Chengzi's sect, so I can't join her as another sect. Master Gu Yu is willing to teach me knowledge.
She was very grateful to Master Gu Yu and Master Zhang Buitao. Yu Zhou's expression softened a little after hearing Jiang Lian's explanation. Knowing that he was Yin Chengzi's apprentice, Yu Zhou sighed in his heart. His cousin still couldn't get over the relationship.
Even if you are a mentor, you are still a master. This is a greeting gift. Accept it.
Jiang Lian couldn't refuse, making Jiang Lian dumbfounded. Master Yu Zhou was also true to his temper.
Thank you, Master. Thank you. Mo. It's me who should thank you. You've been a big help. If I can really cure my senior brother's injury, Wanfo sect will definitely be very grateful.
Yu Zhou was not talking about him, but the 10,000 Buddhist sect. One can imagine the importance of Yuzheng in the 10,000 Buddhist sect.
No, this is my atonement, and does not require any payment.
Seeing the seriousness on Jiang Lian's face, Yu Zhou explained,
Senior brother entered Su Changjiang's house of his own volition. What happened was due to personal luck. Don't worry about it.
The affairs of the Jiang family have always been a mystery. Thinking of his other senior brother, and what the Jiang family said to the outside world, Yu Zhou couldn't help but ask,
Donor, would you like to tell me what happened to the Jiang family in Xucheng?
The outside world said that the Su Cha Jiang family was sealed off to protect the tree. But outsiders did not know that the 2 elders of the Wanfo sect were harmed by the Su Cha Jiang family. He had to suspect that the current Xucheng Jiang family was probably in trouble. Jiang Lian was silent for a moment. It took him a long time to calm down before he felt better. He raised his head and looked forward.
Almost all the members of the Su Cha Jiang family are dead. And Master UFA is probably not spared either. I haven't been able to find the escaped juniors yet.
He had originally guessed that senior brother UFA might be in danger. But today it was confirmed that he was still reluctant to believe it. But he would not deceive himself. Everyone has his own destiny.
Almsgiver's Day.
Jiang Lian smiled and did not continue the topic. Instead, he looked at Master Yuzheng and reminded,
How about letting Master Yuzong try the effect of the newly refined elixir? Although she could know the effect of the elixir with her spiritual consciousness, she felt somewhat confident after confirming its effect. Yu Zhou nodded and coaxed his senior brother to take the pill. Although Yu Zheng's dull eyes were still dull, they were much clearer. Jiang Lianlingxi checked her pulse and saw that Yu Zheng's internal condition had improved a lot, and she felt relieved. This elixir has a certain effect. I'll come over and have a look after I meet my brother's master. Because he knew Yu Zheng's specific situation. Jiang Lian also knew why Yu Zheng, although delicious, could only eat ordinary things. Otherwise, the huge 10,000 Buddhas sect would not allow him to eat only ordinary things. But the Yu Zheng they saw for the first time seemed to be eating meat. I have the impression that all Buddhist cultivators in the Wanfo sect are vegetarians. Out of curiosity, Jiang Lian asked. I would like to ask, does Master Yu Zheng have any taboos? Yu Zhou originally wanted to say that he had. But looking at Jiang Lian's appearance, he knew what she was going to ask. He laughed and said, most of my fellow Buddhists are taboos. But senior brother is in a special situation. He only taboos spiritual food for fear of him. In the current situation, if your cultivation continues to grow, you will be unable to control yourself and will hurt yourself. I will forgive the others. It turned out to be like this. Jiang Lian understood clearly. I wonder if there is anything that Master Yu Zheng doesn't like to eat. It's a little strange why Jiang Lian asked like this, but he more or less guessed it. Nothing. Can I borrow the kitchen? Yu Zhou smiled and said, of course. The kitchen is in the yard at the back. It is very clean, but you can also tell that it is used frequently. Jiang Lian took out a lot of ingredients from the space, because she will also plant some spiritual plants and vegetables in the space. Over time, the number is quite large. He took out Su Yeshuan's special stove and started making it. Vegetarian chicken, vegetarian fish, vegetarian shrimp, vegetarian abalone, various kinds of ingredients, and a lot of pastries, which looked delicious and delicious. Yu Zheng was attracted by the aroma, and he couldn't wait to eat the food as soon as it came out. It made the donor laugh. Yu Zhou quickly helped bring the food to the table and let Yu Zheng sit down and eat. It's okay. Master, brother, you can come too. You'll be fine soon. Jiang Lian's hands moved quickly, and a few dishes were ready. Although these are spiritual foods, I control the spiritual energy inside. They are relatively gentle and will not harm Master Yu Zheng. Chapter 195 Senior Sister Yao likes my brother. Yu Zhou tried it and was shocked by how delicious it was. Although Jiang Yan had already eaten the food cooked by his little sister once, the vegetarian food this time somehow tasted much better. Yu Zheng ate happily and even said to Jiang Lian, baby, your cooking is delicious. Come here more often in the future. Facing his senior brother's first normal words, Yu Zhou's whole body trembled with excitement. Okay, I will definitely come often. The action of making delicious food on her hands did not stop. She made a lot of ingredients and put them in the insulated space box that Su Yeshuan made for her. Fortunately, Su Yeshuan specially made a few more for her. These can be kept fresh for a long time, and can be given to Master Yu Zheng once in a while, which is good for his health. The two didn't stay too long. When the disciples of Wanfo sect brought the seeds over, Jiang Lian accepted them with peace of mind. In addition to the seeds, there were also the 3 Buddha rocks. After finishing, I didn't wait much and said goodbye directly. After all, getting the results early would allow me to prepare for the next step earlier. Before leaving, Yu Zhou said to Jiang Yan, please also say thank you to donor Yao Hui. With these pills in the near future, she will no longer have to come here during her busy schedule. Definitely bring it. In fact, most alchemists are arrogant. She refined the elixir and took away Yao Hui's job. But she didn't know what his temperament was. But she wasn't afraid either. The two of them walked out of the 10,000 Buddha's gate. Since flying tools were not allowed in the city, they walked directly towards the city gate. Where is my brother's master? Jiang Lian initially guessed that the 9th level alchemist was in the alchemy sect. After all, that was the gathering place for alchemists in the entire continent. But my brother said before that he was not in Danzong. Summoning the spaceship, Jiang Lian asked, where is my brother's master exactly? Tianquan Mountain. It's not the Dan sect, but it's also a place where big guys gather. She had seen the Xianling Continent illustrated book, which contained an introduction to Tianquan Mountain. Tens of thousands of years ago, the demon lord massacred the city and sacrificed the entire imperial capital, only with the joint efforts of all powerful people to block it.
The demon lord was killed, and a seal was placed under his body. It's a pity that the demon king's body was taken back by the demon clan. Most of the powerful people back then lived in Tianquan Mountain. And the most important thing was to stabilize the seal in the air to prevent the demon lord from waking up. Some of the great powers of the past no longer exist. Gradually, Tianquan Mountain has a gathering of outstanding people. But it is almost isolated from the rest of the world. For example, they will not participate in the Xiantian competition. And they all take it as their responsibility to consolidate the demon lord's seal. Gradually, most secular people do not know Tianquan Mountain. Jiang Lian learned about the location of Tianquan Mountain from the illustrated book. But she didn't know the details. Under the guidance of his brother Jiang Yan, Jiang Lian controlled the spacecraft to the Luyin Desert in the southern part of Henia Prefecture. Looking at the empty desert ahead, Jiang Lian looked at his brother Jiang Yan. Because he didn't know the specific situation. Jiang Lian was wearing a red bottom coat, a black outer robe, gold totem clothes, boots of the same color, and his hair tied into a ponytail. He looked heroic. "Sister, please get off the spaceship and follow me." After walking a few steps, Jiang Yan reminded, "There will be a formation next. So, sister, please pay attention to follow my steps." Jiang Lian nodded. With her current formation skills, she could see the formation in front of her. However, this formation was so advanced that she might not be able to break it yet. Thinking of this, Jiang Lian felt that he still had to work hard to improve his abilities in all aspects. Otherwise the mountains would be higher than the other. If he really met a strong opponent one day, it would be very difficult. As Jiang Yan walked inside, after a few steps, the front was no longer a desert. The oasis was full of life. The tall peaks in front reached straight into the sky. Birds were singing and flowers were fragrant. There were countless spiritual plants all around. Walking inside, Jiang Lian could clearly feel that the spiritual energy inside was richer than the outside world. Wan Yinfeng's spiritual energy was also rich, but it always carried sword energy. Ordinary people simply could not endure it for a long time. But the spiritual energy in Tianquan Mountain is very gentle. A stranger entered, and although Jiang Yan was leading them, a gatekeeper appeared to investigate. "Seniors, you are polite. This is my sister-in-law. I have made an appointment with my master." Jiang Yan bowed and took out the token. The two gatekeepers knew Jiang Yan. After checking that the token was correct, they nodded and said, "As soon as you have made an appointment with Elder Guanhua, please come in." In fact, during the formation process, the body snatchers and the demonized people have been isolated. Although they are led by people, they still need to pass the test of the formation and the barrier. After the two of them walked away, the two gatekeepers couldn't help but sigh when they mentioned Guanhua. The elder's end is probably in the near future. Right. It's just fate. If he hadn't suffered that injury, he would definitely not be like this. Another one also sighed. Yes. There is another great power missing in this world. I don't know when the barrier of this world will be opened. If it can be opened, it will not trap so many great powers. Who can say for sure? The chatter between the two disappeared without reaching other people's ears. Jiang Lian was led by Jiang Yan to a cave in the back mountain. When they arrived, a woman in white came out. The moment she saw Jiang Yan, her face was filled with joy. But when she saw Jiang Yan, Jiang Lian was very defensive, even a little disgusted. "Junior brother is back," with a smile on his face. It was as if the sight he just looked over was Jiang Lian's own illusion. He sneered in his heart at this inexplicable hatred. The person who called junior brother Jiang Yan was probably his senior sister Yao Hui. The way she looked at her brother showed that this person probably had a crush on her brother Jiang Yan. "Senior sister," Jiang Yan said. "Senior sister." His attitude was respectful, and there was nothing special about it. Then Jiang Yan introduced to Jiang Lian. "This is my senior sister Yao Hui." Jiang Lian smiled and said Hello. "Hello, senior sister Yao." Yao Hui just nodded. Her attitude lukewarm, but also slightly distant. My heart is not as indifferent as it seems on the surface. After carefully observing the younger brother's adopted sister, he felt instantly uncomfortable when he saw that the younger brother was polite to him, his senior sister, but smiled at his newly recognized younger sister. But she relied on her identity and didn't say much. "Master is waiting for you inside. Go in." Jiang Lian wanted to follow him in, but was stopped by Yao Hui. "You can only go in after master agrees." The attitude was very tough, but Jiang Lian knew that it was true. Seeing what Jiang Yan wanted to say, Jiang Lian hurriedly stopped him. "Brother,
You go in first. It doesn't matter if I wait.
Jiang Yan nodded and said uneasily.
I'll come back as soon as I go.
After Jiang Yan entered the cave, Yao Hui still stood there and looked at Jiang Lian, as if supervising her. Jiang Lian was amused. And suddenly, she became playful. She smiled at Yao Hui and said,
Senior sister Yao likes my brother?
Yao Hui became angry when the little girl opposite told her secrets.
Don't talk nonsense.
As if trying to hide it, Yao Hui continued with a straight face.
I haven't settled the matter with you about Master Yuzheng. I can't easily refine it without permission. If something happens, you can't afford it.
In fact, her master happened to have something going on, and she couldn't get away. It was a good thing that the 10,000 Buddhas sect had a way to find someone else to refine it. But for some reason, when she found out that it was the little girl in front of her, she felt very uncomfortable no matter what. Chapter 196 Transaction. With the intention of teasing Yao Hui out of boredom, Jiang Lian remembered that Jiang Yan had said that he also had a Buddha rock at the Wanfo gate. So he said,
Nothing. My brother said that he has a Buddha rock at the Wanfo gate. Let me use it first. I will try it.
Only after I can do I use the Buddha rock from the 10,000 Buddha sect.
This directly angered Yao Hui.
How dare you use junior brother's Buddha rock? Do you know that it is his antidote, which master finally exchanged with 10,000 Buddha sect and stored it there?
Seeing Yao Hui looking like he wanted to kill her, Jiang Lian confirmed Gang's guess. It seemed that Yao Hui didn't really mind her refining medicine for Master Yuzheng, but liked her brother Jiang Yan and was angry that she touched him. Of antidote herbs, Yao Hui was about to draw her sword, but just then Jiang Yan came out and hurriedly explained.
Senior sister, please don't misunderstand me. My little sister is joking with you. She didn't touch my Buddha rock. She used the 10,000 Buddha sect.
Yes, it was decided by Master Yuzhou.
At this time, Yao Hui was angry. She asked her junior brother to speak for her after they had only known each other for a long time. She had just deliberately lied to her, and her anger was boiling out. Fortunately, she had good control skills and didn't get angry in front of her junior brother.
Little sister, come with me. Master will let you in.
Jiang Lian happily followed Jiang Yan towards the cave, completely ignoring Yao Hui's anger. This senior sister Yao probably regards her as an imaginary enemy, judging from her brother Jiang Yan's appearance. It seems that this senior sister Yao has no romantic feelings towards this senior sister Yao. The cave was very quiet and comfortable, and Jiang Lian saw the white-haired 9th level alchemist Guan Hua.
Senior, this junior is being polite.
As he said that, Jiang Lian took out a large box that looked like wood and jade from the space and placed it on the table.
Small gifts are not considered respectful, so please accept them. Senior.
Guan Hua's mental state was not good, and Jiang Lian could clearly feel that he was seriously injured.
No merit. No reward. Girl, I'd better take this gift back.
Guan Hua took a few breaths and continued.
She is yet her sister. Tell me what you want to do.
If I can do my best.
Jiang Lian did not immediately say the purpose of his visit. He stepped forward, opened the box, put it on the table and pushed it over.
I think Senior should accept this gift. You are my brother's master, so you should.
The moment Guan Hua saw Lei Yingqiao, he stood up excitedly, but fell down on his seat because he was too weak.
Ha ha ha. If God doesn't kill me, then so will I.
Originally, his lifespan had not yet reached the end of his life, but this injury caused serious damage to his body. The living conditions of Thunder Yingqiao are very harsh, and it must be exposed to thunder and lightning all year round. After searching for so many years, he never expected that he would find it at the last moment. Seeing his master fall down again, Jiang Yan rushed over to help him. He was excited and surprised. He didn't expect that his little sister would have Lei Yingqiao. He had no way of repaying this kindness.
I wonder what my little Taoist friend wants.
Lei Yingqiao is bound to get it, and he probably won't refuse no matter what he is asked to do now. Although his body is not strong enough to support him to finish practicing the 8th level elixir once. And there are currently no 8th level alchemists in Tianquan Mountain. At least the medicinal materials are ready. Thinking of the 8th level alchemist and the message Yuzhou sent before, Guan Hua couldn't help but look at Jiang Lian. The girl in front of me is ready-made. At this time, Jiang Lian directly stated his intention.
I came here mainly to seek an opportunity to advance to the 9th level alchemist.
Looking at Guan Hua, Jiang Lian said what he was thinking.
I can help Senior refine the Lei Yinghui Cloud pill. If it works, please give me some advice.
It's quite rude at first, and we'll talk about the conditions later. Generally, everyone's alchemy skills can only be taught by their disciples. Jiang Lian's request would have been excessive in the past. But now she has taken out the Lei Ying Chao, and even helped refine the 8th level Dan Lei Ying Wei Dan. This was equivalent to a life-saving grace. So Guan Hua didn't think anything of it.
Yes, but even with the Thunder Ingui Cloud pill, my body cannot withstand the lightning tribulation of the 9th level pill. I can only tell you the secret. Whether I can succeed depends on the luck of my little Taoist friend.
Compared with the little know-how, the value of Lei Ying Chao was completely incomparable in Guan Hua's heart. He felt guilty and said,
in the next 2 days, a secret realm will be opened nearby. This is just a place for my disciples in the mountain to gain experience. Whether I allow you to enter together, whether you can succeed or not depends on you.
Jiang Lian's eyes lit up. She was worried that there was no relevant secret realm, but she didn't expect Guan Hua to be so powerful.
Thank you, Senior. But what if I get the things inside?
Generally, there is only one inheritance. If others don't have it, but she gets it, won't the people of Tianquan Mountain have any objection?
Then it's yours.
Seeing what the little girl meant, Guan Hua smiled and said,
I still have some say, little Taoist friend. Don't worry. Tianquan Mountain is not the only one who can enter and exit this secret realm. Other people who are destined can also enter and exit it. Enter. So everything depends on the fate of the little Taoist friend.
Feeling relieved, Jiang Lian smiled sweetly.
Then I will refine it now. And I also ask Senior to prepare a suitable place for me to refine it.
Thinking of the strange vision of the 8th level elixir, the phoenix appeared inexplicably when he was at Wanfo sect. Although it was a 6th level elixir, neither Yu Zhou nor his brother Jiang Yan found it strange. If this 8th level elixir did not have strange phenomena such as thundering calamity, yes, it would be more troublesome in a place like Tianquan Mountain. Thinking of this, Jiang Lian couldn't help but ask the system.
System, can you create another 8th level elixir phenomenon and thunder tribulation?
The system doesn't seem to issue many tasks recently. And I don't want to hit her with lightning anymore. Not to mention, I'm not used to it.
Yes. It's the same as last time. But it's none of my business if you get struck by lightning.
It was so touched. It didn't expect that the host wanted to be struck by lightning so much.
And he definitely wouldn't let her down. Knowing that the system was starting to get into trouble again, Jiang Lian warned.
Don't think that I don't know that you can control it. Just like a normal calamity, it would be better if it can produce strange phenomena, but not thunder.
The reactions are all phenomena of becoming a Danho. What did Master Zhang Butao do when he refined the 8th level elixir? It seems that the sect has a protective array, and in order to facilitate her study without being disturbed, Master Zhang Butao placed high-level protective arrays throughout the room. So the Donjia has not yet arrived. But it was precisely because of the vision that Master Guyu was attracted. Thinking of this, the vision of mortal tribulation is just for outsiders to see.
Vision is fine. Just exchange for points.
Jiang Lian remembered that she didn't have many points.
How many do you want?
Too much of her and not enough.
Not much. Your points are just right.
Knowing that it was just right, Jiang Lian breathed a sigh of relief. Now after the exchange, she is like a pauper and has nothing. Just in case, Jiang Lian couldn't help but ask the system.
Can you send more tasks?
Otherwise, there will be nothing. And if you really need to exchange it for something urgent in the future, it will be over. Chapter 197, The Heavenly Vision.
You can have this. Let's wait for arrangements.
It's a good thing that the host wants to do more tasks. During this period, the host has performed very well, working hard every day, and his relationship with Su Yeshuan is also very close. And there is no need for it to supervise tasks. Just hearing a beep from the system, Jiang Lian's inventory was completely reduced to 0. Okay.
Release your Suzaku star map when refining. I will arrange it later.
With the support of the system, Jiang Lian felt more at ease. Lei Yingwei Yuandan actually knows the prescriptions and refining methods of elixirs, not counting the collections of Masters Guyu and Zhang Butao. The collection in Wan Yanfeng's library is very complete. There are even more prescriptions. Guan Hua quickly ordered Yao Hui to arrange the alchemy room. Before leaving, Guan Hua desperately handed over the other materials he had prepared to Jiang Lian. This time success or failure depends on this. I don't know why Guan Hua has inexplicable trust in Jiang Lian. Before entering the alchemy room, Yao Hui warned,
I hope you won't play any tricks.
Jiang Lian didn't say much, and went straight into the alchemy room and activated the indoor formation to avoid being disturbed by other people. It was really unwise for Yao Hui to say this at this time. Fortunately, she knew that she didn't have much malice. So Jiang Lian didn't pay much attention to it. What's more, the most important thing for her now is to advance to the 9th level alchemist and refine her brother. Antidote. Take out the special array disc and golden year alchemy furnace in your own space. The quality of the materials prepared by Guanhua can be said to be good, but they are definitely not comparable to those in her space. After thinking about it, she happened to have the materials in the space. In return, he accepted her brother Jiang Yan as his disciple, so that Jiang Yan could protect himself to a certain extent and would not be bullied to death by those in the Jiang family in Luojing. She still decided to replace those materials with better ones. The strange fire became very obedient under her control, and the materials needed for Lei Ying to return to Yun Dan removed impurities under the flames and turned into a liquid. The rest is that Lei Ying Chao is more difficult to deal with. If ordinary flames really require a lot of effort, there is no need to worry about yin yang and netherworld fire. They can directly decompose the essence part under the flame and slowly combine it with other medicines. Liquids merge together. At this time, the Suzaku leaped out from her dantian again, carrying the phoenix cry that resounded throughout the world. The medicinal liquid slowly condensed and solidified. With the help of Suzaku, the flames became more active and the elixir became more solid. Jiang Lian even saw the Suzaku flying above the solidified elixir, and the phoenix's cry sounded again, where Jiang Lian couldn't see. He could see thunderclouds suddenly appearing faintly in the outside sky. Then after the phoenix roared, the thunderclouds dissipated and the sky turned red. Guanhua, who was waiting anxiously in the cave, couldn't help but walk out when he saw the vision happening. Excitement instantly filled his body. I didn't expect it to be refined so quickly. When he heard what Yuzhou said, he still had the mentality of giving it a try. But he didn't expect that he would have such high attainments at such a young age. Some lamented that such a good seedling was not discovered by him at the first time. But they did not feel it was a pity. At this time, there was no need for the little girl to ask him to teach him how to refine 9th level elixirs. He wished he could just package up what he had learned all his life and give it to her. Regarding entering the secret realm of Tianquan Mountain, Guanhua felt that his decision was very correct. It was also Guanhua who loved talent so much. And when he met Jiang Lian, a person with outstanding talent in alchemy, if it were anyone else, he would have covered it up tightly, and no one would want to know the slightest bit, until the person was buried in the ground. There must be an outsider who knows this knowledge. Many powerful people in Tianquan Mountain, who had been hiding behind closed doors, were drawn out by the vision that had not appeared for many years. After seeing Guanhua sitting outside with a weak temperament, he asked a little strangely, "Fellow Taoist Guanhua, who is this person who is making elixirs and causing strange phenomena?" Generally speaking, what can induce strange phenomena must be the existence of 8th level elixirs or even 9th level elixirs. In Tianquan Mountain, only Guanhua can do it. Among his disciples, the one with the highest alchemy level is his eldest disciple Yao Hui. Others are not enough. "It's a little Taoist friend." Guanhua did not mention Jiang Lian's existence directly, but said with a smile, "No one who comes here dares to use their spiritual consciousness to visit at will. After all, no one wants to offend a great alchemist. I even wish I could have a good relationship with him. Otherwise, if I need it in the future, I can get a life-saving pill because of this fate." Time passed by minute by second, and when the magic circle in the alchemy room receded and the door opened, the moment they saw Jiang Lian again, the people around him felt as if countless years had passed. Jiang Lian sent the porcelain bottle in his hand to Guanhua. "Fortunately, I have fulfilled my duty and asked Senior to inspect it." Guanhua excitedly took the porcelain vase and couldn't wait to open it. When he saw it was 1 top-grade Lei Ying Hui Yuan Dan and 2 top-grade Lei Ying Hui Dan, he looked at Jiang Lian in surprise, knowing that her talent was extraordinary. But he didn't expect that she would be so powerful when refining a difficult elixir like the 8th level Thunder Welcome Cloud Pill. You must know that the materials he prepared are not many. 2 at most is already a lot. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be 3. Moreover, even if he refines it himself, he may not be able to have the best elixir in it. In fact, what Guanhua didn't know was that Jiang Lian could refine more than these. Because no one else was watching, she didn't control the quantity. In order to hide her ability, she specially made these 2 high-grade pills. There are still 3 top-grade elixirs in her space. The reason why the elixir production rate and quality are so high is that, in addition to the quality of her materials, her strange fire also plays a supporting role when Suzaku appears, when the elixir is formed. Thinking of this, Jiang Lian asked the system. I remember that the Suzaku appeared automatically last time at the 10,000 Buddha's Gate. In addition to the star map being useful in battle, can skills like alchemy also be used? Other ordinary star charts won't work, but yours will. This is a very surprising thing. Can I summon Suzaku to assist me when refining elixirs in the future? She found that the details of controlling the flame seemed to be more precise with the presence of Suzaku during the 2 refinings. Of course, it's okay if it wants to. Anyway, your spiritual power is completely sufficient. The system didn't say much. Jiang Lian was a little curious as to why it was willing. The star map seems to be a skill map. Can I still communicate with it? Here Guanhua checked the top quality elixir. There was no impurity on it, but there was a phoenix pattern on it. Not everyone could have such an elixir. At least not even he, a 9th level alchemist, could. The only time I remember refining patterned elixirs was when I was struck by lightning. Later, due to the injury, I never refined elixirs again. Without any hesitation, he put away the other 2 high-grade pills. Guanhua took the top-grade pill in one gulp. He took out the formation disc and sat down on the ground to refine the medicine to take effect. Everyone in Tianquan Mountain was trustworthy. Not to mention that after waiting for so many years, he was almost dead, and he didn't want to wait any longer. Everyone around watched the changes in Guanhua nervously, not daring to disturb him at all. Yao Hui looked at Jiang Lian, her eyes full of complexity. If it works this time, then the person in front of me will be Master Savior. Yao Hui felt uncomfortable when she thought about the relationship between her junior brother and her. Chapter 198. Worry about being struck by lightning when troubles arise. I saw bursts of thunder and lightning radiating from Guanhua's body, and gradually the light became smaller and smaller. When the advanced spiritual light replaced the thunder and lightning light, the surrounding spiritual energy began to converge towards Guanhua's location. Master is about to advance. Yao Hui looked at Guanhua sitting there in shock, knowing that Master's cultivation has been unable to improve for many years since the injury. Seeing the gathering of storms and clouds in the sky, Jiang Lian couldn't help but ask the system, is this the time for a thunderstorm? It seemed that it was not too young. The people who came around were all surprised, looking at the calamity clouds in the sky. Some couldn't help but hurriedly took out the magic weapons to prevent the thunder calamity. Guanhua himself did not expect such a result. You must know that the original effect is that the Lei Yingyun Dan will remove the remaining thunder elements from the body, and his cultivation level will improve a little, from the basic level to the intermediate level at most. You will never directly advance to a major level. All the lightning protection equipment that had been placed in the space for a long time flew out. No need for the system to answer. Jiang Lian looked at the real Lei Jia, and was so surprised in her heart. She was obedient, and the other bosses were fine. If she was really hit, it would be over immediately. The body reacts faster than the brain, and Jiang Lian has already flown far away. Yao Hui couldn't help but get angry when she saw it. She pointed at Jiang Lian several times, and then glared at his junior brother Jiang Yin, who was standing aside. He gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go! Are you standing there and preparing to be struck by lightning? This level of lightning there is no calamity that we can handle. So don't let Master get distracted." As he spoke, he quickly walked towards Jiang Lian's position. Jiang Lian was speechless and complained about this fickle woman. He took out the protective array and opened it directly to cover himself in it. Seeing his brother Jiang Yin also coming over, Jiang Lian didn't even think about it, and directly expanded the area to include Jiang Yin. Unfortunately, Yao Hui happened to be inside as well. Yao Hui was obviously a little embarrassed, but she still shrank and hid without the courage to look at the thunder and calamity rolling in the sky. Looking at her expression, Jiang Lian suddenly felt that this person was really fun to play, but her personality was a bit awkward. The thunder tribulation attracted countless powers from Tianquan Mountain. These are powerful powers that have existed for thousands of years. They have seen a lot of things in the world. They were all shocked when they saw Guanhua advance to another level. Guanhua was stuck in the early stage of Mahayana, but now he has directly crossed into the stage of transcending tribulation. And the thunder tribulation is extremely dangerous. In order to prevent the thunder disaster from destroying Tianquan Mountain, the powerful people took action one after another to help Guanhua avoid this thunder disaster. It is definitely not a loss to help a 9th level alchemist survive the thunder tribulation. Some people are eager to have such an opportunity. Although she was far away from the thunder tribulation area, and there was a protective array prepared by Su Yeshuan to prevent her from suddenly triggering a thunder tribulation, Jiang Lian still felt insecure as she looked at the tribulation clouds in the sky that seemed to be suppressing them. Looking at Jiang Yin, Jiang Lian asked weakly, "Brother, how about we retreat again? This distance still feels too close." Jiang Yin didn't have any objections and nodded directly. Yao Hui on the side couldn't help but yelled again. "Afraid of lightning? There are so many things to do. This position is already very safe." There was silence all around, and Jiang Lian completely ignored her unreasonable troubles. Although she is her brother's senior sister, she is not so unreasonable, and she is not used to it. Jiang Yin, who had just met her shortly after, had inexplicably become a sister-in-law. She usually treated her senior sister as just a senior sister. At this time, she didn't even care about her senior sister, and directly followed Jiang Lian to a place she thought was safe. Yao Hui was angry and looked at Lei Jie, who was getting closer and closer. She hurriedly chased Jiang Lian and the others, and finally stood next to them when Jiang Lian closed the formation layer. "Hey! Who is this? Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning when you have a lot to do? The location just now is just right. You can avoid lightning and watch the progress of Master Guanhua. Maybe you can get some insights from it. You are Master Savior. You are afraid of thunder, so I will protect you." In fact, Yao Hui's words made even herself blush. Jiang Yin, who is like a human spirit, has actually noticed that there is something wrong with the atmosphere between the senior sister and the younger sister. Caught in the middle, he was momentarily at a loss. If in the past when those people in the clan were fighting each other, he would have stood aside indifferently without saying a word. However, today's senior sister was indeed very unusual. Jiang Yin couldn't help but frown when he thought about this. However, Yao Hui's attitude was not very tough, and sometimes it was okay. So Jiang Yin didn't have any problems for the time being. Looking at Jiang Lian, Jiang Yin said sincerely, "Little sister, thank you this time. If it weren't for my little sister, the master would probably have reached his end now." Unexpectedly, not only was his injury healed this time, but his cultivation level was also directly advanced, and his lifespan was even increased. "Thank you. You are my brother. Although you have forgotten, you will always be my brother." Jiang Lian's face was full of joy. Jiang Yin couldn't help but laugh. "Well, I will always be your brother." He will always protect her. Although his abilities are limited now, he will definitely work hard to grow up. Even though the little sister's ability is so powerful, the thunder tribulation lasted for several days before stopping. In fact, Jiang Lian had the urge to take out a recliner and sit and wait, but she still did not dare to be presumptuous in a place where big bosses gathered. After the thunder tribulation receded, Guanhua's whole appearance completely changed. His old hair and wrinkled face instantly transformed into a vigorous middle-aged man, and his look of decline and imminent demise no longer existed. Already used to seeing magical events in the world of immortality, Jiang Lian was not surprised at this time. The moment Guanhua opened his eyes, he looked directly at Jiang Lian's position. He originally wanted to salute, but Jiang Lian quickly stopped him. "Senior, there is absolutely nothing you can do. This is what it should be. I will keep it in my heart for saving my life." Jiang Lian quickly waved his hand. "Senior, you don't have to be like this. We have agreed before that you will teach me the 9th level alchemy technique and the opportunity to enter the secret realm. Plus you are my brother's master. So this is nothing." Guanhua smiled and did not continue to be polite. "Okay, I will teach you the 9th level alchemy technique later. As for refining the 9th level elixir, I'm afraid I'm not suitable yet. I have just advanced and my cultivation level is still unstable. If I forcibly refine it, I am afraid that the situation will be even worse." "Thank you, Senior. It's great that you can let me enter the secret realm. Senior, this period of time is not suitable for spending your time refining elixirs." The powerful man on the side came over and said to Guanhua with a smile, "Old man, who is this little fellow Taoist?" It was impossible for Guanhua to refine the elixir in his original state. Everyone had witnessed the heavenly manifestation just now, so the Lei Yingyun elixir must have been temporarily refined. As there is no one in Tianquan Mountain who can refine the 8th level elixir, the only possibility is this little outsider Taoist friend in front of him. Being able to refine such a powerful 8th level elixir at such a young age is not impossible, but it is also surprising. Chapter 199. Do you intend to join Tianquan Mountain? Guanhua smiled and said, "This is my disciple Jiang Yan's sister." After speaking, Guanhua introduced Jiang Lian. "This is the owner of my Tianquan Mountain." The people in front of me look very much like Qi Yin, the master of Kunlun Fire Flame Peak. They are all fiery and refreshing people. But they are definitely not simple. Meet the Mountain Master. Jiang Lian bowed towards the other party. Qin Hengming nodded, with a very friendly face. The vision just appeared when the little friend was refining it. Okay. The next bunch of compliments made Jiang Lian a little embarrassed. At this time, she rejected the idea that the Mountain Master was similar to Qi Yin. This was completely different. Qi Yin is not talkative at all. Every time he speaks, he makes people feel like he will be angry and vomit blood. Mountain Master, I would like to add little friend Jiang to the quota for the secret realm this time. What do you think? Although Guanhua said this, his words were affirmative. Not to mention that he himself had a disciple besides his disciples. Freely arranged quotas. That's great. It's not bad to go and walk in the secret realm. After saying that, the smile on Qin Hengming's face looked treacherous no matter how you looked at it. Do you have any intention of joining Tianquan Mountain? This image reminded Jiang Lian of those bad uncles who seduced and abducted children in the previous life. The Mountain Master doesn't know something. I am already a disciple of Kunlun, and I am not suitable to join another one of them. Qin Hengming seemed to be unwilling to say it again. The treatment is absolutely superior. Do you really not want to consider it? Jiang Lian smiled and shook her head. She didn't want to enter this Tianquan Mountain. Her master had taken her to Kunlun since she was a child, and every plant and tree was familiar to her. There were people she liked, people she respected, and her friends. Although there is a brother in Tianquan Mountain, she only needs him to be good to her, and does not need to be with him all the time. That's a real pity. My little friend is having a lot of fun during this period. If you need anything, just ask. Qin Hengming did not force anything, but his attitude was very friendly. For such a young 8th level alchemist, the Thunder Ingui Cloud pill he refined was so powerful. It was definitely a good idea to make friends with him. The people around slowly dispersed, and Jiang Lian also returned to Guanhua's cave. Jiang Yin and Yao Hui originally wanted to withdraw. After all, the 9th level elixir was not within their reach. No, it's just right for you to stay. It will be somewhat beneficial for you to refine the elixir in the future. Jiang Yin and Yao Hui saluted respectfully. After everyone sat down, Guanhua took out a jade slip from the space and began to explain the contents on it. After a long time, Jiang Lian felt as if he had caught something, but it still seemed like he was missing something. Yao Hui and Jiang Yin on the side seemed to understand, and then looked at Jiang Lian, who was frowning and thinking. Yao Hui somehow felt the desire to compare, and tried hard to recall what the master had just said. But I can't figure it out no matter how hard I try. The girl opposite simply didn't understand the meaning of that breakthrough. After Guanhua finished explaining, he also burned a copy of the relevant content and gave it to Jiang Lian. Because Jiang Yin and Yao Hui had not yet reached the level of breaking through the 9th level, and it would be counterproductive to give them research too early. My little friend, you can rest here for a few days. When the secret realm is opened, you can enter the secret realm with a few of my disciples. Tianquan's secret realm will be opened every once in a while, and the number of people who can enter is limited. However, there are not many young people in Tianquan Mountain, so the secret realm has become a must-go training place for them all year round. It's not a big deal to enter the secret realm, although you can enter every time. The secret realm is ever-changing. People who have entered it over the years have found that it seems that the place they enter is different every time. Thank you, Senior. As Yao Hui and Jiang Yin came out, Jiang Yin wanted to take Jiang Lian directly to his residence, where there happened to be an empty room. Now Yao Hui quit and said hurriedly, Junior brother, how can you let Miss Jiang live with you? It's not good for her reputation. I happen to have a few empty rooms there. If you don't mind, you can come to my place. Live. Jiang Lian saw what Yao Hui meant, thinking that her relationship with Jiang Yin was not blood siblings. Otherwise, why are you so anxious? After regaining his interest, Jiang Lian thanked him directly and refused. Thank you, Senior Sister Yao. But it's okay. I'll have nothing to do with my brother for a few days. Besides, he is my brother. His reputation will not be ruined. Regarding Jiang Li's lack of e-liquid and salt, her junior brother Jiang Yin had no idea at all. He just stood there looking at her strangely, feeling furious. But now, she couldn't directly point out her junior brother's attitude towards her, and said she was afraid of him. If the lonely man and the widow see the right thing, nothing will happen to her in the future. Obviously Jiang Yin didn't think much about it. As for Jiang Lian, even if she doesn't know the truth, she really regards her as her biological sister. since returning to Tianquan Mountain in the past 2 days. Senior sister Yao Hui's attitude has indeed become strange. And he can't figure out senior sister's uncertain mood. Seeing that the senior sister still wanted to persuade, Jiang Yin said directly, "Thank you, senior sister. But don't bother me. I, Jiang Yin, can stand upright and am not afraid of that. Besides, Li Yin and I are brothers and sisters." Jiang Yin just said that the senior sister thought too much. Yao Hui felt embarrassed. But she was also very happy. It turns out that the junior brother really only has a brother-sister relationship with Miss Jiang. Watching the two people leave, Yao Hui was still a little worried. What if Regia fell in love? No matter what she said during this period, she had to follow Jiang Lian. Just in case. Jiang Yan's residence is in a courtyard. It is very quiet, and the environment is good. Before opening the door, Jiang Yan said with some embarrassment, "Because I haven't been back for a long time. The house may be dirty. My sister will wait for me outside for a while. I'll go back. Nothing. Let me help clean up. It's faster this way." Jiang Yan did not refuse. And the things inside were unexpectedly spotless. "Maybe it's because my senior brothers and sisters came over to help take care of it while I was away." The spiritual flowers in the yard also grow very lush and full of life. Jiang Lian smiled clearly. He was probably not a senior brother, but a senior sister. Thinking of his brother Jiang Yan's slowness towards feelings, Jiang Lian suddenly felt sympathy for Yao Hui. Her brother is usually a very shrewd person, but he seems to be missing a link emotionally. So far, she can't see any signs of enlightenment. Besides, when he does, it's not certain whether the person will be Yao Hui. However, this kind of thing can only be understood by the person concerned, and it is inconvenient for her to remind him. I'm afraid it will get worse as time goes by. There were several rooms in the yard, and Jiang Lian chose one at random and lived in it. During this period, because he was in a hurry and had to refine the 8th level elixir as soon as he arrived at Tianquan Mountain, he was even worried about Guanhua's thunder disaster. She didn't dare to rest when it was involved. Now that she could finally relax a little, she decided to go to sleep in the dark. And when she got up, she would study what she had just learned in Guanhua to see if she could make any breakthroughs. Chapter 200 Not Accepting the Favor. Jiang Lian slept extremely comfortably in this room. But Yao Hui over there became very anxious. "I wish I could move to my junior brother's place. It's really uncomfortable to scratch my liver and lungs like this." "Senior sister, what's wrong with you today? Is there anything difficult to do?" Wei Xuanyan just rushed back today. As soon as he entered the door, he saw his senior sister, who is usually as calm as a fairy, walking around irritably. Yao Hui saw Wei Xuanyan's eyes light up and said with a smile, "Junior brother is back." Wei Xuanyan was a little flattered. His senior sister had never been so enthusiastic towards him. Did his senior sister take the wrong medicine today? "Well, the time to enter the secret realm is almost here. It just arrived today." When I thought about getting started, I heard everyone discussing about the 8th level alchemist. He seemed to have heard that his master's injury was cured and even advanced on the spot. He was so excited that he wanted to run over and ask his senior sister. Unexpectedly, I was frightened and forgotten by my senior sister's abnormal behavior. "Senior sister, I heard that master's injury is healed." "Right." He was afraid that it was just a rumor, and it would be bad if it disturbed master's rest. Yao Hui wanted to slap herself on the head, but Jiang Lian made her lose her focus on doing things. She even forgot to inform her junior brother that the master's injury was healed, which was really inappropriate. "Yes, master's injury is completely healed. Now that you are back, master probably already knows about it. Go and see master." After that, Yao Hui suddenly had a flash of inspiration and thought of a good opportunity to go to junior brother Jiang Yan. "Junior brother, after you finish meeting the master, come with me to meet that girl Jiang. It was she who saved the master." Wei Xuanyan didn't think much, nodded and said, "Okay, we should go and meet him." Once a teacher, always a father. Master Savior should really be thanked. Yao Hui felt at peace now, and said with a smile, "Okay, you go see the master first, and I will come and take you there later." Although he was a little surprised by senior sister's abnormality today, he has never been a meticulous person. If senior sister didn't say anything, he didn't need to know. Soon Wei Xuanyan came out after seeing Guanhua. He was in high spirits and seemed to be in a good mood. After walking a few steps, he saw his senior sister standing there waiting for him. Before he could ask, Yao Hui said, "Have you finished meeting master?"
Let's go!
I really can't wait. The two soon arrived at Jiang Yan's courtyard. Wei Xuanyan asked doubtfully,
Senior sister, isn't this junior brother's courtyard?
shouldn't we go to the guest house to see our benefactor? Could it be that the junior brother is back? Ready to go together?
Yes. This is junior brother's courtyard. And Miss Jiang is junior brother's new sister.
Yao Hui didn't say many bad words, but it was a bit thought-provoking. Wei Xuanyan simply didn't think much and said in surprise,
I used to think that my junior brother didn't like to communicate with outsiders. But I didn't expect it. This is a good sign.
anyone who can make his junior brother, Lung Bingquan, recognize him as his sister is also a capable person. Yao Hui swallowed and held her breath there. She could only smile and said,
Junior brother, let's go in quickly.
He ran in impatiently, but he didn't expect that only Jiang Yan was there.
Where's Miss Jiang?
Although no one was seen. At least the two of them were not bored inside. And Yao Hui breathed a sigh of relief.
I'm resting.
Jiang Yan was looking at the recent homework assigned by his master in the yard. When his senior sister asked, he only replied, looked at Wei Xuanyan and nodded.
Senior brother is back.
Wei Xuanyan didn't find anything strange about his junior brother's attitude. Junior brother always behaved like that in front of others. It probably had something to do with the environment in which he grew up as a child.
Well, I'm back. I heard that Miss Jiang saved the master. I came over to thank her.
If Wei Xuanyan saw Jiang Yan's attitude towards Jiang Lian, his newly recognized sister, he would probably be depressed. It turns out that there are indeed exceptions.
If senior brother is busy with something, you can go back first. I will tell my little sister when she gets up. If senior brother is not in a hurry, you can rest here. But I don't know how long little sister will usually sleep.
How long to sleep? Jiang Yan didn't know how much shock his words brought to his senior brothers and sisters. It should be known that once people who cultivate immortality have introduced qi into their bodies, they don't need to sleep like ordinary people. Most of them practice when they have time to improve their cultivation. Unexpectedly, this ginger girl was actually sleeping. Wei Xuanyan and Yao Hui sat down directly on the stone bench, chatting and making tea while waiting. Jiang Lian simply didn't keep them waiting for too long. He started sleeping last night, and it was already quite a long time since the sun was high in the sky. When Jiang Lian yawned and walked out of the door, she happened to encounter three people looking at her.
Is there something on my face?
He subconsciously touched his face, and it felt like everything was fine. Is there mucus? Just when he was about to stop looking, Jiang Yan said,
There's nothing on my face. I'm just curious. Is she really asleep?
In fact, you can know without asking. Look at the hazy look on his face as he just woke up. He can't fake it at all.
Yes. I'm serious about sleeping on my beauty sleep.
She feels bad every time she doesn't sleep. Moreover, in her case, even if she sleeps, her cultivation level will increase on her own. She can only work hard to stabilize her cultivation level on weekdays, and can't let her cultivation level increase. The foundation is damaged too quickly. Yao Hui looked over and over in disbelief, but could not tell Jiang Lian's true strength.
Miss Jiang, I would like to ask, what is your current level of cultivation?
They couldn't see her cultivation level. The only possibility in this situation was that the other party's cultivation level was higher than hers. In addition, the cultivation level of a person with enough spiritual power to refine an 8th level elixir will definitely not be low.
Yes.
Jiang Lian didn't say it directly. If Xiao said anything, it would easily cause unnecessary trouble. Yao Hui was swallowed by Jiang Lian again, but she couldn't say anything and could only hold it in.
Miss Jiang, I am Wei Xuanyan. Thank you for saving my master. I will remember your great kindness and kindness in my heart. If you need anything, just ask me. If it can be done, I will definitely do it.
Seeing that the younger sister was a little confused, Jiang Yan hurriedly explained,
This is my second senior brother, and the second senior brother is from Tianquan Mountain we just returned to. Oh, it's second senior brother Wei. It's okay. Master Zhou Guanhua has negotiated terms with him before. We are mutually beneficial. There is no big or small favor. Don't mind it.
In fact, kindness and other things are not bad, and they can be used as favors in the future. But she didn't want to do this. Originally, her rescue of Guanhua was considered a reciprocal transaction. Guanhua taught the 9th level elixir refining method, and unexpectedly was able to enter the secret realm of Tianquan Mountain to find opportunities. As for Guanhua, she only helped refine the 8th level Laying Wi Dan. The success of the advancement was also related to his own years of accumulation. In addition, the moment Guanhua recovered from his injury, the depression in Guanhua's heart was suddenly cleared away. Sometimes the mentality also greatly affects the progress of cultivation. Wei Xuanyan was a little stunned by Jiang Lian's unique statement. This was not what he originally expected. You must know that he is also an alchemist himself. An alchemist knows an alchemist best. Most of them will make the beneficiaries thank you for the benefits. If there are no on-site benefits, many of them will appear directly later. Unexpectedly, Jiang Lian was unwilling to accept this kindness. Chapter 201 I'm sorry. Seeing the three of them looking at her again, Jiang Lian smiled and said, I mean what I said, so don't mind it. Seeing the little sister's attitude, Jiang Lian somehow felt that this was what the little sister was thinking. He said to the hesitant senior sister and second senior brother, Senior sister, senior brother, and little sister, since I have already said it, you don't need to pay attention to it. From now on, we will keep it in mind. Yao Hui felt particularly unhappy that her junior brother made the decision for Jiang Lian so familiarly. I really want to remind my junior brother that you are also master's disciple. And you must remember this kindness. Even though she is your sister, she is just a god sister, not really related by blood. The little junior brother, who has always been cold-hearted, never thought that one day he would become like this. And it was even unreasonable. Yao Hui's voice was a little harsh. Miss Jiang, please don't refuse. We will definitely keep it in our hearts. This is somewhat. Even Wei Xuanyan couldn't help but frown. Jealousy makes people lost. Yao Hui realized that she had been rude. Her face turned red, but she didn't explain much. I heard that Miss Jiang will enter the secret realm with us. If Miss Jiang doesn't mind, you can join us. Wei Xuanyan became more sincere, and he was very embarrassed about his senior sister's behavior. You can have this. You and your brother are in the same group, so it's a good idea to go together. At present, she has the highest cultivation level. The nascent soul stage is complete, and it is estimated that he will be able to advance again soon. Seeing Jiang Lian agree, Wei Xuanyan breathed a sigh of relief. Yao Hui on the side didn't dare to say anything since the initial gaffe, and stood there silently without any objection. In fact, she really remembered this kindness in her heart and was grateful for it. But she felt angry because of her junior brother's different treatment. After the two said goodbye, Jiang Yan looked at Jiang Lian and said, If you don't like it, little sister, you don't have to leave. I know you have important things to do this time. If you need me, I will help you distract them. What the younger sister seemed to have said at the beginning was that if she couldn't watch a 9th level alchemist refine a 9th level pill in person, the only thing left was to find a way to obtain the alchemist's inheritance. I just hope there is a corresponding inheritance in the secret realm. Jiang Lian was stunned. Her brother knew that what she needed was the alchemist's inheritance, and couldn't help but ask, Don't you want that inheritance? Don't want it? I think so. But it doesn't mean much to me. My major is combat, and my talent is not there. So don't worry, sister. As for the senior brothers and sisters, they specialize in alchemy. If there is an inheritance, they will definitely want it. Although his senior brothers and sisters were usually nice to him, compared to those of the Jiang family in Luojing, they were a world of difference. But for some reason, he was inexplicably partial to his sister. I must help my sister get what she needs. Thank you, brother. The fool was still the same as when he was a child. He was even willing to go to Luo Jingjiang's family alone for the sake of his tribe and her. But he didn't expect to end up in such a situation. Thank me for nothing. If you need anything in the future, you can tell me. You know? Otherwise, he was afraid that his sister would not say anything, and he would not know that he needed to do many things. Yes, I will. Jiang Lian smiled, and the smile on his face was extremely bright. Under the sunlight, his whole body seemed to glow, which was very beautiful. Jiang Lian's appearance is not bad. In this world where handsome men and beautiful women gather, her appearance is considered to be above the standard. However, when she goes out, she still keeps a low profile. Every time, she subconsciously asked Yu Qiong to weaken her appearance. After pestering his brother Jiang Yan again to accompany him and having a delicious meal, Jiang Lian returned to the room with satisfaction. He opened the formation plate and took out the jade slip that Guanhua had given him before. Zhongbian recalled Guanhua's explanation. Slowly, Jiang Lian couldn't help but start to evolve automatically in his mind. There seemed to be a pill that showed Jiang Lian was automatically refining according to the steps in his mind. Time passed slowly, and Xiao Jianlian seemed to be about to complete the refining. But when it was condensed, the furnace broke open instantly. Jianlian woke up with a start. Fortunately, it evolved in her mind, and her consciousness was even stronger than ordinary people. If this were to happen in reality, he would probably be seriously injured after the furnace exploded. After a moment of silence, Jianlian tried to recall where he had made a mistake, but he seemed to have no idea where he had made a mistake. After trying several times, Jianlian found that he still failed to grasp the key point. Looking out the window, I don't know if there is an alchemist's inheritance in the secret realm of Tianquan Mountain, or if it is a 9th level alchemist's inheritance. If not, then she would probably have to find a way to enter Dawn Zone to see if there was any way to break through. As for Guanhua, although his injury is recovered, it will be completely impossible to refine 9th level pills in the next few years.
System, do you think there is an inheritance in the secret realm?
She doesn't know when, but the system has become the first thing she thinks of asking when she encounters difficulties. Su Yeshuan has been at 1N peak all year round, and cannot leave Kunlun for too long. She doesn't want him to worry too much about it.
This depends on your luck. That secret realm can transport you to different realms based on your talent. I don't know if it can take you to a place with inheritance.
After so many years, those sleeping above are probably slowly waking up. They couldn't jump around, so this loophole in the barrier just gave them a chance to kill time. I just hope that the host can grow up before all those people wake up. Otherwise things will probably get worse and worse by then.
Do you have a way to control me so that I can choose what I need?
She seemed to have no rewards to redeem at this time, and she felt so miserable. How did you become so poor? Why hasn't the system released more tasks? It's not that she has masochistic tendencies. It's just that it's so easy to use, and she knows everything.
This won't work, but you can ask Shinji to help you detect it. This way, the chance will be greater.
Divine Branch. Right. I didn't expect that this cheating weapon could be used in this way, and my panicked heart became more stable.
System, why haven't you posted any tasks recently?
She needs a lottery opportunity, even if it only has points, just in case she needs it.
This place is not good. You will know the specific reason later.
Tianquan Mountain is the closest place to the barrier, and there is a loophole in the secret realm. If it releases a mission, it will be easily discovered by the awakened old guys above. Then it won't be fun.
So I have to rely on myself during this time. Right.
Being self-reliant is a good experience, and having a system is also good.
Yes, but if you have any questions, you can ask me, and I will tell you everything.
Jianlian was not used to the system suddenly being so good. She really had the potential for abuse.
Okay.
Jianlian agreed readily. She had to pay great attention to safety every step she took. Fortunately, Su Yeshuan had given her emergency training. Chapter 202 Let me do it. The day to enter the secret realm came soon, and Jianlian knocked on Jianlian's door. Everyone gathered at the square of Tianquan Mountain. Tianquan Mountain does not recruit disciples as widely as the big sects, so the number of disciples is not large. Only 30 or 40 in the entire square. The other disciples didn't think much of Jianlian's appearance. Every time Tianquan Mountain's secret realm is entered, there will be extra people, but only those who have Tianquan Mountain's consent, or they are directly sucked into the Tianquan secret realm because of fate. Otherwise no one outside will know.
The rules are the same. Everyone puts a drop of blood on their life chart. After you come out of the secret realm, please come back and report to eliminate the mark on your life chart.
Mountain Lord Qin Hengming stood at the front and said things that were commonplace in the past. But he didn't want nonsense. When the fortune chart was revealed, all the disciples walked over and shed blood as usual. Jianlian understands this effect very well. It was the same when he entered the secret realm of the wasteland in Kunlun. In this world, this is one of the important means to confirm the safety of disciples. 30 or 40 people quickly finished the dripping. The mountain master and several elders used their spiritual power. When the formation was activated, a secret entrance to the secret realm transformed by white spiritual power appeared in the sky above the square. Jianlian was surprised that this secret realm was actually in Tianquan Mountain. I originally thought that it was in the desert outside. No wonder no one knew about it. If everyone outside knew that greed makes people commit crimes, there would probably be countless people rushing to get a piece of the pie.
Little sister, let's go!
When it was their turn, Jianlian turned around and called Jianlian, fearing that she would not follow. Jianlian responded with a smile, and then followed Jianlian and others towards the entrance. The scene in front of them changed, and they were seen in a courtyard. surrounded by beautiful scenery and lush vegetation. Looking at the people around him, the originally small number of 30 or 40 people suddenly shrank, leaving only her brother Jiangyan, Yao Hui, Wei Xuanyan, and 5 others she had never seen before. One of the 5 female monks asked Yao Hui, "Together?" Yao Hui looked at his 2 junior brothers, and they nodded at the same time. Jiang Lian asked Shinji, "Is there any inheritance from alchemists here?" In the past, Shinji would directly check for treasures. Except for the strange fire last time. She was not sure whether she could find such things as inheritance. But the system said so. So she was somewhat expecting it. "Master, there are some. But they are not here. You may need to go to another realm." There are many different realms in the secret realm. When you enter, you may be divided into different realms. And the things inside are all different. "Isn't there nothing we can do?" Jiang Lian suddenly felt a little disappointed. "It's okay, Master. I found out that there is an intersection leading there. But it may be quite far. Do you have enough time?" There is also a time limit for entering this world. If you do not leave within 3 months, you will be automatically transported out. However, each of them was given a jade token, which can be used to teleport directly when in danger. This is why Tianquan Mountain suffers very little damage every time it enters the secret realm. After all, there is not only one chance to enter. If you really die inside, you will lose more than you gain. "Yes, as long as you follow the route, there will be no problem." After saying that, a simple terrain map appeared on Yuqiongyin, with a red route marked on it. Jiang Lian looked at the route above, and saw that the distance was indeed quite long. But she calculated that it would be within enough time. Looking at Jiang Yan, he originally planned to follow his brother Jiang Yan. But I'm afraid it won't work this time. But let's see which direction they plan to go. So Jiang Lian didn't say anything. Jiang Yan happened to be standing next to Jiang Lian. He was afraid that the younger sister would not recognize them. So he introduced them privately. "These are senior sister Lu, senior brother Wang, senior brother Chen, senior brother Zhou, and junior sister Zheng in my sect." Several people nodded towards Jiang Lian, but they did not exchange greetings. Senior sister Lu said directly, "How about we go east this time?" Yao Hui and Wei Xuanyan knew in their hearts that their master was unable to refine the 9th level elixir. So they used the conditions for entering the secret realm as compensation to see if they could get compensation. Subconsciously looking at Jiang Lian's position. In order to repay their kindness, they decided to focus on Jiang Lian this time. At this time, they somewhat regretted agreeing to come with senior sister Lu. Jiang Lian also nodded. The location to the east was just right. Yao Hui and the other 3 people breathed a sigh of relief. The other 5 people looked at Yao Hui and their reactions with some confusion. Although Jiang Lian's story has spread to almost everyone, they don't know Jiang Lian's purpose. They all thought this was Elder Guanhua's reward for saving his life. The group of people quickly walked forward. But the surrounding yard seemed a little weird. And they couldn't get out no matter how they walked. Phantom array? Everyone discovered it. And even after walking around for several times, they were still there. Lu and others were looking for ways. And Jiang Lian was thinking about whether he should show off his power. Breaking this illusory formation is actually quite simple. "Junior brother Wang, come here." Senior sister Lu looked at the roll call for a while, and then looked at junior brother Wang who was standing behind. Jiang Lian still said, "How about I come?" The people around him were stunned for a moment. And Lu Xian said with a displeased face, "No, junior brother formation king is an expert. He is the true successor of our elder Guang." "Fine. If you don't need it, don't use it." Jiang Lian stood behind without saying a word. She doesn't have much time to spend with them now. There are indeed many benefits to upgrading and fighting monsters. And she can even take her brother with her to help him increase his cultivation. My brother's current level of cultivation has not yet reached nascent soul. Seeing his sister being treated coldly by the other party, Jiang Yan was a little unhappy. Jiang Lian saw that Jiang Yan wanted to stand up for her, and quickly sent a message into the secret. "Brother, it's okay." Faced with the superiority of those people, Jiang Yan was puzzled as to why they were so superior. Jiang Yan frowned and looked at it. His sleeves were pulled by Jiang Lian. So he had no choice but to give up. Time passed by minute, but Wang Mian made no movement to untie the formation. Jiang Lian was a little impatient, and said to Jiang Yan, "Brother, I may not be able to leave with you. I'm afraid there won't be enough time. I will leave by myself after I take you out later. You should be more careful." Jiang Yan was a little surprised. "I'll go with you." "I really feel uneasy. But when I think about my sister's strength along the way, and how she was able to defeat Jiang Shuxian in the Wasteland Secret Realm, I know that her strength is quite good. Jiang Yin realized that he might become more of a burden if he followed. Senior brother Wang's attainments and formations are pretty good. He couldn't figure out the formations for so long. So his sister simply said she would take him out directly later. This kind of strength is probably more powerful than he thought. What kind of cultivation is my little sister now? Chapter 203 The Sword Spirit Awakens. Regarding his brother, Jiang Lian did not hide it like outsiders, and said directly, Nascent souled Zogchen, because the two of them were talking through voice transmission. Jiang Yin was the only one who was shocked. After a while, Jiang Yin said, Sister, be careful when you are alone. Jiang Lian smiled and said, Okay. Then he said to Yao Hui and Wei Xuanyan, Senior sister Yao, senior brother Wei, I will go ahead and go out to get together another day. Yao Hui and Wei Xuanyan were a little surprised, but Jiang Lian didn't say anything more. Senior sister Lu and others were even more unhappy with Jiang Lian. Senior brother Zhou directly retorted, I'm just making sarcastic remarks here. They hadn't even broken the formation yet. They really regretted agreeing to be with these weak alchemists. But there was nothing they could do about it. They were all disciples of the 9th level alchemist Guan Hua. At least there is someone to help when you need it when you are injured. Oh, I wanted to help just now. But senior sister Lu kindly said no. Jiang Lian stood up and said, It's better for me to do it. Otherwise, I won't be told that standing and talking doesn't hurt my back. You, Zhou, have been stunned for a long time. But you have no idea why. Jiang Lian took out the Luofu pin. The moment the Luofu pin appeared, everyone around him was surprised. Are you also a talisman master? Senior brother Wang, who was studying the formation, couldn't help but ask. Yes. The Luofu pen advances with the level. Others cannot understand the level at this time. Yu Xianji is a powerful person from the sky, and the inheritance is not something that can be found in this world. Therefore, the formation in front of Wang Mian is very difficult to understand. Although it is not simple in theory. In Jiang Lian's opinion, it couldn't be easier. Her spiritual power was flowing, and the golden elements jumped out from the Luofu pin and headed towards the illusion formation. Several runes that Wang Wuchan and others could not understand were suspended on the formation. They didn't know what Jiang Lian did. They saw that the entire formation disappeared directly, and even the house they had just dissipated directly. At this time, they discovered that there was a very large cemetery around it, with many graves around it. Black crows flew across the sky, and there was even a slight red color on the edges. Several women turned pale with fright, and even a few men looked a little pale. Where is this place? Are you entering another illusion again? Although Yao Hui usually likes to cause trouble for Jiang Lian, her attitude at this time is very good. In fact, I know in my heart that this is not the possibility of another illusion. But I am just holding a trace of self-deception in my heart. Where did you take us? Take us back. Compared to Yao Hui's kind words, senior sister Lu's voice was almost commanding. Oh, if I had that ability, why didn't I send myself to a better place? Jiang Lian simply didn't want to talk to her anymore. The clown always had more things to do. Turning to Yao Hui, he said, Senior sister Yao, don't be afraid. This is an ancient cemetery. If you are not afraid, you can probably find a lot of good things here. If you don't want to stay here anymore, you can just walk straight ahead. There is not much to go. I can get out of here. This is what she can see now. As for what kind of cemetery it is, she really doesn't know. Without waiting for them to say anything more, Jiang Lian said goodbye directly. Brother, I'm leaving first. Senior sister Yao. Goodbye senior brother Wei. Sister, be careful. Yao Hui and Wei Xuanyan also nodded and said, Be careful. Okay. After saying that, Jiang Lian jumped up and flew away quickly. Everyone except Jiang Yin was shocked. What kind of cultivation level does she have? Jiang Yin returned to his usual cold expression and didn't say much. These are all from the same sect, and there are relatively few people in Tianquan Mountain, so they all know Jiang Yan's temperament and are used to it. Yao Hui said directly what Jiang Lian said to her. Yes. Although those 5 people were full of energy, they had nothing to do. They have rules in Tianquan Mountain, and they cannot harm their fellow sect members. Although they were angry, they were not enemies, so they continued to walk together. After all, in this strange place, there are many people who can help. Jiang Lian here decided after flying for a while that it would be easier to use a flying sword.
I haven't used Feiyu's sword for a long time. After summoning Feiyu's sword, I was surprised to find that the sword spirit had awakened. Master. The soft and cold female voice gave Jiang Lian the feeling of a royal sister. Completely recovered? The sword spirit helped Xiao Miao and even helped Qing Niao's sword to advance. It blocked so many lightning disasters, and its vitality was greatly damaged. In addition, it merged with the main body and fell asleep for a long time. This was the first time she heard the voice of the sword spirit. Well, recovered. Jiang Lian felt it, and the entire Feiyu sword made her even more comfortable. I tried cutting forward a few times, and the power became even stronger. Fortunately, he controlled his strength. Otherwise, the few blows would have knocked the place over. Fine. Now that he has recovered, the first thing to do is to hurry up and shorten the time to get the inheritance as soon as possible. She did not use the spaceship refined by Su Yesuan. Although that one was fast, it was too conspicuous and difficult to hide. In this unfamiliar territory, it's better to keep a low profile. Now with the help of Sword Spirit, the speed will definitely be faster. Okay, let's go! Jiang Lian controlled Feiyu's sword and hurried along the route above Yuqiongyin. During this period, there were still a few flying spirit beasts that wanted to attack her. But they were all directly injured by the domineering sword energy emitted by the feather sword and fell to the ground. Later, the Feiyu sword no longer concealed its presence, and the sword energy spread everywhere, directly frightening the birds and beasts wherever it passed. So awesome? But she likes it. If the domineering and powerful sword spirit had a physical form, I would really like to see what she would look like. Maybe Jiang Lian's idea was too strong, and the sword spirit sensed it, and said directly, "This is not enough. Because of the suppression of the world, I can't show the spirit body. When the outer world is opened in the future, I will show it to you when I have the opportunity." The sword spirit in Feiyu's sword couldn't help but touch her face and fell into deep thought. Her appearance was what her master had asked her to change, and it had been like this for millions of years. Then it's agreed. I seem to have often heard about Time Waitian during this period. What is it like there? Jiang Lian couldn't help but look at the sky. Will the heaven outside open when she is alive? Many people in this world did not wait until the outer world was opened before they reached their end and perished in this world. But she didn't think too much about this problem. She was always happy-go-lucky. What he cares about most now is his brother's medicine, his master's antidote, and rescuing his clan members. Because of the unexpected Feiyu sword spirit, Jiang Lian reached his destination much faster, and there were fewer unnecessary troubles on the way. In fact, according to Shinji's exploration, there are still many good things in this realm. But Jiang Lian was focused on that inheritance and had no extra time to hunt for treasures. Jiang Lian looked at the waterfall in front of her that was diverted by stones, and asked Shinji, "Can you enter the world you mentioned by passing through the waterfall?" Chapter 204 Everything Depends on Fate. Yes, master. After receiving Shinji's affirmation, Jiang Lian took a breath and couldn't help but ask, "Is this intersection one-way or two-way?" If it was two-way, she could come back to find those treasures. It felt like there was something calling her in this realm. It can be said that it is a two-way street, but it depends on your luck when you come back. See if there is a door to come back over there. There are thousands of worlds here, and which world you can go to depends on your luck. If you are lucky, there will be intersections leading to everywhere in that world. If you are unlucky, it will probably be a one-way intersection. But fortunately, with the existence of the Jade token, it is completely okay to go out within the specified time at any time. If you are greedy and don't go out according to the regulations, you will probably have to stay here forever. And it won't even matter whether you will meet people from the same world again in the future. That's for sure. After all, no one knows how many small worlds there are inside. Jiang Lian nodded. It really depends on luck. She used Yuqiongyin to change her appearance. She was still pretty, but she felt ordinary, as if she was disappearing into the crowd. Xiaoji, which intersection here is the intersection you measured? The waterfall in front of her was divided into multiple branches. She did not dare to test it at will. If she was directly sucked into the wrong boundary, she would be in vain. The master closes his eyes, and you can feel it, because they have a contractual relationship, and it itself resides in the master. It is very convenient to sense this transmission method. Jiang Lian closed her eyes, and sensed the front with her consciousness, and found that there was a place in the waterfall in front of her that was glowing. Is it a glowing place? Yes, master. He spotted the location and flew over. As she got closer, Jiang Lian felt an uncontrollable suction force attracting her. Master, There is no need to resist. The suction proves that there is something suitable for you in this realm.
Jiang Lian followed Shinji's prompts and relaxed his body and mind directly. And his body was sucked directly into the waterfall. Coming out of the waterfall, Jiang Lian found that the surrounding environment had not changed at all. Even the surrounding vegetation and the waterfall above were the same.
Didn't it work? No. Master, it's done. But the entrance to the realm is almost the same in every world.
Jiang Lian looked at the waterfall in front of him strangely. There was also a door there.
Are those entrances the same as the ones just now? No. Each entrance is linked to a different world. The world where the host originally went happened to have an entrance as well.
The host asked her just now. So this world just happened to have it. Jiang Lian's eyes lit up after hearing this. That would be great.
Okay. Then if you still have time, go over and see if there are any good things. You first need to find where the inheritance I need is.
As expected, the male protagonist relied on it to become a part of Long Altian. The location of the inheritance was soon found, and the route was shown on Yu Qiong's hidden body. Looking into the distance was still quite far. I don't know if there are people from Tianquan Mountain in this world who have ended up in this place. But it's none of her business. Summoning the Feiyu sword again, Jiang Lian flew towards the place marked on Yu Qiongyin as fast as possible. Just like the previous situation, all the spiritual beasts she met on the road were injured by the sword spirit. So there was no need for her to take action personally.
Sword spirit, you won't fall asleep again, will you?
No. The voice was still soft and cold, but his attitude towards Jiang Lian was very respectful. If Xia Miao could hear it, she would be jealous and crazy. When the sword spirit followed her, he was aloof. How could he be like this? In fact, if an ordinary person got the Feiyu sword and returned to the body, she would definitely not have this attitude. At first, he was just afraid of the power of being struck by lightning. But after entering the main body, he was instantly shocked when he sensed the condition of the contract owner. But he was also extremely excited. This time it will definitely protect her, and never let tragedy happen again. Jiang Lian felt happy after receiving the answer from Sword Spirit. She had to know that when she read novels in the past, the protagonist Sword Spirit would fall asleep all the time. She almost thought it was a habitual thought. This is good. If she no longer falls asleep, her overall combat strength will increase to another level. With her current strength, she might even dare to challenge the leader Guohuai. This world is not as gloomy and terrifying as the previous realm. There are many spiritual plants and sacred trees in the whole world, and their levels seem to be quite high. The level in her dimension is not low in Xianling continent. But she didn't expect that the things here are even more powerful. Somehow, Jiang Lian remembered the previous 2 space upgrade experiences. Will it be upgraded again this time? This feels so damn familiar. From a distance, Jiang Lian saw an alchemy platform not far away, with a huge alchemy furnace placed on it, which looked like it was made of stone. There was a tall tower a little further ahead. Jiang Lian sensed the mystery above, and felt that it was definitely not simple inside.
Is the inheritance in that tower?
I subconsciously thought it was in there.
No, it's in the alchemy furnace.
This was very shocking.
How do you get into this alchemy furnace?
Jiang Lian walked around the stone alchemy furnace and found that there were no other related totems on it. Not even a gap. Where is this inheritance?
You can place your palm on the alchemy furnace. As long as you are destined, this alchemy furnace will take you to the place of inheritance.
Everything depends on fate. Jiang Lian put her hand on the alchemy furnace anxiously, praying in her heart that she could be selected to enter the inheritance place. This is the first time she has been looking forward to inheriting something so much. It turned out that it was because of the influence of the original work that she was worried in her heart. She was afraid that she would be implicated by the protagonist and would burp in advance. Therefore, she lived in trepidation every day. She wished she could hide directly and not meet the heroine until she had finished the original work. The deaths may be better. Later, there was systematic assistance anytime and anywhere. Jiang Lian never lacked good things such as inheritance. In addition, Su Yeshuan would give her any good things he had, so she never lacked anything. The gray stone alchemy furnace glowed brightly at this moment. Jiang Lian's heart was full of excitement, and her calm eyes were full of excitement. Is this a drama? There was an inexplicable pain on her finger. Jiang Lian found that there was a cut on her finger. The stone alchemy furnace was continuously sucking her blood. She wanted to take her hand back in time, but she didn't expect that her finger seemed to be stuck to the alchemy furnace, and she couldn't pull it out. Move.
System. What's going on?
She shouldn't have died of excessive blood loss. Fortunately, although the system cannot issue tasks, it can still communicate with Jiang Lian.
It's okay. You can enter the inheritance place later. The blood loss will not exceed the limit.
Jiang Lian guessed that what the system wanted to say was that you wouldn't die if you lost some blood. Chapter 205 Moving Forward to Inherit. The system's words made Jiang Lian feel like he had a backbone in his heart instantly, and he was no longer at a loss. After the stone alchemy furnace turned red, the huge figure slowly shrank, and finally floated into the air and turned into a blood-red door. Looking at the color on the door, Jiang Lian felt it was very strange no matter how he looked at it. You must know that ordinary golden and white ones are more fair. The black color is caused by the infection of demonic energy, and the red color is unknown. Su Yeshuan said that her system is special. Once infected with demonic energy, she will not be able to return to Xianling continent.
Host, don't worry. This will definitely not affect your personal physique.
Hearing the host's voice, the system hurriedly explained. That old guy Hong Yan still makes all these messy things. Everything is mainly red. In the past, when the host learned his name in Time Wation, he thought he was a female monk. Unexpectedly, he was an old man, and a slutty old man. I don't know what this guy's hobbies are. He is obviously handsome, but he likes to pretend to be old every day. He is very dependent on his old age. Unexpectedly, he woke up too. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Lian walked towards the door. The scene in front of me changed again, and all I could see was darkness around me. Thick spiritual power rushed through the body, but it was a little uncomfortable. It seems as if these spiritual energy are contaminated with some impurities, making them even less suitable for monks to practice than the scarce spiritual energy in the Xianling world. Then look at the surrounding environment. Looking at the ruins of the collapsed buildings, you can see how magnificent the buildings here must have been in the past.
After so many years, someone finally came in. Old man, I really had a hard time waiting.
Jiang Lian looked around, trying to find the source of the sound, but for some reason, he didn't see a single figure.
Greetings to Senior. This Junior is being polite.
Although he didn't know where the voice came from, Jiang Lian bowed towards that place based on his feeling. People do not blame. Fortunately, I worshipped in the right place. I saw a fiery red figure appearing in front of me, but the figure was transparent. The fiery red robe would definitely look good on a bright girl, and it would also look good on a handsome man. But I didn't expect that in front of me was a gray-haired old man.
Huh?
Hong Yan looked at the female doll in front of her seriously. She felt familiar, but there was no imprint of the world tree. Is her? Or was he wrong?
Baby, have you ever seen a glowing sacred tree?
Facing the opponent's probing, Jiang Lian wanted to defend, but at this moment she panicked and found that she couldn't resist. The disparity in strength made her unable to resist. At this time, her desire for strength became even stronger. The danger of dying at any time made her feel a sense of crisis.
Baby, let me ask you again. Have you ever seen a glowing sacred tree?
The system was nestled in Jiang Lian's body and did not dare to let out any breath.
This damn old man. If that person knows what you are doing now, you will definitely be finished when you wake up and settle the account.
Jiang Lian subconsciously thought of the clan-protecting sacred tree of the Jiang family in Xucheng. Hong Yan was a little disappointed and a little lonely. He couldn't help but sigh.
It would be great if you were her. Then Time Wation would be saved, and we old bones would no longer have to choose to sleep and sleep underground forever.
Looking at the gray sky, it seemed to be covered by something. The sun couldn't shine in at all, and the entire sky was like a dead zone. Over time, it becomes upsetting. He often even thinks about how great it would be if he woke up later, so that when he wakes up, the world will be restored to its original state, and he won't have to look at this worrying world and sigh. Jiang Lian didn't understand his words, but the system in her body did. Maybe this time it will really work out. I just hope that things will change by then and won't be as bad as before. It is also always looking forward to that day.
Okay. Since you are here, it means you are destined to me. You have not accepted a disciple for so many years, and you are too busy. You can stay and learn from me.
He happened to be very busy by himself, so having an apprentice to teach him could help him pass the time. Stay? Jiang Lian hesitated and said directly.
To be honest, Senior, this time I entered the training place and came here accidentally. If I don't go back within the specified time, I may die here.
Hong Yan frowned and stood there looking at Jiang Lian without saying anything. After a long time, Hong Yan sighed and said,
That's right. It doesn't matter how many days you stay in this outer world, but you won't survive if it lasts for a long time.
Time wasting is a mess of broken spiritual energy. If you really learn alchemy here, once you refine the elixir, your spiritual energy will be exhausted, and there will be no available spiritual energy supply. And you will become a useless person by then. Jiang Lian bowed again, and didn't say much. In fact, he was feeling uneasy inside. Will the old man still teach her in this situation? Looking at Jiang Lian, Hong Yan decided to teach the little kid in front of him the art of alchemy. I had seen her physical condition when I asked her questions before, and she was a very good alchemy candidate. After not seeing anyone for so many years, he wished he had an apprentice to kill time with, let alone the talented one in front of him.
Okay, you can become a disciple. I will teach you directly. If you don't know how to refine it through the pagoda, maybe I can help you answer the questions through the pagoda with my spiritual consciousness in the future. It depends on whether my distraction can help you in the world you are in. Got inside.
Jiang Lian happily became a master. The system told her that in this world, one person is actually allowed to have multiple masters, as long as the varieties are different. No one will have any objection to each master. People in Xianling continent paid more attention to it. She believed that Yin Chongzi would not mind.
Okay, let's call Hong Yan for my master's name. It may be more uncomfortable during the transmission. Please bear with it.
After saying that, Hong Yan raised his finger slightly and pointed towards Jiang Lian's forehead. A ray of golden light was seen in the center of his forehead rushing towards her forehead. At this moment, Jiang Lian felt a splitting headache and couldn't help but want to cover it with her hands. Stop.
Don't move.
Hong Yan stopped him. Jiang Lian tried her best to control it, but it was too painful and unbearable. Hong Yan also saw that the new apprentice was already working hard to control it. Without stopping her, Jiang Lian was tied up with a fairy rope. After being tied up, Jiang Lian breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was uncomfortable, she no longer had to control and endure the pain. Time passed minute by minute, until Jiang Lian passed out from the pain, and Hong Yan stopped. The first time he received such direct indoctrination, Jiang Lian felt so uncomfortable that his head almost exploded. As soon as she stopped, Jiang Lian couldn't even begin to sort out the knowledge transmitted to her by her master, and she fainted. Chapter 206. Is he in Dawn Zone? When Jiang Lian woke up, he saw the old man in red floating in the air. If she hadn't been able to bear it mentally, she would have been frightened to death by him.
Are you awake? Continue as soon as you wake up.
Hong Yan himself did not expect that the little girl's endurance was so strong. She persisted for so long before fainting. It would not be enough for ordinary people. Continue. Thinking of the headache he just had, Jiang Lian couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end. It was really uncomfortable.
Master, I haven't digested the previous ones yet. Can you wait a little longer?
Obviously Hong Yan would not agree.
Don't you have a time limit? If you wait a little longer, are you going to stay here with this old man like me?
Jiang Lian was stunned, thinking of her relatives and friends in Xianling continent. Her brother, her master, and the clansmen whose souls were trapped under the ancient tree that protects the clan, all waiting for her, and gritted her teeth.
Come on then.
That's her character. She's usually quite timid, but she never flinches every time she encounters something. Hong Yan tied her up with the immortal rope again, and the knowledge in her consciousness kept flying towards Jiang Lian's brain. Time passed by minute by second again, and every moment was so difficult. This time Jiang Lian resisted the urge to faint. She had to try her best to hold on until the end. Otherwise she would have to do it again. This pain is really unbearable. When her vision began to blur, the old man Hong Yan finally said the word she was looking forward to.
That's it.
At this moment Jiang Lian fainted.
What a genius! I really found a treasure. If Tide Wei-Shen hadn't become what it is now, this must be my favorite disciple. It's a pity. It's a pity that he was born at the wrong time.
He looked towards the gray sky, where the magic barrier would never be dissipated by the sun. I hope the day of seeing the light of day comes soon. Jiang Lian felt like she didn't know how long she had slept. When she woke up, the surrounding environment had not changed. The old man Hong Yan was still floating in the air, not knowing what he was thinking.
Master! Well, wake up and digest it well when you go back. Don't come here. The aura here is not suitable for you, and will cause some harm to you.
Jiang Lian was stunned for a moment. She didn't feel any discomfort after being here for so long. But since the master said it, she did it.
Tide Wei-Shen is in such a bad environment at this time. All my previous treasures have been buried underground. I will really have the opportunity to give you some treasures for you to play with in the future. Now you should take away those spiritual plants in the space first, and return them to the world.
There is a contract with that tower. It might be useful to you.
Seeing the little girl's doubts, Hong Yin explained,
You can enter the tower to practice the inheritance given to you. Each floor is different. There will be no thunder disaster. Even the medicinal materials are virtual but simulated. You can practice countless times. Also, in order to train disciples of the alchemy way, I made clones of that tower in other realms. If you refine it to a certain level, you might be able to enter the world of clones. Is there one in Xianling continent too?
Jiang Lian's first thought was Dan's sect, but he was not sure. The old man Hong Yin thought about it, because it was too long ago, and he had been asleep for too long. He couldn't remember the past things clearly.
Yes. When you sign the contract, you will know the entrance of the clone. I had a rule at the beginning. As long as you are recognized by the alchemy pagoda, you are the master of the alchemy path. If the master is not there, you have to protect yourself. If you have anything to do, just let them do it. Don't let others bully you.
Jiang Lian was a little moved.
Thank you, Master. But Master, can they listen to me?
If they are really from the Dan sect, can those arrogant people listen to her? She felt the chances were slim. Unless the master has certain restraint methods on them.
Yes. Don't worry.
Dan Jidao admires the strong the most. And he has been so convinced to be recognized by Danta for so many years. That kind of invisible belief. And as long as people who have entered the Danta clone have stronger faith, the Danta will have its own punishment methods for those who violate it. After explaining all the precautions,
Jiang Lian was sent back to the original world by the old man Hong Yin. Standing under the Dan pagoda, Jiang Lian was a little surprised to find that the surrounding environment had changed. There was no vegetation around except the yellow soil. She even suspected that the old man had sent her to the wrong place.
Yes, those things have entered your space.
The system spoke at this time.
Upgraded again?
She was a little surprised, as if every time she inherited her space, she would benefit from it. However, the system didn't seem to dare to speak out in front of the old man Hong Yin.
Are you afraid of red flames? TCH, how could you be afraid of him? He's afraid that I won't be able to do it before it's too late.
The system was silent for a while and explained.
If he knows about my existence, I'm worried that those old people underground will be awakened by that big mouth. It will be bad then. It's really a paradise over there?
What happened there? Why did it become like that? She finally understood why the outer world had not been opened and all the immortal cultivators were unable to ascend to the upper world.
Yes, it's time wasting. I'll tell you what happened later.
It's useless to know now. I can only hope that the little girl will grow up quickly.
Okay, this is what you said.
She knew in her heart that it was useless to know now. She wanted to check the situation in the space, but the system prompted that it was being upgraded. So she couldn't enter. Looking at the alchemy tower in front, Jiang Lian asked,
Is it okay to just put your hand on it like the previous stone alchemy furnace?
Right. After receiving the system's approval, Jiang Lian placed her hand on the Danta. This time it simply did not absorb too much blood like last time. Otherwise, she would have doubted whether she would have died of excessive blood loss. When the blood submerged into the Danta, the entire Danta lit up again, glowing with a dazzling red light. Jiang Lian felt that there was another delicate connection connecting her.
It's so easy to make a contract. Doesn't it mean that anyone can make a contract and even become the master of the Dan Pagoda? Or even the entire Dan Dao?
Master Gang Hongyan said, and he asked her to come out and contract the Dan Pagoda. From now on he became the master of Danta. The people in the alchemy path where the tower clone is located all listened to her, which is a very mysterious thing.
You can only get the inheritance from the old man. Otherwise, the Danta has been here for so many years and has not been contracted by anyone. It is because they have not been favored by the old man. Could it be that there are too few disciples coming in and their qualifications are not enough?
This is not impossible.
No. Countless disciples of those Danta clones enter the training every year. If there are good talents, they will be passed down. If you are talented enough, it is possible to come to this world. When you come to this world, you will be closer to the old man Hong Yen. It's a pity. It's a pity that there is probably no one who can satisfy him in all these years.
That's it. Does this prove that her talent is still good? After a little narcissism, Jiang Lian asked,
Is the Danta clone in the Xianling world in Danzhou?
Chapter 207 The Danta has an owner, but no one can be found.
I don't know about this, but you can enter the Dan Tower to practice. Once you pass the level, you will be able to know where the tower clone is.
Fine. She was not a troubled person, so she did not continue to ask. The most important thing for her now is to quickly advance to the 9th level alchemy master. She will probably need to consume the inheritance given by her master for a long time. The Danta in front disappeared directly after the light, and turned into a small Danta-like mark imprinted on the back of Jiang Lian's neck, which looked like a colorful tattoo. The wind blew, and the surroundings were empty, feeling particularly desolate.
System, how many days have I been in?
If she entered the Danta again, she couldn't control the time, for fear of missing the time. Besides, she was still a little worried about her brother, the arrogant ones in Tianquan Mountain. Except for the disciples under Guanhua's sect. The ones she had seen were all so pretentious, which somewhat disgusted her.
Don't worry. It's only been a few days, so there's plenty of time.
Only a few days? Jiang Lian was a little surprised. She thought she had already spent a lot of time in Tianweishan. Although this place is empty, it is not suitable for her to digest all the knowledge with peace of mind. It would not be good if something happens. Jiang Lian soon made a decision to digest the inheritance matter after he went out and returned to Wanfo sect. That land made her feel quite at ease. At that time, after digesting the inheritance, I can directly refine the 9th level elixir. My brother's injuries and Master Yu Zheng's injuries can be treated together.
System, everything around me has been received into my space. What about those summoning gates?
Shouldn't it just disappear? If she disappears, won't she be unable to go back to find her brother? She can only stay here and wait or activate the Jade card and go back.
It's still there, but you may have to hurry up. There is a time limit, since the old man Hongyan has received a satisfactory apprentice, and all the things in it have been given to you directly. Then this realm will be closed.
I don't know if the old man noticed it, but it actually knew it in its heart, and its existence would be exposed sooner or later, even if it is not discovered now. There is a ray of the old man's consciousness on the Dan Pagoda, which is used to protect the apprentice, but he can still detect something. Who cares? Anyway, if you can hide for a day, at worst, the old man will find out about it and threaten him to see if he dares to do so. It closed soon. Jiang Lian was startled and flew towards the portal. In order to prevent the route from going wrong, Jiang Lian directly asked Shinji and Yu Qiunin to activate the map navigation, and she flew according to the displayed map. When Jiang Lian hurried towards the portal, everyone around him outside the Danta clone somewhere in Xianling continent was shocked.
Danta recognizes its master. Danta recognizes its master.
You must know that since the founding of the sect, the Danta has been the symbol of their sect. Even with the ancestral instructions, no one has successfully made a contract for so long. They almost thought that no one could make a successful contract. You must know that there are a lot of genius seeds in each class in the sect. Everyone can enter the Dan Pagoda to practice when they reach a certain level of cultivation. They have never succeeded once in so many years. Unexpectedly, the light of the contract suddenly lit up today. How can this not be shocking? The elders who were in retreat, and the old guys from the back mountain also appeared one after another. They looked at the tower and asked the leader on the side,
"Who is training in it now?"
The number of times disciples can enter the Dan Pagoda each year is stipulated. They have no way to detect the situation inside from the outside, but they know whether anyone in the Dan Pagoda is practicing. Obviously, these people don't know that the Dan Pagoda in front of them is just a clone. Those who can contract are not the disciples who enter this Dan Pagoda. They must be inherited and recognized by the first-generation master who developed the Dan Pagoda. But this didn't stop them from looking at Dantan nervously. The recorder below hurriedly presented the list of disciples currently in the Dan Pagoda. The leader looked through it. The first time the Dan Pagoda was contracted, all the disciples who had been training in the Dan Pagoda were teleported out. Now it is very obvious to see who was teleported out. After looking around, I found that all the disciples were in front of me. He frowned and looked at the recorder standing aside.
"Are you sure you have recorded everything? Nothing is missing?"
This is a bit strange, but it's a pity that they are currently under contract, and no one can enter. The disciple in charge of recording shivered and knelt down. In front of so many big guys, if he dared to tell a lie, he would be the one who would be turned into dust in the next second.
"There are no omissions. The records on the record stone are also those of these people."
There will be records of the disciples climbing the stairs next to the Dan Pagoda, and the names of the top 100 will appear on it. But the strange thing is that although there have been changes, they have also changed. Not much. This is a very mysterious thing. No one can figure out what is going on. Who was the Danta contracted by? Everyone stood outside and did not disperse. They looked at the Danta in front of them, trying to figure out why. It's a pity that until the light of the contract disappeared, there was still no one inside. At this time, the Danta has returned to normal, and there is no problem entering it. The old antiques, as well as the headmaster and several elders, entered the Danta to find out what happened. But unfortunately, everything went counterproductive. After entering the Danta, everyone found that there was no one inside. Finally came back to no avail. The senior management held an emergency meeting and could only send more people to watch the Danta. If the owner selected by the Danta showed up, he would definitely report it. The elders took turns guarding outside, but nothing was discovered for several days, which was even more surprising. But the Dan Pagoda clearly shows that it already has an owner. When the sect was established, the Alchemy Pagoda was owned by an owner, but a contract was signed. This will remain in their sect forever, as one of the means of cultivating alchemy Dao disciples. The only condition is that no matter how many generations the owner of the Danta changes, they must regard him as the master and treat him respectfully. Jiang Lian hurriedly hurried here. Feiyu sword flew at the fastest speed, and the waterfall was still there. But strangely enough, the water from the waterfall continued to flow down, and the originally full pool was empty, with not a drop of water left, which was the original intersection of the world. Without the help of Shinji, she really couldn't sense which one was the real entrance. Master can close his eyes again. With the last experience, Jiang Lian closed his eyes and sensed the portals with his consciousness, and found that the positions were different. Master, hurry in. Time is running out, and the teleportation formation is about to disappear. Chapter 208, The Omnipotent Bleeding Mode. Jiang Lian hurriedly flew towards the portal according to Shinji's guidance. It was still the desolate place, but Jiang Lian felt that the surrounding air had become colder somehow. What kind of realm is this? It's a place where graveyards can be seen everywhere. It feels weird no matter how you look at it. Xiao Shiji, can you find my brother's location? Jiang Lian has become a little dependent on the navigation existence of Shinji and Yu Qiongyin. I'm afraid this is a bit confusing. Does the master's brother have any special magic weapon? If so, it will be easier to find. Jiang Lian was not disappointed. After thinking about it, his brother's natal sword was the Qingyao sword. There should be a lot of chances of it appearing in such an environment. He has the Qingyao sword on him. You can try to look for it. There's nothing you can do if you can't find it. Looking at the position in the distance, Jiang Lian said, if you can't find it, then show all the treasures in this world, and let's go hunting for them. At this moment, the little white tiger, who had been nesting in the pet space, couldn't help but ask, Master, can I come out for a walk too? Jiang Lian still felt a little guilty when she heard the little white tiger's voice. After hatching from the egg, she never let the little white tiger come out to fight. The most important thing for a spirit beast is experience. It is indeed inappropriate to keep it in a pet space all the time. At this time, Jiang Lian didn't even think about it and responded directly. Okay. Shinji searched for a while and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Master, but I couldn't find it. Maybe the Master's brother is not using the Qingyao sword at this time. I will investigate carefully and let you know if I find anything. Good. The easiest thing to do is to directly send the communication jade pendant to ask the other party's location. But this world seems to have greatly affected the use of the communication jade pendant, and I was stunned that I couldn't send it. Then let's go treasure hunting first, and then you can help me explore. Because her disguise was a bit broken when she was sucked into Time Wei-shen. At this time, Jiang Lian's spiritual power was once again input into Yu Qiong's hidden body, and her disguise became more stable again. She was sure that if she appeared in front of her brother Jiang Yan like this, he would not recognize her. Okay, Master. Shinji began to search for the treasures around him. Jiang Lian is already very proficient in using treasure hunting navigation that combines Shinji and Yu Qiongyin. Take the little white tiger and walk towards the nearest place. The desolate black forest is full of dead branches, and the jackdaws are croaking, as if they are whining something, which makes people feel sad after listening to it. System, do you know where this place is? So far, she has been to 3 different realms. One is the world she accidentally entered in the Sword Tomb secret realm last time, and the Time Wei-shen she entered before, plus this realm. Every world is different, and the styles are even more different. This world is somehow the most disturbing. Ancient demon burial ground. Knowing that the host did not understand, the system explained directly. Due to the changes in Time Wei-shen, all the ancient demon gods were sealed here. But some of them are really dead,
And their tombs are also here. Shouldn't the burial grounds of demon gods be in the demon world? Why are there all graveyards here? And we even ended up in this world?
Everyone in Xianling continent hates the demons. And the demons show their inclination to do all kinds of evil. She was a little worried that if the things she got here were taken to Xianling continent, would they be contaminated with aura and be judged as monsters?
The immortals and demons in ancient times were not hostile, and some were even friends. However, many things happened later, and the conflicts became more and more intensified.
When those sleeping old guys wake up, will they be at a loss to face the current situation? After all, the little guys down here have hated each other since childhood. If one day they were told to be friendly, it would probably be a big joke.
Will the things here contain demonic energy? Will my immortal and demonic body be affected here?
This is what she is most worried about. If this happens, it will be over for her to return to the Xianling world.
Don't worry. Things in this world do not contain demonic energy. The reason why the demonic energy is rampant in the Netherworld continent to the extent that everyone in the Xianling continent hates it is that the demon lord refined countless people and caused resentment. Later, the demonic energy slowly slowed down, slowly transformed. It became what it is now.
In addition to this, there is also the self-contained system of this world. The seal of time Wation also caused it to form a cycle of its own, with endless resentment. It sounds like there is a lot of story in it.
So the demonic energy wasn't so scary before, and people weren't so disgusted with it. Is it all because of the situation caused by the later demon lord?
This feels a bit like a prodigal who has spent all his family fortune.
Yes. Is the demon lord you are talking about the same body as the one that the ancient tree of the clan asked me to steal in the past?
There are not many records of the history of the Netherworld continent in the Xianling continent, and she even checked a lot of information about the contents inside. Little is known. In fact, Jubao Pavilion should have relevant information for sale. But I was afraid that her Su Yeshuan would find out, and think that she had not given up her intention to go to the devil world.
It's the same one.
Suddenly the system was curious about what the host thought of the demon king who had sacrificed the entire city. It would be very interesting to let him know about it someday. Jiang Lian no longer felt guilty about stealing the demon king's body. Since he was a prodigal, it shouldn't be a big deal to steal it and give it to the ancient tree that protects the clan. After walking for a while, Yu Qiongnin's reminder was that it was nearby. But there were wild forests everywhere, and it was impossible to tell where the treasure was.
Is it underground?
After searching around to no avail, Jiang Lian was not discouraged, but asked Shenji,
"Can you find the specific location here?"
Treasures in this world seemed to be harder to find than before. She searched around and found no treasure intersections. Not even formations.
"Master, it's right at this location."
"It's here? Is it down there?" Thinking about it, Jiang Lian took out a shovel from the space and started digging. Although the space is being upgraded, fortunately, I can take things from the space with my thoughts. Otherwise it would be really miserable. After digging for a long time, just when she was about to give up, a formation suddenly appeared underneath. Jiang Lian studied it and found that she could not solve the formation. After trying several times, there was no way, and finally she wanted to give up.
"The host can try this drop of blood."
The system's reminder stunned Jiang Lian. Universal bleeding mode?
"Do you know what's inside?"
She would inevitably be more careful in this world. Is there anything dangerous inside? Will it be dangerous if she bleeds? You must know that this world is the realm of the ancient demon gods.
"I know. Don't worry. The things inside are not dangerous. Don't you want to go to the devil world? This thing might be helpful to you."
The words of the system made her heart move. But Su Yeshuan said it last time. She is a fairy and demon body. If she goes to the Netherworld continent, she will most likely be transformed into a demon body. It will be impossible to come back then. Chapter 209. What's there to talk about?
With this thing, not only can you disguise your demonic aura, but even those in the demon world can't detect the authenticity. You can even feel free in the demon world. So magical? But isn't my Dantian capable of absorbing spiritual energy? Will it automatically absorb demonic energy when I get to the Netherworld continent?
In that case, it would really be over.
So this thing is indispensable for you. It can help you balance the breath in your body and return to Xianling continent without any worries.
Is there such a good thing? Jiang Lian originally didn't want to continue, but now he directly forced blood and fell towards the center of the array. The bloody formation was activated. The cold wind drifted by, and the red and the black sky became more and more intense, blocking out the sun. Someone who was accidentally trapped somewhere was so frightened that he cried directly after seeing such a sky. If Jiang Lian saw it, he would definitely recognize this as the arrogant senior sister Lu. After the formation, Jiang Lian found that the surrounding environment had not changed, except that the formation disappeared and blood-red beads appeared in the pit.
Is this the good thing you said?
Jiang Lian, who had always been cautious, observed it for a while and confirmed that this thing was indeed not a monster, and there was no danger after the detection with his spiritual consciousness. She then stretched out her hand to take it out. Unexpectedly, as soon as she stretched out her hand, the blood-red bead flew towards her face. Jiang Lian was shocked and hurriedly defended herself. But the blood-red beads actually penetrated her defense, and the flying speed continued unabated.
The host does not need to reject it.
The system reminded him again in time. The demonic pearl. If this guy hadn't been sleeping and his consciousness wasn't here, it really wouldn't have benefited the host. Not against. Although she was still a little worried, Jiang Lian removed the protection directly with her trust in the system, and the blood-red beads sank directly into her forehead. When the blood-red beads completely disappeared, a red dot appeared on her forehead, which looked like rouge. Jiang Lian looked at the beads on his forehead, but there was no movement at all.
Is this thing really useful?
She tested it and found that it was still there motionless.
It's useful, but it only works when it encounters demonic energy.
It means that you have to enter a place related to the demon world to have any effect. If not, it will have no effect. But that's fine. Otherwise they would be worried that if something happened, they would be regarded as members of the demon clan, and they would attack them in groups, which would be bad. After the demonic spirit orb was contracted, only an empty pit was left on the ground, and the surrounding black dead forest returned to its former peace. As if nothing happened just now, Jiang Lian jumped up and saw the little white tiger standing there blankly helping to look out for the wind, and suddenly felt very cute. She has always preferred this kind of furry and cute objects. Although the white tiger has been almost as long as a normal white tiger after careful feeding during this period, its appearance can still touch the heart of the cute owner. Next, I searched for a few more treasure places. Although they were not as useful as the demonic spirit beads, they were still good things. Just as he was about to move on to the next treasure trove, Shinji reminded,
Master, we found the target. In the northwest corner.
Jiang Lian carefully looked at the prompt points on Yu Qiongyin and found that there was a red dot flashing in the northwest corner.
Is it this red dot?
Summoning the feather sword, Jiang Lian flew towards that location quickly. Although the ancient demon god burial ground is completely different from the netherworld continent, it is still somewhat worrying. After all, no matter how good the gods and demons are, if there is a conflict, the relationship will still collapse when it is time to collapse. It is indeed the demon god's burial ground, with tombs everywhere, but not all of them are real. The sky outside has turned into ruins, and there is a haze in the sky that never dissipates. The devil is buried here, sleeping forever. The place full of cells that I entered last time seemed to be Demon Clan. Those imprisoned Demon Clan. What kind of catastrophe caused the three realms to become like this? Due to the closed realm, the Xianing world has been almost isolated from the world for many years. Jiang Lian soon got closer and closer to the position shown by the red dot on Yu Qiongyin. The tombs here were not as dense as before, and she found an entrance in an open space. I looked inside and found that there was indeed someone inside.
Shiji, is it inside? Yes. Master, there may be danger inside. Master, please be careful.
Danger? Jiang Lian frowned and tried again to send the communication jade pendant to his brother Jiang Yin. But unfortunately, there was no news at all. He quickly walked in and carefully observed his surroundings, but he didn't see anything different.
Shiji, what's the danger you detected?
In the past, Shinji could only look for treasures, and became a very powerful navigator with Yu Qiongyin. Unexpectedly, she could predict dangers now. Is this a silent upgrade?
I don't know what it is, but there is a very dangerous smell inside. Master, get out as soon as possible.
Shinji was also very distressed. He could somehow detect danger, but his skills were not good enough.
System, do you know what's in it?
But at this time, the system was silent and didn't say a word, as if it had never existed. She has never encountered such a situation before. The system is so abnormal. Jiang Lian couldn't help but remember that the system had said that it could not issue tasks in this secret world. But it was always there. Could it be that its disappearance now threatens its existence? At this time, Jiang Lian became more cautious, and the Feiyu sword appeared in his hand. She has a Luofu pin, a Tai Chi spiral formation disc, and a Jade formation disc. If something happens to these, she may not be able to protect them in time. After all, they are weapons that take time to brew. Nowadays, it is perfect to use Feiyu's sword. Fortunately, the sword spirit has awakened. Otherwise it would be too weak. Jiang Lian didn't go very far when he heard the sound of someone discussing.
I don't know what's wrong with Miss Jiang. It's so dangerous here. Is it okay for her to be alone?
Yao Hui couldn't help but worry a little. She was the most contradictory person. She clearly wished that the other party would not appear in front of her from a distance. Such a small person junior brother might really be able to become hers. But as Jiang Lian was the one who saved her master, she couldn't bear it when her benefactor was in danger. And she couldn't help but worry. Jiang Yan's face turned even colder, and his worry almost overflowed. But he couldn't contact his little sister. He didn't know how to find her in this strange world. Wei Xuanyan, who was on the side, listened to what his senior sister was talking about, and couldn't help but comfort him.
Miss Jiang has her own destiny. She will be fine. Maybe we will meet each other soon. You don't care what the girl does in the movie. She won't be a burden if she gets her back.
Senior sister Lu listened to what they were talking about, and said directly when she was a little annoyed. What's there to talk about? They've been here so many times. And there's still no danger. Besides, they still have the jade pendant they need to go back with. So do they still have to worry? Senior sister Lu's words drew angry looks from Yao Hui and others. And Jiang Yan even looked at her, as if she were looking at a dead person. Chapter 210 Black Mist.
Senior sister, have you forgotten who saved you just now?
Yao Hui despised Lu Xian. This person was really ungrateful. And have you forgotten that Miss Zhang's cultivation is there? If she becomes a burden, Lu Xian will be the one.
You?
Although Lu Xian knew this fact in his heart, he still stared at Yao Hui in dissatisfaction. She has been used to being complimented for many years. But when she suddenly encountered someone who was insulting her, she was speechless. In her heart, she hated Yao Hui and the instigator Jiang Lian even more. Jiang Lian stood not far away and calmed down. And you could clearly see Lu Xian's unconvinced expression.
Okay, don't say anything. Senior sister Lu, is there really that thing here?
Wang Mujin and Jiang Yan walked at the front of the team. After getting along for a while, they all knew Jiang Yan's strength. So now he is also a strong backbone.
Absolutely nothing wrong. I came here by mistake before and saw it. That is the red flame stone that Elder Guang needs. It is a good material for refining talisman pens.
In fact, Lu Xian was a little worried and was not sure. But for the sake of her prestige in front of everyone, she will never deny herself. Besides, there are other good things inside. If it weren't for the black mist, she wouldn't have called everyone to share it. Seeing them going further and further in, Jiang Lian appeared directly and said,
Fellow Taoists, I advise you not to go any further. There is danger ahead.
The sudden sound startled everyone, and they turned around hurriedly. The position he looked at Jiang Lian was full of defensiveness.
Does this fellow Taoist know what's inside?
Wei Xuanyan asked, sounding quite polite. But Lu Xian was no longer like that. He said completely angrily,
Who knows if you are trying to persuade me to leave and take advantage of the good things there? Also, who are you? Why do you interfere in our affairs?
Lu Xian's words made all his fellow disciples stunned. How could this person's temperament become like this recently? Jiang Lian ignored her and directly sent a secret message to Jiang Yan.
Brother, it's me. Get out of here quickly. There is danger inside.
Hearing the sound, Jiang Yan was a little excited and looked around. Realizing that Jiang Lian himself was not there, he subconsciously looked at the stranger who suddenly appeared in front of him.
It's me. I disguised myself. Brother, please follow me out quickly. Otherwise, I'm afraid it won't be in time.
In fact, Jiang Lian can show his true face directly. But she doesn't trust the other 5 people in Tianquan Mountain very much. Lu Xian was worried that those things were gone again, and hurriedly shouted,
She must be lying to you. It must be disguised by something else. Yes. Otherwise, we are the only ones here. How could someone else suddenly appear? They also advised us not to go in. Maybe you can be more convincing by pretending to be Jiang Lian.
Yao Hui nodded this time, and agreed with what Lu Xian said. Even saying that he was pretending to be Jiang Lian made Jiang Yan wary. Looking at Jiang Lian's position, he felt that there was a high possibility that this person was a little girl. I don't know why, but I just feel like she is my little sister.
Master, if you feel that thing is moving, please hurry up. Otherwise it will be too late.
Shinji's reminder made the situation a little more urgent.
Brother, let's go!
She couldn't care about the others at this time. She had already reminded them. And she could stay if she wanted to.
Hey! Now why don't you pretend to be Jiang Lian and start calling me brother? You must be fake.
Yao Hui became even more convinced of her guess. He even held Jiang Yan back to prevent him from taking a step forward.
Let go!
Jiang Yan shouted coldly, seeing the anxious look on his little sister's face. He knew that things would not be that simple.
I advise senior sister to get out quickly. You can't leave. She is definitely a liar. I told you not to leave.
Lu Xian couldn't control that much at this time. If she really let them go out, where would her face be? Jiang Yan didn't listen to her chattering. So Lu Xian took out his sword and held it in front of him.
Senior sister Lu, what do you mean by this?
Yao Hui frowned and looked at Lu Xian. Her natal sword also appeared, blocking the way. This shameless person actually did this. At this time, Yao Hui was very dissatisfied with Lu Xian. She had always disliked this person, and she did not have close friendships or enemies with him. If we hadn't entered this secret world this time and followed the idea of being from the same sect and having more people to reduce the danger, we probably wouldn't have had much interaction.
I said, she is a liar. Those who want to swallow the contents alone. You can't leave. If you leave and are in danger, you will have fallen into her trap.
Although these are all excuses, Lu Xian said more and more in his heart the more I believe.
You fart.
Jiang Lian didn't want to care about them. He jumped up and headed towards Jiang Yan, wanting to take him away quickly. It was enough for her to take her brother Jiang Yan away from her brother Jiang Yan in a nascent souled Zogshan and a golden elixir Zogshan. Unexpectedly, Lu Xian actually launched a direct attack. Seeing senior sister Lu launch the attack, other people in Tianquan Mountain hurriedly followed her, fearing that the other party was really pretending. And it would be bad if the other party succeeded. Only Wei Xuanyan stood there and did not move. Yao Hui stood in front of Jiang Yan and did not move. Jiang Yan said to Yao Hui,
Sister, let's exit first.
In the case of the little sister, he probably would have given up on those people once he went out. Yao Hui listened to his junior brother's words absolutely and unconditionally. And there was no issue of losing face at all. As long as her junior brother is willing to talk to her, she is very happy. She is afraid that one day his junior brother will suddenly ignore her, which will be tragic. The two of them walked outside, and Wei Xuanyan followed suit. Seeing that the three of them were really gone, Lu Xian became angry, and the moves in his hands became even more fierce. But she used her absolute strength, and together with several other junior brothers and sisters, she still failed to defeat the opponent. The other party was obviously very relaxed. At this moment, a thick black fog flew over quickly. Jiang Lian's consciousness is the most powerful among them, so she was the first to discover it. His face changed drastically, and he shouted towards Jiang Yan.
Brother, leave quickly!
Unfortunately, the black shadow was faster than them. As soon as they spoke, it had already appeared behind them, past a few of them, and attacked Jiang Yan's position. Things happened quickly. Even strangely, when Jiang Lian was angry, he waved his hand towards the spiritual powers of Tianquan Mountain, ending their entanglement. Several people fell to the ground, although they were slightly injured. Because of the danger ahead, everyone hurriedly stood up. He got up and didn't dare to complain about Jiang Lian. Jiang Lian didn't have time to take care of those people. He would slowly settle the accounts with them after the matter was over. Fei Yu's sword appeared in his hand, and the sword energy that was about to take shape rushed towards the black mist with supreme killing intent. One sword transformed into 3 bodies, but no matter how powerful it was, it still allowed the black mist to escape. Jiang Yan, who was originally submerged by the black mist attack, was now revealed. The whole person fell into a coma and passed out directly to the ground.
Junior brother!
Yao Hui supported him anxiously. Seeing Jiang Yan like this, senior sister Yao Hui, who had always been strong, burst into tears. Chapter 211 I can become a Taoist companion. I took out various elixirs from the space and tried to feed them to him to see if they would have any effect. Wei Xuanyan hurriedly stopped her.
Senior sister, junior brother cannot use medicine casually in this situation. He is more like being injured by a nightmare.
Nightmare. At this time, Yao Hui, who was completely unable to calm down and think, was stunned for a moment. It would be terrible if it was really a nightmare. It should be understood that in such a situation, only the blood of relatives or Taoist companions can be used as medicine. and a magic circle can be set up to attract the residual nightmare energy from the body. Otherwise, the person may die directly in his sleep. The junior brother in front of me has no relatives present, let alone Taoist companions. What should I do in this situation? Jiang Lian was fighting a demon here, and her brother was injured. She was eager to see it. But this thing had to be destroyed. She directly took out the jade array plate, added Luo Fu's pen, and the talisman array came out, trapping the demon inside. Fortunately, both of these have the effect of restraining Xie Chong, and are more effective in solving the nightmare. Otherwise, the demon would directly head towards his brother Jiang Yan's position again, because she was worried about her brother's condition. Jiang Lian accelerated the power of the formation, and the demon suffered a huge blow. The disguise on her face also disappeared at this time. Everyone was shocked when they saw her true appearance, and it turned out to be Jiang Lian. Over there, Lu Xian saw Jiang Lian fighting with the monster, and her fellow disciples around her had no time to care about her. So she retreated quietly toward the cave behind. His eyes were full of excitement. Those good things are all hers. They are all hers, and no one can steal them from her. In fact, Jiang Lian on the side saw her little move, but he didn't have time to pay attention to it now. In my heart, I already looked at Lu Xian as if he were a dead person. She had been trying her best to stop him from the beginning, but she could tell that this person had bad intentions. Originally, it was because he and his brother were both disciples of Tianquan Mountain. If he was killed directly, he would be afraid of bringing unnecessary trouble to his brother. Unexpectedly, it would lead to the current situation. He didn't expect that the people closest behind the demon would not attack, but instead attack his brother Jiang Yan, who had already run some distance away. Yao Hui and senior brother Wei are both very close to their elder brother. Use the universe mirror. It will consume more spiritual power. The system promptly reminded him that the nightmare in front of him was no ordinary nightmare. How could the remnants of the demon gods from ancient times be so easily removed? At this time, Jiang Lian just wanted to get rid of the nightmare as soon as possible, and then go over to see his brother's condition. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Lian directly summoned the universe mirror, and his spiritual power surged towards the universe mirror. A golden light emitted from the universe mirror and flew towards the position of the demon in the formation. Under the illumination of the spiritual light, the demon made a terrifying sound, and the black body slowly dissipated visibly to the naked eye. As the nightmare disappeared, Jiang Lian found that his spiritual power also dissipated quickly. Just like the last time, he checked on the Jiang family, who plotted to murder the Xuchang tribe. His spiritual power was consumed hugely. Fortunately, the nightmare disappeared quickly. Otherwise, she would have been afraid that her spiritual power would not be enough. Falling weakly to the ground, Jiang Lian took out a few top-quality soul-boosting pills from the space and stuffed them directly into his mouth. It melted in the mouth, and the spiritual power circulated for a week, and then it relaxed a little. After the feeling of powerlessness disappeared, Jiang Lian stood up and walked towards his brother Jiang Yan's position. At this time, Yao Hui hurriedly blocked her way after seeing Jiang Lian coming over, wondering whether to use that method to save her junior brother. Fellow Taoist Jiang, please stay. Jiang Lian was very angry that Yao Hui still wanted to stop her at this time, and her voice became unusually cold. Let me look at my brother. But Yao Hui still had no intention of getting out of the way. She looked at Jiang Lian and said stubbornly, I won't get out of the way. Junior brother's current situation is that you are not a real blood sister. You can't save him. I have a way. So get out of the way. This was Jiang Lian's last good-tempered words. If she stopped him again, she couldn't guarantee whether she would do anything. Junior brother's injury will be treated by ourselves, so you won't have to worry about it. Senior sister. Wei Xuanyan was a little confused as to why the senior sister was doing this. Jiang Lian's ability in refining alchemy was obvious to all, and he was stronger than both of them. Let Miss Jiang take a look. Maybe there is really a way to cure junior brother. The loved one is seriously injured and unconscious, and could face death without treatment. Yao Hui was under great pressure at this time. She even thought of sacrificing herself and forcibly fulfilling the Taoist couple's contract. Even if her junior brother woke up and blamed her, she would be willing to become a joke. Among the jade pendants, it is possible for the white jade pendant to successfully form a contract under certain conditions, and she was just able to meet those harsh conditions. But now the god sister, who had been following her junior brother, actually said that she could save Jiang Yan. Such a situation had to make her think more, and she even felt that Jiang Lian had the same idea as her at this time. Under junior brother Wei's persuasion, Yao Hui couldn't help but said,
Don't take the opportunity to become a Taoist couple with junior brother. I won't agree.
When she thought of her junior brother becoming a Taoist companion with someone else, she felt as uncomfortable as being eaten by thousands of ant beasts. Jiang Lian was stunned by her roar. After a while, she looked at Yao Hui with a half-smile. Senior Sister Yao is worthy of being Senior Sister Yao. I didn't expect that her mind would still be so strange. At this time, she didn't want to argue with her too much. She had already used her spiritual sense to investigate. Although her brother was injured by the nightmare, the overall situation was still optimistic. I simply didn't give the nightmare another chance to turn around. Otherwise it would be terrible.
Then you come?
Although the joke on Yao Hui was a little too much at this time. This woman has been stopping her from the beginning until now. She really deserves a beating for doing so many things that waste time. Yao Hui was stunned for a moment, hesitated for a long time, gritted her teeth, and seemed to have made a big decision.
I will do it. I will do it.
After saying that, he turned around and wanted to proceed with the next matter. Jiang Lian held her back. It turned out that this woman really had this idea in mind and wanted to do it herself. You must know that as long as the brother's spiritual consciousness is not damaged and separated from the body, it is completely okay to sign a jade pendant for marriage. The requirements for the white jade pendant are relatively low. As for the reality of the couple, the tiger's medicine does no harm to the nightmare's wounds at all. You can even take this opportunity to activate the formation directly to remove the remains of the nightmare. This method is the best method when the wishes of both parties are not considered and there are no relatives. But with Jiang Lian, his biological sister, Yao Hui's relationship will be ruined again this time.
What to do?
Seeing Jiang Lian stopping her again, Yao Hui felt bad. The courage to move forward and the determination to be willing to be rejected by his junior brother seemed to be shaken all of a sudden. But she really couldn't bear the thought of it being someone else. At this moment, she really wanted to shake off Jiang Lian's hand and save her junior brother quickly. Otherwise she was afraid that she would never have the courage again.
I'll do it. It's really weird for you to die like this.
In fact, she wanted to say it was funny, but she was afraid that Yao Hui would be outraged. So she didn't say it out loud. Chapter 212 Strength does not allow it.
What are you doing here? Don't think I don't know what your plans are.
Yao Hui was about to get fuming from Jiang Lian at this moment. Wei Xuanyan could only stand there when it came to the Taoist companions, helping to keep an eye on the surroundings at all times. After the four people discovered that Lu Xiyun was gone, except for Wang Muchan, who was standing there waiting in the hope that he could help. The other three people hurriedly ran inside, fearing that everything would be stolen by senior sister Lu if they arrived late. Embezzled.
My method is actually not as troublesome as yours. You should just watch from the sidelines.
Although her brother's situation is not serious, she still had to solve it as soon as possible in case something happens. Yao Hui decided not to do it now.
Do you have any other ideas? Are you trying to trick me into getting out of the way?
At this time, Yao Hui didn't believe it at all. Jiang Lian sighed and finally said,
I am Jiang Yan's biological sister. You can save him with my blood.
The spiritual energy that had just been lost in the body during the breakup with Yao Hui was almost restored under the action of the spirit-boosting pill. It is also the right time to carry out treatment at this time. Otherwise you may be afraid that half of the spiritual power is not enough, and the result will be in vain.
You're bluffing me.
When the junior brother went up the mountain, the master told him his life experience. She even secretly protected her junior brother in the Luojingjiang family for a period of time, and she knew his situation very well. In response to Yao Hui's doubts, Jiang Lian had no choice but to show his partner mark and said,
I already have a Taoist partner, so the method you mentioned is not feasible. If the formation fails and I lied to you, then it's still too late for you to try again.
The jade pendant cannot be easily shown to others, let alone if it is red. Fortunately, after getting married, most couples will have a couple mark, and hers happened to be on her arm. Yao Hui was stunned by what she said and couldn't believe it. A voice in her heart told her that all this was true, and Jiang Lian was really junior brother Jiang Yan's biological sister. But her reason told her that she was half convinced, and her body instinctively believed it and got out of the way. At this time, Yao Hui was full of contradictions. Jiang Lian walked over and opened the protective formation. This time, only she and her brother Jiang Yan were included in it. She didn't care about the others. The Luofu pen drew a huge ancient formation. Wang Muchan's eyes lit up when this formation appeared. Although Jiang Lian broke the formation when he first entered it, the speed of breaking the formation was too fast, even though she knew that her formation ability was superb. It was not as stunning as what she saw in front of her. This ancient giant formation is completely different and cannot be drawn without real strength. He is completely incapable of drawing now, and his master doesn't know about it. After the formation was completed, Jiang Lian forced a few drops of blood to fall on the formation, and the entire golden formation instantly turned a coquettish red. The blood-colored magic spirit bead on his forehead started to move. Jiang Lian was secretly shocked.
System. It doesn't matter if this thing is moving now. Right.
The puzzle master system is like Jiang Lian's encyclopedia. He knows everything he asks.
It's okay. It just helps you attract the energy of nightmares. It won't cause any harm.
Thinking that the host had just been angered by Lu Xian, the system sneered inwardly. How can its host be bullied by anyone? If that person wakes up later and realizes that it has no protection, it will be doomed. Yes, it was afraid of being punished by that person. So it protected her like this. The object follows its owner, and the system finds that it has also contracted the host's happy-go-lucky temperament. Without thinking too much, he said directly,
the host of the forced nightmare energy can let it go. It will dissipate on its own later. So there is no need to waste energy to eradicate it.
Since those people went in and touched the nightmare's things, they must pay the due price for their actions because of their greed.
If he were released, wouldn't he be hurting my brother again?
By then, she had obviously been cured. But if she got caught again, wouldn't she be asking for trouble?
No. The purpose of its trip has been achieved, and it will not come back again. It will also dissipate into the world with the completion of its mission.
Purpose achieved?
What purpose?
Jiang Lian subconsciously looked at his brother Jiang Yin in the center of the formation. The demon only attacked his brother. Is it related to his brother?
What's its purpose? I'll tell you this later.
She now knows that many things about the system are inconvenient. So Jiang Lian has become accustomed to things that are not mentioned.
This incident will definitely not harm Jiang Yin, and it may even improve his strength.
If the Demon Lord's awakening goes well, those underground will probably come out soon. Unexpectedly, the brother in the host's body turned out to be the reincarnation of that person. I just hope that the current situation will not cause chaos.
Okay, you can talk to me later.
At this time, the remnants of the nightmare had been completely forced out. Jiang Lian checked again and found that there was nothing else. So he withdrew the formation. As soon as the formation dissipated, the remnants of the nightmare flew away, as the system said, and quickly disappeared towards the place where they came from.
Why did you let it leave?
Wang Wuchan knew that he could kill the nightmare within the formation, but Jiang Lian unexpectedly let it leave. His sense of justice since childhood made him unable to help but ask, wouldn't it hurt other people if it was released? Seeing that he did not follow the crowd, Jiang Lian reluctantly replied,
my spiritual power is limited, and I am not strong enough to kill them.
As he said this, Jiang Lian took out the spirit-boosting pills from the space again and ate them, several at a time. Controlling this formation indeed consumed spiritual energy. Originally, with her strength, it was impossible to use up all the spiritual energy. But the loss was too great. Although she had replenished the spiritual replenishing pills and rested for a while, it was still a drop in the bucket. After taking a few soul-boosting pills, I felt better. After getting the answer, Wang Wuchan didn't dare to say anything after seeing how ferociously she took the tonic pills. Yao Hui and Wei Xuanyan were concerned and wanted to ask her if she was okay. But Jiang Lian waved her hand and said directly,
let's see how brother is doing.
As soon as Jiang Lian finished speaking, several screams came from inside. Everyone was shocked. You look at me and I look at you. But I don't dare to enter. They all saw what happened to Jiang Yin due to the demonic nightmare. If he hadn't really had his own sister, the outcome would have been disastrous. Now they don't have any relatives. Life is important in this situation. And the behavior of those people is really annoying. And they are not the Holy Mother. So no one touches them. Wei Xuanyan said directly.
How about we leave first? Otherwise, it will be bad when the nightmare comes out.
Tianquan Mountain has a rule that you cannot kill fellow disciples. But there is no rule that you must be saved when encountering a situation. The others didn't have any objections. Yao Hui nodded. She didn't want to see the situation inside. It was up to them whether they could go back alive. Wang Wuchan hesitated for a moment, but decided to go out with them. To say that they formed a temporary team is not because he is cold-blooded, but because his strength does not allow it. Chapter 213, Infinitely Thick Skin.
System. You said the nightmare will disappear automatically. Will those people die?
I also heard that there are many good things in it. Otherwise, why would Lu Xian rush in and try to devour it for himself?
There is no timely rescue meeting.
Knowing that the host is also curious about those good things, the system directly reminded,
You can go in and put those things away. Maybe they can be used when you enter the netherworld in the future.
Does that mean those are all monsters?
You guys wait here. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Everyone looked at Jiang Lian in surprise. She was the one who didn't need to go in to see her because she had nothing to do with Tianquan Mountain. There is no need to take risks.
Fellow Taoist Jiang, you don't actually need to take risks. You have just rescued junior brother Jiang. If you encounter danger when you go in, we will not be able to explain to junior brother Jiang.
Wei Xuanyan actually does not recommend taking risks. What do those people do to them? In this world, it is very common to fight to the death. If you care, you will lose.
It's okay. I've almost recovered now. Let's go in and have a look. If it doesn't work, I'll come back and won't take risks.
She didn't want to save those people so kindly, mainly because the magic weapon inside was not free. For those few people, it is estimated that they would have died if they had not been treated in time after they returned. However, if they were really brought back, Tianquan Mountain might still think of her well. Why not do something with a little effort? Jiang Yan hadn't woken up yet. Jiang Lian looked at Yao Hui and Wei Xuanyan.
Senior sister Yao. Senior brother Wei. Please help me take care of them.
The two of them nodded one after another. Yao Hui's attitude was quite good this time. Unexpectedly, she was really his junior brother's biological sister. She suddenly felt a little embarrassed about the inexplicable jealousy she had felt before. Wang Wuchan had no right to speak here, and stood there quietly waiting. When entering inside, Jiang Lian investigated and found that the nightmare had really disappeared, and the four people were lying on the ground. It looked like the injury was more serious than my brother's condition before. Based on the situation, it is unlikely that he could be saved if he were taken back. These people are not yet nascent soul, so there is no other way to survive. After looking at the surrounding environment, there was no other danger. There were a few magic weapons scattered on the ground. Jiang Lian couldn't recognize what they were, but the demonic things were not gone. Obviously, these were the remaining demons that came back after Lu Xiyun and others obtained the treasures. They fell into a coma before they had time to put them away. After putting away the demon treasures on the ground and looking at the four people on the ground, Jiang Lian rolled up his spiritual energy and walked outside. Seeing the four unconscious people, Yao Hui and others were not surprised, even expected.
Miss Jiang, are you okay?
Yao Hui asked with concern. Facing Yao Hui's concern, Jiang Lian felt a little uncomfortable.
It's okay. That demon is a mutilated body, so it's easier than before.
Wei Xuanyan and Yao Hui both said it was fine. Wang Wuchan looked at Lu Xiyun and others carefully, hesitated, and asked,
I wonder if Jiang Daoyu just saw the red flame that senior sister Lu mentioned before. Stone?
The reason why he came here was because of this thing. Master said that the talisman pin was the most important to their formation masters. Now that hope was in front of him, he was not willing to give up. When asked by Wang Wuchan, Jiang Lian's voice was not very enthusiastic.
Oh, no. I just saw the four of them fainted on the ground when I entered. And the mutilated demon who was about to escape.
It's already great to be able to bring these disciples back to Tianquan Mountain for you. But it's really wrong to actually try to steal her treasure. Wei Xuanyan and Yao Hui were also stunned by Wang Wuchan, and they strongly disagreed with his actions. Even after Jiang Lian said this, Wang Wuchan still didn't want to give up, and said apologetically,
Fellow Taoist Jiang, I have no other intentions. If so, please give me a price. That is very important to me.
Jiang Lian's face turned dark instantly. This man was really ignorant.
Junior brother Wang. Fellow Taoist Jiang said that he didn't see anything. What do you mean?
Yao Hui glared at Wang Wuchan angrily. She still has a certain prestige in Tianquan Mountain. Wang Wuchan flinched for a moment at senior sister Yao's accusation. You must know that although this practitioner is an alchemy practitioner, he is really ruthless in terms of ruthlessness. If he offends her, he will only ask for trouble if needed in the future. So Wang Wuchan smiled awkwardly and said,
Sister, I misunderstood. I just said that I can buy it if it is available. I didn't mean anything else.
Seeing that this person was still stubborn, Yao Hui said directly,
No, you are stupid. With Lu Xian's character, how could she keep those good things until Miss Jiang came in? They would have already fallen into her bag.
Wang Wuchan was stunned and looked at Lu Xiyun, who was in a coma. The only way to check her storage bag now was to wait until she was dead. Thinking of this, Wang Wuchan reached out directly to get the storage bag at Lu Xiyun's waist. The thickness of a person's skin cannot be measured by common sense. No one expected Wang Wuchan to be like this. What? If the storage bag is gone, it can be explained that only people are taken back to Tianquan Mountain by her, and no one will care. But Wang Wuchan's behavior in front of her completely made her unhappy, and she just didn't want to let him get his wish. I'll just take a look, if there is any. I only want the red flame stone inside, and the rest belongs to you. Wang Wuchan still didn't give up at this time, and even wanted to use the gun directly. Jiang Lian directly rolled up the 4 unconscious people with his spiritual power, and called the white tiger to carry his brother Jiang Yan on his back. Although I have helped my brother get rid of the nightmare, and his life is no longer in danger, he still needs to use some other elixirs to help him get fully recovered. After finishing everything, Jiang Lian ignored Wang Mian and walked straight outside. Wang Wuchan wanted to persuade Jiang Lian again, but he was not as strong as her, so he didn't dare to take action directly. Junior brother Wang, you really want senior sister Lu and others to die. Don't forget the rules within the sect. The crime of harming fellow sect members is not a small crime, Yao Hui said sarcastically before leaving. Look how highly Lu Xiyun praised him before. In the end, this man wanted her to die. This world is really a very evil place. Wei Xuanyan did not look at Wang Wuchan and followed Jiang Lian out directly. He was more interested in the white tiger spiritual beast in front of him. It is really rare that an 8th level spiritual beast is also a spiritual pet. The power behind being able to achieve such a level is even more immeasurable. What is the background of this younger brother's biological sister is worth pondering. Wang Wuchan saw everyone leaving and hurriedly followed them. He would be doomed if he encountered something like Gang Demon again. Although he was afraid of Jiang Lian's strength, he had to rely on her strength. Chapter 214 More powerful than Elder Guang? Jiang Lian ignored Wang Wuchan following behind. Under the guidance of Shinji, she had almost dug out the treasures in this realm. What's left is not that powerful. Counting the days, it still lasts for a while. I'll take a few of them back first. There's still time. Senior sister Yao, you can do whatever you want, Wei Xuanyan said. I'll let you go back. With so many people injured, I can explain it better when I go back. Yao Hui also nodded. I'll go back too. Although her junior brother's condition is now fine, she is still a little worried. She can't let go until she sees him wake up. I'll go back too. Wang Wuchan thought that if Lu Xiyun and the others really died when he went back, he would see if he could get the red flame stone from them. Of course, he would definitely not dare to stay here alone now. Several people did not reply to him, and Jiang Lian did not refuse the kindness of Wei Xuanyan and others. It is still difficult to take these people away, and her space is being upgraded. If it could be used, she wouldn't want to hold these people. The best way now is to see if there is a space storage bag that can hold people. She had calculated that when she entered this secret realm before, she didn't have much time. If these people were put in storage bags and released immediately, they would definitely not die. As for the elder brother, he has the little white tiger with him, so it should be possible to transport it directly. Fortunately, Baihu has this ability. Otherwise his brother would have suffered accordingly. And why can't those people be led by Baihu together? Sorry, her white tiger's abilities are limited. It is absolutely impossible to lead so many people directly. Besides, she dislikes it very much. After preparing everything, Jiang Lian channeled his spiritual power to the jade tokens he had been given before arriving. As the spiritual power circulated, she and Baihu were wrapped in light. And then, there was a feeling of pulling in space. In the blink of an eye, they had appeared in the original square. Jiang Lian immediately released the 4 people. The elders present were all shocked. Faced with such a scene, Jiang Lian was not from Tianquan Mountain, so they couldn't help but think wrongly. Little friend Jiang, what's going on? An elder hurriedly ran towards Lu Xiyun and others, his questioning voice even more reprimanding. Guanhua happened to be there too and hurriedly walked towards Jiang Yan. But with the white tiger around, he couldn't step forward. Little friend Jiang, what happened to them? At this time, Yao Hui and others also arrived. Seeing Guanhua present, Yao Hui saluted Wei Xuanyan and said, Master! Wang Wuchan's master happened to be there, walking towards a middle-aged man behind him, and told his master the specific situation, and even told him that Lu Xiyun might have a red flame stone on his body. After hearing the news about the red flame stone, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up, and he looked at the unconscious Lu Xiyun with unclear meaning. With his master here, Wang Wuchan was no longer so eager to snatch the storage bag. Yao Hui directly told everyone present what happened in the secret realm, even worried that the elders had misunderstood and were unwilling to believe that Jiang Lian was innocent. Yao Hui directly initiated the hard demon oath. I, Yao Hui of Tianquan Mountain, swear here that what I just said is the truth. If there is even half a sentence that is false. God thunderstruck. Wei Xuanyan also nodded and took the oath. Everyone present believed their words. Qin Hingming came over and thanked him directly. My Tianquan Mountain will always bear in mind the kindness that little friend Jiang has shown me. Then Qin Hingming took out a jade box. She didn't know what was inside, but it should be a good thing. I hope little friend Jiang will accept this. Jiang Lian knew what Qin Hingming meant. It was a thank you gift. Although Tianquan Mountain is said to be engraved in their hearts, it is just for a few disciples, and they cannot really repay it at a high price in the future. She was not polite and accepted it directly. I will be disrespectful now. At this time, Jiang Lian had already put the 4 people down. Guanhua looked at their situation and said, the situation is not optimistic. We need to invite their blood relatives to come. There are only 2 ways to treat him. Either a Taoist companion or a blood relative. Several disciples do not have Taoist companions, so now they can only see if they can find their blood relatives as soon as possible. The people below hurriedly looked for it. Guanhua took another look at Jiang Yan's situation and felt relieved when he saw that the problem was not serious. It was Yao Hui who explained from the side. Fortunately, Miss Jiang happens to be Junior Brother's biological sister, so she was able to treat her in time. Good thing. Good thing. Fortunately, fellow Taoist Jiang Shao was here. Otherwise his young disciple would probably be useless. You must know that everyone who is related to the little disciple by blood is in Luojing, so it is too late to come and go. Besides, the little disciple's situation in the clan is not good, because of the blood relationship. Guanhua said directly. Little friend Jiang, I'm not going to hide it from you. In my current situation, I can't refine the elixir for the time being. I don't have the elixir that Yetter needs readily available here. Yes, so I hope that little friend Jiang can help. This is what it should be. After this nightmare incident, the system reminded her that taking the antidote in time during this period is the best time for treatment. The system didn't tell her the reason, but it definitely had something to do with the nightmare. It is imminent to refine the 9th level elixir. After Yao Hui helped arrange the alchemy room, Guanhua took out a few medicinal materials and handed them to her. These are the medicinal materials for refining. I'm sorry, little friend Jiang. No, I have all these medicinal materials. Senior, you better put them away. Knowing that Guanhua still wanted to shirk, Jiang Lian said directly, Jiang Yan is my brother. It is natural for me to provide the materials. Senior, there is no need to be polite. In Jiang Lian's firm eyes, Guanhua did not delay any longer. The door of the alchemy room was closed, and everyone was waiting outside. There happened to be a young girl from the Lu Xiyun tribe working as a handyman here. Looking at the thin and small woman, there are old wounds on her hands, which are full of scars. This makes people can't help but think about the darkness inside. No one will pursue it at this time, and they are even thinking about saving people. Lao Guang, it's up to you to take action. Although it is also about saving people, this requires the use of formations. The consumption of that formation is still quite large, because Lu Xiyun's master had some friendship with Elder Guang. It would have been impossible for Elder Guang's temperament to help him so easily. But today, Guang Tianzong was unexpectedly easy to talk to and directly asked the thin woman to stand near Lu Xiyun, took out the talisman pen, and began to draw the formation. The waiting time was extremely long. It was originally because Elder Guang's side would end faster. But unexpectedly, Jiang Lian came out first. Yao Hui, Wei Xuanyan, and others remembered that Jiang Lian was very quick when he rescued his junior brother Jiang Yan. Could it be that Jiang Lian's attainments in talisman formations are even more powerful than Elder Guang's? Chapter 215 Jiang. Take these 1 pill a day, and my brother may wake up after a while. Then I will continue to take it every day until it is used up. Although it is not as good as the 9th level pill antidote, it has a certain auxiliary effect on spiritual consciousness. Yao Hui took the pills very solemnly and said with great gratitude, Thank you, Miss Jiang. I will give them to my junior brother on time. Guanhua was a little surprised. Is there anything important that needs to be dealt with? Little friend Jiang? Since she was a biological sister, there was no need to avoid suspicion when it came to feeding her medicine. Jiang Lian did not feed her herself, but instead left it to his eldest disciple Yao Hui Lai. This makes people wonder if there is something urgent.
After all, their relationship is not the kind where the other person is hurt and abandoned.
Yes. In addition to Master Yu Zhang's antidote, there is also an antidote to treat my brother. Now that I have an idea, I need to leave. Once the antidote is completed, I will come back to find my brother.
She had a hunch that as she continued to be in the sky, Quan Shan may cause unnecessary trouble if he stays. She is most afraid of trouble and dislikes trouble the most. Besides, those things didn't need to happen at all. Therefore, she had better go to the 10,000 Buddhist sect to study the 9th level elixir carefully. And it would be best to refine the antidote as soon as possible. Guang Tianzong's formation here emits red mist, and the thin woman screams and blood spurts out directly towards the formation. The surrounding spiritual power fluctuated somewhat abnormally. After the formation was completed, Guang Tianzong was panting and a little unsteady, but his disciple Wang Muchan hurriedly came over to support him.
Sorry, I couldn't save the disciple.
Lu Xian's master looked at his disciple's body with sadness on his face. Immortal cultivators value the inheritance of master and disciple most, and it was even more serious when his direct disciple died. The masters of the disciple surnamed Zhou, disciple surnamed Zheng, and disciple surnamed Chen next to them were anxiously waiting for the news. But they were too far away, and it was too late to rush over now. This situation doomed the fate of several people. Although Lu Xiyun's distant relative was dead, no one present dared to raise an eyebrow and say anything. After all, they were just handyman disciples. Lu Xiyun's master was preparing to sort out the body of his apprentice after being sad, but found that her storage bag had disappeared.
May I ask Master Nephew Yao, was the storage bag still there when Xiyun was discovered?
Without waiting for Yao Hui to answer, Wang Muchan rushed back.
Yes. When we found Senior Sister Lu, her storage bag was gone. Senior Sister Lu was the first to go in, followed by several senior brothers and sisters. Eliminate the demon when Queen Nightmare discovered them. She disappeared.
Everyone present was stunned, and Yao Hui and others looked directly in the direction of Wang Muchan. They knew exactly what was going on. Jiang Lian frowned, becoming even more unhappy about everything in Tianquan Mountain. She adheres to the moral principles of the world to seal the demon lord and consolidate the formation. But the behavior of these people really disgusts her. Wang Mian simply did not involve Jiang Lian and others. So the matter ended like this. Yao Hui and others didn't say anything. They knew very well that it must have been done by Elder Guang. Apart from Wang Muchan, Elder Guang might be the only one left. Otherwise, Lu Xiyun's storage bag would be given to her master and others before her body dissipated into the world. After making arrangements for his brother Jiang Yan, Jiang Lian said goodbye and left. With Yao Hui and others here, Jiang Lian believed that his brother would be fine. Tianquan Mountain and Wanfo sect are both in Henia Prefecture, so the distance is not very far. This time Jiang Lian still summoned the spaceship. Although it also required spiritual power, the spaceship still had the upper hand in terms of comfort. Besides, the speed is not much different. When she arrived at the 10,000 Buddha's gate, Jiang Lian walked directly to the main entrance. This time she was not turned away again. The gatekeeper disciple brought her to Master Yu Zhou. Master Yu Zhang happened to be there too. When he saw Jiang Lian, Yu Zhang's expression was quite wonderful, and he was extremely happy. Baby,
you're here. Hurry up and make me some delicious food. I've been craving for it for a long time.
Although he said it more childishly, the order of his words clearly made him feel much better than before.
I'm back now. I'll cook it for you later. Master, do you have something you like more?
Jiang Lian didn't treat him specially, and his attitude was the same as for normal people. After saying hello to Master Yu Zhou, Jiang Lian cooked a bunch of food in the kitchen and then said to Yu Zhou,
I came here this time to find a safe place to study the advanced 9th level elixir.
Done? Yu Zhou looked at Jiang Lian with some excitement. He remembered that Jiang Lian said before leaving that he was looking for a method to refine the 9th level elixir. His senior brother's elixir was the 9th level elixir. Does Jiang Lian's return this time mean that senior brother is saved?
I found a method, but I need to find a place to study it and try it out then.
Jiang Lian didn't say too much, but he knew at his heart that it would be successful this time. Otherwise the system would tell his brother that he couldn't wait.
Okay. I'll make the arrangements right now.
Yu Zhou was so excited that he forgot that he could directly use the communication jade pendant to call someone to make arrangements. He ran out directly, leaving Yu Zhang sitting in his seat and eating deliciously. The master and Jiang Lian were sitting aside. All the Wanthamen are male disciples, and they are all monks. so it is not convenient for Jiang Lian to live there. It turned out that Yao Hui came here and arranged to stay in the guest house. Jiang Lian looked at the arranged place and was very satisfied. Although it is also a guest house, the surrounding environment is quite quiet. Master Tao now. In this place full of Buddhist righteousness, Jiang Lian felt that the impetuous spirit she had been having during this time in Tianquan Mountain had dissipated a lot. In such an environment, she believed that it might be helpful for her to study the 9th level elixir in the coming time. No. If you need anything, just tell me, and I will help you arrange it. Yu Zhou explained and left without disturbing him too much. After Jiang Lian had a good night's rest, she began to digest the knowledge that the old man from Tianwei Hongyan had transmitted to her the next day. There's a lot of stuff, but it's not cluttered. Based on her previous experience, she thought it would be difficult. But in the 10,000 Buddhist sect, the invisible righteous Buddha's light enveloped her, making it easier for her to sort out those inheritances. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Lian opened his eyes. At this time, the inheritance in his mind had been completely digested. There are not only methods for refining 9th level pills, but also methods for higher levels. The most important thing now is to practice the 9th level elixir first. After resting for a few days again, Jiang Lian entered the Danta. Because the Danta has formed a contract with her and is hidden in her body, Jiang Lian can enter the Danta as a whole. In the inheritance, there are even methods for refining first-order pills, and they are more complete than the original ones in this world. After entering the elixir tower, she started practicing directly from the refining of the first-level elixir according to the rules. Only the level you have practiced can be chosen at will when you practice again in the future. Please confirm your name. Jiang Lian was still stunned for a moment when Danta's voice sounded. Or smart? 001? I tried it casually, but Danta's voice sounded again. This name is already used by someone. Has anyone used it? I really didn't expect that. Jiang Lian thought for a while and said casually, Jiang. The naming is successful. Practice begins. Jiang Lian breathed a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, when Jiang Lian started practicing, a name named Jiang began to appear on the record plate of a Danta clone somewhere. Chapter 216, the 9th level ultimate. Reporting to the leader, a strange name appears in the Danta. The ranking is very fast. It has been a long time since the last time I found the owner of the Danta contract. They all doubt that the owner of the Dan Pagoda will not appear again. Is this the case now? The headmaster and the elders in the hall hurry towards the Dan Pagoda. Jiang? Do you know which disciple this is? The ranking of Jiang in front of me has reached the 5th level, and the level judgments of the previous levels are all top-notch. What kind of talent is this? Everyone was shocked. During this period of time, Danta has been strengthening its manpower. At this level, there is absolutely no possibility of omissions. However, the disciples and elders responsible for recording said that this person was not from their sect. This is very incredible. The headmaster and the elders were shocked. Is there any other intersection here? Nothing like this has ever happened before. The leader decided to go in first to see who it was, and he would know it as soon as he entered. What is very depressing is that the headmaster and the elders tried to get in but couldn't. The younger disciples also tried, but none of them could get in. Are there any disciples of my sect inside? The disciple in charge of registration bowed and said, Some of them have not come out yet. There were quite a few disciples who happened to be practicing inside this time. An elder said excitedly, Then inform them and let them see who this Jiang is. The man said very apologetically, Elder, I just tried and couldn't contact them. Looking at the list ahead. In fact, no one can reach Jiang's level even if they can be contacted. You must know that only if you pass them all can you enter whichever floor you want. Obviously, the alchemy level of the disciples inside is not that high. What shocked them even more was the soaring ranking level that was unusually fast. It was still the 5th level pill just now, but now it has reached the 7th level position. The positions of the 5th and 6th levels in front are still top-notch. What kind of divine qualification is this? It's so powerful. This kind of strength has never appeared in their entire sect. Everyone was standing outside in a hurry. But the rankings on the ranking stone kept changing. In the end, Jiang's name was firmly at the top of the rankings. 8th level top quality. The entire sect was shocked. They have no choice but to obey such Danta masters. You should know that there is only one 9th level alchemist in the entire Xianling continent now. And I heard that the old guy is about to run out of gas. Although there are people in their sect who are able to refine 9th level pills, they can only do so barely,
and they cannot be considered true 9th level alchemists. Moreover, if a real 9th level alchemist asks him to refine an 8th level elixir, he may not be able to refine an 8th level top quality elixir. There is probably no one in this world who can refine the 8th level top grade elixir. When the record on the ranking list showed the 8th level best, everyone looked at it nervously and found that the trial was still going on. Are you preparing the 9th level elixir? Now it doesn't matter whether he is from their sect or not. Anyway, there were rules before that as long as they were recognized by the Dan Pagoda. Their sect would need to recognize them as their master. Oh, no. It should be the young master. The offering plaque left by their old master is still there, proving that he has not yet died. They would not despise the powerful young master, and would even desire him. Obviously, Jiang on the list did not disappoint them. The level displayed on it was still progressing after it passed the 9th level of low grade. People outside the tower were waiting excitedly, while Jiang Lian inside the tower concentrated on refining the elixir in his hand. With the inheritance, refining the 9th level elixir was no longer hindered by Tianquan Mountain, even unobstructed. Now her consciousness has taken a step further. Although the space is being upgraded during this time, she cannot enter the space to exercise her consciousness. But after sorting out the inheritance, she found that her spiritual consciousness had also improved. It is much easier to refine the 9th level elixir. Time passed by, and Jiang Lian forgot how long he had been in the Danto. I just feel that practicing refining elixirs in the Dan Pagoda seems to be more effective with twice the result. What she didn't know was that her mental strength was higher than that of ordinary people. Otherwise she wouldn't have been able to last that long. An ordinary person would have been directly teleported out due to overdraft of mental power. In the elixir tower, Jiang Lian experienced a real elixir tribulation. Fortunately, it was not a real elixir tribulation. Otherwise she would have been frightened to death. But she dodged it very seriously. Even though it wasn't true, she would still feel mentally uncomfortable if she was hit. Jiang Lian finally breathed a sigh of relief when the 9th level elixir he practiced reached the top level. Most of the pressure is gone. She would feel more at ease after being able to refine the best elixir and then refine her brother's antidote. The Dan Tower has the advantage that if you have passed the level and practice again, you can choose any elixir recipe at will. At this time, Jiang Lian tried to choose his brother's elixir prescription. He was originally worried that because it was given by the system, there might not be any in the elixir tower. I didn't expect it to actually exist. The system secretly cursed that this elixir recipe was originally researched by the old man Hong Yin, and he also researched the elixir tower. It would be strange if this is a very low-level elixir recipe for the old man. It is recommended that the master withdraws and rests first. After practicing in the alchemy tower, he can go directly outside to refine it in the alchemy furnace. This will have a higher success rate. The system stopped Jiang Lian from wanting to continue practicing. Only this ruthless person can do this. But other people would have been unable to sustain their mental strength long ago. Jiang Lian thought for a while and realized that what the system said was right. So he obediently left the Danton. As soon as she returned to the original room of Wanfaman, Jiang Lian felt a little top-heavy. Fortunately, there was a table next to her, and she hurriedly held the table to prevent her from falling. The whirlwind that followed made her realize the seriousness of the sequelae. The host doesn't need to worry. It's just that the mental energy consumption is relatively large. It won't be a serious problem after you rest. If he came out later, he would faint to the ground. Jiang Lian carefully moved to the bed and lay down with her eyes closed to relax. This feeling was the same as before when she entered the space to practice spiritual power and overdraft when planting spiritual values. Later I found out that it was under control, and it never appeared again. With the last experience, Jiang Lian didn't panic. I just closed my eyes and started to sleep. I don't know how long I slept. It was already dark when Jiang Lian woke up again. I stretched out and found it was quiet outside. Although I really wanted to eat a buffet of barbecue food. But thinking that now I am in this Buddhist holy land, it is better not to give up. After this period of accumulation, Jiang Lian felt that the spiritual energy in his body was getting stronger and stronger, and it was estimated that he would be unable to suppress it after a while. She still needs to rush back to Kunlun to refine her brother's antidote as soon as possible this time. Su Yeshuan had reminded her before that it would be better to go back to Wan Yanfeng to advance this time. Wan Yanfeng's aura is the most suitable. Chapter 217. Fortunately, he lived up to his fate. After almost resting, Jiang Lian entered the Danta again. In the past few days, people outside the tower were shocked by the strength of the #1 player on the ranking list. It turned out to be the 9th level of the best. You must know that the strength of the 9th level alchemist in this world has not reached this level. It will probably cause a sensation for several days if he can refine the 9th level high-grade alchemy, let alone the best one. The leader ordered the news to be blocked, and no one in the sect was allowed to reveal the information. Anyone who violated the rules would not be blamed for the sect's ruthlessness. With the existence of such strength, the overall strength of their sect has taken a big step forward. The only thing I'm worried about is who is this young master. The last time the young master was refining in the elixir tower, they had no way of entering. Originally, they wanted the elders to take turns entering the Dan Pagoda to patrol, so that they would only have a chance to discover the young master when he appeared. After thinking about it, not to mention the elders in their sect, even the most powerful ancestors, none of them can reach the 9th level. It is estimated that they are unlikely to encounter them if they stay in there every day. After all, they can't reach the 9th level. Coupled with the loss of mental energy inside, it would be even less possible for them to stay in there if they lack mental energy. A group of senior officials within this sect were really worried. But they had no choice but to wait and see if one day this Jiang would appear in their sect from the Dan Pagoda. Jiang Lian began to study in the elixir tower, and she was already very familiar with 9th level elixirs. I went out after practicing until everything was perfect. There was no failure in refining it for the first time. But the new elixir recipe was not well controlled, and the elixir was only in the middle grade. If someone outside could refine a 9th level mid-grade elixir, they would definitely be overjoyed. Besides, people at this level are competing for it outside. After carefully thinking about the shortcomings when refining, Jiang Lian started refining again. After practicing a few more times, Jiang Lian directly exited the elixir after ensuring that every time he refined it, it would be the best elixir. He took out the array plate specially used for alchemy, and even took out the golden year alchemy furnace from the space. Looking at the sky outside, it was just early morning, and the early morning sun outside shrouded the earth, bringing with it the comfort of the early morning. It will definitely succeed this time. After making so much preparation, she believed she could do it. Under the control of his spiritual consciousness, Jiang Lian took out the previously prepared materials from the space. The advancement time of space is a little long this time, and it has not been completed yet. She was previously worried that the Buddha rock grass planted in the space would be affected by the inability to recite Buddhist scriptures due to the upgrade of the space during this period. So she picked the Buddha rock grass in advance and stored it. Fortunately, the Buddha rock grass has matured and is of better quality than the ones from Wanfo sect. It is very strange that the spiritual energy above is much stronger than that of the 10,000 Buddha sect, which has been bathed in the light of Buddha for a long time. Jiang Lian didn't think much about it, thinking that it was because her space originally had a training effect on her spiritual consciousness, and it should be normal for her to be mentally strong. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Lian calmed down. Her eyes were sharp, and her face was full of seriousness. Following the steps in the Dan Pagoda step by step, Jiang Lian found that her strange fire could be controlled more freely in reality than in the Dan Pagoda. The elixir furnace was proceeding in an orderly manner. When the elixir was about to be condensed, Suzaku appeared again in the elixir furnace. The aura of the ancient beast rushed through the entire space, and even the entire 10,000 Buddha sect felt it. Fortunately, Yu Zhou had made an agreement with everyone in the sect in advance that there were distinguished guests here, and they should not be disturbed. The superiors also paid great attention to Yu Zheng's injury, and even sent people to guard him from a distance to prevent others from disturbing him. Fortunately, I was prepared. Otherwise it would be bad if I was disturbed by a curious person who ran in and was not afraid of trouble. Of course, Jiang Lian's formations are not covered. When the red bird passes by, the elixir is completed. There is definitely no thunder tribulation. Jiang Lian looked at the porcelain bottle in his hand, and there were 3 9th level pills lying quietly inside. The face is full of joy. It's done. I had never thought that I would get something as good as a Dan Pagoda that could be used to practice alchemy. So I prepared 2 extra copies. I didn't expect that refining alchemy outside would be much easier. After practicing in the alchemy tower until you become proficient in it, it would be much easier to refine it in real life. Now that she has started refining, she will also refine the remaining 2 copies in case of emergency. This kind of elixir is very helpful for injuries to the consciousness. Not to mention a good thing like the 9th level top grade elixir. After the first experience, the subsequent refining became even easier. 3 portions of medicinal herbs were used to refine 12 top level 9th grade Buddha rock god concentrating pills. She was very satisfied with the result, considering Master Yu Zheng's injury. A Buddha rock god-gathering pill would be enough. My brother saw that the medicine was relatively strong. He lost his memory and also damaged his consciousness. Although he didn't become stupid, his cultivation was definitely greatly affected. I hope he can recover after taking 2 pills from this situation. In my memory, my brother Jiang Yan's qualifications are pretty good. He originally went directly to become a disciple of a large sect. So there is absolutely no problem with his qualifications in terms of his chances of becoming a true disciple. Damn the Luojing Jiang family. She really wanted to know how the Luojing Jiang family convinced her grandfather and parents to let her brother go to Luojing. That is simply equivalent to the existence of protons. Jiang Lian gritted his teeth when he thought of those people from Luojing's Jiang family. After cleaning up, Jiang Lian stood up and went directly to the remote courtyard where Yu Zhou and Yu Zeng lived. Immortal cultivators always have very strong memories. Jiang Lian only knew how to get there once. Yu Zhou sensed Jiang Lian's arrival from afar and hurriedly walked out. During this time, senior brother really improved a lot after taking the elixir refined by Jiang Lian. He was ready to give up on such a surprise. As long as his senior brother lived a good life, he didn't expect hope to come so quickly. Master! Jiang Lian saluted. Yu Zhou was impatient to know the result. Looking at Jiang Lian, he, who was always calm, could not hide his nervousness at this time. Fortunately, I did not disgrace my life. Yu Zhou laughed happily. This time he did not specifically control it. So his hearty laughter spread throughout the 10,000 Buddhas. And the disciples below were all curious about what was going on. The abbot and the elders who were elsewhere were so surprised that they stopped what they were doing when they learned about the situation. And some even couldn't wait to rush towards where Yu Zhou and the others were. Jiang Lian handed another bottle containing a 9th level top quality Buddha rock god concentrating pill to Yu Zhou. Let the master take this pill. As for the remaining erysipelas, I will have to wait and see how it goes. Not knowing how to express his gratitude, Yu Zhou solemnly took the porcelain bottle and walked quickly inside. At this time, Yu Zeng was inside eating the delicacies Jiang Lian had cooked with relish. Chapter 218 Great Hope. Junior brother, this delicious food is for you to eat. Under Yu Zhou's coaxing, Yu Zeng directly ate the shiny 9th level pill into his stomach without any consideration. Simply Buddha rock god gathering pill itself is to repair the soul. And there is no need to control the flow of spiritual energy like other types of pills. After Yu Zeng took the pill, he sat there for a long time without moving. The expression on his face gradually changed from confusion to normal, and his dull eyes gradually became unusually clear. After waiting for a long time without seeing any movement from his senior brother, Yu Zhou called tentatively, "Senior brother?" In the past, Yu Zeng would have called him junior brother foolishly, or asked for something delicious. But now Yu Zeng responded calmly, "Junior brother, how do you feel? Senior brother?" Although the senior brother's voice became very normal, he was not sure whether he was completely healed. After experiencing so much, I can actually remember it all. Everyone knows what happened. Now it has been relieved for a long time, but it has not yet calmed down. Junior brother, don't worry. I'm completely recovered. After saying that, Yu Zeng looked at Jiang Lian and said, "Thank you, Donor Jiang, for your help. I am very grateful. Master, don't worry. This is what I should do. It was my Jiang family that caused Master to become like that. And I feel very guilty for this." Although he remembered what happened, Yu Zeng clearly knew for the first time that the woman in front of him was a descendant of the Jiang family. There are still survivors in the Xuchang Jiang family. Great! Yu Zeng smiled and said, "Baby, you don't have to worry about it. Everything has its fate. I'm sorry that I couldn't help with the matters within your clan." Thinking of the situation when he first entered the Zichangjing family land, Yu Zeng's face suddenly changed. There had been speculation before, but Yu Zhou couldn't help but ask, "Senior brother, what exactly did you see when you entered?" With his senior brother's cultivation, he is considered to be at the top of the world. There are many dangers that cannot threaten him at all. No one thought it would become like that. Yu Zeng pondered for a while and looked at the sky outside the door. They are all dead, and the sacred tree has also gone crazy. Yu Zhou subconsciously looked at Jiang Lian, who was standing aside. At this moment, he thought that his senior brother Ufa had probably disappeared in this world. Even so, Yu Zhou still said a dharma call to Jiang Lian. "Donor, please show me your condolences." Although Jiang Lian's face was not very good, he knew the result a long time ago. His face looked fine, and he saluted Yu Zhou. "Let me show it to the master. If there is no residue of erysipelas,
There is no need to use any more medicine. Although I was given the Qingji pill before, I couldn't guarantee that it would be completely eliminated. After all, some of the accumulation over the years has become deeply ingrained. Thank you. After waking up, Yuzhang looked very easygoing, with the unique temperament of a monk on his face. At this time, the abbot of Wanfo sect and other elders came over. Seeing Yuzhang, who had returned to normal, everyone was excited. The abbot stood there in disbelief, worried that everything was fake. Junior brother Yuzhang. Senior brother abbot. Yuzhang stood up, walked directly in front of the abbot, and bowed to the abbot. Senior brother has made me worry about me for so many years. After saying that, the other junior fellow disciples behind him also saluted. And they were even more solemn to Yuzhou. He remembers everyone's good deeds and keeps everything secret. The surrounding atmosphere is very good. In Jiang Lian's opinion, the people and things here at Wathaman, a place full of righteousness, are so peaceful. Even the interactions between people seem to lack the intrigue. Jiang Lian just stood there, feeling the good atmosphere around him, and accepted a wave of thanks from the abbot and others. Unable to resist the kindness, she accepted the thank you gift from the 10,000 Buddhas sect. She thought that if she met people from the 10,000 Buddhas sect next time, or came to the 10,000 Buddhas sect again, she would probably be treated as an honored guest. When everything calmed down, Jiang Lian once again used the spirit silk to diagnose the pulse and help Yuzhang see the current condition of his body. The injuries on her consciousness were now completely healed, but she found that it was not that stable, and all the erysipelas were unexpectedly removed. I still have the Foyan pills from before. After eating them, you can be completely healed. After being persuaded by everyone, Jiang Lian said goodbye to everyone and flew towards Tianquan Mountain eagerly. Now she urgently wants to give her brother Jiang Yan the Foyan God-gathering pill, so that his injuries will heal, and he will remember everything before him. Therefore, Jiang Lian did not estimate the comfort level this time. Directly summoned the Feiyu sword again, and quickly headed towards Tianquan Mountain. She simply had more spiritual power than ordinary people, and she didn't even take a break all the way to Tianquan Mountain. She just took a spirit-boosting pill in the middle. When he arrived at the desert outside Tianquan Mountain, Jiang Lian used a dust removal spell on himself. Although he still wanted to take a bath and clean it up, current conditions did not allow it. She was more anxious to see her brother. After all, my brother is probably still in a deep sleep, but he will probably get there soon. Jiang Lian directly contacted Yao Hui to come out and take him. Although she could understand the formations at Tianquan Mountain, she might be able to walk in safely, but the people and things inside made her quite uncomfortable. It's better not to have unnecessary trouble. Soon Yao Hui came out. Compared with her previous attitude of guarding against her love rival, this time Yao Hui saw that Jiang Lian's younger sister was her biological sister, which made Jiang Lian feel that this person was really realistic, but also realistic and cute. She just doesn't know what her brother's attitude is towards her. Everything just depends on their fate. Did Miss Jiang find a cure for junior brother when she came back this time? Jiang Lian said before leaving that she needed to find some medicine for junior brother's condition and would be back soon. As an alchemist, she knew something about it. What's more, although the master can't refine 9th level pills yet, he is still at the level of a 9th level alchemist. The master said that Miss Jiang might have found the inheritance and went to refine the antidote for her junior brother. Nowadays, only antidotes can achieve such good results. Other things are really difficult. The junior brother's condition didn't seem serious when he was attacked by the demon, and the remnants of the demon were removed in time. But he was still injured. In addition, the junior brother's consciousness was originally injured, which caused him to be unconscious until now. In the past few years, she has even worked hard to become an alchemist. She also hopes that her master will get better soon and can refine her junior brother's antidote. Fortunately, my junior brother's sister is already close to the 9th level alchemist. Master said there is great hope this time. Jiang Lian's answer undoubtedly gave Yao Hui a great surprise. In excitement, Yao Hui even wanted to hug Jiang Lian and spin around in circles. But when she saw her indifferent expression, Yao Hui finally put an end to this idea. Let's go! Under the leadership of Yao Hui, Jiang Lian understood Tianquan Mountain's formations better this time. She knew very clearly that if she was allowed to come in by herself next time, she would probably be able to enter Tianquan Mountain without any mistakes. Chapter 219, He is not wrong. Fairy Yu's inheritance is definitely higher than all the talismans in this world. Thinking of this, Jiang Lian couldn't help but think of what Yu Xianji had told her back then. But time Weishan has become like this.
if she has a chance to go in again in the future. Will she be able to find the Hun Tian? The two soon arrived at the yard where Jiang Yan lived. Jiang Yan was still in a coma and showed no signs of waking up. After taking a look at his specific situation, he found that he was much better than before. He took out the Buddha rock god gathering pill from the space and fed it. Wei Xuanyan also arrived at this time, and he and his senior sister took turns taking care of the junior brother during this period. However, the senior sister was more stubborn and refused to let him interfere at all. Anyone with a discerning eye can clearly see the senior sister's intention towards the younger junior brother. Wei Xuanyan recalled the past attitude of his junior fellow apprentice towards his senior sister. Although it was better than that of outsiders, it was definitely not a relationship between lovers. Senior sister, maybe her hopes will be in vain. However, it is better to let things happen as they happen. And how the final development will turn out depends on their own fate. Miss Jiang is here. After Jiang Liang greeted Wei Xuanyan, he continued to look at his brother's situation. I saw that the soul in my brother Jiang Yan's body was being repaired quickly. And even the affected spiritual roots were also changed. Such a great effect. But Master Yuzheng didn't seem to have such a situation when he was eating. Is it because the two people suffered different injuries? Or is it because of different physical constitutions? Wei Xuanyan saw that his junior brother had already taken the medicine. So he did not make any more noise and stood there waiting. Time passed by 1 second. And when the medicine was distributed, Jiang Yan still couldn't wake up. And the injuries on his body were still a little short of recovery. Because the medicine still remains in the body. It will take a few days before taking another pill. Thank you, Miss Jiang. Yao Hui didn't look carefully when Jiang Lian took out the elixir. But based on her junior brother's recovery, he knew that she had advanced to the 9th level of Alchemy Master. At the same time, congratulations to Miss Jiang for advancing to the 9th level alchemist. A 9th level alchemist at such a young age is rare in the world. Thank you. Jiang Lian looked at Yao Hui with a half smile. Sister Yao, you don't have to be so polite. He is my brother, and I should save him. Yao Hui smiled awkwardly, but she didn't care in her heart. Miss Jiang, why don't you go and take a rest? Junior brother, we are here to watch. Wei Xuanyan spoke up in time. His senior sister was a little crazy for the sake of junior brother. Jiang Lian was tired, and her brother's condition had improved. So she relaxed a little. She had indeed become a little nervous during this time. Brother, I'm sorry to trouble you. Returning to the original room, Jiang Lian freshened up and felt like she was alive. Instead of sleeping again as usual, when he returned to his brother's room again, Guan Hua also came. Congratulations, little friend. After checking the situation of his little apprentice, Guan Hua knew that Jiang Lian had been promoted to the 9th level alchemist. Thank you, senior. In fact, if Guan Hua hadn't allowed her to enter the secret realm, she wouldn't have been able to find the inheritance so quickly and be directly promoted to the 9th level alchemist. Fortunately, she followed up in the secret realm. Otherwise she might not have been able to save her brother in time. This is your own destiny. He didn't accept this love. And even his own injuries were cured only because of Jiang Lian. Otherwise, he might not even exist in this world at this time. There is a cycle of cause and effect. And if there is a cause, there must be an effect. So there is no such thing as remembering kindness or not. After waiting for 2 days, the effect of the medicine in my brother's body has been almost absorbed. Jiang Lian once again took out a Buddha rock gathering pill and fed it to Jiang Yan. This time not only Yao Hui but also Wei Xuanyan saw it. Both of them were shocked. The best of the 9th level. In this world, not even their master can refine the 9th level top-grade elixir. Looking at Jiang Lian again, they no longer knew what words to use to describe the person in front of them. Even if he became a 9th level alchemist in such a short period of time, he was still able to refine the highest quality product. He was simply inhuman. As soon as the elixir entered Jiang Yan's body, it worked again. This time, Jiang Yan's soul was more stable. The affected spiritual veins were suddenly wrapped in a spiritual power, showing faint signs of advancement. Jiang Lian himself had advanced to spiritual veins, so it was not surprising. But Yao Hui and others had never seen such a situation, and they were even more surprised. Yao Hui couldn't help but ask, Miss Jiang, can this elixir upgrade your spiritual veins? No. My brother was originally drugged by someone with intentions, which affected his spiritual veins in the long run. Now that the injury is healed, the remaining inhibitory drugs will be removed and he will slowly recover. Jiang Lian nodded. His words were a bit ambiguous, but they also made sense. So Yao Hui and Wei Xuanyan did not have any doubts. When his brother was attacked by a demon in the secret realm, the system said that he would not be attacked again after the mission was completed. Jiang Lian suspected that this might have something to do with it. Otherwise, no matter how good the elixir is, it doesn't seem to have that effect. Invisibly, I feel that there is a force helping to repair it. She originally planned to wait in Tianquan Mountain until her brother fully woke up. But the spiritual power in her body could no longer be suppressed, and there were faint signs of advancement. It is really insecure to advance in a place like Tianquan Mountain. Although she doesn't have thunder tribulation, she is not afraid of being discovered by others. But after she advanced, she was relatively weak. If she was really in danger, it would be a drop in the bucket and very troublesome. He took a look at his brother Jiang Yan's situation again. The medicine was almost gone. But just in case, Jiang Lian took out another 9th level top grade Buddha rock god gathering pill and gave it to Yao Hui. Senior sister Yao, please wait until the effect of this medicine wears off. Then continue to give it to him. Yao Hui was a little surprised, and even more shocked that there was a Buddha rock gathering pill. I originally thought that the two of them were already reaching the sky. Is there anything else that Miss Jiang has to do? As far as Jiang Lian's baby brother is concerned, under normal circumstances, she would definitely stay and watch in person. After all, this is also a critical period. At this time, there were only the two of them in the room, and Jiang Yan, who was unconscious. Jiang Lian looked at his brother Jiang Yan, who had almost recovered. I have something urgent and need to leave, so I need to trouble you. If my brother wakes up, please let me know. She can trust Yao Hui's character, and her brother is fine now, so he can wake up after absorbing the medicine. I will. Please don't worry. Miss Jiang. After explaining, Jiang Lian left in a hurry. And somewhere in Tianquan Mountain, Wang Muchan hurriedly told his master Guang Tianzong after being informed by his spy. Leaving? That's just right. Guang Tianzong's face was gloomy. No one in his life had dared to play tricks on him like this. His disciple was obviously going to buy the red flame stone from her. But he didn't expect to lie to Lu Xian because he was ignorant. This caused him to waste time in vain, and even made the mountain owner and others suspicious, since he gave her the opportunity but didn't cherish it at first. Don't blame him for being cruel now. Wang Muchan below lowered his head without saying a word, his eyes flashing slightly. There was a voice that kept comforting him. He was not wrong. Absolutely not wrong. He just wanted to get the red flame stone. It was Jiang Lian who deceived him first. It's not his fault. Chapter 220 Stand Doll. Jiang Lian, who was on her way to fly towards Kunlun, had no idea that she didn't want to stay in Tianquan Mountain for a long time because she was afraid of trouble. She didn't expect that trouble would come to her door. Before she left Heniazu, she felt a dangerous aura near her. Jiang Lian subconsciously took out the protective array plate that Su Yeshuan had prepared for her. This was prepared when she was preparing to leave for the wilderness secret realm for the first time, and she has not used it for so long. This is the first time to take it out and use it. As soon as the array was opened, there was a magic circle surrounding her. The ultimate formation. Fortunately, she reacted quickly. Otherwise she would have been trapped in the formation and strangled to death. With a sharp look on his face, he quickly summoned the Luofu pen in his hand. Waving the golden spiritual power past, and the killing formation was directly broken. Guang Tianzong was a little surprised that the formation he had set up was actually broken by this little girl in front of him. But he was also a little angry. The moment I saw the Luofu pen, I became greedy to kill people and steal goods. The talisman pen in his hand was waved quickly, and rune formations rushed towards Jiang Lian. His rune formations are considered top-notch in the entire Xianling continent. But in Jiang Lian's eyes, they are completely easy. No matter what formation Guang Tianzong conjured up, Jiang Lian could see it at first sight. She didn't have much time to stay here and looked at Guang Tianzong with evil eyes. This dog-skin plaster is really annoying. Guang Tianzong's cultivation is at the great perfection level of the void refining realm. And although Jiang Lian is only at the nascent soul great perfection level, her special dantian, excellent spiritual veins, and the combination of spiritual consciousness and spiritual power, such as the talisman array, she not falling behind at all, even steadily surpassing 10%. The strength that he was most proud of was suppressed by such a little girl. Guang Tianzong's whole aura was very gloomy. Guang Tianzong, who originally only wanted the red flame stone, instantly changed his mind. This person must die. Everything must be his. Even the talisman pen in her hand must be. There was nothing the talisman array could do about the situation in front of him. Guang Tianzong put away his talisman pin, looked at Jiang Lian and said viciously, "Since you are so ignorant of courtesy, don't blame me for being rude." After saying that, Guang Tianzong used his cultivation in the void refining realm to attract the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, refine the void, and squeeze towards Jiang Lian's position. "You and I have no grievances. So aren't you afraid of the forces behind me?" The cultivation that he tried to suppress became very unstable at this time, and Jiang Lian was extremely irritable at this time. The changes between heaven and earth made her very uneasy. "Can the system cause the thunder and lightning to strike this girl to death?" Jiang Lian felt furious at this moment. She was very unhappy with such a person. "I'm afraid not. The host has no points and no lottery opportunities. Once your advanced thunder tribulation is triggered, I won't be able to control it. I will have to rely on you to resist it." The meaning is very clear. If it really attracts thunder, Zed will have to rely on herself. And it doesn't matter as long as she can resist. "Can you trigger a thunderstorm?" "Right." She doesn't have any points or lottery opportunities to redeem now. If she can, this can only be used as a last resort. "Yes, but the host has thought it through. I suggest that the host inform Su Yeshuan." Thinking of this, the system's inspiration flashed again, which was a perfect opportunity. Only the voice of the system sounded in Jiang Lian's mind. "Ding! Thousands of threads. Joys and sorrows are always connected for a long time. Please ask the host to ask for help like a baby to the target Su Yeshuan. If you succeed, you will be rewarded with a lottery draw. If you fail, please accept the punishment of lightning strike." Jiang Lian was suddenly moved by the long-lost mission sound. At this time, Guang Tianzong's technique was almost ready, and he shouted with a sinister voice, "If you want to blame me, I blame you for not knowing how to appreciate others. After death, no one will know that I killed you. So why should I be afraid of it?" After saying that, Guang Tianzong was extremely excited and attacked Jiang Lian. "I heard that Guanhua's young disciple didn't come from a big family. If there was someone behind him, he would definitely not be very strong. Besides, some of the great sects in the world are willing to compete with Tianquan Mountain for their young apprentice. Not worth it." Therefore Guang Tianzong is very arrogant. The coercion in the void crushed directly towards Jiang Lian, and the spiritual energy attacks followed. Jiang Lian felt that there was no crisis like never before. Everything in the space, including the protective array discs, flew out one after another, and then he hid. He actually dodged it. Guang Tianzong was very surprised. He didn't expect that the other party had so many good things. In fact, he had thought that maybe this person's background was underestimated. But he thought that even if he was a disciple of a large sect, they would not be able to make an enemy of Tianquan Mountain for a disciple. Jiang Lian took advantage of this moment and hurriedly sent a message to Su Yeshuan using the red jade pendant. "Miss Sir, help me. Someone wants to kill me." In fact, she didn't need to do the task, and just let the thunder tribulation from that task kill this girl. But who told her that even the points are empty now? And it would be bad if she didn't keep them as spares for fear of what might happen in the future. She also thought that asking Su Yeshuan for help might bring him trouble. But she also knew that Su Yeshuan would definitely be unhappy if he didn't think of him immediately after he knew she was in danger. Su Yeshuan specifically explained this when he went back last time. Guang Tianzong made another move over there, and Su Yeshuan quickly responded. "Release that substitute." "Okay." Jiang Lian moved quickly, and the jade stand-in doll flew out quickly. At this time, Guang Tianzong's attack came again. The attack was more powerful than the last time, making Jiang Lian feel a sense of crisis. There was a loud boom, and the powerful spiritual force caused the space to instantly distort. After the smoke passed, Guang Tianzong looked at the jade stand-in doll in front of Jiang Lian in shock. One characteristic of stand-in dolls is that the controller's cultivation level will be greatly reduced. At this moment, the person in front of him knew from just that blow that the cultivation level of this stand-in doll was definitely not lower than his. What kind of person should be behind this situation? Guang Tianzong went through all the powers he knew, but he couldn't match any of them. I have never heard of those new disciples who have such powerful alchemy skills. Even those from the alchemy sect. There are many people in Danzong who are similar to him in cultivation, but those who are still on par with him after passing through the substitute doll are old antiques. And those people are even more impossible. Thinking of this, Guang Tianzong asked vigilantly, "Dare you ask your friend's Taoist number?" Su Yeshuan, who remotely controlled the stand-in doll with his spiritual consciousness, looked at his Taoist companion seriously, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he found that he was not injured.
Miss Sir?
At this time, Su Yeshuan Stand-in Doll was here. Jiang Lian was simply confident. Although he was wary of Guang Tianzong's every move, he had time to carefully observe Su Yeshuan Stand-in Doll. A bare jade-colored simple doll with no facial features at first suddenly gained exquisite facial features after Su Yeshuan's spiritual consciousness entered. It was easy to assume Su Yeshuan's appearance at a glance. Chapter 221 I'll take you back.
Yes. Wait for me.
Su Yeshuan, who was pretending to be a jade stand-in doll, nodded softly. Although the expression of the stand-in doll was only approximate, the aura was very obvious and made people know that Guang Tianzong was finished this time.
Miss Sir, I'm about to advance. I hurried back to find you. But this shameless guy insists on killing people and seizing treasures. It's really hateful.
Thinking that the other party was from Tianquan Mountain, she was not afraid of trouble. But she was also afraid of bringing trouble to Su Yeshuan. He quickly said,
The other party is Guang Tianzong from Tianquan Mountain. Okay, just wait for me, and I'll be there soon.
As he spoke, the jade bamboo sword flew out and was held by the jade stand-in doll. At this moment, Guang Tianzong realized that the strength of the person in front of him was no longer something he could compete with. This kind of existence made him even more afraid, and he couldn't figure out who this person was.
This fellow Taoist is purely a misunderstanding. It's just that this little friend took away my disciple's red flame stone. I just want it back. There is no other meaning. No other meaning.
When a person has no face, there really is no bottom line. Jiang Lian was disgusted by his words. Before Jiang Lian could explain to Su Yeshuan that she did not take his apprentice's red flame stone, Su Yeshuan said directly,
I don't know what the red flame stone is. My wife would not like it even if she had one. I think you are spying on me.
First, think that she has no one to protect her.
After speaking, Su Yeshuan didn't talk nonsense to him. He stood there. The spiritual energy of the jade bamboo sword was flowing, and the world seemed to be filled with the supreme sword energy. The invisible sword wind was past, and Guang Tianzong felt bad all over. He was already far away, but he didn't expect that the sword energy was so powerful that it could hurt him even at such a distance. The attack had not yet come towards him, and if he was really hit, he couldn't imagine what would happen to him. At this time, Guang Tianzong had the urge to escape. Looking at Jiang Lian's position, I felt a little unwilling that such a good mobile treasure flew away like this. The process only took a moment. Su Yeshuan's attack had already arrived, and countless jade bamboo swords flew towards Guang Tianzong like bows and arrows. At that speed, even a strong man like him, who has perfected the void refining perfection, cannot dodge, let alone escape. Guang Tianzong, who was pierced like a sieve, gritted his teeth but still vomited blood. He looked at the place where the jade stand-in doll was in fear, and hurriedly took out the escape talisman he had been preparing from the space. But he was fast, but Su Yeshuan was willing to let him escape. The escape talisman was inexplicably penetrated by a jade-colored bamboo, completely losing its effect. Guang Tianzong finally felt regret at this time and knelt down directly.
Senior, I am blind and blind. Please forgive me.
The arrogant Guang Tianzong suddenly fainted, but Su Yeshuan ignored him and locked him directly. An unprecedented sense of fear struck him, and Guang Tianzong found that he could not move at all. At this time, he was completely panicked.
No, you can't kill me. You can't kill me. If I die in Tianquan Mountain, I will never let you go. Absolutely not. Tianquan Mountain? That's good. I just want to try what Tianquan Mountain will do to me.
Su Yeshuan smiled coldly. The group of self-proclaimed hypocrites in Tianquan Mountain think about the common people in the world every day. In the past, those who really cared about the common people in the world. But now the current generation is not as good as the previous generation. Even worse than those demons they talk about. People from Tianquan Mountain still had to cross their arms when they came before him. The arrogant person in front of him really could not represent Tianquan Mountain. If you die, you will die. Su Yeshuan didn't even make any move during the crushing of the realm, and the great perfection of the void refining realm was destroyed by him. If anything, Guang Tianzong probably wouldn't even dare to provoke Jiang Lian. Now it's too late. He couldn't even fly his soul to the netherworld,
and was directly turned into nothingness by Su Yeshuan. All this happened too fast, and by the time Jiang Lian regained consciousness, Guang Tianzong was already dead, and he was so dead that not even ashes were left.
Would it be troublesome for you to kill him?
Tianquan Mountain has had an extraordinary status in the entire cultivation world for so many years. Guang Tianzong is an elder in Tianquan Mountain. And the most important thing about Tianquan Mountain is that formation. The seal lacks the control of the indispensable talisman array. As a master who is very powerful in the talisman formations in this world, Guang Tianzong must be valued by Tianquan Mountain. It is indeed a bit troublesome to die like this now. Fool! There won't be any trouble. If you are bullied in the future, remember to inform me as soon as possible. After saying this, Su Yeshuan instantly felt that it was not possible, and he would definitely continue to exercise more after returning. It is necessary to prepare more protective supplies. How could his wife be bullied? Jiang Lian was moved for a while, and the spiritual power in his body surged even more. Only then did she quickly remember that she was originally on her way. Mr. Sir, it seems that I am about to advance. I will go back soon. Will your substitute be put into the space directly, or is it time sensitive? It doesn't matter even if you enter the space, and the secrets inside are discovered. She didn't seem to have many secrets about Su Yeshuan. It's timely. I'll take you back. It's almost time to arrive. The jade-colored stand-in doll was specially made by him, and it lasts longer than normal stand-in dolls. Okay. Jiang Lian jumped directly onto Su Yeshuan's stand-in doll with a smile. Thank you, sir. After being out for so long, I really miss her beautiful husband. The jade stand-in doll gave a hearty smile, and the jade bamboo sword shrunk and was inserted directly into Jiang Lian's hair. It looked like a special-shaped jade hairpin, which was shining and beautiful. After bringing the jade bamboo sword to his head, Jiang Lian found that the surging spiritual energy that was about to be suppressed instantly calmed down. Su Yeshuan looked at him in surprise and heard him say softly, I guess I can hold on until I get back. Thank you, sir. After saying that, Jiang Lian couldn't help teasing. Did your husband miss me? I miss you. Yes. The jade stand-in doll's face was calm, and his expression could not be seen at all. The spiritual power around his body was flowing, and the wind was whistling by. Jiang Lian, who was nestled in his arms, was well protected. Su Yeshuan was very fast and left Henia Prefecture in a short while. But a big turmoil occurred on Tianquan Mountain. Elder Guang's life lamp went out, and the disciple, who was guarding the soul lamp, changed his face and hurriedly ran to inform the leader. Qin Hingming and all the elders were furious. Who killed Guang Tianzong? Although Guang Tianzong's current cultivation level is not the highest, his talisman array level is extremely high. With his overall strength, there are really not many people in the world who want to kill him. Although Guang Tianzong was arrogant, he would never dare to provoke those few easily. Who is it again? Several elders, headed by the leader, cast spells together, hoping to summon the remaining aura of Guang Tianzong in the world to see what happened. But I didn't expect that even a breath of breath couldn't be summoned. Chapter 222 The Oath of the Inner Demon. Who did it? Such a method. The leader hurriedly sent people to investigate what happened to Elder Guang. Not long after, Wang Muchan, Guang Tianzong's disciple, learned that his master soul lamp had been extinguished. He became panicked and his hatred for Jiang Lian deepened. Master! All masters and uncles! You have to make the decision for my master. Tell me what you know in detail. Qin Hingming looked at him calmly. This was Guang Tianzong's only disciple. He just died, so he gave him some face. And his attitude towards this junior was pretty good. Back to the head. I know who killed the master. He glanced at Guanhua subconsciously, as if he was not afraid of revenge from others. Gritted his teeth and said, It was Jiang Lian. She killed the master. Qin Hingming and others looked at Wang Muchan as if he were a fool. And his meaning was very clear. Let alone the difference in cultivation between the two. What's more, the two of them have no grievances. Several people even knew that Jiang Lian was Jiang Yan's found sister, and her background was not profound. Guanhua sat there and told him that the little kid Jiang Lian provided Lei Yingqiao that he had been unable to find and even died because of it. If they knew, they would definitely not think so. Master, it's because Jiang Lian snatched the red flame stone that I planned to give to him in the secret realm. This time Jiang Lian came back. Master was just about to go find her to get her back. But unexpectedly, he was attacked by a poisonous hand. Wang Muchan was literally bursting into tears. He looked so pitiful. But everyone didn't believe it. Then what kind of ability do you think Jiang Lian, a young monk who just left Tianquan Mountain, could kill your master on his own territory in Tianquan Mountain? And why we old guys can't find his remnant soul? In order to avoid being suspected, Jiang Lian used Yu Qiang to control her cultivation at the middle stage of nascent soul. With such a stupid cultivation, no one would believe that she killed the great master of the great perfection of the void refining realm. It's impossible to go up so many levels. Wang Muchan was speechless for a moment, and was shocked that his master was so dead that he couldn't even find his soul. All the powerful men in the palace looked at him, waiting for his answer. Wang Muchan, who was riding a tiger and unable to dismount, hurriedly said, "Perhaps there is a master behind Jiang Lian to help. I am sure that the master is looking for Jiang Lian to give back the red flame stone. With my heart the devil swears that it is absolutely true that master is looking for Jiang Lian." Wang Muchan attributed everything to Jiang Lian. Even if the fault could not be completely avoided, he would definitely drag her into the water. Guanhua saw that this situation was not good, and once the inner demon oath was fulfilled, its credibility was absolute. The disciples had mentioned what happened in the secret realm to some extent, and they were even more disdainful of Wang Muchan's behavior. It's time to swear an inner demon oath. Didn't you say that the red flame stone was yours? It was snatched away by Jiang Lian. So let's swear it together. This will also eliminate your suspicion. Wang Muchan hesitated and froze. Elder officer, this doesn't seem to be related to the master's death. There were all human beings present, and Wang Mian's hesitation made them all think of something. Guanhua continued, there are no clues to Elder Guang's death. Everyone present may have killed him. In order to prove my innocence, I now swear the inner demon oath. Heaven and earth are proof that I, Guanhua, act upright and have no intention of killing Wang Tianzong. His death has nothing to do with me. The oath had just fallen and the contract between heaven and earth was formed. Everything was calm, but everyone completely gave up on him. Heart comes. Seeing this, Qin Hingning also said, in this case, I will swear to prove my innocence. To put it lightly, everyone's suspicions were removed as each elder took the heavenly demonic oath. You must know that once the oath of heaven is formed, if you have ever done it, your lifelong cultivation path will be ruined. No one will make fun of their own future. Now that Wang Muchan was riding a tiger and couldn't get off, he suddenly thought and swore. I, Wang Muchan, swear here that I have no intention of harming Master Guang Tianzong. This time, the mountain owner Qin Hingning understood clearly and did not need Guanhua to speak again. Master Nephew Wang, what I just said is that the red flame stone is yours. And that was true. Didn't your master go out to steal other people's things? Didn't you use this to blame Xiao Yujiang? They definitely didn't believe Jiang Lian would kill Guang Tianzong. They didn't know if there was anyone behind Jiang Lian. But if the master and the apprentice take a fancy to other people's things and want to rob them and get into trouble, then they have nothing to say. I often walk by the river without getting my shoes wet. Everyone present knew the virtue of Guang Tianzong. Wang Muchan knelt there without saying a word, unable to speak. Cold sweat formed on his forehead. If he swore according to the mountain master's words, his future would be ruined. But if he didn't swear, it would prove that there was something wrong in his heart. Anxiously, Wang Muchan became even more flustered. Everyone understood and sighed. Qin Hingming directly called for Wang Muchan to be taken down for questioning. Explain everything honestly, and then it depends on the situation. Don't let Elder Guang die in vain. Wang Muchan screamed and struggled and was taken down. No one around him had any objections. Don't let the fire burn them. Yao Hui, who later learned about this, couldn't help but praise her master. Fortunately, she was here. Otherwise her junior sister would have suffered. Looking at her junior brother who was still in a coma, Yao Hui was still a little worried. She had already eaten the third 9th level Buddha rock god gathering pill, and there was no sign of waking up yet. I just hope that I can wake up after the effect of the medicine wears off. Otherwise I don't know what to do. Senior sister, don't worry too much. Master has seen it. Junior brother is fine now. He hasn't woken up just because his soul has just been restored. Senior sister is also confused now because she is concerned. But she doesn't know what will happen to junior brother when he wakes up. In the past, the senior sister was doing it secretly. But this time the junior brother was injured and fell into a coma. And the senior sister's behavior was clearly visible to anyone with a discerning eye. Thank you, second junior brother. I understand. She could see the worry in the second junior brother's eyes. She didn't care. She just hoped that her junior brother would wake up and be well. Here Jiang Lian was led by Su Yeshuan along the way. And she even slept peacefully in the meantime. It's simply not too comfortable. When he arrived in Kunlun, Su Yeshuan suddenly put Jiang Lian down. This energy has been used up. I will come to pick you up right away.
Don't run around. As soon as the voice fell, the jade stand-in doll instantly shrank and fell into her hands. After looking at the surrounding environment, it seemed that it happened to be the suburbs of Tianyong City. Given Su Yeshuan's temperament, he would probably arrive soon, so it would be best for her to sit there obediently and wait. The surroundings were very quiet, because it was still daytime, and people were leaving the city in an endless stream not far away. Looking at the city full of fireworks, Jiang Lian suddenly felt that the years were quiet. A familiar breath came quickly towards her, and Jiang Lian smiled knowingly. Su Yeshuan came through the void and landed next to her as soon as he appeared. People in the distance didn't notice at all, and were doing their own thing. Mr. Chapter 223 Teasing the Leader. Well, go back. Su Yeshuan calmly walked to Jiang Lian, picked her up, and walked away through the void again. The two of them are already familiar with this operation and have a tacit understanding. When she returned to Wan Yanfeng, the sharp sword wind around her actually made her feel comfortable all over. This time, the spiritual energy needed to advance to the divine stage will be much more than before. Even if there is no thunder disaster, there is still a worry that the surrounding spiritual energy will fluctuate too much and attract detection by interested people. Now that Su Yeshuan is here, her worries have completely disappeared. Advanced here. I'll watch. Su Yeshuan took her to the cliff outside the sword tomb. This was her first time entering the bottom of the cliff, and the surrounding area was not as bare as she imagined. The huge formation is surrounded by countless crystal stones. There are many spiritual plants for protection. Knowing that Jiang Lian was curious, Su Yeshuan explained without her asking, "This is where Wan Yanfeng advances all year round. You can rest assured that no one will disturb you." Jiang Lian suddenly realized. Thank you, sir. After Jiang Lian sat down, Su Yeshuan brushed the jade hairpin transformed from the jade bamboo sword on her head, and saw little stars flying by. The originally surging spiritual power began to fluctuate again, this time more fierce than before. She guessed that her family Su Yeshuan helped control it. And it was true. Concentrating her mind and raising her 5 hearts, she worked hard to control the surging spiritual energy to flow through her body, and then remain in her dantian. The spiritual energy in the dantian is like boiling water, constantly changing. As time passed by, the spiritual energy around him rushed towards Jiang Lian's location. The powerful men on Kunlun Mountain looked at Wan Yanfeng's position in surprise, but with clarity. Zhang Butao, the always upright third elder, actually teased the leader Guohai and said, "Senior brother, the leader has lost an extremely talented apprentice." Zhang Butao was so happy that he really wanted to tell the world directly that his apprentice was so powerful. Before today, he had received news that his disciple Jiang Lian had advanced to the 9th level of alchemy master. Such strength was rare in the world. He knew that the young apprentice's talent was not something he could teach, and he was simply a teacher. This time she advanced again, although she didn't know where Jiang Lian's cultivation was now. It made him very happy, and happy for her. I remember that when her cultivation was not allowed to advance, countless people in the sect wanted to bully her. But now it's great. Looking up at the position of Chongyan Peak, senior brother Yinchan's body was not as good as before, and he didn't know if he could hold on for a while longer. Now that the little girl has finally come forward, most of his worries have gone away. Gu Huahai always had a good face, although he was a little unhappy in his heart. It was really a bit unwilling for his good apprentice to fly away like this. But he is still in Kunlun, and when he goes out, he is said to be someone from Kunlun. In this way, as the head of the clan, he is quite proud. Not much different. If there is anything to lose, they are all our disciples in Kunlun. That's right. Everyone was surprised that today's leader was so open-minded. You must know that he is usually very small-minded. The fact that Jiang Lian is now a 9th level alchemist is only known to Zhang Butao, Gu Yu, Yun Chongzi and Su Yeshuan. Others do not know that she is a 6th level alchemist. To say that such an alchemist level in this world has already defeated countless young talents in the world. If you take it to the realm of alchemists in the alchemy sect, you can even stand out from the crowd. Thinking of this, Gu Huahai said, "This Shitian competition will be held at the same time as usual. Counting the days, we almost need to make preparations. Jiang Lian will represent one of my sect's inner alchemists and go to the competition." When Gu Yu heard this, he thought it was unacceptable. Jiang Lian was the junior disciple of his senior brother Yin Chongzi. I heard from my senior brother that the heavenly evolution technique and the formation talisman technique are both good. So I only joined the alchemy path and kept my other abilities hidden.
I felt sorry for my senior brother. Master, I think we should follow Xiao Lian's advice. She has made great achievements in the Donji Road and is not bad in other aspects. What's more, her master is senior brother Yin Chongzi and cannot participate in the competition of Tianyin magic. It's very unfair to her. It's also very unfair to senior brother Yin Chong. Such an outstanding disciple should be widely known as his disciple Yin Chongzi. Let those who were jealous back then die of envy. Although she didn't know exactly what happened that year, she had some guesses. Gu Huahai looked at Gu Yu and knew what she meant. Every time Yin Chongzi was away, she would help argue and get the maximum benefits for Yin Chongzi and Chang Yanfeng. Okay, let's do it like this. We'll ask her after she comes out of seclusion to see which competition events she wants to apply for. It's up to you to choose. Gu Huahai is also generous and doesn't care. Anyway, he is very open-minded. And they are the ones who got the ranking. Kunlun's reputation. Why not enjoy it? Besides, if this person is happy, Wan Yinfeng's person will also be happy. And they don't have to feel the low pressure around Kunlun every day. Low-level monks can't feel it at all. But they are different. In the days when that girl was away, they endured someone's pressure every day. There was a lot of fun in the main hall. And somewhere in a cave in Lingxian Peak, Xia Miao was sitting outside the courtyard door dragging her injured body. The sun shines warmly on the earth, giving people a warm feeling. He looked somewhere in the sky as if feeling something. A huge spiritual energy cloud formed abnormally there. I couldn't help but wonder which powerful person in this sect was advancing. This huge spiritual energy cloud made the surrounding spiritual energy seem to be drained out. And the air became extremely depressing. There is envy, but also an inexplicable emptiness in my heart. Her injuries had been very serious since the accident at the couple hall. She was getting better now, but her cultivation had stagnated. The body was like a leaky sieve. Not much of the spiritual energy that entered was retained, and it was all dissipated inexplicably. The Taoist companion that Master and the others chose for her was quite good. During this period of time, Su Heng had been working hard to find a way to treat her. I have endless emotions in my heart. At the critical moment here, Jian Lian carefully watched the changes in her body. When spiritual power filled her dantian, she felt that she had entered a mysterious state. The consciousness seems to be directly separated from the body, and can even disperse and wander in many places. I walked around the entire Kunlun and had a panoramic view of the whole scene. The surrounding environment seemed completely different under the transformation of the gods. Everywhere can be seen more clearly. Out of curiosity, Jian Lian floated into the sky, floating higher and higher, ready to see how far his consciousness could leave the body. The feeling of floating in the clouds is a bit ethereal, but it is also unforgettable. Gu Huahai and others who were in the main hall were shocked when they felt the divine consciousness and transformed into gods, being able to travel around the world. This situation is at least in the stage of becoming a god. I didn't expect that little girl to advance to such an extent in such a short period of time. She is worthy of being a person with full Jiang family bloodline. With such strength, fortunately Kunlun had the foresight to do so. Otherwise, they would have had a strong opponent if they had become members of other sects. Chapter 224 Can't Help Teasing. Gone back. When Jiang Lian was not thinking about Shu, Su Yeshuan's voice rang in his ears, and his whole soul flew back towards his body, as if being pulled by something. After his consciousness returned to his body, Jiang Lian opened his eyes in confusion and looked at Su Yeshuan sitting in front. Miss Sir, what's the matter? Don't leave your body too far from now on. Otherwise you're afraid that your soul will be lost, and it will be difficult to find your way back. He stood up, walked to the little girl, and reached out to help her up. He gently stroked her hair with a gentle voice. But Jiang Lian was secretly frightened. If the soul doesn't come back, will I die? It's scary to think about it. Having tasted the joy of living, how could he want to die so easily? The soul in the transformation stage will not die directly if the body is lost. But if the time is too long, it may be possessed by lonely ghosts, which will be more troublesome. Then I'll pay attention in the future. When she thought about what she would do if she really encountered such a situation one day. What should Su Yeshuan do? She can't stand it when other women spend her money, occupy her house and property, and flirt with her man. The strength of the current divine transformation stage is definitely higher than that of the nascent soul stage. Although her soul is stronger than others, she can invisibly exercise her consciousness when she is refining pills in the space. Now that she has entered the stage of divine transformation, she can even find a magic book to train her spiritual consciousness. so that her spiritual consciousness will become even more powerful. She discovered that as long as the soul is stronger than others, she can do whatever she wants without having to be so hesitant. The host does not need to find another method for the divine transformation stage. The 10,000 Buddhas sect gave you a thank you gift for saving Yuzong before. There is no other method that is more suitable than that one. The method of training the soul of Wanfaman is a secret that has not been passed down. She was originally unwilling to accept the box, but the abbot master said that it was her fate. In the end, she accepted it. I have been busy during this period, but I didn't expect that there would be such a thing inside. Jiang Lian took out the box from the space directly in front of Su Yeshuan. I opened it without thinking. Prajna Divine Soul Technique. As soon as I heard this name, I knew it was from Buddhism. So I tried to turn a few pages. Su Yeshuan stood aside and was a little surprised that the little girl was in this situation. This Divine Soul Technique is indeed the most suitable for her, and it will be of some help to her immortal and demonic body. Seeing Su Yeshuan looking over, Jiang Lian explained directly. This was originally a thank you gift given to me by the abbot when I went to Wanfaman to save Master Yuzong. He said it was destined to me. Su Yeshuan smiled and said, It's indeed good. I originally planned to find a suitable book for you, but now that I have this one, I don't need to look for another one. After speaking, Su Yeshuan touched her head and encouraged. Practice well. It will be good for you. When you practice this Buddha's treasure, your body will also have a certain amount of protection from Buddha's light and righteousness. And it will also control your immortal and demon body. It will have a certain effect. It's so good. After looking at the magic book, luckily it was an enlarged copy, so the pressure on her to accept the gift would not be so great. However, she was quite curious as to why the abbot would be willing to give her this magic book. She must know that most of the secret books of Buddhism are not passed down to others. Does it also have a certain effect on my husband's control of the immortal and demonic bodies? They both have immortal and demonic bodies, so she is okay. It doesn't matter if you don't leave the Xialing continent. But Su Yeshuan is different. He must guard the sword tomb, and the range he can leave is even more horribly limited. If their immortal and demonic bodies were under control, wouldn't they have less of these worries? It's no use to me now. After saying that, Su Yeshuan lowered his head to Jiang Lian's forehead. His voice was deep and gentle, as if there were endless emotions in it. It's good for me to have you. You are my antidote. Su Yeshuan's sudden behavior made him blush. Jiang Lian, who had always been tough, and whose mission was to tease Su Yeshuan, suddenly shrank. Somewhat shyly, she snuggled into his arms. I'm hungry and want to eat something delicious. This change of topic made Su Yeshuan couldn't help laughing. Okay, let's go eat something delicious. Su Yeshuan laughed a few times, picked up Jiang Lian, and dodged back to Wan Yinfeng's hall. You freshen up first. The food will be ready soon. Jiang Lian looked at the hot spring pool behind, feeling extremely happy. Every time her family, Su Yeshuan, was around, she would live an extremely comfortable life. And Su Yeshuan was always thinking of her. After going out and staying by Su Yeshuan's side again, all the worries seemed to be swept away at once. As soon as he felt happy, Jiang Lian couldn't help teasing Su Yeshuan. Sir, do you want to come with us? That charming look made Su Yeshuan's heart itch. He looked at the little girl with a half smile. Are you sure? Facing Su Yeshuan's dangerous look, Jiang Lian was instantly frightened and said with a silly smile. Just kidding. Just kidding. Go cook it quickly. I'm so hungry. That look made Su Yeshuan laugh again. Jiang Lian was fascinated. In the past, when Su Yeshuan didn't smile in front of her, he always liked her. This smile made her unable to walk. Okay, Su Yeshuan said, playing with the little girl's hair that hung on one side. Wash slowly. I'll wash it first. If it's still not healed when I get back, I'll definitely satisfy Madam and enjoy playing in the water together. Su Yeshuan was used to smiling, even every time he saw the little girl looking at him infatuatedly. He liked to see her expression even more. Gradually, it became very common to smile naturally in front of the little girl. It's a natural thing. But that is absolutely impossible in front of outsiders. Everything in the world often makes him bored and unhappy. In fact, he didn't tell the little girl that even if he practiced the Buddhist grand ceremony of Prajna Soul, it would still be useless. The little girl is the cause of his immortality. If the little girl is good, then he will always go in the direction of immortality. If the little girl is bad, then he will not be afraid of being a devil in this world. He secretly said to Jiang Lian in his heart,
So you must be good. And I will not hesitate to become a demon and an immortal.
Su Yeshuan left, and Jiang Lian did not wash it slowly as he was told, but solved it quickly. When he saw Su Yeshuan at the dinner table again, Jiang Lian felt even more embarrassed when he looked at him.
Come and eat.
Su Yeshuan stopped teasing her, and all the dishes on the table were what she liked.
Is your brother okay?
Because someone has been keeping an eye on the little girl's movements. He is somewhat aware of the situation. It's not surveillance, but everyone knows some important things. Jiang Lian nodded while eating.
It's okay. But my soul was injured, and it has just been repaired, and it hasn't woken up yet.
In fact, she knew that her brother's failure to wake up might be related to the nightmare. Fortunately, the system said it was a good thing for her brother. Otherwise she would definitely not be able to eat at this time. Chapter 225, Possibly Killing Because of Love. Tianquan Mountain. When Jiangyan woke up, his whole aura changed. That powerful aura and cold eyes made Yao Hui, who was so excited to see him wake up, stunned. The junior brother who shouted out seemed to be stuck in his throat and couldn't get out.
Huh?
The voice was cold, like the cold voice coming from under the devil's cave, without any emotion at all. Yao Hui smiled awkwardly, a little at a loss. At this time, she unexpectedly couldn't see the specific cultivation level of her junior brother.
Junior brother, wake up!
Wei Xuanyan walked in. Although he noticed that the atmosphere was different from a distance, he didn't think much about it.
Yeah.
Jiangyan looked around and asked,
Where is Lure?
Memories from the past have been restored. Even memories that are not from this life. At this time, Wei Xuanyan finally realized something was wrong.
Junior brother, are you okay?
No problem. After getting used to it for a while, I sorted out the memories in my mind. After looking at my body at this time, I still felt that it was too weak. Looking at the sky, he had recovered the memories of his previous life. And those old guys were probably about to wake up, thinking that this body is now the only relative. My heart softens. That little girl's memory must not have been restored yet. This life is pretty good. Yao Hui stood there in a daze. The love in her heart suddenly felt as if it was being suppressed by a stone. Hearing that the unconscious young apprentice had woken up, Guan Hua hurried over. He didn't say anything after noticing the difference in Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan still bowed respectfully to Guan Hua. He respected this master from the bottom of his heart. It was precisely because of this master that he would not be tortured to death by those people. After talking with Guan Hua for a while, Jiang Yan proposed to go out for training. The cultivation level of this body is too weak now. If those old guys wake up, he probably won't be able to see enough.
It's okay to go out to practice. When you have time, come back occasionally to see your master and me. This old man,
Guan Hua, had a smile on his face, and the conversation between the two was normal.
Will do.
In this way Jiang Yan left alone. Yao Hui couldn't help but ask Guan Hua,
Master, junior brother, what's wrong?
Such a junior brother was no longer the one she was familiar with, and the panic in her heart made her overwhelmed. Guan Hua had noticed his eldest disciple's thoughts a long time ago. He originally thought that if things took their own course, maybe it would be a good marriage if the little disciple realized what he was doing. But now he thinks that this is no longer possible.
After his soul has recovered, he should be the most real him like this.
Guan Hua looked at his eldest disciple Yao Hui.
Hui, let's leave the relationship to fate.
Yao Hui swayed, and she seemed to understand something just after she met her junior brother's look. The girl's heart suddenly felt as if it was pressed by a boulder, and she couldn't break free no matter what. She liked her junior brother, but it seemed that her junior brother was no longer him. The feeling is very obvious. It seemed that the person she liked before had passed away with the attack of the nightmare. Jiang Yan left silently, but Jiang Lian still received news from Jiang Yan. Jiang Lian was extremely happy after learning that her brother had woken up.
Brother, are you coming to Kunlun?
She still wanted to see it before she felt relieved.
I need to find a place to sort out the remaining medicinal effects in my body.
Although he was separated by the communication jade pendant, there was no coldness in his voice when he just woke up.
I will go find you after I sort it out.
Looking at Luo Jing's position, then it's time to clean up the general ledger. It's impossible for them to be so free and easy all the time, and the price they have to pay is indispensable. At this time, the people of the leisurely Luo Jing Jiang family had no idea how miserable the outcome would be after they offended the Demon King when he woke up.
Okay, it's settled.
Although it was a pity, Jiang Lian still followed his brother's wishes. No one saw him, but it sounded like he had almost recovered. Otherwise, he wouldn't have woken up. Those 9th level top quality elixirs really need to be consumed for a period of time. Otherwise, if you take 3 pills, you might be over-replenishing them. After talking to Jiang Yin, Su Yeshuan rubbed her hair and said, "Okay, don't be sad. I'll take you to Thunder Ancient Forest." When she left for Xianling Sect before, her husband said that he would take her to Thunder Ancient Forest. At this time, she was also a little happy. She didn't know what Xiaobai would do when he saw his brothers and family. I remember someone mentioned that Master Yin Chongzi's injury was related to Qin Xuanzi, the great elder of Xianling Sect. I originally thought that this was Uncle Su Heng, and he would definitely show up when Su Heng got married. Unexpectedly, there was no one there. She felt a little uncomfortable when she thought about her master's injury. After she advanced, she went to find her master Yin Chongzi. But because her injuries became more and more serious, she could only stay in seclusion and could not come out. "Mr. Sir, have you received any news from those who are looking for those medicinal materials?" The elixir given by the system is definitely a good thing, but it is definitely not that quick to find. Knowing that the little girl has advanced to the 9th level alchemy master, and thinking that those medicines are all demons, she thinks of Yun Chongzi, who was injured by the demons back then. "There are some that we haven't found yet, so don't worry. Your master will definitely have enough time." Knowing that the little girl is eager, perform well during the Tianxian competition. Maybe you will get unexpected income when you go to the battlefield of immortals and demons. Unexpected income? She remembered that Su Yeshuan said that her physique could not exceed the limit, and if she did not do well at that time, she might not be able to come back. What's the unexpected income method? How to find those things without entering the netherworld? Xian. This time in our competition, as well as those in Netherworld Continent, all factions won. Those in Netherworld Continent are all noble children, and the ordinary ones have become ordinary warriors. After being reminded by Su Yeshuan, Jiang Lian instantly understood. Are you specifically catching those generals and nobles' children for robbery to see if you can gain something? Smart. Su Yeshuan smiled. Don't worry that they don't have anything to grab. The aristocratic children of the Netherworld Continent are all extremely rich. Some of the things you want can be used as life-saving medicine for them. It's not surprising that they have them. Although it is very useless, it is better than nothing. Jiang Lian asked suspiciously. Those noble children have things that the Jubao Pavilion cannot get? You must know that Jubao Pavilion is a very powerful and omnipotent existence in her impression. What they can't find are those noble children who go to the battlefield. Yes, those things could be obtained very easily before. But since your master was injured, they have been under control. Some have been found, but a few have been controlled by the Taisher family of Netherworld Continent. The prevention and control are extremely strict. Jiang Lian had a flash of inspiration and couldn't help but ask, is master's injury related to the Taisher family? If it doesn't matter, why control it so strictly? It's even possible that the medicine was administered by someone named Taisher. Su Yeshuan didn't hide anything and nodded. Jiang Lian still wanted to ask, but Su Yeshuan said directly, maybe it was because of love. Or because of love. Fortunately, Guyu was here. Otherwise your master would probably not be in this world. On. Chapter 226 Disaster Comes from Heaven. Originally, he had no interest in other people's affairs. So when the little girl asked him before, he didn't know the specific situation. Those old accounts were only found out after someone investigated them during this period. Love rival vendetta? Master doesn't look like a libertine. Is there someone in the demon clan who likes Master? If you don't love him, you will destroy him? This was the first thing she thought of. But what does this have to do with Qin Xuanzi of Xianling Sect? Well, it's almost the same. But it was his love rival who did it. Knowing that the little girl was curious, Su Yeshuan directly told the whole story. At that time, Yun Chongzi's appearance attracted countless women, and his ability was like a great strategist in the entire Xianling army. The Taisher family of the demon clan has great power in the entire Netherworld continent. The little princess of the Taisher family was disguised as someone from the Xianling continent and successfully participated in the Xiantian competition, and even won on the battlefield. Taisher Qingyu fell in love with Yun Chongzi during their relationship, and later even sabotaged the demon clan's plan. She did everything for Yun Chongzi. No one doubted her identity. After all, she had never shown any mercy when killing demons. The patriarch of the Taisher family was furious, and every plan was ruined in the hands of Taisher Qingyu. Later I found out that my daughter was obsessed with male lust. Demons have always been ruthless. Qin Xuanzi unexpectedly learned that the demons wanted to get rid of Yun Chongzi.
But at that time none of them knew that the adult they were getting along with day and night would be a member of the demons. Even Qin Xuanzi couldn't help but fall in love with Cheng Yu, thinking that if he followed the demon's plan and killed Yun Chengzi, Cheng Yu might fall in love with him. An idea is only a thought. Then Yun Chengzi was injured like this, and Taishar Qing Yu was forcibly taken back by the Taishar clan leader. Qin Xuanzi was also reported, but because he was not directly involved, he was exempted from the punishment and was forced to withdraw from the battlefield of immortals and demons. Cheng Yu's true identity is that he is a member of the demon clan. The blow to Qin Xuanzi was severe, and Qin Xuanzi of the Xianling sect, who was so high-spirited and famous all over the world, completely fell into silence. However, Yun Chengzi was saved from death because of Gu Yu, but he became much older overnight and was tortured by the demon poison all day long. When Jiang Lian heard this, he thought why he was so bloody.
Master didn't realize he was poisoned at that time?
Her master's intelligence was impossible.
Your master was suspicious, but he had a good relationship with King Xuanzi at the time, and he never thought about King Xuanzi helping to cover it up.
This is a bit of a clever mistake. If I had been on guard, wouldn't I have been fooled?
Actually, your master wasn't like that at first. It was Qin Xuanzi who helped trick him out.
The scene at that time was probably quite intense. Jiang Lian looked at Su Yeshuan, somewhat puzzled.
How can Qin Xuanzi come down from the battlefield of immortals and demons without any incident?
Shouldn't it be severely punished?
There's someone up there.
Jiang Lian suddenly became angry.
Who is it?
And if this is the case? Master, can you bear it? I finally understood why I was so angry and aggrieved when I mentioned senior sister King Xuanzi.
Don't worry. That man has fallen. It has been difficult these past few years. And your master is not a vegetarian. As for Qin Xuanzi, this man has always been treacherous. And now he is even more secluded.
Su Yeshuan comforted him, saying that he didn't care about other people. And even more so. What's more, it's an old story. But as long as he wants to hurt his little girl, he will not be lenient. Jiang Lian was stunned for a moment. Master was not a vegetarian. Does that mean that person's downfall was related to Master? However, it is really upsetting that Qin Xuanzi is still alive and well. No wonder the senior sister looks angry every time. But when she arrived at Xianling sect last time, the senior sister didn't reveal herself at all. She couldn't control the affairs of the previous generation. But if she met someone who hurt her master, she would definitely make things difficult for them if she had the ability.
Miss Sir, do you think Master likes that adult?
The hero is saddened by the beauty barrier. Otherwise, how could he be tricked?
I don't know about that.
Only Yun Chengzi himself knows who he likes. That Gu Yu walked around Yun Chengzi every day without seeing what she did.
The found medicinal materials will be delivered in 2 days. And I will tell you then. Good.
Now that the medicinal materials have not been collected, the master's condition has become even more serious. In his mind, he thought about the elixir that could suppress Master's illness. The inhibitory elixir that Master Gu Yu refined for Master Yun Chengzi had been effective before. But it is estimated that as the condition became more and more serious, the efficacy of the drug was greatly reduced. The two chatted for a while. Before they went to Thunder Ancient Forest, Jiang Lian made a special trip to see Master Yun Chengzi. But Master still couldn't come out of seclusion. When she was at Chongyan Peak, she unexpectedly saw Xia Miao. At this time, she looked very weak, as if a gust of wind could blow her down.
Senior sister, what is she doing here?
Yin Yin happened to be standing next to Jiang Lian. She transmitted the message into the secret. She was a little curious that this noble and arrogant second senior sister would one day come to Chongyan Peak, which her followers looked down upon.
Oh, I originally wanted Master to calculate whether there is hope for her injuries.
Jiang Lian looked at Xia Miao subconsciously. She was really seriously injured during the Xianling sect's pairing ceremony last time. But isn't she the chosen daughter? Normally, with her and the male protagonist Long Out Yin's luck, they shouldn't have been like this for so long.
Second senior brother, will you settle it for her?
Those who are calculating things always have certain requirements.
Second senior brother agrees? What is the remuneration the other party will pay? Well, your second senior brother agreed. And the master agreed to let the disciples who sat down with the master enter the treasure pavilion again to choose something.
Jiang Lian looked at the senior sister in surprise.
The leader has such a huge amount of money?
Thinking of this, Jiang Lian smiled and said,
In this case, senior brother will choose my own opportunity. I have no contribution. This time senior brother will take me to Thunder Ancient Forest. It will probably take a while before I come back. Don't be polite to your senior brother. If you tell him that you don't want this good opportunity, he will definitely be angry.
Jiang Lian thought for a moment. And with the character of the second senior brother, she would definitely be angry if she really didn't want to. This time I come back and bring some good things to my brothers and sisters. Over there. The array disc in Situ Liu Yun's hand was spinning, while Xiao Miao sat weakly and calmly opposite. But unexpectedly, the formation disc was pointed at her. This is the feeling of seeing disaster coming from the sky when people are sitting at home. Situ Liu Yun and Yan Yin were also very surprised. And when they thought about their junior sister's identity as an alchemist, they became more convinced. Although Xiao Miao didn't know the art of Tianyan, she could see the result. The meaning was very obvious. The one who could save her was Jiang Lian. The weak body stood up and swayed a few times, looking at Jiang Lian with eyes full of grievance.
When Jiang Lian looked at her like this, she felt so good. How could Xiao Miao, the arrogant princess before, become like this? Xiao Miao's injury was originally caused by the demonic energy entering her body and hurting her lungs. Although the people from Xianling sect helped her clear away the remaining demonic energy in time, her Dantian, which had just advanced, was also injured. The reason why she is like this now, the main problem is the Dantian. Chapter 227 The Only Way. Save? In her heart, it actually doesn't matter now. There is no big grudge against Xiao Miao. Everything is caused by the plot of the original work. But she is not the Holy Mother. In fact, Xiao Miao will not die whether she is saved or not. It is just that her cultivation is affected. At worst, she will just live in the sect and retire. But if that's the case, it's probably better to kill Xiao Miao. She is such a strong person. Xiao Miao came and saluted Jiang Lian.
Please also ask junior sister Jiang to help.
She knew that Jiang Lian was an alchemist, although she wondered why Jiang Lian could do things that other alchemists couldn't. But Qianyan's art is the most difficult to deceive in this world, so she believes in it. At this time Wang Qian also came over. Her eyes were very ugly, as if Jiang Lian didn't agree, she would be finished in the next moment. In Wang Qian's mind, Jiang Lian was a little orphan with no power, and her biggest support was only Chongyan Peak, Xiao Miao's family and Su's daughter-in-law, plus the two large sects as backers, completely overwhelmed Jiang Lian's existence. If Jiang Lian doesn't agree, she is ignorant.
Are you forcing me?
The two of them were strong and soft, but their meaning was very obvious. This is not how you ask for help.
You make a condition, and we will try our best to satisfy you.
Wang Qian dragged her, as if she was worth 2,500,000 to 80,000 yuan. She was very wealthy. She firmly believed that Jiang Lian did not dare to disobey, knowing that Xiao Miao held a very high position in the leader's heart, just like his biological daughter. This time, because of Xiao Miao's injury, he took out 3 opportunities to enter the treasure pavilion from his share. Wang Qian didn't know. Maybe the boss just took this opportunity to bribe Jiang Lian? If he has strength and ability, and the Su family has Su Yeshuan as his backer, the whole of Kunlun can be given away for free. But this must be done with confidence, and with a feeling of peace of mind. It's just that this time the leader may be flattering the horse's leg. He didn't know about the disagreement between Xiao Miao and others and Jiang Lian, and wanted to take this opportunity to let the second apprentice build a good relationship with them. Really, if the master knew about it, he would secretly say that he had made a mistake. If Jiang Lian can cure Xiao Miao, Gu Huahai will definitely be happy. After all, he is actually more confident with this apprentice. As for Su Yeshuan, he is an ancestor and cannot be offended. Jiang Lian stood there calmly. To save her, she had to use the high-level spiritual grass in her space. And the refining of the elixir was even more laborious. She felt a little unhappy when she thought about the faces of these people. Anyway, she couldn't die, and it wasn't a life-threatening matter.
I'll think about this when I go back.
Jiang Lian was about to go back, and her Su Yeshuan was waiting for her. Wang Qian quit now. She held the sword in her hand and placed it directly in front of Jiang Lian. Her meaning was very obvious. You have to agree if you agree, and you have to agree if you disagree.
Junior sister Jiang, we are all from the same sect. There is nothing to consider.
Yan Yin was about to explode when he saw her holding a sword in front of the junior sister.
What are you doing? Junior sister said she has thought about it. What do you want to do?
As he spoke, the weapon in Yan Yin's hand also appeared. Situ Liu Yun even regretted how he had helped such a group of people and caused his junior sister to be coerced. The expression on his originally upright face became even deeper.
Second senior sister, what you said before don't count.
The reason why he agreed to the calculation was that the reward given by the leader was indeed attractive. He usually doesn't have anything good to give to his senior sisters. So this time, he just let them into the sect's treasure pavilion to look for it. You must know that the things in the Zoman treasure pavilion are not simple things. Another point is that Xiao Miao and others are not allowed to cause trouble for the junior sister in the future. It seems that he has trusted the wrong person. Senior brother Situ. Mo knew. We just want our junior sister to help. And we have no other intentions. After saying that, Xiao Miao smiled and said to Wang Qian, Junior sister, don't do this. Wang Qian wanted to say something else, but a strong spiritual wind swept her far away. Even Xiao Miao on the side was affected and fell directly to the ground. Everyone looked around and saw a handsome man wearing a red-bottomed robe and a black coat with gold inscription standing there not far away. He has an excellent temperament, but because of the pressure, he reveals invisibly. No one dares to look directly at him. She is also something you can point at with your sword. The voice was clear and cold, and she looked at Wang Qian as if she were looking at a dead person. If he hadn't given the old man some face, he would have been turned into powder. Wang Qian only felt that the spiritual power in her body was surging, and was completely out of her control. His energy and blood surged up, and he couldn't help but spurt out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, she was filled with endless fear. What kind of existence was this person? Who is he? The injuries on her body left her unable to speak at all. Xiao Miao was shocked by the visitor, but she just sat there without daring to say a word. He didn't even dare to help Wang Qian. She recognized this senior brother, but her fear of him since she was a child was inexplicable. Silly girl! Let's go! Su Yeshuan shouted when he saw Jiang Lian still standing there. That voice was completely different from the voice that spoke to Wang Qian before. Everyone present was shocked by his changeability. Yin Yin stood there, snickering, and pushed the junior sister. Go! Come back and play with me! It's still a matter of debate whether you want to help with the treatment or not. I've just helped with the calculations. So the transaction of entering the treasure pavilion to select items has not gone away. Wait for the junior sister to come back, and then take her with you. Goodbye, senior sister. Jiang Lian completely ignored Xiao Miao on the ground and Wang Qian, who was seriously injured, and walked straight to Su Yeshuan. This time Su Yeshuan did not avoid suspicion, picked up Jiang Lian, and walked directly through the void. Everyone was shocked again. Although the world of cultivation is also open, it seems that only Taoist couples can do this openly and directly. Xiao Miao's whole body felt bad. The person she was unhappy with was together with the person she feared the most, and she felt really sick. Wang Qian couldn't help but tremble at this moment. Stepping through the void. When did Jiang Lian have such a big backer? It's not easy to see their relationship. Thinking of all the things she had done to Jiang Lian in the past, she felt a little regretful. But it's not her style to sit back and wait for death. If she wants to avoid being killed, she has to kill the other person first. She couldn't help that man, but Jiang Lian could. Wang Qian's character has always been paranoid. If she enters a dead end, she will not be able to turn around. At this time, she completely ignored Jiang Lian as the only way to save her good sister. She is already at risk of death. So who cares about being a good sister? Xiao Miao didn't know that Wang Qian was thinking a lot at this time, and was brewing a big conspiracy. After Su Yeshuan left, he hurried over to help Wang Qian up. It's a pity that because of her injury, her strength was much smaller than that of ordinary people, so she couldn't help her up. Looking at the location of Yin Yin and others, the building was already empty. In the past, Wang Qian and others bullied Chongyan Peak's disciples on the basis of their family background, and they pretended not to have seen what happened. Finally gritting her teeth, Xiao Miao could only use her communication jade pendant to call for help. Although the second senior sister was injured, she was still the second senior sister, and her energy within the sect was still considerable. Someone quickly came to help. Looking out the window, Yin Yin felt a little emotional that the junior sister had met her lover, but she was also a little worried about Xiao Miao. Junior brother, do you think junior sister will save Xiao Miao? Chapter 228 Return to Thunder Gusen. Although the junior sister also caused trouble for Xiao Miao and the others in the past, it seemed that the junior sister was bullied more by them every time. The more this happened, the more unhappy the junior sister became to cause trouble for them. Maybe not. Situlian himself wasn't sure, but he regretted giving Xiao Miao a guess that it was true. After being led directly to Thunder Ancient Forest by Su Yeshuan, Jiang Lian looked at Su Yeshuan, who was in a somewhat unhappy mood, and asked with a smile, Mister,
Are you angry?
Seeing that the little girl could still laugh, Su Yeshuan felt increasingly unhappy with those people. But he pinched the little girl's cheek helplessly.
Silly.
How silly to laugh so happily after being bullied like that. Jian Lian discovered that she unexpectedly heard Su Yeshuan's thoughts. Was she unhappy because she was pointed at by a sword?
Mr. Sir, don't be angry. In fact, I don't care. No one can do anything to me. Besides, I have a great supporter like you. My husband.
Whether she can save Xiao Miao or not is up to her. No one will be happy if she doesn't. Don't try to coerce. And that Wang Qian is really indebted. Her condescending face from the beginning made people very unhappy. It would definitely be a big pain for her to meet him again someday. He was quite capable. But he actually pointed a sword at her. If Su Yeshuan hadn't appeared at that time, she would have definitely fought back. Look what she can do. Jian Lian thought in her heart. Su Yeshuan had secretly given the order a long time ago. And Wang Qian's life would definitely not be easy in the future. He once made an agreement with the sect not to violate the sect's rules. There happens to be one article above. That sects are not allowed to kill each other. And any problems will be solved at the martial arts competition.
Next time, don't stand there stupidly like this.
Su Yeshuan helplessly rubbed Jian Lian's hair. In fact, after all, she didn't just stand there stupidly. For just a moment, it was impossible for Wang Qian's cultivation to hurt her. However, in this dangerous world of immortality, her behavior is indeed somewhat dangerous. Will definitely improve next time. Seeing how well-behaved the little girl was, and realizing his mistake, Su Yeshuan said nothing more.
Let the white tiger out.
Only then did Jian Lian remember that he had arrived at Thunder Ancient Forest. Apart from the changes brought about by the 4 seasons, it seemed that nothing in the surrounding environment had changed. After the little white tiger was released, he looked around very excitedly.
Master, is this the place where I was born?
Although I haven't been here since I broke out of my SH.L., I feel inexplicably close to home.
Well, there are your tribe here. Your brother. I will take you to see them later.
After each spirit beast was contracted, most of them were unable to go back to the place of their birth to see their relatives. Most of them followed his master, wandered around and fought everywhere. Wherever their master goes, they follow.
Thank you, master.
This made the little white tiger extremely happy. The little white tiger was playing and walking, but he was always near Jian Lian and the others. Jian Lian and Su Yeshuan were walking towards the depths of Thunder Ancient Forest as if they were taking a walk. There is no one whom Jian Lian can train in the Thunder Ancient Forest. The only ones who can really fight are the white tigers, and the white tigers have become good friends with them. The main thing I came here this time was to bring the little white tiger here to receive the inheritance. And the other thing was to take the little girl out for a walk. He is at Wan Yinfeng on weekdays. It's a pity that he can't follow the little girl as long as she goes to a distant place to practice.
Boss Su, Madam, your arrival is a blessing.
As soon as the two of them approached, the old man stood there and looked at them with a smile.
Old Bai.
Although Jian Lian has improved his cultivation now, he still has the respect he deserves. Besides, Old Man Bai is a friend rather than an enemy. And he is a nice person. Jian Lian couldn't help laughing when she thought about how she didn't like to use her spiritual power to dispel the alcohol after being drunk by her Su Yeshuan last time. This old man is also quite interesting. Still wearing the same gray robe, with a naive smile. The smile deepened when he saw the little white tiger slowly coming up from behind. The little white tiger also showed no sign of recognition, and was a little curious about the person standing in front of him. Ever since he discovered that he liked to eat spiritual food and miserable pills, Jian Lian started feeding him selectively. It is impossible to give more pills, but there are many pills that can be used as snacks, and can increase the cultivation level. Therefore, the little white tiger's current cultivation level has faint signs of breaking through the 9th level. Bai Qi, who was standing behind Mr. Bai, looked at his strong younger brother opposite with surprise, and his heart was full of joy. When the human woman promised to bring her brother back, she didn't really believe it. She didn't expect that her brother would actually come back.
Xiao Bai, this is your brother Bai Qi.
After saying that, Jian Lian looked at brother Xiao Bai Hu opposite, and said with a smile,
I have fulfilled my promise. This is your brother, Bai Lin.
The two white tigers looked at each other familiarly, rubbed against each other, and finally played together.
I have already arranged the inheritance.
The white tiger clan has its own inheritance. The higher the concentration of blood, the stronger the inheritance will be. Generally speaking, Tribesmen who have gone out normally will not come back to accept the inheritance. After all, if their bloodline is not high, it will not be of much use. But the little white tiger is a direct bloodline, and he was directly at the 8th level when he was born. In such a short period of time, his cultivation situation is even stronger than that of the white tiger brother, who stayed in the clan for many years after he was born. Their group attaches great importance to their direct bloodline, and they protect it very well until they can't stand alone. Of course, the little white tiger who was sent out is a special situation. Old Man Bai did not avoid suspicion of Su Yeshuan and his wife at all, and took them directly to the white tiger clan. When he passed through the barrier of lush woods and came directly to a vast area full of rocky ground, Jiang Lian was not too surprised. Old Man Bai himself is a 9th level powerhouse, and the white tiger clan is a powerful ethnic group. It is not an exaggeration to say that there is another world in the clan. They were led towards the giant palace in front, and saw a lot of people standing there. Some who had not yet been able to transform, and a few who had transformed into human forms, standing there watching them quietly. I'm quite surprised that Jiang Lian can transform into so many people. The strength of the white tiger clan cannot be underestimated. After all, they are not enemies. A beautiful woman with tearful eyes suddenly shed tears that she had not shed when she saw Bai Lin, the little white tiger. Bai Qi led Bai Lin to the beautiful woman. "Brother, this is my mother." After entering the white tiger clan, Jiang Lian stopped interfering in anything about the little white tiger, letting him feel free to feel like a relative of the clan. The little white tiger Bai Lin looked at the beautiful woman and said in a natural coquettish voice, "Mother." The pull of blood made the little white tiger have no hesitation when he saw his mother. The little white tiger has only been here for a short period of time, since he was born. Although he usually speaks quite maturely, he is still a child among the white tigers. The beautiful woman walked up to Bai Lin with tears in her eyes, rubbed his neck, nestled next to his huge head and sobbed, but kept saying, "Okay, okay." Chapter 229, I will definitely protect your brother. Although Bai Ying felt a little reluctant to give up, she was filled with joy when she saw her child being so kind. The little white tiger Bai Lin stood there a little at a loss, with a silly expression, but it's full of admiration. After the happy gathering, Bai Lin asked curiously, "Where is father?" During this period of time, as its master was in the human world, it also learned to a certain extent that where there is a mother, there is a father. Subconsciously, it thinks that the mother is here, and the father should be here too. But after such a long time, there is no introduction to who its father is, and even the sense of blood cannot be detected. Bai Qi stood there for a moment, and finally Bai Ying said, "Your father went out and didn't come back. They have been away for so many years, and have yet to come back. The elders of the clan predict that the situation is even worse." At this time, Bai Ying endured the pain in her heart and did not show it. The little white tiger Bai Lin had actually sensed it, but did not continue to ask. Under the arrangement of Old Man Bai, the little white tiger Bai Lin walked towards the main hall, and he could only walk the way back by himself. Old Man Bai looked at Su Yeshuan and said with a smile, "Brother Su, why don't you go have a drink? It doesn't have any hobbies. Just this one. And it especially likes to drink from this guy. Maybe this guy has the best temperament for it." Seeing that Su Yeshuan wanted to refuse, Old Man Bai seemed to be aware of it and said quickly, "If Madame Ling is interested, you can go into the Jade Xian vein and have a look." Jiang Lian was full of surprise. There was actually Jade Profound Vein here. You must know that the Yushuan vein is one of the best veins in the earth. But this old man is so willing to do it? Su Yeshuan was also stunned. "It's disrespectful. I just happen to have a lot of good wine here." After speaking, he turned to look at Jiang Lian, touched her head, and said in a particularly gentle voice, "Going for a walk?" Of course, this requires some shopping. But the things he got from the White Tiger clan these 2 times were so extraordinary. Jiang Lian himself felt a little embarrassed. After all, Old Man Bai and others were very friendly, just like silly Beitian, and happily gave her things, which she still didn't understand. Subconsciously, Jiang Lian still asked Su Yeshuan in her heart, "My husband? Is it okay to take so many benefits from them for nothing?" Because the two are connected by red jade pendants, they can communicate with each other, and Su Yeshuan can directly read what she is thinking about. "It doesn't matter. I will take care of it. You can go with peace of mind. It doesn't matter even if all the Jade Profound veins are exhausted by you." Her Su Yeshuan's arrogant reply sounded in her mind. Okay. Since he said so, she did it. Although the little white tiger Bai Chi was also worried about his younger brother's inheritance. He took the lead to stand up and said that he could lead the way for Jiang Lian. In fact, the inheritance process of their white tiger clan is not as easy as imagined, and some may even directly lose half their lives. I just hope my brother can come out safely. Jiang Lian originally wanted to say that he could let someone else take care of him, but Bai Chi insisted. You are my brother's owner. If he is not here now, I have the obligation to help him take care of you. Jiang Lian could see the seriousness on that big furry head with his righteous words. My heart warmed and I refused again. Okay, I'm sorry to trouble you. Jiang Lian is also worried, but she is more willing to believe that Bai Lin, the little white tiger, can do it. Besides, there was something she could completely sense. Well, sir, I'm leaving. At Su Yeshuan's nod, Jiang Lian left again with the little white tiger Bai Chi. An old man Bai directly summoned a stone table and chairs on the spot, and placed some snacks on it. He was really fully prepared and only lacked good wine. Su Yeshuan clearly took out a lot of wine bottles from the space. Although they were sealed tightly, old man Bai was already too greedy. After the first bottle was opened, the aroma really made him linger. I know your stuff is good stuff. Old man Bai laughed. The expression on Su Yeshuan's face was not as cold as before, and his attitude was pretty good. He does have a lot of good things, but he has to be willing to do so. Being nice to his wife is one way to do it. If his wife is nice to him, he will be fine no matter what. Su Yeshuan didn't say much, and directly expressed his stance by filling up the wine glass. I just like your bold look, Old Man Bai replied. The atmosphere was harmonious, just like two friends who have been together for the past year. Here Jiang Lian followed the little white tiger Bai Chi into the ground along the stone path. He saw that the surroundings were filled with white light, and he looked at a jade-colored stone with a silver-white light that was faintly visible in the center. There are faint veins flowing on it. Is that the jade profound vein? Look at the distribution of the Xian vein chalcedony. It's really quite big. I didn't expect that there would be such an existence under Thunder Gusen. There are several platforms on the Yushuan vein, all with group shops on them. Looking at the size, Jiang Lian asked Bai Chi with certainty. Is this a special training place for your clan? Although there were no other members of the tiger clan around, Jiang Lian could tell it with his sharp eyes. Thinking of this, she couldn't help feeling a little emotional that old man Bai was really willing to do it. You should know that there is still a difference between practicing on the profound veins and practicing outside. Yes, this is the place of cultivation within my clan. After confirming it, Jiang Lian couldn't help but ask. Since your clan has such good cultivation resources, why did you give your brother to me? With their abilities and resources, they can completely protect Bai Lin's smooth growth. Bai Chi was silent for a while, but he still said truthfully. Because our ancestors have predicted that our clan will have a great disaster in the future, and you are the only one who can help us. Jiang Lian was a little surprised now. How did you know that I can help you? She actually felt that she didn't have that much energy at all. She had a small heart and limited abilities. She only wanted to take care of her own world within her own abilities. But she didn't expect that the White Tiger clan would regard her as their salvation. It was calculated by the elders of the clan. But we don't force it. The ancestor said that he would give his younger brother to you just to leave a bloodline for our clan. Even if there is a catastrophe in the future, my brother may not be in the clan to be able to survive. The most important thing is that she is the only one who can solve the disaster. Her brother has a greater chance of surviving by following her. I hope you won't be angry if you know the answer. Our only hope is that my brother is alive and well. In fact, the ancestor had already begun to prepare for the matter of letting the younger brother come back to accept the inheritance, this time after sensing that the younger brother was born. Only by accepting the inheritance can the younger brother become stronger and live longer in the future. I won't be angry. I promise I will protect your brother. To be honest, she could understand what the White Tiger clan was doing. She was not a holy mother, and she couldn't be angry at what the White Tiger clan was doing. Life is all about living well. Not to mention that after contracting with Little White Tiger, she regarded Little White Tiger as a member of her war camp. Besides, she was still a fledgling at that time. Old Man Bai and the White Tiger clan were so confident in handing over the unborn White Tiger eggs to her. On the one hand, her family Su Yeshuan was there. But on the other hand, they also had some respect for her. Trust. Chapter 230 Contract Formation Medicine. Thank you. Bai Chi thanked him sincerely. In fact, it is a little lucky that the owner its little brother met is like this. It is happy to see that his little brother is doing well. However, it was still a little worried about its little brother's condition at this time. So it said goodbye and left first. Jiang Lian was actually worried. But he also believed that Xiao Baihu could do it. Moreover, they had a contractual relationship. And she could sense the situation of the little white tiger. So she found a place to sit down with peace of mind. Although she has just advanced to become a god this time. Wan Yanfeng and Su Yeshuan have already helped her stabilize her cultivation. So she does not need to practice again this time. The Yushuan vein is the best earth vein in the world. And the normal training time of ordinary people in it is limited. But it has no impact at all on Jiang Lian's special situation. Sitting on the stage, absorbing the energy of the earth's vein surging from the ground. Jiang Lian felt so comfortable bathing in the aura. I don't know how many years of practice have passed. And I don't know how many days have passed. Jiang Lian felt a panic in his heart. And the contract pattern, with the little white tiger fluctuated. Jiang Lian stopped practicing in a hurry. And kept shouting Xiao Baihu's nickname in her heart. Xiao Bai! Xiao Bai! Can you hear me? At this time, she heard a faint response. And it was obvious that her mind was not very clear. Because she had been chanting Buddhist sutras in front of the Buddha rocks before. So she came here casually. He began to recite the Buddhist scriptures in his heart. And unexpectedly it contained the spirit of clarity and justice, which played a certain role in the little white tiger through the contract formation. Although Jiang Lian stopped practicing. But because of her special dantian, the surrounding spiritual energy naturally entered her body and circulated. I was originally planning to suppress this situation and concentrate on controlling the Buddhist scriptures to enter the contract formation. However, as the breath of the Buddhist scriptures entered the contract formation, the aura also rushed towards that direction. And the speed was not slow. Originally, it was impossible for such a situation to occur between the master and the contracted spirit beast. But because he sensed the danger of the little white tiger, Jiang Lian opened the protection on the contract pattern. And thus the current situation emerged. As time passed by, the surrounding earth vein spiritual energy circulated extremely quickly. Under the operation of dantian, there was no shortage of spiritual energy left in Jiang Lian's body. And even more spiritual energy flowed into the contract formation for Little White Tiger to advance. It's quite a few. People from the White Tiger clan have also discovered such unusual movements. Although they lamented the speed at which Jiang Lian absorbed the energy of the earth's veins, they were also glad that the Little White Tiger had contracted a good owner. You must know that there are not many masters in the world who are willing to open the contract formation. Most people are selfish. And some who are not selfish do not have such strength. Therefore, the Little White Tiger's luck is good. And the person their ancestor is looking for can't be wrong. I don't know how many days passed. But I only know that old man Bai got drunk and woke up again. And after waking up and getting drunk again, he repeated this process several times and stopped drinking. He took out off Lo and asked Su Yeshuan to accompany him to relieve his boredom. And Su Yeshuan was still sitting there waiting when old man Bai fell asleep drunk. Of course, he was not waiting for old man Bai, but for his wife. It's just that his wife hasn't come out yet. So it doesn't matter if she accompanies this old man to relieve his boredom. Why Su Yeshuan, who had always been dull and kept away from strangers, listened to old man Bai so much and was even willing to sit down and drink and play chess with him, was all because of his childhood memories. At that time, he was still growing up. An entry and exit to Kunlun was not completely prohibited. The ancestors hid behind him and allowed him to go back after enough experience. Once, he was accidentally injured and was picked up by this old man. Perhaps the wine he put outside to clean his wounds at first attracted him. But this powerful spiritual beast had no intention of killing him and even took him back for treatment. During that time, his cultivation was restricted for a period of time due to injuries. So it was best not to use it. Old man Bai felt that this boy suited his liking. And he happened to be boring. So he often came to chat with him. Although he is the one who speaks every time. Later, old man Bai switched to playing chess. Su Yeshuan was still young at that time. And he didn't have too much defense against this spiritual beast who was kind to him. When he was annoyed by old man Bai, he would take out the spiritual wine in the space and give it to him to drink. This played into old man Bai's plan. And he was very happy. Later, Su Yeshuan's injury was completely healed. But he still enjoyed this year-long friendship with old man Bai. Before leaving Thunder Gusen, Su Yeshuan unexpectedly started drinking with the old man. From then on, the two became sworn friends. The two of them would have a drink together when they met again, and gradually became drinking buddies. Of course, old man Bai usually fell down after drinking. While Su Yeshuan still sat there calmly, Jiang Lian didn't know how long the world had passed. But as long as she sensed that the end of the contract formation was still absorbing spiritual energy, she did not stop absorbing spiritual energy. The spiritual energy absorbed in Tu's contract formation became more and more powerful. Simply because she had a special dantian, she directly sucked in the energy of the Earth's veins to provide it. The energy of the surrounding Earth's veins surged rapidly, filling the entire underground cave. Fortunately, the White Tiger clan's protective formation against the Jade Profound veins was very powerful, and the surging spiritual energy did not leak out at all. Thunderclouds gathered in the sky outside, and Jiang Lian would have been frightened by the dark momentum. If he were outside, Jiang Lian would be frightened. This posture is really scary. 9th level Calamity Cloud. Old Man Bai looked at the sky in surprise. He stopped drinking and played chess, and flew towards the little white tiger's position. Su Yeshuan's face was calm, without any change in expression. It is normal for her daughter-in-law's pet to be powerful. Bai Ying and other clan members all looked at the location of the main hall with some worry. This kind of situation has happened before, and some people died directly because of not being able to advance successfully. There were also people who saved their lives, but they also became complete wastes. But the ancestor has passed away, and everything will be fine. They comforted themselves in their hearts. In fact, Old Man Bai only activated the protective formation in the hall in the past. The only one who could truly withstand the thunder calamity was Little White Tiger himself. Thunder tribulation struck down from the sky one after another, at which time Jiang Lian could faintly feel the breath of thunder from the contract formation. And the Little White Tiger's condition seemed to be very bad. At this time, she thought of the Lei Ying Dan that had been refined for Guanhua on Tianquan Mountain. And there were many of them of the best quality. In addition to being able to eliminate the remaining thunder power in Guanhua's body, that thing also has the function of helping to survive the thunder disaster. I don't know if it's possible for her to transform into elixirs here. Jiang Lian's behavior is actually very dangerous. Su Yeshuan would definitely be angry if she knew about it. But newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. From her experiment just now, everything has gone smoothly, so she thinks this time is okay. Moreover, she is still a high-level alchemist, so even if there is a situation, she can handle it in time. Without any hesitation, she directly refined the Lei Ying Dan. The effect of the medicine was wrapped in her spiritual energy, and was not directly absorbed by her. It flew directly towards the contract formation. Chapter 231. It's easy. The whole process went very smoothly. But during the process of taking the medicine, she found that her muscles and veins were expanded to a certain extent. If it were anyone else, she would have burst. Fortunately, her veins had been expanded and strengthened by Su Yeshuan many times, making her much stronger than ordinary people. So this time, it would not be a direct tragedy. Although he resisted, Jiang Lian was still a little scared. After the entire elixir was absorbed by the little white tiger, there was no movement there. Seeing that there was no other movement over there, the thunder outside also disappeared. She felt that the aura of the little white tiger was getting stronger and stronger. So she closed the contract formation again. After everything around him calmed down, Jiang Lian looked at his obviously injured tendons and felt guilty. He took out a pill to repair the tendons from the space and hurriedly paid it. Ning Xin Jingqi. Under the dual effects of the elixir and spiritual energy, the injured tendons are being repaired bit by bit. When the repairs were almost complete, Jiang Lian unexpectedly discovered that he had been directly promoted to the middle stage of divine transformation, and the damaged tendons that had been almost unremarkable were immediately healed. What an unexpected surprise. After cleaning up, Jiang Lian left the underground cave. When she saw Su Yeshuan, she still felt a little guilty. I mentally warned myself that I would definitely not do this again next time. Changji smiled calmly and walked towards Su Yeshuan. Su Yeshuan frowned slightly when he saw Jiang Lian, and Jiang Lian felt even more guilty. Mister, I'm sorry. His voice was a little soft and his head was a little low. In fact, the ground was not far from where Su Yeshuan was. He could hear most of what Jiang Lian was thinking. But the matter had already passed when Jiang Lian was discovered. At that time, Su Yeshuan hurriedly investigated and found that there was no serious problem. So he didn't intervene much. This time he didn't smile at Jiang Lian. His voice was a little serious. Don't be so reckless next time. In fact, as long as he is here, Little White Tiger will not die. And neither will Old Man Bai. Little White Tiger's situation is probably that he has the best qualifications among his clan in recent years. Jiang Lian nodded quickly and replied, No, No! This time, she was indeed a little carried away, thinking that many things she did now were extraordinary and unconventional. If you think about it carefully, this idea is really dangerous. That wasn't the only way to help Xiaobai's situation. But the effect was surprisingly good. Not long after, Old Man Bai took out a very small boy from the main hall. He was wearing the same style of gray robe as Old Man Bai. He looked like a human being who was only 3 years old. It looks very delicate. The only special thing is that its hair is a bit champagne color. It looks a bit like the white color of the pinch of champagne on Xiaobai's head. At first glance, these different colors are not owned by humans. Although some of the monks' hair color changed due to the techniques they practiced, they were all already very big. The appearance of this 3-year-old doll is completely impossible. Most 3-year-old human dolls have not yet begun to introduce qi into their bodies and start practicing. Noob? Su Yeshuan nodded. At this time, Old Man Bai had already led him to the front of Jiang Lian. You should take it into the pet space. It will probably take a while before it wakes up, so that it can fully consume the energy in its body. Although she sent the little white tiger away initially because of the reason of preserving the only bloodline in the clan. But now that the little white tiger is in a good situation, she is very grateful to her. It has rarely been seen so far that urine can transform into a human form. Okay. Jiang Lian checked the little white tiger's condition, and found that there was nothing else wrong before he safely took it into the pet space. Jiang Lian felt relieved after seeing the little white tiger automatically transforming into its animal form after entering the space and sleeping soundly. The most important thing this time was the inheritance of little white tiger. This matter was finished. The two wandered around in the Thunder Ancient Forest for a while, and once again experienced the fun of living in seclusion in the deep mountains and old forests. When they returned to Kunlun again, almost half a year had passed since they left. For a person who cultivates immortality, half a year is very short. But for someone like Xiao Miao, who has an injury to her dantian and is unable to make any progress with faint signs of regression, the eagerness in her heart almost drives her crazy. In the end, he couldn't wait any longer, and even completely ignored his fear of senior brother. He disobeyed his master's orders, and quietly sent people to find Jiang Lian's whereabouts. But Su Yeshuan, who had left Kunlun directly through the void, took Jiang Lian to the deepest part of Thunder Ancient Forest. The White Tiger clan has always been hidden, so it is even more impossible to find them. Moreover, even if Xiao Miao can send people to cultivate, they will never be higher than the gods, so it is even more impossible to find them. Su Heng happened to come back recently and took her back to Xianling sect, saying that there was a way to save her. Compared to Jiang Lian, Xiao Miao felt that her husband Su Heng was more reliable, so she followed Su Heng back with joy. Even the people sent out to look for Jiang Lian were withdrawn. Just a few days after they left Kunlun, Jiang Lian and Su Yeshuan came back. You guys really know how to waste time. But luckily you are back now. If it had been a few days later, you would have been entangled by Xiao Miao. Now Xiao Miao's people probably knew that Su Heng had a way to cure her, and had followed her back to Xianling sect. Therefore, when they saw their Chongyan Peak people, they asked about the whereabouts of junior sister Jiang without catching her anymore. Jiang Lian smiled and said, "That's just right. I saved a lot of things." Originally, she didn't want to help with the rescue. But if Xiao Miao really asked the leader and others to come forward, then she might consider making a good fortune before rescuing him. Now it saves her a lot of worries and troubles. It's so beautiful. Whenever you are free, let's go to the sect's treasure pavilion together. The calculations have been made, so the benefits must be taken. Okay. Then I'll look for you tomorrow, and let's go together. Soon we will go to the imperial capital to participate in the Xintian competition, which will be a grand gathering of talents from the entire continent. There are opportunities and dangers. This time I have to prepare enough self-defense talismans, paper elixirs, and help my senior brothers and sisters to prepare them. The quota for the Xintian Grand Competition is the personnel directly selected from the previous sect competitions, which lasted for several years, because the number of people is relatively large, in order to allow everyone to better prepare for the game in advance. The list will be announced in advance. Jiang Lian and his senior sisters and brothers are all on the list, so preparations must be made. Jiang Lian returned to Wan Yanfeng after agreeing with senior sister Yan 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 on the time to go to the treasure pavilion tomorrow. After she came back last time, she was already a 9th level alchemist, and her elixirs could even reach the highest level. Therefore, she refined the Qinyan pills that her master had taken into the highest level, and prepared them for 7 or 8 months. He handed it over to his master. At that time, Yun Chongzi was almost dumbfounded. There were so many top-grade elixirs, and their grades were still so high. But when he thought about his disciple's identity, he felt relieved again. After taking it for a while, my condition improved a lot, but it was not cured. It was just maintained. So I still live in seclusion every day. Chapter 232 Warmth. I'm back. What do you want to eat? Jiang Lian saw Su Yeshuan as soon as he stepped through Wan Yanfeng's protective formation. Every time she went out and came back, she would see him immediately. She didn't think anything of it before, but now she was very moved. She quickly stepped forward and jumped into Su Yeshuan's arms. She asked with a smile, "Mister, you're back. What's good to eat?" At this time, Su Yeshuan was unusually gentle, but he was only interested in Jiang Lian, and others were disgusted with him. "There are some pastries to fill your stomach. Can I make fresh seafood noodles for you later?" This sentence is so lifelike. She likes it. Speaking of noodles, Su Yeshuan's cooking was really good. But suddenly, she wanted to eat the instant noodles from her previous life. Although I have arrived in the world of cultivating immortals, and have eaten countless delicious foods, I still feel a little nostalgic occasionally. "Miss Sir, how about I cook it? It's been a long time since you tasted my cooking. It's improved a lot. Why don't you try it?" It seems that I cooked it for him when he was learning to cook, but not at other times. Every time I cook something for others, I immediately remember that I haven't cooked it specifically for her Su Yeshuan. He cooks it every time, and she doesn't have to do anything. She is almost pampered like a little princess. "I'll do it. You can rest." As long as he was around, he would not let the little girl do anything. "Don't rob me of this. Don't you want to try my current craftsmanship?" Jiang Lian said with a smile. "Then it will be a big loss if you don't try it. Others will have tasted it by then." "Yes. You don't?" This made Su Yeshuan's face darken. "That's okay. If everyone has tasted it but he has not, then he will indeed feel a little unhappy." However, he still didn't want to let the little girl work alone. "I'm here to help." "Okay." The two of them went to the kitchen together, adding ready-made flour with eggs, seafood, vegetables, and other ingredients. Su Yeshuan wanted to help many times, but in the end Jiang Lian pushed him to a chair aside and asked him to sit down. "Then, just sit here and chat with me." "That's fine." It's not her fault to continue to help. Su Yeshuan was a little helpless, but said with a smile, "Okay." Secretly observing their system, they said that the host is very good now and does not need to rely on task supervision, and some task bars can be cancelled. Seeing that the child was well-behaved and obedient and no longer needed to worry about it, the system suddenly became unable to adapt. The points plan it originally planned to collect failed to succeed and died. The system here sighed alone. Jiang Lian didn't know. He thought of the agreement with his senior sister and couldn't help but ask, "Miss Sir, I will go to the treasure pavilion with my senior sister tomorrow. What do you think I should look for?" Weapons don't seem to be needed for the time being. In addition to Su Yeshuan's jade bamboo sword, she also has the Feiyu sword, Tai Chi formation disc, jade formation disc, Luofu pen which can be grown. And there are also other weapons in the space. It turned out that Su Yeshuan had specially refined the jade-colored whip for her. And there was also a jade-colored bow and arrow that had not been used. As long as the weapon is useful enough, the main thing is to practice it to perfection. There is no shortage of other protective equipment. She is a high-level talisman master and a 9th-level alchemy master. She is not lacking in these two aspects. Although the space has not been fully upgraded in these few inheritances, there are definitely a lot of good things in it. After thinking about it, she didn't seem to want anything. If others wanted more, she didn't know what she wanted. Su Yeshuan was silent for a while, thinking about the things in Kunlun's treasure pavilion, and then looked at the pattern of the divine branch on Jiang Lian's hand, and said, "There are good things. Let the divine branch take you there. Maybe it's hidden more secretly." Yes. She also has a treasure hunting artifact, a cheating weapon. Even if those good things are hidden in the nook and cranny, it can help you find them. "Miss Sir, what good things do you think there are in it?" She was a little curious. She thought that if it was suitable for her senior brothers and sisters, she could take them to find it. It would be a pleasure to make the leader bleed. It's a pity that Su Yeshuan shook his head. "Those things are good. But if I say that you get it by force, and it won't be suitable at that time, it will be counterproductive. Those things are spiritual, and only by being destined to them can they attract you. In the past, it was useless for you to think about it in advance, and it was not feasible to help your senior brothers and sisters get it. Jiang Lian suddenly realized that this was the case. Then she was content with the situation. Anyway, with the magic branch there, she didn't have to worry about not finding good things. Everyone can take one thing with them. So brothers and sisters will definitely not return empty-handed. Soon the noodles were ready. The deluxe version of instant noodles. He looked at Su Yesuan expectantly and said, "Miss Sir, try it. Whether it tastes good or not, Su Yesuan will be very happy." After Su Yesuan took a bite, he expected it to be delicious, and said with a smile on his face, "It's delicious." Now Jiang Lian started to eat happily. The taste was definitely better than in the previous life. After all, it is spiritual food, and techniques are used to remove the impurities contained in it during the cooking process. So it tastes even better. After the two warmly finished eating a large pot of noodles, they started walking on Wan Yanfeng. It seems that there hasn't been any major fluctuations in the Sword Tomb for a long time, since the last time I accidentally entered the world of the Demon Clan. I don't know the reason. I hope it's not some big conspiracy brewing. The next day Jiang Lian came to Chongyan Peak as promised. And this time Master Yin Chongzi happened to come out. The moment she saw Yin Chongzi, Jiang Lian was surprised and pleasantly surprised. But after seeing her master's true condition, Jiang Lian's heart skipped a beat. "Master, this situation probably won't last for a few years. It is very difficult to find medicinal materials from the Demon Clan. I just hope that she can go to the battlefield of immortals and demons smoothly this time. Otherwise, Master's situation probably won't wait too long." "Master!" Facing his young apprentice, Yin Chongzi was smiling. Although the original Yin Chongzi was injured and his appearance had changed, his previous demeanor could still be seen. But now he looked really old, as if he might fade away at any time. Even though he himself has a strong Tianyin technique, he is still worried about this young disciple. Now he felt a lot more relieved. After Yin Chongzi came out of seclusion, Jiang Lian agreed with the senior sisters to delay going to the treasure pavilion. "Master, can I help you take a look?" Her alchemy skills are now better than those of her two masters, Guyu and Zhang Guotao. In the past, the master was afraid that she would worry, and was not willing to let her take a look. Meeting the young apprentice's firm eyes, Yin Chongzi finally compromised. "Okay." After he sat down on the stone bench nearby, Jiang Lian directly turned on the Spirit Silk Pulse diagnosis. Now she can be said to be superb at the Spirit Silk Pulse diagnosis. Yan Yan and Situ Luyan looked on in shock. But they also sighed that the junior sister was really talented. It was really amazing to be able to practice the alchemist's technique to such an extent in such a short period of time. The more she looked at her master's injuries, the more Jiang Lian frowned. Such a situation had hurt her heart. If there was no timely control, it was hard to say how long she could last. Chapter 233 Approaching the King Level. She understood why most of the elixirs given by the system were from the Demon Clan. Fighting fire with fire. Only in this way can the residue in the body be completely eliminated. Nowadays, the demand for those medicinal materials is even more urgent. Some of her spaces on Xianling continent have been prepared in advance. And she tried hard to recall the known elixir recipes and Master Hongyan's inheritance to see if there was any help or solution. The demon's poison attack on the consciousness this time is only secondary. But it is the most fatal thing, as it continues to corrode the body every day. Such inch-by-inch torture can really make people go crazy. But the master persisted until now, and couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable looking at his calm appearance. After putting away the spirit silk to diagnose the pulse, Yin asked impatiently, "Junior sister, how are you?" Situ Luyun on the side also looked over with the same concern. On weekdays, Guyu and Zhang Guodao often showed Yin Chongzi, but they always said the same thing. They knew that these two uncles would not tell them the complete truth. Jiang Lian was silent for a while, then said with a smile, "It's okay. I already have the formula for the antidote. When I finish searching for the medicinal materials, I will refine the antidote, and the master will be completely cured." Now she is a 9th level alchemist, and others will believe her words. For Yan and Situ Luyun, they didn't need to know that she was already at the 9th level, but they still had complete trust. "What medicinal materials are needed?" Yan looked at Jiang Lian anxiously. This was the first time he heard that the master had an antidote that could completely cure the disease. In the past, Guyu and Zhang Guotao both said it depends on the situation. "I already have some idea of those medicinal materials. Senior sister, don't worry. Those are the medicinal materials from the Demon Clan. If senior sister knew about them, she would definitely rush to the Netherworld continent to find them." With the strength of the senior sister, She was a little worried about whether she would be able to come back. Besides, the most powerful thing about senior sister is the Tianyan technique. And she is the most suitable being to be a strategist on the battlefield of immortals and demons.
Junior sister, if there is anything we can do to help, you must tell us.
The usually dull second senior brother Situ Liyun also confessed at this time. Yun Chongzi, however, felt like a mirror in his heart.
Lur, I understand my teacher's injuries, so don't bother looking for those medicinal materials anymore. That place is not suitable for you to go.
It was impossible for the Taisher family to save him so easily. I recalled in my mind that Taisher Qingdi had said that if he dared to offend a girl from his Taisher family, he would have his bones and flesh eaten away until he died of pain. At that time, he could not die immediately. Although his injuries were under certain control in the past few years, he was tortured every time he had an attack. Maybe it would be better to die like this. But he would definitely not be able to forgive himself if he allowed his disciples to risk entering the Netherworld continent. For so many years, he was unwilling to explain the situation to Guyu and Zhang Butao because he didn't want them to take risks. He didn't know how Regine, the young apprentice, knew about it, but he didn't want them to take the risk. He has survived to this day, with this broken body, and has no regrets.
Master, don't worry. It's not me who wants to go. I asked Su Yeshuan to send someone to look for it.
Knowing that the master still wanted to say that there is no need to bother. Her master was like this. Always calm and calm. And now even I don't care about my life anymore.
Master, don't worry. Those people are definitely professionals, and they weren't specially sent out. So don't worry.
In order to prevent his master from refusing, Jiang Lian sat directly next to Yun Chongzi.
Master cannot refuse. He is your disciple's Taoist companion. It is his duty to be filial to you, and cannot refuse.
There is a special respect for teachers in this world. Yun Chongzi knew that he was not putting himself in danger, and did not refuse so strongly.
If you don't have it, don't force it.
He has already taken a dim view of life.
Okay.
How could she not force it? She would definitely find those medicinal materials. The master was kind to her. Without him, Jiang Lian in this world would have died in the ancient forest outside Xucheng. There is no Jiang Lian who is alive and kicking now. A prescription appeared in his mind, which could just suppress the spread of the demon toxins in the master's body. She has all the medicinal ingredients, but the level of the elixir is a little higher than the 9th level. It has the tendency of being at the king level, but it has not yet reached the king level. She should be able to refine such an elixir, but she still needs to enter the elixir tower to demonstrate it.
Aren't you going to the treasure pavilion? Go ahead.
Yun Chongzi smiled and asked them to go to the treasure pavilion quickly. He didn't have much hope for the antidote that his young apprentice said. And he was relaxed, very stable, and even prepared for the possibility that the end may be approaching at any time. The 3 senior brothers finally headed towards the treasure pavilion together. Jiang Lian decided to research the elixir that could relieve the pain when he returned. The medicine I gave master before also had a certain effect, but the effect was definitely not as good as the one I just remembered. It just favors the king-level existence. The heaven and earth has not been opened, and I don't know if it can be allowed to exist. King-level thunder tribulations are not allowed to exist in this world. But her uniqueness is that there are no thunder tribulations. I hope I can use this cheat to refine the elixir I want. Several people came to the treasure pavilion, and this time, the person responsible for guarding the door was another elder from Ling Xianfeng. After explaining the situation, he let them in directly and said,
"Come out on your own when the time comes."
"Yes." The 3 of them bowed respectfully and were put in. It was almost the same as when she came in last time. The purpose of the last time was very strong, and the 2 array plates sensed her presence and directly revealed the information. This time she had no clear goal, so she closed her eyes and released her consciousness to start searching aimlessly. It didn't take long for Jiang Lian to realize that something seemed to be attracting her. When she opened her eyes, she found that the senior brothers and sisters who were still looking for her were gone. Jiang Lian was not in a hurry to look for them. Su Yeshuan said that everything he could find depended on chance. There is no need to worry about danger in Kunlun, let alone a place with excellent protection like the treasure pavilion. I hope senior brothers and sisters can find good things.
Shiji, can you sense where the thing that just summoned me is?
It feels like that thing is very hidden. Perhaps like the previous formation disk. It is difficult to show up in other worlds.
Master, can you feel it again? I will help you determine the location.
Jiang Lian closed her eyes again. This time, the feeling was even stronger, as if something was calling her.
Master, It's ready.
At this time, the previous circuit diagram appeared on her Yuqiongyin. She guessed correctly. It was another world. And the entrance was in a hidden place on the upper floor. Although there was no time limit, Jiang Lian wanted to go back as soon as possible to try to refine the elixir to see if it had any effect on the master's injury. So she did not stay longer and quickly arrived at Yuqiongyin. The above display shows the place. There is indeed a door made of condensed light. Jiang Lian got in without saying a word. Chapter 230 for the incomplete order of 10,000 demons. Jiang Lian felt warm all over under the warm orange light. The surroundings were very empty, except for pieces of jade plaques hanging in the air, which looked radiant. What are all these jade tablets for? Thinking in his mind, Jiang Lian browsed through them one by one, and found that most of them were defensive jade tokens with different levels. They were indeed good things.
Gigi, which one attracted us here?
After we came in, we found that the thing suddenly seemed quiet again. It's like a child who was excitedly waiting and fell asleep while waiting.
Up there.
Above? The specific location is displayed on Yuqiongyin. But there are many things here. And the jade tablets are still small things. Following Yuqionyin's instructions, Jiang Lian flew directly upward. She actually saw among the many jade tokens that she had imagined that she had obtained the 10,000 demons order in the system before. The cyan appearance was really eye-catching.
System. I must have read it correctly. Right. How come this thing is in the Kunlun Treasure Pavilion?
She already knew that the seal under the sword tomb was the entrance to the demon clan. And the seal had been fluctuating continuously for tens of thousands of years. She didn't know why the seal at the entrance to the demon clan was under the sword tomb. What kind of demons were in those cages? A heinous crime? Or is there another reason? Who are they waiting for?
You read that right. It's the 10,000 demons order.
The 10,000 demons order can command tens of thousands of demons. It is not as powerful as the previous demon god order, but its effect is not small.
But why is it here? Couldn't it be this thing that summoned me before?
Can this thing be taken out? She had some doubts. If she couldn't get it out by then, she would be in big trouble. What a chance. Since you want to take it, you can't take it at a loss.
No one in Kunlun can recognize this thing after so many years.
Because of the complete sealing of the monster clan and the guarding seal, the monster clan people did not dare to mess around at all. There are no monsters in the world. Most people in this world know the monsters. And the monsters may have been unrecognizable for a long time. Even if someone recognizes it, they won't think anything of it. After all, everyone thinks that the demon clan will never come out again.
What's the use of this thing?
You don't want her to save the demon clan, do you? She is not that great. There was a vague premonition in my heart.
The host has a good idea. It just so happens that I have a task here that is very suitable for you. Don't you want a lot of lottery opportunities? It's just right.
After finishing speaking, Jiang Lian didn't wait for an answer, only to hear the system ding again.
Turn over and become the master. I am super strong. Please host to obtain the complete 10,000 demons order. Success will be rewarded with a lottery opportunity. Failure will be punished by thunder.
Thunder.
System. You made no mistake.
Such a big battle. You must know that even if your cultivation level has improved, you will still be afraid of thunder tribulation. No matter what level of cultivation you have, you need to go through the training of thunder tribulation. And countless monks have died under thunder tribulation.
That's right.
Monsters and beasts are all in the host's name. How could they be left alone in this life?
Then this is what attracts me here.
If true, then she has to hope that this thing is completely fine in the eyes of people outside. Obviously the system has never let her down.
This is it. Nothing else is suitable for you now.
Even if there are too many things in there, it's useless to limit them. Jiang Lian flew towards the 10,000 demon orders with some dejection. With the system's urination, she knew that since she had obtained the 10,000 demons order, she would probably be indispensable for the demon clan affairs in the future. Forget it. Since you can't avoid it, just face it happily, no matter how hard the system tried to trick her. She seemed to be the one who benefited in the end. So although this mission was a bit repulsive, she decided to complete it. It's so easy to get a chance to win a lottery. It's not a loss. She quickly approached the Wan Yaoling. At this time, the Wan Yaoling showed no reaction at all, and was directly grasped by her.
Is this a damaged item? Is it safer if I go out and make a contract again?
This is the incomplete 10,000 demons token. And there is another piece of the 10,000 demons token in her space. Once contracted, based on her usual experience, there will definitely be some movement. She is not sure what will happen. It is better to find a hidden place. It is recommended that the host go out and make a contract near the sword tomb. There is monster energy there, and it is not a problem if it leaks out. The most important thing is that the only exit of the monster clan is sealed there. They will definitely be able to feel the contract of the 10,000 demon order. It's time for those old guys to wake up. Times have changed, and the world has undergone some drastic changes, which I hope can be controlled. Jiang Lian nodded and went out directly with the incomplete 10,000 demons order. At this time, none of the senior brothers or sisters had come out yet, and the registered elder was a little surprised that he chose such a useless token. The defense will also be good, but it doesn't feel like the best among so many things. But he had a personal fate, so he didn't ask anything. Standing outside waiting for the senior brothers and sisters, he played with the 10,000 demon tokens in his hands. Apart from the fact that the whole body is dark green, the formation patterns on it are ancient formation patterns, and it also has a certain protective and defensive ability. There doesn't seem to be anything special about it. Suddenly, Jiang Lian felt as if something was constantly calling her to the token. It was a sad feeling. Immersed in that feeling, Jiang Lian felt a little unable to extricate himself. When Yin 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 and Situ Luyun came out, they saw the little junior sister with blurred eyes. They were shocked and ran over and asked, "Junior sister, what's the matter?" Facing the concerned eyes of his senior brothers and sisters, Jiang Lian tried to calm down his emotions. It took him a long time to calm down, although there were still tears on his face. He smiled and said, "It's okay. It just makes me feel so sad." Yin 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 was shocked and asked, "Junior sister found this in the treasure house?" She was actually a little worried about this kind of thing, and wanted her junior sister to give up. "Well, it's okay," Jiang Lian quickly explained because she was worried about them. "Maybe it's because I felt sad, because I felt its story. I'm okay. As long as it's okay." Later, the brothers and sisters separated. They didn't ask each other what they got inside. Everything they got was personal fate. But they were also happy that the other could get something to increase their strength. Returning to Wan Yanfeng, Jiang Lian directly told Su Yeshuan that she was going to retreat. She needed to enter the elixir tower to train first. The elixir was beyond her current ability, so she needed to make sure it was ready before starting to refine it. Besides, she wasn't sure whether that thing was allowed to exist in this world. "Okay." Su Yeshuan touched the little girl's head, still sitting and reading. He was not surprised that the little girl suddenly disappeared. Such situations are not uncommon in the world. It is also a method for people to leave the place directly. I will have an additional means of protection when I go out in the future. Chapter 235, Outside the Dan Tower. Entering the elixir tower again, Jiang Lian easily selected the elixir he needed. Although she is close to the king level, she is now a 9th level alchemist and can refine it, because it is a medicine that can suppress the destruction of demonic energy. It has a righteous energy in it. When refining it, she felt that it was somewhat similar to the Foyan God-gathering pill, but it was also different. Foyanshan gathering pill is mainly aimed at repairing the spiritual consciousness. But this time Luoyan pill can repair both spiritual and physical damage to a certain extent, and can also suppress the evil energy. Maybe she really has a special talent for Danji. And after practicing it several times, she actually perfected it. Although the highest quality is only mid-grade, it is at least refined. And the thunder tribulation produced is not much different from the previous 9th level. Now Jiang Lian was relieved. In order to increase the success rate and the quality of the elixir, she continued to work hard. Because during this period of time, she had been using the Prajna Divine Soul technique, given by Wanfo sect to strengthen her soul. It was more powerful before. Even when Shenhan participated in the elixir refining, the elixir she refined had a sense of justice unique to Buddhism. Perhaps because he was too immersed in alchemy. Jiang Lian was shocked when the extremely powerful calamity clouds gathered in the sky. That posture is definitely more terrifying than the 9th level pill calamity. Subconsciously looking at the elixir in the elixir furnace, I saw that it was round and glowing. The quality of the entire elixir had reached the highest level, and there was no trace of impurities. She was sure that if the elixir formation was completed this time, the grade of the elixir might really be king grade. There was endless excitement in her eyes, and she looked up at the thunder disaster in the sky. She felt that she could do it. Even the system was a little surprised at this moment that the host was not afraid of the thunder calamity in order to see the completed Wangjie Dan. It was really rare in life. Outside the Dan Pagoda, all the great powers in the sect gathered together. They were all surprised when they saw the changes in the sky above the Dan Pagoda. The hidden thunder catastrophe felt like it was about to overflow. Such signs are only possible if you refine elixirs whose level exceeds the level in this world. Otherwise it would be impossible. There was a rumble in the sky, and even people outside could hear the loud noise. Jiang Lian stood there, originally thinking that the thunder tribulation was about to come down. But she didn't expect that the thunder tribulation did not come down with a bang, and she was kicked out by the Danta. The almost completed elixir turned directly into powder. The surroundings became unusually quiet. Lying on the ground and looking at the bright and clear sky, Jiang Lian understood that existence beyond a level was still not allowed in this world. Human beings are like this. Spiritual beasts are like this. And even elixirs are like this. System. Since I don't have thunder tribulation, am I not afraid of the laws of this world? Could she secretly refine the tribulation elixir as long as it doesn't go down? No. Host, you are wrong. Because of your special physique, heaven will not cause trouble for your pill calamity. But once it goes beyond the scope of this world, it should still be hacked. At this time, Jiang Lian thought of Su Yeshuan. With his cultivation level, he could actually advance further. But he kept suppressing it. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt worried. If one day she really couldn't suppress it anymore, would she be like other people? When the time comes, will you disappear from the world? System. When do you think Tian Weishan can be opened? If Tian Weishan is opened, then she doesn't need to worry about the possibility that her Su Yeshuan will die at any time. It depends on the situation. Maybe one day you will find a way to open the outer world. The system said it calmly. But the words revealed supreme determination. Jiang Lian was stunned for a moment and looked straight at the sky. After a long time, she asked, does that mean that one day there will be a task in your mission that allows me to unlock the rewards from heaven and earth? Although it is just a guess, it is becoming more and more obvious in my heart. From entering the demon world, to now receiving the 10,000 demon order, and entering the outer heaven to receive the inheritance of Donji Dao. Everything feels like a huge net covering her inside. And this feeling is getting stronger and stronger. Secret, why is the host becoming more and more shrewd today? It would be really good if it could reach that step. Now, with the awakening of ancient people, it is actually not very sure. She knew that the system would not tell her. But she was extremely determined. If the system really gave her a chance and guided her to do it, then she thought she would resolutely work hard to complete it. It was just then that Jiang Lian realized something was wrong. The surrounding environment was not Wan Yefeng at all. Even if she was ejected from the Danta, she was ejected directly into the room. What's the outside world? She quickly stood up. And then she realized that the surrounding environment had completely changed. There were people standing around and looking at her. System, where is this? How did she get to this place? The system obviously expected this. And its voice was unusually calm. This is the world outside the tower. Dan Zone. Dawn Zone. The Alchemy Pagoda clone is in the Alchemy sect. Although he was a little surprised, he felt that it was reasonable. In this world, it seems that only the Alchemy sect has the most powerful strength in the Dawn Zone. There is no doubt about the ability of Dan Pagoda in cultivating alchemists and inheriting alchemy. Jiang Lian stood there quietly and looked at the people around her. The few powerful men in the front row whose cultivation she could not see must be the senior officials of Dawn Zone. Among the disciples present there were many among the younger generation who were familiar with heroes from various sections. After Jiang Lian stood up, someone exclaimed, Kunlun's useless little junior sister. The reason why Xia Miao became famous in various sects in the beginning was her genius ability. As Xia Miao became famous, her comparison figure also emerged. Junior sister Jiang from Chongyan Peak. However, the rise of junior sister Jiang was also very inspiring. Therefore, the people discussing below did not mean to discriminate at all. They were even curious when they saw that this was their Dan sect's young master Jiang Jiang. And they quickly accepted it. That is the existence of a 9th level alchemist. At such a young age. Who said she was a loser? This is simply a rare genius in the world. Why are so many people looking at her with starry eyes? Jiang Lian was confused. And the head of the Dan sect, Feng Haijiang, stepped forward and saluted her directly. The head of the Dan sect, Feng Haijiang, comes to see the young master. Following Feng Haijiang's actions, the rest of Danzong followed suit and saluted. I wasn't shocked by the change of place at first, but I was frightened by their behavior. What are you doing? I am not your young master. Obviously Jiang Lian has forgotten what Master Hongyan said before. And the disciples, where the Danta clone is located, will regard her as the master. Jiang Lian only remembered this matter after Feng Haijiang explained.
You don't need to be polite.
Jiang Lian found it a bit incredible to suddenly become the master of the powerful Dan sect. Chapter 236 Fly back separately. After making an elixir and going directly to the Dan zone, Jiang Lian felt like crying. She tried to enter the Dan pagoda and then returned to Wan Yifeng from the Dan pagoda. But unfortunately, she tried many times with the same result. Sitting outside the Dan pagoda, she gave up completely. I used the communication jade pendant to tell Su Yeshuan.
Miss Sir, I accidentally went directly to Dan zone while refining my elixir. I'm afraid I won't be able to go back directly and will need to fly back again.
Under Jiang Lian's explanation, Su Yeshuan finally understood the reasons.
You should rest in Dan zone first, and you can take a look at the Enlightenment Monument of Dan zone.
Su Yeshuan had already sent someone to pick her up. He was still a little surprised that the little girl directly became the young master of the Dan sect. Feng Haijiang's character is pretty good. Although he is a bit scheming, he is not a treacherous person. So he is not afraid of the little girl being deceived. In this way Jiang Lian was arranged to stay. The people in Dan zone were quite friendly to her.
This is your identity token, as well as the sect uniform.
The leader Feng Haijiang personally delivered the items. The Dan sect's identity token is red, and the different pictures and texts on it represent different identities. Jiang Lian looked at her identity jade token and saw that the totem was similar to the one hanging on the leader's waist. Relatively speaking, hers seemed to be more complicated.
Young Master will rely on this identity jade plaque to go to various places under the name of our Dan sect from now on. No matter what situation he encounters, he can order my disciples and mobilize any resources in our sect.
Feng Haijiang started after seeing Jiang Lian dripping blood and recognizing his master. He explained the role of the identity jade token, and then took out a space ring.
These are the master's things over the years. Now that the young master is back, according to the regulations, these things will be handed over to the young master.
There was a rule in the past that their sect would make a certain amount of offerings every year. In the past, they would store it according to regulations regardless of whether the master came back or not. Now that the young master is here, they should leave it to her. Jiang Lian was a little surprised, but did not refuse and took it directly. When she saw the things inside, she was shocked.
My master has stored so many things here?
The entire space ring was almost full, and the things inside were priceless. If these things were taken out, they could be recreated. A wealthy Dan zone is not an exaggeration.
Yes. According to the previous regulations, my sect must pay a certain amount of fees every day the Danta is in our sect. Because the fees over the years have been huge, I have changed them to other treasures. If you don't want me to, I will change them. Return.
Feng Haijiang's attitude was very good, even very respectful. In terms of cultivation, there is a big difference between Jiang Lian's current middle stage of transformation and Feng Haijiang's early stage of integration. If the two of them fought, they would be completely crushing. But I didn't expect that the other party would have such an attitude.
I wonder how much the annual fee is. How often does Master take it away?
To say that Master Han Yen is in Taiwan Weishan. Taiwan Weishan has been directly closed for so many years. It should be logical that it has not been taken away for many years.
After Taiwan Weishan was closed,
it disappeared.
How long has Taiwan Weishan been closed? Everyone doesn't know the approximate time, but they only remember that at a certain time, people who were suddenly preparing to ascend fell into the ascension tribulation, and no one was able to ascend to the upper world from now on. Slowly, the spiritual energy in the Xianming world becomes thinner and thinner, and fewer people can meet the conditions for ascension. The deadline is approaching, and if you don't believe it evil and want to give it a try, you can imagine the final result. Since the master accepted it in the first place, it is not an exaggeration for her to accept it. Now that the Danta is hers, she has a good impression of Danzong now. So it is good for the Danta clone to stay directly in Danzong. And she has an additional place to stay. It is said that the master's ability is quite powerful. He will come here to collect fees every time like rent collection. He felt strange, but Jiang Lian didn't ask. After all, the question was quite silly. It is also true that in the past, in all worlds where there were Dan Pagoda clones, the required fees were directly placed somewhere in the Dan Pagoda, and then the Dan Pagoda would be directly transmitted to the main tower, so that Hong Yen did not have to run around. Moreover, although his Alchemy Pagoda clone is for passing on the alchemy way, it cannot be completely free. No one will cherish things that are worthless. Jiang Lian didn't say much after Feng Haijiang told her the annual fee. The fee was very reasonable and not excessive.
so she didn't make any more changes. Everything still follows the old rules. After resting in Danzong for a few days, she was originally going to try to refine Luo Yindan, but thinking of the extremely terrifying Thunder Tribulation, she decided to enter the Danzong a few more times to train until she could completely control the maximum range of this world. Good. In this way, the level of the elixir can be refined to the maximum, and the refining can be completed successfully. In the following world, Jiang Lian entered the Dantai Pagoda countless times to refine Dan Luoyan Dan. After being forcibly teleported out of the Dantai Pagoda countless times, the disciples of Danzong were no longer surprised. When Jiang Lian was teleported out for the last time, she laughed loudly at the sky. She had discovered the limits of heaven in this world. As long as it reaches that critical point, she won't be afraid at all. Hong Yin, who had been observing Jiang Lian through the Dan Pagoda in Tian, shook his head in amusement. This little girl was really reckless, but she was also impulsive. He liked it. The more times the little girl entered the Dan Pagoda, the more he felt that there was something different about the little girl. And there was a faint shadow of that person, looking at the gray sky. If it were really that person, then the world would be saved, and the old guys would no longer need to continue sleeping. After laughing, Jiang Lian stood up again. This time he entered the world of the Dan Pagoda for a very short time. However, the highest record of the 9th level top grade on the record board outside the Dan Pagoda shook. There was a faint tendency to break through again, but it only wavered, just shaking. Such movement alarmed Feng Haijiang and others again, and everyone looked at each other in surprise. They all knew that there were other levels above the 9th level, but like immortals in this world, Wang Jiadan was not allowed to exist. When Jiang Lian came out again, he saw Feng Haijiang and a group of elders from the Dan sect. There were also many disciples from the Dan sect not far away. What's the matter? Are you a little surprised about what big day today is? These people gathered in front of the Dan Pagoda. Back to you, young master. I saw signs of changes in the level on the Dantai record plate, so I came here to check what happened. Feng Haijiang did not hide anything. Jiang Lian looked curiously in the direction he said. There was indeed an extra-large jade stone pillar with different names and levels marked with golden light. The Jiang she had casually mentioned in the Dan Pagoda was among them. And he was still Pong Yi. 9th level best? It was the first time she knew that the rank and name would be displayed outside. But the design was quite user-friendly. If you want others to know, you can use your real name. And if you don't want to, use a pseudonym. It's pretty good. Oh, it's nothing. You can't go up to that level for the time being. There are limits to the way of heaven. If you want to break through to the next level, the king level, you probably have to wait until the outer world is open one day. Feng Haijiang and others couldn't help but sigh. If there was a breakthrough in the elixir, it would mean that there would be a breakthrough in cultivation in the future. And then, there would be hope for the future. Chapter 237 The scent of medicine fills the air. I wonder if there is a suitable place for alchemy in the sect? Feng Haijiang was stunned when Jiang Lian asked. Yes, there is a special alchemy room where you live. Jiang Lian suddenly realized. To be able to resist the 9th level alchemy phenomenon, there may or may not be a calamity. Knowing that Jiang Lian wanted to refine a 9th level elixir, Feng Haijiang and others were excited. Their current highest level was only the 8th level. If they could watch the 9th level elixir being refined once, there would be something wrong. Jiang Lian knew what they were thinking when he saw their expressions. However, Feng Haijiang and others did not dare to make this request. After all, it was very rude. Yes, there is a place specializing in refining high-level pills on the back mountain. After thinking about it, Jiang Lian changed his words. It's okay if you have a place suitable for refining and viewing. Master Hong Yan means that the power where the Dantai clone is located is completely under her control. In this case, Danzong will be her power from now on. In this world where strength is respected, although she has Su Yeshuan, she can fully control it if she has one more person. The power is also pretty good. The forces that destroyed the family have not been found yet, and she has not yet been able to fully find out who they are. But since her current cultivation level cannot be found in the universe mirror, it proves that she is not able to compete now. No matter who it is, she has to make plans for the future. Feng Haijiang and others looked at Jiang Lian in shock. Is this what they thought? Everyone was in disbelief, and even worried that they had heard wrongly. Jiang Lian was helpless and said again, Yes, I allow you to watch, but only if you have a corresponding location. She couldn't guarantee that there would be no calamity, Although she had almost practiced it in the alchemy tower, she still felt a little unsure. Feng Haijiang and others were extremely excited. They had no idea that Jiang Lian would be willing to let them watch, and hurriedly said,
Yes, yes, this square will do. The Danta can even take the initiative to help eliminate thunder tribulations.
Even Jiang Lian was surprised now. He didn't expect that the elixir tower could have such an effect.
What level of thunder calamity can it dissolve?
At this time, the system directly poured cold water on her.
If you really refine a king-level elixir, it will definitely not be able to dissolve the existence that violates the laws of heaven.
Fine.
It means that except for the thunder tribulation that goes against the law of heaven, it won't help to resolve it. But it can do anything else. Right.
Will the systematic coercion and inducement in the future have no effect on her? She no longer needs to be afraid of thunder? At this time, the system felt that it had shot itself in the foot. How about next time the punishment is to strike Su Yesuan with thunder? Although that person is powerful, if his current cultivation level really goes through several lightning tribulations, he probably won't have to wait until the host grows up, and he will be in trouble. Well, let's do it. This is much more interesting than threatening the host. Although in the future, if the person knows that it is the most threatening existence to the host, then it probably won't be able to live well. But the debts are overwhelming. It has been broken. Anyway, it does everything for the good of the host. The host should not report it cruelly, Feng Haijiang said with a smile.
I haven't tried the others, but there was a sect that refined the 9th level elixir many years ago,
and the thunder tribulation was indeed resolved by it. But I haven't tried the others. Okay, then we will refine it in this square. You can arrange it. I will rest for a while, and then start.
Now the whole sect was shocked, and everyone rushed to tell each other. The entire square in front of the alchemy pagoda is large enough to accommodate the entire sect's disciples. There is absolutely no problem if everyone goes to watch. The alchemy sect is very experienced in things like alchemy. Jiang Lian took a stroll and rested for a while. When he came back, he found that the surrounding area had been covered with protective barriers. The degree of protection was indeed enough to withstand the power of the 9th level thunder disaster. However, Jiang Lian was still a little worried. He took out the protective array discs he usually used on weekdays and set up another array by himself. After returning this time, Su Yesuan specially helped her upgrade these array discs. She estimated that the level of protection would be more than enough to withstand a king-level lightning disaster. However, for the sake of her life, she still did not dare to take that risk. The surroundings were very quiet. When Jiang Lian took out the formation disc and set up the formation, everyone was surprised for the first time. Such a formation was not something that ordinary people could set up at will. This is enough to prove that the level of the young master's talisman array is not low. The moment the golden year alchemy furnace appeared, there was another wave of surprise. But the surprise was still smaller than the surprise of the strange fire later. Various spiritual plants appeared on their foreheads, and everyone had no time to be surprised. They watched Jiang Lian attentively as he began to refine it. The whole process was extremely mysterious. When all the impurities were cleared away, Suzaku appeared again, because the level of the elixir needed to be well controlled this time. Jiang Lian paid great attention to the details. It is much more difficult for others to refine it outside. But Jiang Lian is different. It is not a bit easier for her to refine it outside than in the Danta. Therefore, the first refining was completed quickly. It is still a 9th level existence, but it vaguely feels that it is much higher than the 9th level. I don't know how much higher. I vaguely feel that if it were strengthened, it would definitely be the next level. No one knew how many pills there were. After all, Jiang Lian had put all the pills into the medicine bottle, but the fragrance of the medicine around them clearly showed the quality of the pills. Jiang Lian's position in the hearts of everyone in Danzong was once again consolidated. Before, we only knew that she could reach the 9th level in the Dan Pagoda. But now it is absolutely different to see her refine it in reality. At this moment, everyone in Danzong's respect for her only increased, and the identity of the young master was even less important. Jiang Lian had no intention of stopping, and refined it several times again. The unexpected thunder disaster did not appear, but the strange phenomenon in the sky and the emergence of the phoenix actually appeared. Some people do not experience thunder disasters when refining elixirs. Only strange phenomena. Since he wanted to completely conquer the alchemy sect, he had to show his absolute strength. Jiang Lian refined the elixir he was going to refine for his master at once. There were continuous visions from the sky, and the medicinal fragrance of the 9th order elixir filled the entire square. The medicinal fragrance here has not yet dissipated, and a new medicinal fragrance has emerged. Gradually, everyone is immersed in the fragrance of the 9th level elixir. Luo Yin Dan itself is full of righteous energy, which can dispel evil spirits and repair damaged internal organs of the body. The medicinal effect contained in the medicinal fragrance at this time shocked the people around them, and the body felt a lot more comfortable. Even some old injuries that could not be healed were unexpectedly cured because the medicinal energy was too strong. Such a medicinal effect. What would the real elixir itself be like? That effect is even more coveted. However, no one dares to offend a powerful alchemist, let alone the young master of their alchemy sect. Chapter 238. Don't let it go to waste. Although the medicine is powerful, it is not enough for Master Yin Chengzi. It is conceivable how heavy the dose of medicine given by the Taisher family was. Coupled with the years of injuries, the condition of the body is now completely out of shape. When the refining was almost complete, Jiang Lian removed the alchemy furnace and protective array. Jiang Lian gave one of the bottles containing 3 elixirs to Feng Haijiang. This is for you to study. I'll go back first. As he said this, Jiang Lian walked straight towards his residence. It was indeed a bit tiring to refine so much at once. Feng Haijiang was hit by this huge surprise and couldn't react for a moment. He was holding the bottle of elixir in his hand and couldn't calm down. This newly refined 9th level pill is the best way to understand its secrets. And many people suddenly awakened from it and got the opportunity to advance. Jiang Lian gave them 3 9th level pills as a gift. And what he gave them was undoubtedly 3 opportunities. Jiang Lian didn't know how she arranged the 3 pills to seal Haijiang. She began to fall asleep as soon as she returned to her residence. Of course, you must set up a protective formation before going to bed. And Su Yeshuan has made it a habit. At the beginning, her family, Su Yeshuan, felt that her protective awareness was weak, so she specially trained her. Just when Jiang Lian was sleeping soundly, Luo Jing's world outside had been shaken. The Jiang family, one of the 8 major families, has been experiencing unexplained deaths of its members. The Jiang family is furious, but they can't find the murderer. When those people who secretly pretended to be members of the Jiang family urgently reported the matter to Su Yeshuan, he was silent for a while, and the familiar aura was getting stronger and stronger. After the little girl told him that Jiang Yin was attacked by a demon in the secret realm, he had a premonition. His memory seemed to be a little confused recently, but he knew that it was probably his memory from an unknown life that was reviving. It must be that person's masterpiece. Take this opportunity to withdraw. Don't worry about this matter. Just pay attention to it and don't interfere. An imperceptible smile appeared on his face. If it was that person, then he really wouldn't be afraid of what he would do. Becoming a brother and sister with a little girl in this life was probably the most depressing thing for him. Thinking of this, he felt inexplicably happy. With his presence in the Jiang family, there would probably be no peace. After receiving the order, greater turmoil suddenly occurred in the Luojing Jiang family. 2 of the direct line ladies died unexpectedly, and all the elders and guards who were accompanying them also disappeared. If you observe carefully, these people happened to be the ones who went to Kunlun last time. Several people died tragically, and some even disappeared from the world without even a trace. Of course, those people's golden silkworm sh. Ling can't be hidden from the people in the dark. But his goals are not these. After regaining some strength, he could completely identify the authenticity of those people. Anyway, his target was not them, so he didn't pay much attention to them. Luo Jing and Jiang family. It's time for you to repay everything you had in the past. In the days that followed, the whole Luo Jing family was in panic. Everyone knew that someone was going to mess with the Jiang family. For fear of harming themselves, the other families in Luo Jing's family were restrained a lot, and they did not dare to do anything rash. For fear of harming themselves, we'll be involved for a moment. It was under this circumstance that Su Fengying and others set off for Danzong after receiving the news from Su Yeshuan. Of course, there are people in the dark. Since the last time he met the people from Tianquan Mountain, Su Yeshuan's protection against Jiang Lian has become even stronger. The Su family just took the opportunity to leave Luojing City this time. So many people went to Danzong together this time. Fortunately, Su Yeshuan did not deny it. It was still a long time before the Xiantian competition, so Jiang Lian was not in a hurry to go back and just continue to live leisurely in Danzong. She planned to take a few days off to see the Enlightenment Monument. Now she could come and go freely in Danzong, and no one would have any objections. For the young master of the 9th level top alchemy master, even offering sacrifices is a very honorable thing.
Not to mention that Jiang Lian now refines elixirs in the square whenever he has free time, and allows all his disciples to come and watch. One is to prepare for the Xiantian competition, and the other is that if you advance, you will have to go to the battlefield of immortals and demons. She needs to be fully prepared for these two things, and the pills from her senior brother and sister are indispensable. Moreover, refining elixirs is not a secret method. The methods she uses are all from the elixir tower, so she is not afraid of others looking at her. For Jiang Lian, it was a very common thing, but for Dan Zong, it was a huge event, and his gratitude to Jiang Lian reached a higher level. Time passed day by day, and when Jiang Lian felt that he was almost ready, he walked directly towards the Enlightenment Monument. Now that she is the young master of the alchemy sect, it is no big deal that she wants to comprehend the Tao Enlightenment Monument. No one will say anything. Even when they knew that she wanted to comprehend the Tao Enlightenment Monument, everyone came over to watch out of curiosity. Sitting on the stage, there were huge stone tablets all around, with complicated patterns on them. Upon closer inspection, they were all ancient totems. The entire Enlightenment Monument formation forms an invisible formation in the center of the platform. Jiang Lian sat on the stage, calm, feeling what was contained in the Enlightenment monuments around him. Gradually, she felt as if she had entered a mysterious world, where every ingredient for refining medicine was analyzed. In the past, she relied on intuition and her own cognition to decompose materials. But now she decomposes medicinal materials in more detail. Even higher-level materials decompose. Suddenly, Jiang Lian discovered that she even started to demonstrate the medicinal ingredients on her demonic elixir recipe. I don't know how long it took, but everything was demonstrated, from immortals to demons, and even monsters. The things inside were all-encompassing and extremely complete. Suddenly Jiang Lian found that he seemed to be in the outer world again, and came to Master Hong Yan. Seeing Jiang Lian again, Hong Yan was not surprised at all, and even looked understanding. Looking carefully at his new apprentice, Hong Yan became more certain about his guest during this period. After the little girl went back, he started to think more and more something was wrong, and he vaguely felt that she was very similar to that person. We met again, but I didn't expect it to be true. He actually accepted that person's reincarnation as his disciple. He felt that if he had met that person earlier, the alchemist's state would definitely not be what it is today. Unexpectedly, after sleeping for a while, when he woke up again, the apprentice he received made his dream come true. Master! Jiang Lian was still a little surprised to see Hong Yan again, but considering that the Dan sect still had a clone of the Dan Pagoda, it was normal for the Enlightenment Monument to be able to see Hong Yan. Well, very good. This time it came through the Enlightenment Monument, which did not cause any harm to the body, so it was more convenient for inheritance. Having confirmed that the young apprentice in front of him was that one, Hong Yan no longer had any scruples about other aspects of inheritance. Disciple, you may be able to use the following inheritance in the future. If you don't need it in the outside world, you can still practice it in the Dan Pagoda. Don't let it go to waste. You will definitely be able to use it one day in the future. When the outer world opens, these things will be beneficial and harmless. Chapter 239 Inexplicable Closeness. What Jiang Lian said to Master Hong Yan was a bit confusing, but she understood that he meant to give him some more inheritance. He bowed respectfully and said, Yes, Master. Soon she felt that familiar feeling, and the uncomfortable feeling from the last inheritance tortured her soul, as if something was forcefully put into her mind, because this time it was a divine soul. The inheritance was not as real as before. Jiang Lian tried hard to persevere. Last time it was because the body itself came to the outer world, and you could continue after fainting. This time was different. If she fainted, she wasn't 100% sure that she would be able to enter here again. So he persisted hard, and as time passed by, Jiang Lian almost thought that he couldn't hold on any longer. When he finally passed out, he faintly heard Hong Yan's voice. I'm waiting for you as a teacher. Wait for her. Can she go up to Tian Weishan again? He was in a daze, and didn't hear very clearly. When his soul returned to his body, he was hit by severe pain. Jiang Lian fell to the ground unprepared, and rolled several times in pain. She originally thought it wouldn't hurt as much as last time, but she didn't expect it would still hurt. She was sure this pain would be more intense than last time. It went away just as quickly as it came, and I lay on the ground to relax for a long time. Young master, are you okay? Headmaster Feng Haijiang rushed over at this moment and asked with concern. As the head of the alchemy sect, He must be extraordinary in alchemy and medical skills. After seeing Jiang Lian's condition, he knew more or less what was going on. At this time, Jiang Lian took out a top-quality replenishing pill from the space and ate it. It soon calmed down and the pain disappeared. But her head was still a little dizzy.
Nothing. I'll be fine after a while. Shall I have someone take you back to rest?
Regarding Feng Haijiang's kindness, Jiang Lian nodded. She would indeed be better off if she had a good sleep now. I saw Feng Haijiang waving to the people below. And then a beautiful but unassuming woman in red robes came forward and bowed to Feng Haijiang and Jiang Lian.
Young master. Master.
Jiang Lian knew it clearly. She had seen this woman often during this period. She seemed to be called Fifth Rui. She was Feng Haijiang's third disciple, and she was also quite talented in the alchemy process.
Well, you send the young master back to rest.
Feng Haijiang gave simple instructions, and Wu Rui saluted respectfully and went directly to help Jiang Lian back. In fact, she could go back by herself now. But she didn't know if she would fall asleep halfway. So sleepy. Fifth Rui's aircraft turned out to be a golden leaf. After sitting on it, Jiang Lian leaned directly next to her. So sleepy that she almost fell asleep.
Sorry to bother you.
Fifth Rui smiled shyly and said,
It should be.
The woman who had always been very valiant suddenly felt at a loss when facing the young master with powerful alchemy skills. She was as happy as seeing an idol. Back at his residence, Jiang Lian fell asleep on the bed without even having time to say anything to Wu Rui. Of course, I didn't forget to turn on the protective array even when I was confused. The protective awareness was already subconscious. I don't know how long I slept. When I woke up again, the sky outside was already dark. After combing through the memories in his mind, Jiang Lian was shocked to find that Master Heng Yan's inheritance this time was no longer just a simple immortal elixir, but also included demons and demons. This was something that was completely lacking in this world.
System. Do you know what it means that Master Heng Yan has even inherited the elixir prescriptions and refining methods of the demons and demons?
Does she really want to enter the elixir tower to practice? She has a hunch that sooner or later she will be connected with the demon clan and the demon clan. Her hunch is always accurate. Are you practicing?
I don't know what it means. But if you practice hard, it will definitely be beneficial and harmless.
The system couldn't help complaining in its heart. The old man Heng Yan must have discovered the identity of the master. Otherwise, he would usually only inherit the fairy clan. It would be even more impossible for ordinary disciples to inherit the elixirs of demons and demons, as the risk would be too great. Jiang Lian heard that there was something in the system's words, but it was unwilling to say it clearly. Fine. If you don't say it, don't say it. Tell her when you can. The master's medicine has been prepared. And the elixirs prepared for the senior brothers and sisters are also sufficient. If you have nothing to do next, you can go to the elixir tower to practice more. Next, Jiang Lian continued to enter and leave the Danta. But the level outside the Danta did not change at all. After a period of time, Jiang Lian finally studied the elixirs of the demons and monsters thoroughly. Although I don't know what Master Heng Yan's system is planning. He has many skills and is not overwhelmed. So he will feel less panic even if something happens in the future. During her days in Danzong, Jiang Lian was very free. And no one would restrict her freedom at all. As soon as they left the Dan Pagoda that day, they received news from Su Ran, saying that they had arrived at Danzong. Danzong has always been strict. But because they are somewhat related here, a few of them moved directly into Danzong's guest house. Jiang Lian didn't know where the Dan sect's guest house was. She was standing outside the Dan Pagoda and wanted to catch a disciple to take her there. But she saw Fifth Rui nearby. Among the many disciples of the Dan sect, she seemed to have only had contact with Wu Rui. Jiang Lian came directly to her.
Miss Wu, I wonder where the guest house of the Dan sect is.
Fifth Rui bowed respectfully and said,
Young master, please follow me.
Fifth Rui was a little excited to be named by the young master, still standing on the fifth golden leaf. It seems that she has not been carried by others for a long time. And she is still such a shining golden leaf.
The fifth girl likes this kind of shiny thing?
Some people have unique preferences. And Jiang Lian feels that the fifth Rui is like this.
Yeah.
Wu Rui was a little shy after being seen through. But she was not coy and admitted it directly and generously. Jiang Lian suddenly realized it and took out a shining golden house from the space and handed it to her.
Well, you and I are destined. And this thing is for you.
This was something she found in a secret realm. Before, she thought it was too dazzling and not suitable for her. The fifth Rui in front of her was very attractive. And she happened to like it too. So Jiang Lian decided to give this thing to her. Thith Rui was stunned and quickly refused. No! 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 I can't accept it! She expressed that she was very flattered that the young master suddenly wanted to give her something. Jiang Lian gave her the house directly, followed by a golden alchemy furnace. No! I'll give this to you too! Although the level is not as high as the golden year, it is still of good quality. It was also glittering with gold. She had found many of these things in the secret realm, but she had swept them all away. This, I really can't accept it. Not to mention the house, let alone the alchemy furnace. Seeing that the quality of both items was very high, she deserved to receive no reward for no merit. Jiang Lian pushed the two things directly to her. Take it! You are destined to me. She didn't know why, but Wu Rui felt very familiar and close to her, but she couldn't explain why. Chapter 240. The arrogant girl was frightened. Jiang Lian didn't understand in her heart, but the system was completely aware that this person was yet another one who had not awakened. It seems that those people can't sit still anymore, and they don't want their original bodies. The reincarnation tribulations of various impatient reincarnations are coming. I hope the big hole in Tianwei can be filled this time. Otherwise, if so many people are unable to go back in the future, it will be too tragic. Thith Rui accepted it sheepishly. She was also very flattered by the sudden gift from the young master, but she was extremely happy in her heart. The young master admired her, so she felt happy after receiving the gift from the young master. Metaphor. The guest house arrived soon. Su Ranran rushed towards Jiang Lian as soon as she saw him. Yan Yan, I miss you so much. Su Fengying coughed twice and said with a straight face. Ran, please don't be so rude when you see your seventh aunt. Jiang Lian was stunned by such abnormal words. Normally, no matter how Su Ranran played with her, the third sister-in-law would always smile and watch, and would not say anything against her at all. If something goes wrong, there must be a demon. Jiang Lian looked at Su Fengying, and then followed her gaze, and saw other Dan sect disciples present. He was a handsome man, and he seemed to be a true disciple of some peak in the Dan sect. When he saw Jiang Lian looking at him again, the man bowed and saluted. See you, young master. The Su family present were stunned by this salute. This time, the three sisters-in-law of the Su family, Su Fengying and Su Ranran, as well as Su Chengyan and Su Chengche, are here. The eldest sister-in-law of the Su family, Yu Qingyun, is also here. However, she has something to do, and will come back to Kunlun with them after the work is finished. The fifth Rui on the side also saluted, a pure salute to the man. Second senior brother. Then he introduced to Jiang Lian. This is Master's second apprentice, Shangwan Jin. Jiang Lian understood. After a few people greeted each other, Thith Rui and Shangwan Jin left. Shangwan Jin specially spoke to Su Ranran before leaving. This made Jiang Lian feel something fishy, and looked at Su Ranran curiously. Su Ranran, who was originally very shameless, was a little shy today. Su Fengying smiled and said, There is nothing to hide. Shangwan Jin was engaged to Ranran back then. Originally, Shangwan Jin was going to stay in the Su family as a son-in-law, but later Feng Haijiang took a fancy to him, so he let him out to study. Yes, the Su family didn't pay much attention to the engagement. It's also because Shangwan's character is pretty good. After the original agreement, he regarded Ranran as his fiancée. All etiquette was in place. He went to the Su family half a year ago to propose a proposal, and it was us. Be cautious and want to observe again. Third sister-in-law's explanation made Jiang Lian realize. Is it because there is something wrong? It sounds like Shangwan Jin was living in the Su family back then. Why does it need to be observed again now? Is there something wrong, or is he afraid that this person will change his mind? Worried that some people would take the opportunity to trick Su Ranran. Jiang Lian was a little nervous and wanted to find out. Ever since she confirmed her relationship with Su Yeshuan, the affairs of the Su family have become more or less related to her. It's okay. It's okay. My siblings have misunderstood. Shangwan Boy's character is absolutely guaranteed, and the family has been checking him out. They are just worried that this boy has other people he likes. If there are other people he likes, because of the engagement, I'm afraid that it will cause the wrong couple, and then it won't be beautiful. After listening to the third sister-in-law's words and looking at Su Ranran, Jiang Lian finally understood the key. In fact, Su Ranran was uneasy and wanted to observe first. Are you worried that Shangwan Jin wants to become a Taoist couple with you for the sake of the Su family? In this world, it is not uncommon for people to become taoist couples when they reach a certain level of cultivation. It is very common, and many families even marry each other for this purpose. If the sky was open before, the marriage rate would not be so high. Everyone would work hard to ascend to the upper world as soon as possible, and would not waste their time on it. But now it seems that the age has been frozen, and the boring road of cultivating immortality seems to be cut off in the middle. It seems good to pursue two people for the whole life, and spin the long road of cultivating immortality together. No, no, no. I was just a little uneasy, so I didn't agree immediately. In fact, Shangwan Jin is quite good. Su Ranran has always been a generous person, and she said these words without any hesitation. Jiang Lian finally understood. It turned out that this girl was afraid of marriage. It's okay. You don't have anything else important. Right. At this moment, Jiang Lian realized that Su Yeshuan said someone would come to pick her up. But it turned out that he wanted someone from the Su family to come and accompany her back to Kunlun. This is fine, but it feels like it's a bit troublesome for them. It's okay. The main reason for coming here this time is that seventh brother asked us to come look for you. And by the way, we will bring Ran Ran over to meet the Shangwan boy. Looking at Jiang Lian, Su Ranran directly told her about the gossip. It's not just that. We are still hiding from trouble. Su Ranran said it was a bit exaggerated. Jiang Lian felt nervous and asked, what happened? Su Ranran knew that Jiang Lian had a bad relationship with the Luojing Jiang family, so she didn't hide it. She directly told the gossip. I don't know who the Luojing Jiang family has offended. Many people died one after another, including Jiang Shuyu. And Jiang Shuxian is dead. You must know that what the Luojing Jiang family likes most is to use nepotism to consolidate their power. Without two important legitimate daughters, it would be a heavy loss. They also heard that the eldest daughter Jiang Shuyu had made a marriage contract with someone from the Xianling sect. The head of the Jiang family should be sick to death. When Jiang Lian heard the news, his first reaction was that Su Yeshuan did it. But deep down, he was not sure because it was completely unnecessary. Su Yeshuan had told her before that she would take matters into her own hands when she was able to take action on the Luojing Jiang family. Those people would not be discovered at all if they stayed there. Su Yeshuan would never lie to her, let alone go back on his words. So she directly rejected the speculation about what Su Yeshuan had done. Have you found out who it is? She was also very curious about who those people from the Luojing Jiang family had offended. Could it be that the people behind the scenes want to kill people and silence them because of a disagreement? But after so many years, it's not necessary. No. Everyone in the Jiang family is cowering now. No matter how much we check, we can't find out who did it. Even more and more people have died. Su Ranran suddenly thought of something and said with a smile. Su Lingyao. Remember that? That arrogant girl. Jiang Lian nodded and listened quietly to Su Ranran's words. Su Ranran gossiped to her. That woman saw the death of Jiang Shuxian and others with her own eyes, and was frightened to death. A domineering man is now so frightened that he doesn't even dare to go out. This is very surprising. Did she see the murderer? If he hadn't been killed after seeing it, but was just frightened, then the murderer wasn't a very vicious person. Otherwise, Su Lingyao would probably have died without even a trace left. Jiang Shuxian and the others are dead. But in fact, they were dead originally. And what they are now are all disguised by the people sent by Su Yeshuan. Thinking of this, Jiang Lian couldn't help but ask Su Yeshuan with some worry. Miss Sir, do you know what happened to the Jiang family in Luojing? Are your people okay?